Chapter 1: A Joyous Day. I'm going to be a father. Jiangcheng, Luo Family Manor. The wedding venue was decorated in an extremely luxurious manner, with a full house of guests, and the atmosphere was filled with elegant attire. But this lively atmosphere was completely out of place for Su Chen in the corner. He was wearing an ill-fitting, cheap suit and was listlessly fiddling with an empty wineglass in his hand. Today is his big day. To put it nicely, he married into the Luo family, the most powerful family in Jiangcheng, and became the daughter of heaven, Luo Ningxuang. To put it bluntly, it's like trying to bring good luck to someone in a vegetative state. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to the groom, the live-in son-in-law Su Chen, as he enters the stage. The MC dragged out the words, deliberately emphasizing the phrase son-in-law. As soon as he finished speaking, the relatives from the Luo family's side burst into unrestrained laughter. A son-in-law? I've never seen such a term used in this day and age. I'm really broadening my horizons. More than that, I heard that this kid is an orphan and an unemployed bum. I don't know what kind of luck he had to get into our Luo family. What kind of luck is this? Don't you know? Ning Shuang is in a vegetative state. She was brought in to bring good luck. To put it bluntly, she's just a tool. A middle-aged woman dressed in a sharp and mean manner curled her lip and spoke in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for the surrounding tables to hear. I think he's just trying to profit from the family's ruin. Once Ning Shuang never wakes up, won't this family fortune just fall into his lap? What a pity, the Luo family is so big and powerful, will they let him succeed? In the future, he'll be living with a living dead person. What's the difference between him and a modern-day eunuch? These harsh comments reached Su Chen's ears without missing a single word. His smile grew even brighter, and he even raised his empty wineglass to the relatives who were talking the loudest, with a cheeky grin that said, "You're all right." However, deep within those peach blossom eyes lay a bone-chilling coldness. A month ago, he was a poor student working at a bar. That night, he was mistaken for a stunningly beautiful drunk woman and they ended up having sex without realizing it. He initially thought it was just a ridiculous accident, until a week later, the Luo family came knocking on his door. Only then did he realize that the woman was Luo Ningxuang, the famous business goddess of Jiangcheng. Even worse, not long after that night, Luo Ningxuang was in a car accident and became a vegetable. The Luo family hired a fortune teller from who knows where, who said that they had to find the man who had been intimate with Luo Ningxuang and marry him into the family to bring good luck, in order to have any chance of survival. And so he stood there. Su Chen! A sharp, cold shout interrupted his thoughts. His mother-in-law, Lu Ruyu, dressed in a luxurious purple cheongsam and high heels, walked up to him. Her face showed no joy, and her eyes were full of undisguised contempt and disgust. She took a bank card out of her Hermes bag and threw it directly onto the table in front of Su Chen with a soft thud. "There's 200,000 here, consider it your pocket money." Lu Ruyu's tone was like giving alms to a beggar on the street. "Remember your place, stay obediently by Ning Shuang's side, and take good care of her. Don't touch anything that's not your business, and don't even think about our Luo family's assets, understand?" Su Chen looked at the bank card and sneered inwardly. 200,000? Is that enough to send a beggar away? But something is better than nothing. He picked up the bank card, twirled it between his fingers, then grinned and stuffed it into his pocket, flashing Lu Ruyu a bright white smile. "Mom, don't worry, I'm not interested in money. I only care about my sister-in-law, no, Ning Shuang." Who are you calling sister-in-law?" Lu Ruyu was so angry that her face turned pale and she almost couldn't catch her breath. The relatives around were also stunned, looking at each other in bewilderment. Is this kid really stupid or just pretending? How dare he talk to Lu Ruyu like that? Su Chen, however, seemed oblivious to Lu Ruyu's murderous glare, blinking innocently and saying, slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue." "Mom, please don't be angry. I promise I'll stay by Ning Shuang's side from now on." Looking at his hopeless and utterly useless state, Lu Ruyu was so angry that her chest heaved. In the end, she could only squeeze out 2 words through gritted teeth: "Get lost." After saying that, she turned and walked away, feeling disgusted even to look at him. Su Chen shrugged, his heart unmoved. "Go ahead and curse, laugh all you want. Once I get the money, who will even know who you are?" Wedding night. Su Chen was alone in the excessively spacious and luxurious hospital room. On the bed, his newlywed wife, Luo Ningxuang, lay quietly, her long eyelashes casting a shadow under the light, her beautiful face pale and bloodless. If it weren't for the steady heart rate monitor next to her, she would look like a sleeping beauty sculpture. Su Chen moved a chair, sat on the edge of the bed, and quietly watched her. Is this really my wife? The details of that absurd night a month ago are somewhat blurred, but the intense sensation still seems to linger on my fingertips. He felt a mix of emotions, guilt, helplessness, and a vague, inexplicable stirring within him. Hey, Luo Ningxuan. Su Chen spoke as if possessed, his voice very soft. Can you hear me? Although this marriage is pretty ridiculous, no matter what, from today onwards, I am your husband. Don't worry, even though your mother looks down on me, I'll take good care of you once I get the money. If you're unhappy after you wake up, we can leave any time. If you don't wake up, I'll stay by your side. As he spoke, he reached out to tidy up the stray hairs on her forehead. Just as his fingertips were about to touch Luo Ningxuang's skin, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his mind. The host has been detected communicating effectively with a person in a deep coma, triggering special conditions. Horror emotion system activating. Activation successful. Host, Su Chen. Su Chen froze, completely stunned. A system? Like the kind in online novels? Before he could react, a pale blue virtual panel that only he could see instantly unfolded before his eyes. Horror emotion system. Function description: the host can collect negative emotion points such as fear, panic, sadness, despair, etc. generated by telling terrifying stories to designated targets. These emotion points can be used to redeem rewards. Current reward mechanism: every 1 point of emotion points collected triggers a 100x cash rebate. There's also a chance to receive a random special reward. 100x cash back? Su Chen's breathing became rapid instantly. In other words, as long as he can make Luo Ningxuang, who is in a vegetative state, feel emotions, he can make money continuously. This is practically a cheat code tailor-made for him. Just as he was getting excited, the text on the system panel refreshed again. Host bloodline detected within the bound target Luo Ningxuang. Kinship testing in progress. Test results successful. The fetus in the target's body has a 99.99% probability of being father-child with the host. Kinship binding successful. Emotion transmission efficiency increased by 1000%. Boom! Su Chen felt as if a thunderbolt had exploded in his mind, and he froze on the spot, his pupils contracting sharply due to extreme shock. She's pregnant? The child is mine? This thought swept over his entire mind like a raging storm. No wonder the Luo family was in such a hurry to find him to bring them good luck. Now they know the reason. An unprecedented, heavy shackle called responsibility was tightly bound to his heart at this moment, overwhelming all his cynicism and desire for money. Is he going to be a father? He wants to have a child with a woman in a vegetative state? Su Chen took a deep breath and looked at Luo Ningxuang on the hospital bed again, his eyes completely changing. That was no longer the look he gave to a mission target or a beautiful woman, but the look he gave to his wife and the mother of his unborn child. We must wake her up. For her, and for the little life that is about to arrive. Su Chen's eyes became incredibly determined. He immediately decided to try out the system's features. Telling ghost stories? He's good at that. When he was a child in the orphanage, he read a lot of these kinds of books to scare the older kids who bullied him. Su Chen cleared his throat, recalled a classic ghost story, leaned forward slightly, and whispered in Luo Ningxuang's ear, deliberately lowering his voice and speaking slowly in a highly infectious, hoarse tone. A long time ago, there was a young woman of marriageable age. Her family was very poor and couldn't afford a decent pair of wedding shoes. So, she decided to sew herself the most beautiful pair of red embroidered shoes. As the story unfolded, Su Chen gradually got into the flow. His voice, sometimes mournful, sometimes chilling, perfectly captured the bride's tragedy, resentment, and unwillingness after death. From then on, the villagers said that every midnight, they could hear a woman crying by the lake, and see a pair of wet red embroidered shoes moving on the water, searching for their betrayed owner. Su Chen wondered if it was just his imagination, but the temperature in the ward seemed to have dropped several degrees. He glanced subconsciously at the vital signs monitor next to him. On the screen, the curve representing Luo Ningxuang's heart rate, which was originally as stable as a straight line, began to show extremely slight, but real, fluctuations. It really works! Su Chen was overjoyed. The moment he finished speaking the last word, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! The story is over. Congratulations, host. You have successfully collected 600 points of sadness and 400 points of fear from the target Luo Ningxuang, for a total of 1000 points. Triggered a 100x cashback. Congratulations, host, you have received 100,000 yuan in cash. The cash has been deposited into the system space. The host can withdraw it at any time. Suchen stared at the glaring number 100,000 on the virtual panel and the cash image that appeared below it, his breathing instantly becoming extremely rapid. It's out. This time, it's really big. Chapter 2, 100,000 yuan, are you sure? 100,000. Just by telling a story for a few minutes, you can earn 100,000 yuan. Su Chen's heart was pounding. He forced himself to calm down and focused his mind on the extract button on the system panel. The next second, in a virtual space that only he could see, 10 bundles of brand new red banknotes, neatly bound with bank seals, appeared out of thin air and were stacked up in perfect order. The visual impact is far more shocking than a string of numbers in a bank card. It's true. Everything is true. Su Chen suppressed his inner elation and began to calculate rapidly. Now that things are settled, I no longer have to live at the mercy of the Luo family. More importantly, this system seems to actually stimulate Luo Ningxuan. He turned his head and looked at the woman on the hospital bed again. Under the light, he keenly noticed that there seemed to be a very faint trace of moisture on Luo Ningxuan's long eyelashes. Are they tears? Although it was barely visible, Su Chen was certain that there was absolutely no trace of it before he came in. She can hear it. She can really feel it. This discovery excited Su Chen even more than earning 100,000 yuan. This proves that his efforts were focused, and that waking up Luo Ningxuan was not impossible. Just then, a commotion came from outside the ward. Mom, please don't stop me. I just want to go in and see my cousin. I heard that good-for-nothing who was supposed to marry her to bring good luck moved in today, and I'm afraid he'll do something to Ning Shuang. A slightly arrogant male voice rang out. Immediately following was the voice of his mother-in-law, Lu Ruyu. Yunfeng, keep your voice down. This is a hospital. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing what he meant. This man is Luo Yunfeng, Luo Ningxuan's cousin. He was the one who led the most enthusiastic mockery of himself at the wedding during the day. Sure enough, before Su Chen could get up, the ward door was pushed open. Luo Yunfeng walked in with several relatives of the Luo family. The one in the lead was dressed in designer clothes and had his hair slicked back. As soon as he entered, his gaze was like a knife scraping against Su Chen. He first glanced at Luo Ningxuan on the hospital bed, feigning grief, and said, Ningxuan, I've come to see you. Don't worry, with me here, I won't let any shady people bully you. After saying that, he turned to Su Chen and said with a forced smile, Oh, isn't this our Luo family's great hero, brother-in-law Su Chen? How about it, spending your wedding night with a vegetable in your arms, is it nice? The contempt and innuendo in his words were made without any attempt to conceal them. He was telling Su Chen that he was just a tool and shouldn't take himself too seriously. Following behind Luo Yunfeng, his second aunt, a woman with a face full of sarcasm and meanness, immediately chimed in sarcastically, Oh, Xiao Chun, we're family now. Look at what you're wearing, still wearing that daytime suit, huh? Tight on your wallet, are you? Tell your second aunt, and I'll get you a security guard job at our company, 3,000 a month, room and board included. It's better than living off a woman and having people gossip about you behind your back, isn't it? Put. Another young female relative couldn't help but laugh. Security guard? 3,000 a month? This isn't concern, it's blatant humiliation. Su Chen sneered inwardly. Security guard? The money I make in one night is more than your security guard does in 3 years. However, he still had that carefree attitude on his face, and even touched his chin seriously, laughing, Second aunt, you're joking. I'm quite content with being a kept man, my teeth are good, I can chew it. The job of a security guard is too tiring, my body can't handle it. Just wait, I'll soon shut you bunch of snobbish bastards up. You. His second aunt was speechless for a moment, not expecting this kid to be so shameless. Luo Yunfeng's face also darkened. He hated Su Chen's stubborn and unyielding nature the most. Su Chen, I'm warning you, Ning Shuang is a patient now. If you dare to do anything inappropriate to her, I'll be the first to break your legs. Luo Yunfeng threatened viciously. At this moment, Lu Ruyu also walked in. She was furious when she saw Su Chen's nonchalant attitude. Especially in front of so many relatives, she felt that this son-in-law had completely disgraced her. Shut up, all of you. Lu Ruyu snapped, then glared coldly at Su Chen. You, behave yourself. Don't think I don't know what dirty thoughts you have in your heart. After saying that, she called out to the door again, "Shinduo, come in." A young nurse, dressed in a nurse's uniform and looking to be in her early 20s, walked in somewhat timidly. "Mrs. Liu." "Mrs. Liu," Shinduo greeted softly, clearly terrified of the grandeur of this wealthy family. Lu Ruyu pointed at Su Chen, then at the hospital bed, and said in a commanding tone, "From today onwards, you will take care of Ning Shuang 24 hours a day. In addition to daily care, you also need to keep a close eye on him. If he does anything out of line, report to me immediately." It was ostensibly for care, but in reality, it was for surveillance. Su Chen knew exactly what was going on, but he shrugged indifferently and even winked at the nurse Chen Duo, whistling, "Beautiful nurse, please take care of me in the future." Chen Duo blushed at his flirtatious behavior and quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at him. She walked to the bedside and began dutifully checking Luo Ningxuang's physical data, wanting to escape this awkward atmosphere as soon as possible. She checked the device while looking at the historical data records on the heart rate monitor. Suddenly, as if she had discovered something incredible, she let out a soft gasp that she couldn't suppress. "Ha!" This soft exclamation instantly drew everyone's attention. "What's wrong? Did something happen to Ning Xuan?" Lu Ruyu rushed over and asked anxiously. Luo Yunfeng and his second aunt and others immediately surrounded them, looking concerned but actually just there to watch the excitement. Pointing to the historical heart rate curve on the screen, Chen Duo stammered, "And nothing, it's just, Miss Luo's heart rate fluctuated noticeably several times just now, much more active than usual. This is a very rare phenomenon in a vegetative state patient." "What?" Lu Ruyu and her relatives were all stunned, and they crowded around to take a look with disbelief. "Those distinct peaks and troughs on the screen can't be faked." What's going on?" Lu Ruyu's voice trembled slightly. Luo Yunfeng also looked incredulous. He turned to look at Su Chen, the only one present, his eyes filled with suspicion. Su Chen slowly stood up from his chair, stretched, and said lazily, "Oh, you mean this? Maybe it's because I was telling Ning Xuang a story earlier, and she loved it, so she got excited." "Tell a story?" Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd was first taken aback, then burst into even louder laughter. "Ha ha ha! Did I hear that right? Telling stories to a person in a vegetative state? And she can understand them? Has this good-for-nothing lost his mind? He's really trying to pat himself on the back." Luo Yunfeng, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, pointed at Su Chen and sneered, "Telling stories? Why don't you say you know the Tathagata poem and can wake up Ning Shuang with one slap? Su Chen, I really underestimated you. Not only are you a piece of trash, but you're also a fool who brags without thinking." He stepped forward, looking down at Su Chen with a condescending air, and said, "Word by word, if you're really that capable, forget about telling stories. If you can produce 100,000 yuan in cash right now, I'll admit you're not a spineless gigolo." He was certain that Su Chen, that penniless bastard, could never possibly come up with 100,000 yuan in cash. He wanted to tear off Su Chen's face completely in front of everyone and trample him underfoot. Hearing his words, Su Chen not only didn't get angry, but actually smiled. He looked at Luo Yunfeng, who had a determined expression, and slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it clearly carried throughout the entire ward. 100,000? Are you sure? Chapter 3 Cash in the Face, Call Me Daddy. Su Chen's casual question abruptly silenced the laughter in the ward. All eyes were on him, their eyes filled with mockery and anticipation of a good show. This piece of trash actually dares to take the bait? Does he think 100,000 yuan is as cheap as cabbage? He just spouts nonsense. Luo Yunfeng sneered repeatedly, crossing his arms as if he knew everything. "What? You don't dare? Well, someone like you probably hasn't even seen what 100,000 yuan in cash looks like in your entire life, has he?" "Xiao Chun, stop pretending to be something you're not," Anti-Air chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. "Quickly apologize to Yunfeng, and this will be over. We're all family, no one will really hold it against you." Lu Ruyu felt that Su Chen had completely humiliated her. She now deeply regrets agreeing to let such an arrogant fool marry into her family. She pointed to the door and snapped at Su Chen, "Shut up. Now. Get out. Don't embarrass me here." However, Su Chen ignored her anger. He didn't even glance at Lu Ruyu, but stared at Luo Yunfeng with interest, raising an eyebrow. "Cousin, don't speak too confidently. A gentleman's word is his bond. What will you say if I really take it out?" "Me?" Luo Yunfeng seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the century. He pointed at his own nose and laughed arrogantly. If you can produce 100,000 yuan in cash on the spot, I, Luo Yunfeng, will call you dad right here, in front of everyone. Okay, good son. Su Chen's answer was so fast that it caught everyone off guard. Luo Yunfeng's laughter caught in his throat, and his face instantly turned red. You fucking. Before he could finish his rant, Su Chen lazily interjected, don't rush to scold me. A father has to give his son a little something in return, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen had a thought. System, withdraw 100,000 in cash. The next second, to everyone's astonishment, Su Chen casually flicked his wrist. Whoosh! 10 bundles of brand new red banknotes, still smelling of bank ink, were tossed casually onto the bedside table in front of Luo Yunfeng, like 10 bricks. A dull bang sounded, like a heavy hammer blow, slamming into the hearts of everyone present. The entire ward fell into a deathly silence. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Luo Yunfeng's arrogance and mockery froze completely. His mouth was slightly open, his eyes widened, and he stared intently at the mountain of red banknotes, his mind blank. My aunt's mouth, which was about to continue making sarcastic remarks, was wide open, big enough to fit an egg. The expression on her face changed from mean to comically blank. Even Lu Ruyu, who had been furious, was now dumbfounded and couldn't believe her eyes. 100,000. A full 100,000 in cash. This useless son-in-law in her eyes, this penniless guy she casually gave away 200,000 yuan in pocket money, actually pulled out another 100,000 yuan in cash as if by magic? Where did this money come from? Su Chen completely ignored everyone's shock. He acted as if he had done something insignificant, patting off non-existent dust from his hands, then lazily leaned against the wall, looking at the petrified Luo Yunfeng with a mocking gaze. Son, why didn't you greet them? His voice shattered the silence, each word like a resounding slap across Luo Yunfeng's face. Is it too little? It's alright, Dad might have more tomorrow. You. Luo Yunfeng's face went from flushed red to liver color, and then from liver color to ashen. After the initial shock came boundless humiliation and anger. He slammed his hand on the table, pointed at Su Chen, and roared angrily, Where did you get this money? Tell me. Did you steal it from your family? In his view, a good-for-nothing like Su Chen could never have earned so much money on his own. The only explanation was that he had stolen money from his family, and possibly even the money from the card Lu Ruyu had given him. Yes, that must be it. Steal? Su Chen scoffed, his laughter filled with disdain. He slowly walked forward, casually picked up a bundle from the pile of money, pulled out a few bills, and without even looking at them, stuffed them into the hand of Chen Duo, the nurse who was already terrified. Hey pretty girl, you've worked hard today, here's some milk tea. Chen Duo's hand trembled, and the several thousand yuan almost fell to the ground. Her face flushed red, and she stammered, trying to refuse, No. No need, Mr. Su, I can't. Take it. Su Chen's tone was unquestionable, but his eyes were gentle. You deserve it. After doing all this, he looked at Luo Yunfeng and his relatives again, raised his chin, and said, word by word, you all see clearly, this is what it means to earn it through your own abilities. Arrogant. But there it was, the 100,000 yuan in cash was right there, leaving everyone speechless. Lu Ruyu's eyes were filled with an extremely complex expression. She stared intently at Su Chen, her contempt and disgust gradually fading, replaced by deep confusion and scrutiny. This son-in-law seems completely different from what she imagined. Who exactly is he? And where did this money come from? Luo Yunfeng was completely humiliated. Call him dad? How could he possibly say that? He had come today intending to humiliate Su Chen, but instead, the other party used the most direct and brutal method to slap his face in public until it was swollen. Let's go. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out 3 words, I can't stay any longer. He then turned and left in a sorry state with his equally disheveled relatives. Take care, cousin. Su Chen's lazy voice rang out behind them, like a death knell. Remember to come see your dad tomorrow so I can get rich. Luo Yunfeng stumbled and almost fell to the ground, his fleeing figure appearing even more flustered. The night was finally completely deep. The ward returned to silence. Su Chen watched the group slink away, and the cold smile on his lips slowly faded. This amount of money is just the beginning. He turned around, ready to try again and tell Luo Ningxuang a second story to earn more milk money for himself and his unborn child. He looked at the system panel, and a new story title had already appeared in his mind, Someone Under the Bed. However, he was unaware of this. In a Bentley in the hospital parking lot, Lu Ruyu, who had just left, did not go home immediately. She took out her phone and dialed a number. After the call connected, she said in a cold and unquestionable tone, "Detective Wang, help me investigate someone named Su Chen, the one who married into our Luo family today. I need to know everything about him, from childhood to adulthood, down to the smallest detail. Also," she paused, her gaze becoming more complicated, "have someone install a very discreet camera in Ning Shuang's hospital room. Remember, it has to be the highest definition and the most hidden one." Chapter 4, Someone Under the Bed, showcases the amazing skill of synesthesia. Having learned from his first experience, Su Chen was filled with anticipation for tonight's underworld business. He glanced at the remaining 90,000 yuan on the bedside table and felt much more at ease. The speed at which this money comes in is truly astonishing. With a thought, Su Chen returned all the cash to his system space to avoid getting in the way, and then moved the chair back to sit on Luo Ningxuang's bedside. He gazed at that serene and beautiful sleeping face under the moonlight, and his restless heart gradually calmed down. "Honey, are you ready? Our second story is about to begin." He spoke softly, his tone carrying a tenderness he himself was unaware of. This time, he's going to tell an even more exciting story. The higher the peak of the emotion, the richer the system's reward. After a moment of contemplation, the classic urban legend in Su Chen's mind gradually became clear, and his entire aura changed accordingly. The nonchalant look on his face disappeared. Instead, there was a somber and hoarse voice. "It's very late at night." He spoke slowly, his voice deliberately lowered, with a magnetic, grainy quality, like something playing intermittently on an old radio. A young girl named Xiaoya returned to her rented apartment alone. She had just had a fight with her boyfriend that day and was in a bad mood. The room was dark, she didn't turn on the light. Using the moonlight seeping in through the window, she groped her way to the bedside, threw herself on it, and covered herself with the blanket. But she always felt. She's not the only one in this room. It was as if a pair of eyes were staring intently at her from some dark corner. The story of Someone Under the Bed has officially begun. Su Chen didn't use any exaggerated tone, but every word he spoke seemed to carry a chilling dampness, slowly seeping into the air. He used his voice to gradually construct the fear of being alone, the feeling of being spied on by the unknown in the darkness. The atmosphere in the ward became increasingly oppressive, even somewhat viscous. The story was halfway through when Su Chen's voice abruptly stopped. The entire ward fell into absolute silence. He waited a few seconds before continuing his narration in a barely audible voice, almost a whisper. Xiaoya felt increasingly uneasy. She tried to turn on the light, but her body was too stiff to move. Just then, her phone rang. It was her boyfriend calling to apologize. She breathed a sigh of relief, answered the phone, and muttered to herself about her overthinking. On the other end of the phone, my boyfriend's voice was trembling with anxiety. "Xiaoya, listen to me. I'm downstairs at your place. I saw a figure in your window. You're not home alone." Xiaoya's blood seemed to freeze instantly. She trembled, and very slowly, little by little, she poked her head out from under the bed and looked down. Su Chen's voice was suppressed to the extreme here, even with a realistic tremor. "There's another face under the bed." A strange man's face was grinning at her silently. In his hand, he held a knife that gleamed coldly. The scariest thing is that the man was also holding a cell phone to his ear. Xiaoya's boyfriend's voice disappeared from her phone's receiver. Instead, a cold, hoarse male voice rang out, close to her eardrums. "Baby, I see you." The climax of the story was instantly ignited by Su Chen in an almost cruel way. The psychological impact of this indirect eye contact established over the phone is 100 times stronger than any direct bloody scene. The air in the ward seemed to have been sucked out at that moment. Even the sound of the wind outside the window has disappeared without a trace. Ding! The story is over. A dramatic fluctuation in the target Luo Ningxuan has been detected. Congratulations, host. You have successfully collected 2,000 points of fear and 1,000 points of despair, for a total of 3,000 points. Triggered a 100x cashback. Congratulations, host, you have received 300,000 yuan in cash. 300,000. Su Chen's heart leaped with joy this time, his income had tripled. However, the system's notification sounds did not stop there. Ding! The collected emotion value concentration is extremely high, and the energy is pure, triggering a special reward. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special skill Synesthesia Beginner. Skill description: the host can share their 5 senses with one or more selected targets, allowing the target to experience everything the host feels as if they were actually there. The effect is related to the host's mental strength. Synesthesia? Suchin paused for a moment after reading the skill description. This is practically a divine skill tailor-made for telling ghost stories. He instantly understood the terrifying nature of this skill. If this skill were used in live streaming, when he mentioned a chilling wind, all the audience members could simultaneously feel a bone-chilling cold rising from their spines. When he mentioned the pervasive smell of blood, all the audience members could smell the nauseating rusty odor. This is no longer storytelling. This is creating an immersive horror world. This effect is nothing short of a game changer. Su Chen was so excited that his fingertips were trembling slightly. With this skill, he is confident that he can become the only #1 underworld streamer on the entire internet in the shortest amount of time. But after the initial excitement subsided, Su Chen's inherent meticulousness quickly brought him back to his composure. He thought of Lu Ruyu's scrutinizing eyes from earlier that day. That woman will never let this go. He tentatively gave the system a command in his mind: "System, scan the ward and check for any abnormal electronic devices." Command received. Scanning. The system responded remarkably quickly. Scan complete. A miniature high-definition pinhole camera, model P9, was found inside the ceiling chandelier. The device is currently operational, transmitting data in real time via a wireless network. A virtual perspective view appeared before Su Chen's eyes, clearly marking the location of the camera. Really? Su Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. Lu Ruyu, you really think highly of me. Far from panicking, he instead curled his lips into a cold smile. Are you spying on me? Perfect. Then I'll show you a live broadcast you'll never forget. A crazy plan to turn the tables on him quickly took shape in his mind. Su Chen took out his phone and, without hesitation, dialed a number he knew by heart. The phone was answered after only 2 rings. Hey! Brother Chen? Calling so late, missing your brothers? Let me tell you, I recently discovered a new one. A chubby voice came from the other end of the phone. Fatty, stop joking around and do me a favor, Su Chen interrupted him, his tone as heavy as iron. Wang Pengzi on the other end of the phone immediately dropped his joking tone and his voice became serious. Brother Chen, what's up? Looking out at the deep night, Su Chen's smile grew increasingly sinister. Help me register a live streaming account on the Shark platform and use my real name for verification. Also, get a top-of-the-line live streaming sound card and microphone setup, the sooner the better. Brother's going to show you a special skill. Online Soul Summoning. Chapter 5, The Fat Guy's Assistance, the night before the live broadcast. Online Spirit Summoning? On the other end of the phone, Fatty Wang's breath caught in his throat for a full 3 seconds. Immediately, a strange scream that almost lifted the ceiling rang in Su Chen's ears through the receiver. Holy crap! Brother Chen! You finally figured it out? You're going to debut as a streamer? Wang Pengzi's voice was filled with barely suppressed elation and excitement. I told you so. With your outrageously handsome face, your mouth full of witty remarks, and your belly full of ghost stories that can scare people to death, it would be a waste of your talent not to be a broadcaster. It's a damn summoning spirits thing. This gimmick is amazing. It's going to be a hit. Su Chen's best friend, Fatty Wang. A tech geek who weighs 200 pounds but is smarter than a monkey. He never questioned any of Su Chen's decisions, and would only support them with 200% effort. Don't worry about the equipment and account, I've got you covered. Fatty Wang thumped his chest loudly. I have connections on the Shark platform, I can get it done in half an hour. As for the equipment, I'll get you a top-of-the-line set right from the studio, a Sennheiser microphone and a Yamaha sound card. I guarantee that the moment you open your mouth, even the old lady next door's dentures will tremble. I'm calling it flash delivery right now. Wang Pengzi's ability to act is terrifying. Su Chen didn't even have time to say the word money before the call was disconnected. Less than half an hour later, a text message containing the Shark platform account password was sent to Su Chen's phone. An hour later, a delivery man, panting heavily, brought a huge black equipment box to the hospital. Su Chen made an excuse to go downstairs and carried the heavy box back up. The box was opened, and the brand new microphone, stand, sound card, and monitoring headphones lay quietly in the black foam, even the packaging film glistening with the oil from being just removed. Su Chen sent a message to Fatty Wang. How much? Fatty Wang replied instantly, adding a middle finger emoji. Brother Chen, that's not funny. Talking about money hurts brothers. Consider this equipment a wedding gift for you to bring good luck. When you become famous and become the #1 streamer in the underworld, just give me a few hundred super carnival gifts as repayment. As Su Chen looked at the screen, a corner of the icy tension in his heart, heightened by his rebirth, quietly melted. This is what brothers are. He didn't reply again, but simply kept this affection deeply imprinted in his heart. At the same time, the Luo family villa in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. The crystal chandelier in the study shone as brightly as day. Lu Ruyu sat side by side on the sofa with a dignified-looking, broad-shouldered, and thick-backed middle-aged man. The two of them stared intently at the tablet computer in front of them. The screen showed Luo Ningxuang's hospital room. That man was Luo Tianxiong, the true head of the Luo family and Luo Ningxuang's father. He had just returned from a multi-billion-dollar business negotiation overseas, and before he could even get his footing, Lu Ruyu recounted everything that had happened during the day. Luo Tianxiong's gaze pierced through the screen and landed on the son-in-law he regarded as a tool for bringing good luck. Su Chen was intently fiddling with a set of professional equipment that Su Chen didn't understand, his expression focused. This is the person you brought in? Luo Tianxiong's voice was deep and heavy, carrying the oppressive feeling of someone who had long held a high position, making the air in the study feel thick and heavy. He looks suspicious. What's he up to? I don't know either. Lu Ruyu's tone revealed a confusion that she herself was unaware of. She recounted in detail how Su Chen took out 100,000 yuan in cash and how her daughter Luo Ningxuang's heart rate rose abnormally. I've investigated his background. He grew up in an orphanage, was penniless, and had no connections. But I just can't figure out where he got that 100,000 yuan. And Ningxuang's reaction, even Dr. Li said it was strange. Lu Ruyu pointed at the screen, her voice rising several decibels. Look, he's at it again. He's been fiddling with those junk pieces ever since, talking to himself like a lunatic. In their eyes, Su Chen's behavior in the surveillance footage was indeed strange. He would sometimes whisper incoherently into the microphone, and at other times put on headphones, close his eyes, and wear an almost ecstatic expression. In reality, Su Chen was just adjusting the equipment and trying to integrate the synesthesia skill with the effects of a professional sound card. He cleared his throat, spoke softly into the microphone, and tested a note. Hello. Just one word. It is rendered by a top-of-the-line sound card and then enhanced with synesthetic energy. This syllable is distorted. It is no longer a physical sound emitted through a flat panel speaker. The voice was like a cold electric current, exploding directly in the depths of Luo Tianxiong and Lu Ruyu's minds. It has a metallic, gritty texture that is cold, piercing, and strikes straight to the soul. The couple froze simultaneously and stared at each other. Their eyes were filled with horror. This kid's voice, it's weird. Inside the hospital room, Su Chen was completely unaware of all of this. He took off his headphones and nodded in satisfaction with the setup. It's time. He opened the Shark Live app on his phone and logged into his account. My fingertip paused on the screen for a moment. Then, he typed a line of text, word by word, in the title bar of the live stream. Tonight at 10 p.m., we'll be live streaming the story of the Luo family's taboo, the ghost wedding dress. He knew that the person monitoring the other end would definitely see this headline. He wanted them to see it. Inside the study of the villa. When that line of black text appeared clearly on the tablet screen, the imposing and composed demeanor on Luo Tianxiong's face, which remained unchanged even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, crumbled instantly. Instead, there was extreme shock and rage. Bang! He suddenly sprang up from the sofa, and his furious outburst caused the leather sofa beneath him to groan under the strain. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the words on the screen, as if he wanted to pierce through it. The ghost wedding dress? His voice was no longer deep, but sharp and hoarse due to the intense emotional turmoil, like a broken gong that had been forcibly torn apart. How could he have known about this? Lu Ruyu, standing beside her, instantly lost all color in her face, her well-maintained face turning ashen white. She instinctively covered her mouth tightly with her hand, her eyes filled with endless fear and disbelief. That past, buried deep in the dust. That taboo, considered the biggest scandal and deepest nightmare for the Luo family. That terrifying event, in which all those who knew about it were put on gag orders and were never allowed to be mentioned again. This son-in-law of dubious origin. Who exactly is he? Chapter 6: The Luo family's taboo, on the eve of the storm. I'll make him stop right away. Luo Tianxiong's reaction was extremely fast. After a brief moment of shock, the ruthless instincts that had dominated Jiangcheng for many years instantly took over his body. He took out his phone, swiped his finger across the screen, and found the number he thought he would never dial. The call was connected. Su Chen. Luo Tianxiong's voice was no longer deliberately lowered, it was a deep roar from a lion whose territory had been invaded, each word carrying a murderous intent capable of tearing flesh apart. I don't care who you are, or where you heard those 3 words from. Immediately, right now, shut down the livestream. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. This overwhelming pressure was enough to leave any ordinary person speechless with fear. On the other end of the phone, a lazy, even slightly enjoyable yawn came through. Father-in-law? Su Chen's voice was light and airy, like willow catkins on a summer night, completely disregarding the thunderous threat. Why are you so angry? It's late at night. It's not worth getting sick from getting angry. You. Luo Tianxiong felt a rush of blood to his head and almost had a heart attack on the spot. Don't get excited. Su Chen chuckled softly, then abruptly changed the subject, slowing his tone and making each word sound like a precise embroidery needle. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to tell Ning Shuang a story that she might like to hear, to bring her some good luck. As you've seen, Ning Shuang's condition has improved these past 2 days. Even Dr. Li said it's a miracle. Isn't that all because she loves listening to my stories? Su Chen paused, his voice becoming deep and playful. If you force me to stop now. What if we interrupt Ning Shuang's treatment and cause her condition to relapse? Who will take responsibility for this? In short, like an invisible giant clamp, it tightly gripped Luo Tianxiong's throat. His daughter, Luo Ningxuan, was the only Achilles heel and the only weakness of this fierce tiger. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. All that could be heard was Luo Tianxiong's increasingly heavy breathing, like a wild beast trapped in a cage. The veins on the back of his hand, which was holding the phone, stood out prominently, gnarled and twisted like the roots of an old tree. Having navigated the complexities of life for half his life, this was the first time he had felt so frustrated and powerless. He was actually strangled to death by a good-for-nothing in his eyes, using his most cherished daughter. But he dared not gamble. He dared not gamble his daughter's life on that 1 in 10,000 chance. A long time. Luo Tianxiong's voice was ground out from between his teeth, each word hoarse and metallic. You'd better not try anything funny. After saying that, he slammed down the phone. He stared intently at the monitor screen, a storm brewing in his bloodshot eyes. Inside the ward, Su Chen listened to the busy tone on the receiver, and the corners of his lips slightly turned up. He knew. I won the bet. Tonight's live broadcast will not only not be stopped by Luo Tianxiong and his wife, but will become his most loyal and also most tormented viewers. There's still a little while until 10 o'clock. Because of that shocking title, Su Chen's live stream room began to be flooded with the first batch of sharks who smelled blood. The Luo family's taboo? Who is this streamer? His tone is more arrogant than athlete's foot. New here, huh? You're desperate for fame. You dare to use a headline like that? Aren't you afraid of getting sued by the Luo family's legal department until you're left with nothing? The Luo family of Jiangcheng? Really? I'll wait and see how this streamer dies. On Shark Platform, the top outdoor streamer, screenshots of Su Chen's livestream were circulated as a joke in the fan group of streamer Zhang Quang. An administrator tagged all members, brothers, come and see this monkey show. Some clueless newbie is trying to ride on our brother Quan's popularity with clickbait headlines and try to piggyback on the Luo family's fame. He's a clown for the year. This screenshot, like a pebble thrown into a pond, instantly sparked a small-scale mockery and laughter within the community. Many fans, eager for a good show and with the mindset of judging a clown, clicked into Su Chen's livestream. At the same time, inside a gilded private room at a top-tier club in Jiangcheng, a man wearing a Patek Philippe Starry Night watch on his wrist was idly scrolling through his phone. The super-rich, Brother Long. He had just lost millions at a card game tonight and was in a bad mood, so he was looking for some fun. The big data algorithm seemed to have captured his emotions and accurately pushed Su Chen's bizarrely titled livestream to his homepage. A taboo of the Luo family? The ghost wedding dress? Brother Long raised an eyebrow, finally showing some interest. He had naturally heard of the Luo family in Jiangcheng. This new anchor is either a madman with some shocking scoop or a fool obsessed with money. Either way, they all seem more interesting than those monotonous dancing live streamers. He clicked on it with the mindset of watching a show. The live stream screen remained black, with only a cold countdown, but the chat was already boiling over. Brother Long casually tapped the gift bar. A dazzling airplane effect streaked across the entire screen with a whooshing sound. Brother Long enters the live stream. Brother Long sent a plain X1. He slowly typed out a comment, "Streamer, hurry up, I'm waiting to see what tricks you're going to pull." It was exactly 10 p.m. In Suchan's live stream room, thousands of viewers had already gathered, ready to see him make a fool of himself. On the screen, mocking and urging voices rose and fell. Where is the streamer? Did they piss themselves after typing the title? I took my pants off, and this is the countdown I get? If you don't start soon, we're going to report you. Get out of here, you charlatan. Inside the ward, Suchan put on professional monitoring headphones and adjusted the microphone to the optimal position near his lips. He ignored the noisy barrage of comments. He slowly closed his eyes. A silent command echoed in his mind. Synesthesia activated. Target all viewers in the live stream. Command confirmed. The synergy skill has been activated, spreading like an invisible spiderweb, enveloping every heart in the live stream room. After doing all this, he turned his head and whispered something to Luo Ningxuang, who was lying silently on the hospital bed, in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Honey, the show is about to begin. The next second, Suchan suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils, under the lamplight, were as deep as a cold pool. The black screen in the live stream suddenly lit up at that moment. His handsome face filled the entire screen, and his gaze pierced through the cold lens, as if precisely locking onto every viewer who was watching him. Chapter 7, The Ghostly Wedding Dress. It's sending chills down the spines of the entire internet. The moment the live stream screen lit up, the noisy chatter eerily paused for a second. There was no opening music as expected, and no dazzling special effects. The screen was dark and gloomy. The anchor's face was hidden in shadows where the light couldn't reach, only a blurry outline could be seen. The only thing that was clear was the professional microphone stand, which refracted a scalpel-like metallic sheen in the dim light. Thousands of spectators waited for ages only to be met with this contrived and suspenseful scene, instantly igniting their anger. The comments section erupted again. What's going on? Where's the anchor? Playing tricks. Wasting my time. Let's just leave it at that, it's just another clickbait scammer. Just as the mockery reached its peak, a voice, without any warning, rang out from deep within everyone's headphones or speakers. It was a male voice, extremely magnetic, yet devoid of all human emotion, as cold as inscriptions on a tombstone. Do you believe that there are weddings in this world where the bride marries a dead person? Boom! In an instant. Everyone who hears this sound, no matter where they are, feels as if their eardrums have been pierced by an invisible ice needle. A chilling coldness flowed precisely into the brain through the ear canal, then traveled down the spine to the tailbone. Holy crap! A college student who was playing games with his roommates in his dorm room suddenly ripped off his headphones and looked around with wide eyes. Did you guys just feel someone breathe cold air into your ear? His roommate, without even looking up, asked with a puzzled expression, "No, are you hallucinating from playing games?" Wait. Me too, another roommate who was spying on the stream screamed. I'm getting goosebumps all over. Is this streamer's voice toxic? After a 2-second silence, the live stream chat exploded with an unprecedented panic. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! What's going on? That scared me to death. What was that voice? It was like it was ringing right in my head. Damn it! I set the air conditioner to 28 degrees Celsius, and suddenly I feel like I've fallen into an ice cellar? The synesthesia skill, with just one sentence, allowed the souls of all viewers to experience the feeling of being on the scene for the first time. Inside the ward, Suchan's eyes reflected the rapidly scrolling bullet comments, his expression completely calm. He ignored the chaos. He slowly, in a tone as if reciting someone else's epitaph, began to unveil the rotten taboo that belonged to the Luo family. Long ago, the Luo family of Jiangcheng was just a struggling branch. In order to curry favor with the powerful Chen family at the time, the head of the Luo family made a decision. He wanted to marry his most beautiful niece, Luo Shuiyun, who was only 18 years old, to the Chen family's only son, who had died of illness several months ago. Hold a ghost marriage. Suchan's voice, like a rusty carving knife, meticulously etched the tragedy buried by time back into the hearts of all the listeners. Inside the villa's study, upon hearing the name Luo Shuiyun, Luo Tianxiong and Lu Ruyu's faces drained of color at a visible speed, turning as pale as the walls. This name is a taboo within the Luo family. How could he possibly know so much detail? Even the names are exactly right. Shuiyun was unwilling. She had a man she loved. But under pressure from her family, she eventually gave in. Su Chen's voice at this moment was tinged with a woman's sorrow and desolation. On her wedding day, she wore that blood-red wedding dress. It was the finest Suzhou embroidered silk, but wearing it felt like it had just been taken out of an icehouse, chilling to the bone. The moment the words were spoken, tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream simultaneously shrank their necks. A real, bone-chilling cold seemed to penetrate the screen, glide across their skin, and cause their body temperature to drop sharply. Holy crap! I really feel cold. This isn't just my imagination. Did this streamer open a refrigerator into the microphone? That's so real. It's not just cold. Take a good sniff. Can you smell something in the air? What's that smell? Holy crap! It smells like those old mothballs that have been sitting in a closet for ages. Yes, that's the smell. And it has a musty smell too. Synesthesia, touch, and smell are activated simultaneously. Su Chen's story continues. The wedding was held at midnight. Luo Shuiyun held a cold wooden memorial tablet and bowed to heaven and earth. Then, she was sent to the gloomy cemetery of the Chen family to spend her wedding night with a coffin. 3 days later, she was allowed to go home. But everyone looked at her like she was a ghost. Her sweetheart also left her because he was afraid of the power of the Chen family. In utter despair, on a stormy night, Luo Shuiyun, dressed in her blood-red wedding gown, walked step by step into the icy moat. It is said that when her body was recovered, her wedding dress, soaked in the river, had completely turned into an ominous, blood-red color. Su Chen's voice paused here, and then he said in an extremely soft and eerie whisper. The river water is sweet, with a hint of rust. Vomit. A viewer who was eating braised beef noodles suddenly felt the faint smell of rust in his nose intensify upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but vomit on the spot. The comments section went completely crazy. I swear I smelled blood. My home is in an inland desert city. My dog has gone mad. It's barking wildly at my phone screen and making whimpering noises, like it's seen something dirty. Is the streamer a monster? I feel like I can taste the rust on my tongue. It's disgusting. Help! I can't listen to this anymore. But why can't I turn it off? What kind of live stream is this? The number of viewers in the live stream has skyrocketed from the initial 1,000 to 100,000, 200,000, and 500,000 in a viral fashion. Countless terrified viewers screamed and shared the live stream with their friends, changing the title from Come See the Idiot to Shark Platform has produced a real devil. Come and get scared together. Inside a private room at the club. The wealthy tycoon, Brother Long, sat alone in a spacious and luxurious room. He had been sitting with his legs crossed, a mocking expression on his face, but now he sat stiffly on the sofa, his face pale and his forehead covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. He felt that chilling sensation, that eerie smell of mothballs mixed with rusted was all so real it made his scalp tingle. Just then, Su Chen's voice suddenly changed. He used a 3D surround sound effect to simulate a woman's crying. The crying sound was sometimes near and sometimes far, and it seemed to echo in Brother Long's empty private room. From then on, people said that every rainy night, they could see a woman in a red wedding dress wandering along the moat. She would ask everyone who passed by, "Have you seen my husband?" If you don't answer, she'll keep following you until you turn around. If you turn back. Su Chen's voice suddenly switched to a sharp, distorted female voice, which was very close, as if it were right next to Brother Long's neck. And you'll see a face that's swollen and rotting from being soaked in water. Ah! Brother Long jumped up from the sofa as if he'd been electrocuted. The premium cigar in his hand fell onto the expensive carpet, burning a black hole in it. His phone flew out of his hand, but he frantically grabbed it back. He wanted to turn off the live stream immediately, but that damned curiosity and deep-seated fear made his fingers completely unresponsive. In a moment of desperation, he did something that left everyone speechless. He opened the gift interface as fast as he could, and with all his might, began frantically clicking on the most expensive carnival gift, worth 3,000 yuan. The next second, the entire Shark platform was completely submerged in dazzling and dense gift effects. Brother Long gave away 10 carnival gift packs in the Luo family taboo livestream. Brother Long gave away 20 carnival gift packs in the Luo Family Taboo livestream. Brother Long gave away 100 carnival items in the Luo Family Taboo livestream. The same banner popped up on the screens of all live streams across the entire platform. Countless viewers, unaware of what was going on, flooded into Su Chen's previously unknown livestream. Then, they saw Long Ge's almost collapsing comment on the live chat. Host. Stop talking. I was wrong. Please shut up. Dad. You're my real dad. I'm begging you. Please shut it down. Meanwhile, in the study of the Luo family villa, Luo Tianxiong and his wife were pale and slumped in their chairs, trembling like leaves in the wind. Su Chen's account was absolutely accurate. Even the family secret that it was raining heavily when Luo Shuiyun drowned herself was exactly the same. This is a secret that no investigation could uncover. This is something I witnessed firsthand. Inside the hospital's VIP ward. Beep. 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 The heart rate monitor suddenly emitted a piercing, rapid, continuous alarm. On the screen, the curve representing Luo Ningxuang's heart rate skyrocketed from a steady 70 to 150. 160. And it was still climbing wildly. This is a sign that someone is about to die. On the hospital bed, Luo Ningxuang's brows were tightly furrowed, and her pale face showed an expression of extreme pain and fear. A tear silently slid down her tightly closed eye and disappeared into her temple. At the climax of the story, Su Chen suddenly shut his mouth. At that moment, the live stream screen went completely dark. The streamer has ended the broadcast. Millions of viewers who had just flooded the site and were still trying to figure out what was going on were completely bewildered by the black screen. The door to the ward was suddenly slammed open by someone's body. Quick! The patient has developed supraventricular tachycardia. Prepare the defibrillator. Epinephrine. Led by Dr. Li, the doctors and nurses rushed in a chaotic frenzy, frantically preparing to provide emergency care. Only the most timid nurse, Chen Duo, amidst the chaos, pointed in terror at Luo Ningxuang on the hospital bed and let out a scream that was tightly suppressed in her throat. She saw Luo Ningxuang's hand, hanging limply at her side, motionless like a withered branch for months, the tip of her index finger. In a corner that no one noticed. It gently stirred. Chapter 8 Medical Miracle, the finger moved. The piercing alarm sounded as if it were shattering the air inside the ward. Quick! The patient's condition is critical. Dr. Li, one of the top cardiovascular and cerebrovascular experts in China, rushed in with his team. When his gaze fell upon the number on the monitor, which had soared to 180 and was still climbing wildly, the old expert, who had seen countless life and death events, completely changed his expression. Prepare lidocaine for intravenous injection. Quickly! He issued the emergency medical instructions by shouting. Lu Ruyu rushed in after her, and seeing the scene that resembled a life or death rescue, her blood ran cold. She suddenly rushed in front of Su Chen, grabbed his collar, and her bloodshot eyes were filled with a frenzied hatred. You! What exactly did you do to Ning Shuang? If anything happens to her, I'll make you pay with your life. However, faced with Lu Ruyu's hysteria and the chaos of the entire medical team, Su Chen remained calm like an outsider. He simply raised his hand and gently parted Lu Ruyu's clenched, white fingers. Then he stepped forward and blocked the nurse who was about to inject Luo Ningxuang with the medicine. Take it easy. His voice wasn't loud, but it had a strange calmness that seemed to suppress the panic filling the room. She was just a little emotional, which is a good thing. Good news? Dr. Li almost thought he was hallucinating. In his decades of medical practice, this was the first time he had ever heard someone call this kind of supraventricular tachycardia, which could be fatal in an instant, a good thing. He glared at Su Chen, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth. Nonsense. The patient's life is hanging by a thread, don't you understand? Get out of my way right now. If you delay the emergency treatment, can you take responsibility for that? In Dr. Li's view, Su Chen's actions at this moment were no different from murder. How could someone in a vegetative state be emotionally agitated? These 4 words completely overturned his common sense about medicine. Su Chen did not back down, but simply looked at him calmly. Dr. Li, I care about her life more than you do. Believe me, she doesn't need sedatives. You. Dr. Li was so angry that his chest heaved violently, and he was about to order the security guards to take Su Chen out. Just then, Shinduo, the most timid nurse next to them, suddenly let out a scream that suppressed extreme fear, her voice trembling. Professor Lee! Professor Lee! Please look at Miss Luo's hands. That scream seemed to press the pause button. Everyone froze, and dozens of eyes turned to the direction Shinduo was pointing. On the hospital bed. Luo Ningxuang's pale, withered right hand, hanging quietly at her side. Her index finger. It is twitching slightly, one beat at a time, at a level visible to the naked eye. The movements were subtle, yet as real as a heavy hammer blow, striking everyone's heart. The ward fell into absolute silence. Even the piercing alarm of the monitor seemed to be shut out into another world. Dr. Lee froze, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. His gaze was fixed on that trembling finger. His mouth opened unconsciously, and decades of medical experience and knowledge collapsed at that moment, leaving his mind blank. It moved. My finger actually moved. What does this mean for a person in a deep coma for months, whose muscles have shown signs of atrophy? Dr. Lee knows better than anyone else. This means that the cerebral cortex's neural control over the extremities is being restored. This is a sign of awakening. It's a miracle. It is a medical miracle that he has failed to create despite using the world's most advanced medical equipment and treatments over the past few months. He almost staggered to the bedside, disregarding any semblance of expert demeanor, grabbed Luo Ningxuang's hand, and gently tapped her nerve reflex zones with the percussion hammer he carried with him. 1 time. 2 times. Luo Ningxuang's fingers responded with increasing clarity to his tapping. Sky. Dr. Lee completely lost his composure. He gripped that hand as if it were a priceless treasure, muttering to himself, his eyes filled with overwhelming shock and fervor. The nerve reflexes have returned, they really have returned. After finishing the inspection, he turned around abruptly and stared intently at Su Chen. The disdain and anger from before were gone from those eyes, in their place was incomprehensible horror, and a hint of awe. You, what exactly did you do to her? Dr. Lee's voice trembled. He felt that the scientific worldview he had built up over half his life was crumbling inch by inch and turning into dust. Su Chen shrugged, his face returning to its usual nonchalant expression. I already said, tell a story. He glanced at Lu Ruyu, who was also frozen in place, and smiled. It seems my wife really likes the story of the ghostly wedding dress. She's so excited she's almost awake. Looking at her daughter's still slightly trembling finger, and then at Su Chen's relaxed expression, Lu Ruyu's mind was a complete mess. He couldn't utter a single word of reproach. Fear, shock, ecstasy, confusion, a myriad of emotions surged, but in the end, they all turned into a single thought. Perhaps, that master was right. He truly is Ningxuang's savior. Just then, the ward door was kicked open again, and Luo Tianxiong, who had received the news, rushed in, exuding a chill. He immediately noticed his daughter's twitching fingers and the distraught look on the face of the top-notch doctor he had invited. Without asking any further questions, he walked straight to Dr. Lee's side, his voice steady. Dr. Lee, how is the situation? Dr. Lee took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, but his voice was still dry and full of uncertainty. Chairman Luo. Miss, she's showing signs of waking up. This is a medically inexplicable miracle. Her brainwave activity is more active than ever before. I suggest. Dr. Lee offered suggestions for a long time, but couldn't utter a single word. Because everything happening before his eyes was completely beyond his knowledge. After hearing this mind-blowing medical report, Luo Tianxiong did not ask any further questions. He turned around and looked at Su Chen with an unprecedentedly complex gaze. In those eyes, there was scrutiny, there was doubt, but more than anything, there was a determination to stake everything. After a full half-minute of silence, this business tycoon from Jiangcheng made a decision that left all the doctors and nurses present speechless. He addressed Dr. Lee in an irrefutable tone, declaring, Dr. Lee, thank you and your team. From this moment forward, all of Ningxuang's treatments will be fully managed by my son-in-law, Su Chen. Your medical team only needs to monitor his vital signs and fully cooperate with him. No questioning is allowed. This statement is tantamount to publicly announcing that he has abandoned science and chosen metaphysics. At this moment, Dr. Lee's worldview shattered completely. Looking at the young man who had a calm expression and seemed to have everything under control, he felt as if he were looking at a monster in human skin. At that very moment, Su Chen's phone suddenly started vibrating wildly. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number from Beijing. Press the answer button. On the other end of the phone, a voice came through that was both extremely urgent and filled with utmost humility and respect. Hello? Excuse me, is this Mr. Su, the underworld anchor? I am a super admin of the Shark platform, the operations director of our company, and I would like to have an urgent talk with you. Chapter 9, a multi-million-dollar contract brings business to our door. Shark live streaming platform, Beijing headquarters. In the data department of the operations center, the sound of keyboards clattering was as dense as a torrential downpour, and everyone's face looked like they had just watched a horror movie. Freshly compiled data reports were sprinted to the top floor at breakneck speed. The Office of Operations Director, Lin Wanqing. Director. The data is in. The assistant's voice was completely distorted due to extreme excitement. Underworld streamer, total broadcast time, 12 minutes. Peak online users reached 3.27 million. Average online time, 11 minutes and 50 seconds. User retention rate, 96%. The total value of the gifts was 420,000. The top spender, Brother Long, spent 300,000 on rockets begging the streamer to shut up. And there's more. The assistant swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Ghost streamer, Brother Long begs the streamer to shut up, and telling ghost stories that scare millions to tears. These three hashtags have already dominated the top 10 trending topics on Weibo. Our app's downloads have surged by 200,000 in just the last 10 minutes. Every piece of data is a bomb. This is no longer just a viral sensation. This is a miracle. Behind the desk, a woman in a black business suit listened to all the reports as her fingertips lightly traced the smooth surface of the desk. She is Lin Wanqing, the operations director of the Shark platform. She looked at the absurd data report, a bloodthirsty smile curving her red lips. This kind of monster-level streamer must, and can only, be named Shark. Half an hour later, the company's senior management held an emergency meeting. The atmosphere was heavy. The deputy general manager of risk control frowned and was the first to attack. Director Lin, I admit the data is nuclear level. But the content. Luo family taboos and ghost marriage. This isn't just walking on the edge of censorship, it's dancing on a minefield. The risk is too high. Moreover, this person's origins are unknown, and his background is completely blank. I suggest immediately blacklisting him and observing the situation to avoid getting burned. Many conservative executives nodded in agreement. After listening, Lin Wanqing suddenly laughed. She picked up a pen from the table and tapped it lightly on the surface. Thump. A soft sound rang out, and the entire conference room fell silent instantly. She stood up, surveying the entire room from her elevated position. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable, penetrating power. Risk? Guys, we are sharks, not goldfish. Traffic is like the smell of blood in a shark's mouth. When did you all become afraid of blood? What do viewers want to see? They want excitement. Something unique that our platform's thousands of beautiful and handsome streamers can't provide. We are businessmen, not philanthropists. This underworld streamer is not a risk, he is our only chance to leave all our competitors behind and ascend to the throne. Her tone suddenly turned cold and became resolute. Sign him. At all costs. Lin Wanqing's decision silenced all the doubters. After the meeting ended, she immediately instructed her assistant to use all available resources to obtain Su Chen's number and personally drafted an unprecedented S-level top-tier newcomer contract for the Shark platform. She decided to meet this underworld anchor in person. On the other side. VIP ward at Zhongqing First People's Hospital. The atmosphere here is eerily harmonious. Luo Tianxiong had driven away all his relatives and was now clumsily peeling an apple for Su Chen with the hands that had signed contracts worth billions and stirred up the political scene in Zhongchang. The fruit peel broke 3 times under his knife. The tycoon's forehead was even beaded with sweat. He finally handed over a dented apple, his tone stiff yet deliberately ingratiating. Su Chen, before, we were blind to your greatness. From now on, Ning Shuang will be entirely in your hands. Money, or anything else, just ask. This was the first time Luo Tianxiong had lowered his proud head before a young man in his early 20s. Su Chen took the apple and took a big bite without any hesitation. Crunchy. Dad, look at what you're saying. We're family, it's only right. He spoke with a grin. The word dad made Luo Tianxiong's eyes twitch and his body stiffen, but he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Lu Ruyu, standing next to her, had a well-maintained pretty face that was a mixture of pale and ashen, so embarrassed that she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground with her toes. She looked at Su Chen, her lips twitching several times before she finally put on a long face. You're telling stories and doing live streams, you must be exhausted. Her eyes darted around, avoiding direct eye contact with Su Chen. I asked the kitchen to stew some bird's nest for you. It will be delivered later to help you recover. After she finished speaking, she felt her cheeks burning. Just hours before, she wished this man would disappear from the world. Su Chen almost burst out laughing when he saw his mother-in-law's textbook perfect arrogance. With acting skills like this, it would be a waste not to win an Oscar. But he answered in a very serious tone. Mom, you're so good to me. However, I am young and have a lot of energy, so I'm afraid I can't handle eating bird's nest and it would easily cause me to get a sore throat. He changed the subject, looked at Luo Tianxiong beside him, and smiled meaningfully. I think we should leave it for Dad to nourish himself. He has worked hard all his life and is getting old. He needs to strengthen his body and replenish his energy. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Tianxiong, who was drinking water, spat it out and choked, his face turning a deep liver color. That brat. He's indirectly calling him old. And he even says he's weak. Lu Ruyu was both angry and amused. She glared at Su Chen, but the malice in her eyes was gone, replaced by a helpless and complicated look. At this extremely delicate moment for the family of 3, Su Chen's phone rang. He glanced at the incoming call. An unfamiliar number in the capital city. Looking at his parents-in-law beside him, who seemed unintentional but were actually listening intently, Su Chen's smile deepened. Business has come knocking. He pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone, Lin Wanqing's capable, direct, and inquisitive voice immediately came through. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Lin Wanqing, the trader of the Shark Platform. On behalf of Shark Platform, I would like to discuss an exclusive contract with you. She paused for a moment, then dropped a bombshell. Top tier S level, guaranteed annual salary of 10 million. Would you be interested in talking? A multi-million-dollar contract? On the other end of the phone, Su Chen's expression remained completely calm. But Lu Ruyu, who was standing next to him, was struck dumb the moment she heard the words 10 million. She gasped sharply, her voice shrill like a deflated balloon, and instinctively covered her mouth tightly with her hand, her eyes wide open. My mind went completely blank. She was just feeling smug about giving Su Chen 200,000 yuan as pocket money. But then, in the blink of an eye, someone's offering 10 million to sign him for a year? Has this world gone mad? Chapter 10. 30 million, you've signed a contract for the future. The VIP reception room on the top floor of Jiangqing First People's Hospital. Lin Wanqing arrived with her legal and assistant teams with lightning speed. She sat on the sofa with her legs crossed. Her impeccably tailored black suit made her look like a drawn blade, and her aura made the air in the entire reception room feel somewhat oppressive. Before coming, she had imagined countless scenarios of meeting the underworld anchor. Perhaps he's just a charlatan trying to create a mystery. Perhaps he's just an attention-seeking internet clown. She had prepared a complete plan, intending to use her impeccable professionalism and presence to completely overwhelm the other party and seize absolute control of the contract. However, when the door to the reception room was pushed open and Su Chen walked in, all the contingency plans in Lin Wanqing's mind were instantly overturned by her own actions. The young man in front of me was wearing a simple white t-shirt and casual pants. His face showed none of the eeriness or swagger he displayed during the livestream. Even the carefree smile he had during the day was gone. He walked in calmly, his eyes as deep as an ancient, still pool, unfathomable. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of his lips. He doesn't possess the frivolity or flippancy often associated with internet celebrities, but rather exudes a calm and composed demeanor that commands the entire situation. Alarm bells rang in Lin Wanqing's mind. She knew she had misjudged the person and underestimated him. Mr. Su, it's an honor to meet you. Lin Wanqing stood up first, extending her hand with a very proper posture. Director Lin, you're too kind. Su Chen lightly touched her fingertips, shook hands briefly, and then sat down comfortably on the sofa opposite her. There was no unnecessary small talk. With a glance from Lin Wanqing, the legal representative behind her immediately presented a pre-prepared contract. Mr. Su, this is the top-tier S-level salary contract offered by our platform. She spoke confidently, directly revealing her trump card. Annual salary of 10 million after tax. The revenue from live stream gifts will be split 50-50 between the platform and you. We will allocate all the platform's top resources to make you a unique top streamer on the Shark platform, and even across the entire internet. She firmly believed that no new anchor could resist the temptation of instant success. However, Su Chen didn't even glance at the fake contract. He simply extended one index finger and rhythmically tapped it lightly on the smooth coffee table surface. Thump. 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 Each tap felt as if it weren't hitting a table, but rather striking the heartbeats of everyone on Lin Wanqing's team. Director Lin. Su Chen finally spoke, his voice calm and even. How much do you think a live streamer who can induce signs of awakening in a person in a vegetative state is worth? He asked again. How much is a streamer who can make more than 3 million viewers across the internet feel as if they are there, experiencing a sense of synesthesia? He raised his eyes, his gaze piercing straight at Lin Wanqing, his eyes so sharp they seemed to penetrate her very soul. You think he's only worth 10 million? Lin Wanqing's breath hitched. He knows. He actually knew perfectly well that the core effect of his livestream was synesthesia. He even dared to use something as significant as awakening a person from a vegetative state, a matter that could shake the medical community as a bargaining chip in business negotiations. The man before her was far more ambitious and greedy than she had imagined. She forced down the turmoil in her heart and maintained a professional composure. Mr. Su, your abilities are indeed unparalleled. But an annual salary of 10 million is the highest sincerity our platform can offer. Yeah? Su Chen smiled. He withdrew his tapping fingers and slowly extended 3 fingers. 3 o'clock. First, a guaranteed annual salary of 30 million yuan after tax. There is no upper limit, and it will fluctuate based on subsequent commercial value. Secondly, the gift revenue is 70% for me and 30% for the platform. Third, and most importantly, I have absolute autonomy over the content of my live streams, and the platform must not interfere with my live stream content and format for any reason. If any problems arise due to the content, I will bear all the responsibility alone. As soon as these 3 conditions were uttered, some members of Lin Wanqing's legal team almost dropped their folders. This is insane. This kid is absolutely insane. This is not a condition that a newcomer should make. Even the top streamers on the platform wouldn't sign such an outrageous and domineering contract. Especially the third point, absolute autonomy over content? This is nothing short of a fantasy on any content platform. Lin Wanqing stared intently at Su Chen, her voice icy cold. Mr. Su, your appetite is far too large. What makes you think you can do this? On what grounds? Su Chen's smile deepened. He took out his phone and, without saying a word, simply opened a recording he had just made. The background of the audio was very quiet. There was only one extremely faint, yet incredibly clear, female voice, uttered in a dreamlike tone. Su Chen. No. Don't go. It was Luo Ningxuan's unconscious murmur in her half-dreaming, half-awake state. The color drained from Lin Wanqing's ever-composed face, and her pupils contracted violently in shock. Su Chen turned off the recording, placed the phone on the table, and slowly pushed it in front of her. Just because of this. His voice wasn't loud, but it struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Director Lin, there's something you need to understand. The person you're signing today isn't an ordinary live streamer. What you signed is a medical miracle that is happening, a contract for an immeasurable future. The reception room was deathly silent. Lin Wanqing stared intently at Su Chen, her chest heaving violently, as if she were engaged in a fierce internal struggle. She is a businesswoman, but deep down, she is a crazy gambler. She saw limitless possibilities and immeasurable commercial value in Su Chen's extremely confident eyes, enough to propel the Shark platform to new heights. To gamble or not to gamble? She struggled for only 3 seconds. Good. She gritted her teeth, a resolute madness flashing in her eyes. I agree. I accept all 3 of your conditions. However, I also have one condition. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Our Shark platform wants to exclusively buy out the entire process of your treatment of Ms. Luo Ningxuan, as well as all subsequent related events and all commercial development rights. What she wants is more than just a live streamer. What she wants is everything behind the Su Chen IP. Make a deal. Su Chen extended his hand decisively. Lin Wanqing immediately stood up and held his hand tightly. With this handshake, a god-level contract, enough to shake the entire live streaming industry and break all records for newcomers on the Shark platform, was officially born. Watching Lin Wanqing and her team leave, both satisfied and apprehensive, Su Chen's smile slowly faded. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the myriad lights of Jiangqing outside, his eyes becoming deep and distant. 30 million is just the beginning. The real storm is only just beginning. Just then, the cold, mechanical voice in his mind arrived as expected. Ding! Detected a significant increase in the host's social influence. Personal reputation has exceeded the critical point. New system feature unlocked. Emotional shop. The host can exchange emotional points for special items and skills in the shop. A dazzling array of brand new virtual interfaces slowly unfolded before Su Chen's eyes. Chapter 11, 30 million arrives. The mother-in-law is stunned. The atmosphere in the reception room relaxed after Lin Wanqing left. Su Chen didn't leave immediately. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the myriad lights of the city below. The night view of Jiangcheng was beautiful, with neon lights flashing and cars flowing like a river, creating a dazzling and prosperous picture. However, Su Chen's gaze seemed to pierce through this bustling scene, looking towards a deeper, more distant horizon. 30 million is just the beginning. He knew very well that Lin Wanqing had signed not just a live streamer, but also the exclusive rights to develop the medical miracle of a wife in a vegetative state waking up after listening to ghost stories. The value of this story far exceeded 30 million. What he wanted was to use this value to build an unbreakable fortress for himself, for Luo Ningxuan, and for the unborn child. Just then, that cold, mechanical voice rang in my mind again after many days. Ding! Detected a significant increase in the host's social influence. Personal reputation has exceeded the critical point. New system feature unlocked. Emotional shop. The host can exchange emotional points for special items and skills in the shop. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling array of brand new virtual interfaces slowly unfolded before Su Chen's eyes, exuding a sense of technology and mystery. Su Chen's breath hitched slightly. Emotional mall? As he was thinking, the door to the reception room was gently pushed open, and Lu Ruyu walked in carrying an exquisite tray with a steaming bowl of bird's nest on it. Her expression was somewhat unnatural, even awkward. Su Chen, have you finished talking with Director Lin and the others? Lu Ruyu placed the bird's nest on the coffee table, her eyes darting away, not daring to look Su Chen in the eye. We're done talking, Mom. Su Chen turned around, regaining his relaxed demeanor. Oh, that's good. Lu Ruyu rubbed her hands together and made conversation. I see you've been talking for so long, you must be tired. I asked the kitchen to stew some bird's nest for you. Drink it while it's hot to nourish yourself. This attitude was completely different from that of the wealthy woman who had wanted to tear him apart just a few hours earlier. Su Chen knew exactly what was going on, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled and sat back down on the sofa, saying, "Thank you, Mom." Just then, Su Chen's phone dinged. It was a text message notification from the bank. He picked it up and glanced at it, his smile widening. Shark platform is indeed very efficient. Out of the corner of her eye, Lu Ruyu caught a glimpse of the string of numbers that lit up on Su Chen's phone screen. Dear customer, your account ending in XXXX completed a transfer transaction on X month X day at XXXX, amount, 30 million renminbi. Current account balance. The moment Lu Ruyu saw that string of zeros, her pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. 30 million? She was completely stunned, her mind went blank, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, even forgetting to breathe. Although the Luo family is large and wealthy, 30 million is not an astronomical figure for her, but it also depends on where the money came from. A useless son-in-law in her eyes, a gigolo who married into the family to bring good luck, just chatted with someone for half an hour and 30 million was deposited into the account? That's faster than robbing a bank. No, even robbing a bank isn't this outrageous. The way she looked at Su Chen completely changed. If her attitude towards Su Chen had previously shifted from contempt to awe, now, that awe had been tempered with a kind of fanaticism that she herself could not comprehend. This isn't just some useless live-in son-in-law, this is a damn rich son-in-law in human skin. He's a walking money printing machine. Ahem. Su Chen coughed lightly, interrupting Lu Ruyu's petrified state. Oh. Lu Ruyu seemed to wake from a dream, and her attitude instantly did a 180-degree turn, becoming as warm and enthusiastic as a spring breeze. Xiao Chen. Look at you, you negotiated such a big deal without even telling your mother. Are you thirsty? Are you tired? Quick, drink some bird's nest soup, it won't taste good when it's cold. As she spoke, she eagerly pushed the bird's nest toward Su Chen, as if Su Chen were some rare treasure. Su Chen almost laughed out loud when he saw her like this, but he calmly said, "Mom, I'm not tired. By the way, I plan to use this money first." "Use it?" "Of course. It's your money, you can use it however you want." Lu Ruyu said without hesitation, then cautiously asked, Xiao Chen, how do you plan to use it?" Su Chen didn't answer, but instead picked up his phone, found a number, and dialed it. The call was quickly answered, and Fatty Wang's boisterous voice came through the other end. "Hey? Brother Chen? What's up? Missing your brother?" "Brother, we agreed on a carnival, let's settle for cash first," Su Chen said succinctly. "Huh? What is that?" Fatty Wang was completely bewildered. Su Chen didn't explain much. He simply opened his mobile banking app, found Wang Pangzi's account, entered a long string of numbers, and clicked confirm. Byte. On the other end of the phone, Fatty Wang's phone also rang once. Then, there was a deathly silence that lasted for more than 10 seconds. Su Chen could even picture Fatty Wang staring wide-eyed at the phone screen, repeatedly checking it. Finally, a thunderous roar exploded from the receiver. "Holy crap! Brother Chen! Did you rob a bank? 1 million. A full million. It was transferred directly to them. Don't make a fuss, I just made a little money." Su Chen said casually, "The password is your birthday. Take these flowers first, and let me know if you need more." After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone without giving Fatty Wang a chance to continue his rant. He took a deep breath, looked at the long string of zeros in the mobile banking app, and felt a mix of emotions. He knew that from this moment on, he had completely said goodbye to the days when he was worried about making a living. And all of this is just the beginning. He put away his phone and said to Lu Ruyu, who was still in a daze, "Mom, I'm going back to the ward to check on Ningxuang." After saying that, he got up and left the reception room, leaving Lu Ruyu alone, holding the bowl of bird's nest that she hadn't delivered, standing there bewildered. Back in the ward, Luo Ningxuang was still sleeping peacefully, with a faint smile on her serene face. Su Chen sat down by the bed, held her slightly cool hand, and then eagerly immersed his consciousness into his mind, opening the brand new, emotional mall. He discovered that the emotional points he had collected from Luo Ningxuang were not only able to be returned 100-fold, but were also accumulated as a special kind of currency. His current total mood score is 12,850 points. The store's interface is dazzling and clearly divided into 3 main sections: skills, items, and constitution. In the skills category, the dazzling array of terms dazzled him: god-level voice acting, god-level screenwriting, god-level directing, perfect criminal profile, and so on. Each one made his heart race, but the exorbitant exchange price made him hesitate. The category of props is even more diverse, and some are even bizarre: purifying talisman, soul-suppressing incense, good luck spray, lying red bean bun, all kinds of strange and unusual items, with all sorts of bizarre uses. As for the physical constitution category, it's simple and direct, able to directly enhance the host's physical attributes, such as strength, speed, and endurance. Su Chen browsed through the list and realized that his current 10,000 or so emotion points were far from enough to exchange for those awesome permanent skills. His gaze finally settled on a highly cost-effective item in the items category. Dream Entry Talisman One-Time Use. Effect: allows the host to enter the dream of a designated target for a deep conversation. Price: 10,000 emotion points. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and looked at the beautiful sleeping face on the hospital bed. He had always been very curious about what she was going through while in a vegetative state, and what her world was like. Did the story of the ghost wedding dress bring her only fear? This dream entry talisman will allow him to enter his wife's dream and find out what's going on. Exchange. Su Chen made his choice without hesitation. At the same time, Shark Platform's official website, app splash screen, and major partner media channels simultaneously released a major announcement. A warm welcome to the phenomenal streamer Su Chen, who has exclusively signed with Shark. The premiere is scheduled for tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Stay tuned. The announcement was like a depth charge, creating a huge wave in the calm ocean of the internet. Countless netizens who were terrified on the night of the ghost wedding dress instantly went wild. Holy crap! Su Chen has signed a contract. Finally, the wait is over. Tomorrow night at 10 p.m., my bed will be your live stream room. Su Chen is awesome. Shark Platform did something amazing this time. Overnight, Su Chen went from a bizarre underworld streamer to a wildly popular internet celebrity. Countless fans flooded his account, which only had one live stream announcement, leaving frantic messages and eagerly anticipating his next livestream. Of course, with praise comes criticism. Numerous envious voices followed, believing that it was all a carefully planned hype by the platform, and that the so-called Su God was nothing but a fraud. Su Chen was completely unaware of the commotion outside. All his attention was focused on the illusory talisman he had just redeemed, which emitted a faint glow, in his palm. He bent down, took Luo Ningxuang's hand, and whispered in her ear, "Wife, wait for me, I'm coming to see your world." As soon as he finished speaking, the dream entry talisman in his palm silently transformed into a soft glow, quietly merging into their tightly clasped hands. Chapter 12: Infiltrating the Dream. I come to your world. The moment the talisman transformed into a faint light and merged into his palm, Su Chen felt a strong sense of dizziness. It was an extremely eerie feeling, as if his soul had been forcibly pulled out of his body by an invisible force and then violently dragged into a bottomless vortex. Weightlessness, tearing, distortion, all sorts of indescribable sensations intertwined. After an unknown amount of time, when the dizziness finally subsided, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. There is no light. There was no sound. There is no tactile sensation. He was in an endless darkness, surrounded by thick, indissoluble ink that completely swallowed him. Cold, lonely, deathly still. Is this Luo Ningxuan's mental world? A completely sealed-off cage, devoid of any sensory information. Su Chen's heart clenched suddenly. He couldn't imagine the despair a person would feel if they spent months in such absolute darkness and solitude. He tried to shout, but no sound came out. He tried to move, but couldn't feel his body. Here, he seemed to have become a pure consciousness. Just as he was feeling helpless, a very faint, suppressed sob came intermittently from the depths of darkness. The cries were filled with helplessness, fear, and deep exhaustion, like a wounded little animal licking its wounds alone in the darkness. It's Frost. Su Chen perked up and immediately floated towards the direction from which the crying sound came. After wandering through endless darkness for a long time, he finally saw the source of the sound. It was a human-shaped shadowy figure huddled in a dark corner, emitting a faint white light. The light and shadow were blurry and dim, as if they might go out at any moment, but Su Chen still recognized them at a glance. It was Luo Ningxuang's consciousness. She hugged her knees, burying her head deeply in her arms, the entire scene trembling violently, and the suppressed sobs came from her. Frost condensation. Su Chen felt a pang of pain in his heart and instinctively wanted to get closer to her. However, just as he got close, something unexpected happened. Luo Ningxuang's consciousness seemed to sense something, and suddenly raised her head. The ball of light and shadow flickered violently, filled with extreme fear and repulsion. Immediately afterwards, the darkness around her began to surge and twist, conjuring up terrifying images. A blood-red embroidered shoe hopped and skipped through the void as it approached Su Chen. From under a dilapidated wooden bed, a pale hand suddenly emerged, gripping a gleaming, sharp knife. The figure of a woman in a blood-red wedding dress appeared and disappeared in the darkness, emitting a mournful wail. These are all the scariest elements from the ghost stories he told before. They were actually materialized in Luo Ningxuang's mental world. Su Chen's consciousness was forced to retreat repeatedly by these terrifying illusions. He was shocked to discover that these things were not targeting him, but rather surrounding Luo Ningxuang, like a group of loyal jailers guarding their queen and preventing any outsiders from getting close. They were the product of her fears, but they also seemed to be her only companion in the face of this boundless loneliness. A terrifying thought exploded in Su Chen's mind. He finally understood. Luo Ningxuang was not simply frightened by his story. Instead, in this mental prison, in this desolate world devoid of light and sound, the sound of his storytelling, the images, smells, and temperatures he transmitted through synesthesia, became the only external signal she could receive. The fear brought on by the story certainly caused her pain. But this pain is like a sharp knife, constantly reminding her that she is still alive. Fear was the only way she could prove her existence. Having figured this out, Su Chen felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart tightly, causing him excruciating pain. Guilt, self-blame, and endless pity overwhelmed him instantly. He did not try to force his way closer. He slowly sat down cross-legged in the darkness not far from Luo Ningxuang. He used all his willpower to condense his consciousness into a humanoid form radiating a soft, warm light, attempting to convey his goodwill to her in this way. Then, he spoke slowly in the gentlest and most peaceful voice. The voice was no longer the eerie tone it used during the live stream, but his most authentic voice, full of sunshine and warmth. "Don't be afraid, I'm not here to scare you. My name is Su Chen, and I am your husband. He is also the father of the baby in your belly." His voice, like a ray of golden sunlight, pierced through layers of darkness, gently illuminating this cold and desolate world. The shimmering light huddled in the corner trembled violently. The monsters around her, conjured from fear, seemed to have met their nemesis, letting out unwilling roars, but gradually melted and faded away in the warm, sun-like voice. Su Chen did not tell any more ghost stories. He began to talk about what was happening in the outside world. "Today, I signed a contract with the Shark platform and earned 30 million yuan in one go. From now on, my baby and I will never have to worry about money again. Your mother, that mother-in-law who used to look down on me, actually cooked bird's nest for me today and kept calling me good boy. Isn't that hilarious? I also bought your impressive dad a Cullinan." The expression on his face when he held the car keys was priceless. "Oh, by the way, I've also thought of a few names for our baby. Which one do you think is best? If it's a boy, we'll call him Su Nian. If it's a girl, we'll call her Su Mu. Unforgettable, loving, don't you think they sound nice?" His voice was filled with laughter, doting affection, and boundless anticipation for the future. Each word transformed into a warm speck of light, merging into the darkness. The darkness was being dispelled little by little. The coldness is gradually melting away. The ball of light and shadow representing Luo Ningxuang's consciousness, huddled in the corner, slowly stopped trembling. She seemed to understand. She slowly raised her head, the blurry outline of light and shadow seeming to be gazing at Su Chen. A moment later, she slowly and tentatively drifted toward Su Chen, this warm source of light. Her movements were slow and cautious, like a startled fawn checking to make sure it was safe ahead. Su Chen didn't move, but simply waited quietly with the gentlest kindness. Finally, the ball of light drifted in front of him. She hesitated for a moment, and finally, very gently, she leaned against Su Chen's consciousness, as if seeking warmth and protection. The moment they made contact, an indescribable warm current surged up from the depths of their consciousness. In the real world, inside a VIP ward. Because she was worried, Lu Ruyu did not leave, but stayed by the bedside with Chen Duo, the nurse on night shift. "Sigh, why is this child so unlucky?" Lu Ruyu looked at her daughter's peaceful sleeping face and couldn't help but start wiping away tears again. Chen Duo whispered to comfort her, "Auntie, don't be too sad. Miss Luo is a lucky person. Look how much better she is today. Mr. Su Shin will definitely have a way." Since witnessing Su Chen's miraculous abilities, Chen Duo has subtly changed how she addresses him. Lu Ruyu sighed, just about to say something. Suddenly, Chen Duo seemed to have seen something unbelievable. She abruptly covered her mouth, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, pointing at Luo Ningxuang on the hospital bed, unable to utter a sound. "Why are you making such a fuss again, child?" Lu Ruyu looked in the direction she was pointing with impatience, and stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence. On the hospital bed, Luo Ningxuang, who had been expressionless like Sleeping Beauty, suddenly had a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth, revealing an extremely peaceful and serene smile. That smile was faint, yet utterly genuine. This was the first time since she fell into a coma that she had shown any expression other than a pained frown. Ningxuang, she smiled. Lu Ruyu's voice trembled. She couldn't believe her eyes. She rubbed them hard and looked again. That smile was still on her daughter's lips. Just then, in the dream, Su Chen felt a tremendous pulling force pulling his consciousness away from this world. It's time to use the dream entry talisman. I'm leaving. Su Chen's consciousness trembled slightly, conveying his reluctance to part. But don't worry, I'll come to see you again soon. The light and shadow leaning on him also fluctuated violently, as if trying to hold him back. Just a second before Su Chen's consciousness was completely pulled out of the dream, a faint but incredibly clear thought entered the depths of his mind. Wait for you. Boom. Su Chen suddenly woke up, sat up straight in the chair, his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat. He was panting heavily, the dream still vivid in his mind. But he felt no weariness. Instead, he was filled with immense warmth and joy. Between him and Luo Ningxuang, a unique bond that transcends reality was forged. He looked down at his hands and found that the faint light that had been integrated into his palm had disappeared. However, a brand new notification appeared on his system panel. Congratulations, host. Your intimacy level with Luo Ningxuang has reached the trust level. Unlock couple cultivation buff, permanently increase emotion point acquisition efficiency by 20%. Just then, his phone, which was lying to the side, suddenly started vibrating. Suchin picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar local number. He pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone came an extremely excited and obsequious voice. "Hello? Is this Mr. Su? This is Xiao Wang from XX Real Estate. The owner of the Cloud Palace #1 villa that you viewed before just called me and said they've agreed to a price reduction. Chapter 13 Luxury Mansion and Cars. Shedding the kept woman label. Price reduction?" A playful smile curved Su Chen's lips as he glanced at his wife, who was sleeping peacefully on the hospital bed. The warmth he had just experienced from his dreams still lingered in his heart. Right now, the last thing he lacks is money. No need to lower the price. Su Chen's tone was calm and firm, reaching the ears of real estate agent Xiao Wang. "Just keep the original price, 120 million, I'll pay in full. Tell the owner now, I'll arrange the transfer immediately, and I need to complete all the formalities today." On the other end of the phone, real estate agent Xiao Wang was completely dumbfounded. "Ha? Mr. Su, what did you say?" He wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. "This is Cloud Palace #1. The most luxurious building in the entire Jiangcheng. A house worth over 100 million. In all his years in the industry, he has seen countless wealthy people, but he has never seen anyone buy a mansion of this caliber so decisively, as if buying cabbage at the market. Moreover, the homeowner was willing to lower the price by a few million, but the buyer is still not interested? They insist on buying at the original price? What kind of amazing move is this? I said, I'll pay in full, and I'll buy it right now." Su Chen repeated, his tone carrying an undeniable decisiveness. "Also, could you please contact the Rolls-Royce Cullinan dealership for me? I need the top-of-the-line model in stock, color doesn't matter, and I want to pick it up today." Xiao Wang was completely dumbfounded. He stood there with his mouth agape, feeling that his brain was no longer able to process the enormous amount of information. He even began to suspect that he had been a victim of telecom fraud. What scammer would go out of their way to give money away? "Mr. Su, are you sure you're not joking?" Xiao Wang's tone became extremely cautious. "I've already sent you my account details. Send me the purchase contract and the car dealership's corporate account information, and I'll make the payment immediately." Su Chen said, then hung up the phone. He didn't want to waste too much time on this kind of thing. On the other end of the phone, real estate agent Xiao Wang stared blankly at the phone that had been hung up, stunned for a full half-minute. His colleague leaned over and asked, "Brother Wang, what's wrong? Did that client from Yunding Tiangong change their mind again?" Xiao Wang mechanically shook his head, then, as if making a decision, gritted his teeth and said, "Whatever. Whether he's a scammer or a fortune teller, I'll find out by trying." With trembling hands, he sent the company's account information and the electronic version of the purchase contract as requested by Su Chen, and then hurriedly contacted the sales manager of the Cullinan Forest store he knew. The sales manager looked incredulous upon hearing this, but out of professional ethics, he still sent the account information to Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang sent both accounts to Su Chen. Then, he and the car salesman he had contacted were plunged into the longest and most agonizing 10 minutes of waiting of their lives. 10 minutes later. Bite. In the finance office of the real estate agency, the accountant suddenly let out a scream. "Brother Wang! Brother Wang! Come quick! There's an extra 100 million yuan in the company's accounts." Almost simultaneously, at the Rolls-Royce dealership, the sales manager's phone vibrated incessantly. It was a call from their finance department, and the manager's voice trembled. "Manager, we just received a full payment of over 10 million. It's for that top-of-the-line Cullinan." Boom! The moment Xiao Wang and the sales manager received the news, they felt their worldviews were turned upside down. They instantly realized they hadn't encountered a scammer, but a god. A truly low-key, top-tier tycoon. The next second, the two of them transformed into the most humble and enthusiastic servants in the world. "Mr. Su. My dear father. I'll deliver the contract to the hospital right away. Which room are you in? I'll fly over there. Mr. Su. The car is ready for you. Top-of-the-line model, in stock. I've personally washed it for you, I guarantee there won't be a single fingerprint. When is it convenient for you to come over? I'll bring the entire sales team to line up at the door to welcome you." They provided almost obsequious service throughout, treating Su Chen like a god. Afternoon. A considerable commotion was caused at the entrance of Jiangcheng First People's Hospital. A brand new, gleaming black Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly pulled up in front of the VIP inpatient ward amidst countless envious and astonished gazes. The car door opened, and Su Chen, dressed casually, got out of the driver's seat. Ignoring the probing gazes around him, he walked straight into the ward with the villa and car keys he had just received. Lu Ruyu and Luo Tianxiong were both in the ward. Lu Ruyu was sitting pacing anxiously. She had overheard Su Chen making a phone call that morning, and her curiosity was burning like a cat's claws, but she was too embarrassed to ask. Luo Tianxiong sat on the sofa reading a newspaper, appearing calm on the surface, but the occasional glances he gave toward the door betrayed his inner turmoil. Su Chen pushed open the door and entered. "Xiao Chen, come back." Lu Ruyu immediately went to greet him, but before she could finish speaking, she saw the two sets of keys in Su Chen's hand. One is a uniquely designed smart access card with the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace logo printed on it in gold foil. The other set is the iconic Rolls-Royce car key with the Spirit of Ecstasy golden figure. Lu Ruyu's eyes widened instantly. Su Chen didn't keep her in suspense. He walked up to Lu Ruyu, gently placed the villa keys in her palm, and smiled warmly. "Mom, this is the small house I bought for you and Dad, Yunding Tiangong No. 1, so that the whole family can live more comfortably in the future." Boom! Holding the set of keys that represented the most luxurious mansion in Jiangcheng, Lu Ruyu felt her hands trembling. Looking at her son-in-law, who possessed extraordinary bearing and spent over 100 million yuan at a time, the images of his previous harshness and constant harassment flashed through her mind, ultimately transforming into immense shame and excitement. Her eyes reddened, and tears welled up instantly. Good son-in-law. Mom knew you were no ordinary person." She was incoherent, grabbed Su Chen's hand, and was too excited to speak. Su Chen smiled and casually tossed the Cullinan key to Luo Tianxiong on the sofa. "Dad, you can drive this car for now, I'll just drive your old one." Looking at the heavy car key in his hand, a symbol of ultimate luxury, Luo Tianxiong, a tycoon who had dominated the business world for half his life, showed a rare, complex expression of mixed amusement and exasperation. He looked at Su Chen, and finally just sighed deeply and nodded. "You've put your heart into it." At this moment, Su Chen used the most direct and brutal method to completely tear off the labels of gold digger and useless son-in-law from himself. Lu Ruyu couldn't hold back any longer. She held the villa key, looking at it from left to right, clearly enamored with it. Then, she couldn't wait to take out her phone and snap a series of photos of the key and the Cullinan outside the window. The next second, she sent these photos to the long-dormant Luo family relatives group chat. Lu Ruyu, sigh, young people these days spend money so extravagantly. My son Xiaochen insisted on buying us a new house, saying it would be more spacious. He even got his dad a new car. We couldn't stop him. The logo of Hentaying Highlands and the Rolls-Royce car key in the photo gleamed, stinging the eyes of everyone in the group. Those relatives who had previously mocked Su Chen as a good-for-nothing instantly erupted in anger. Holy crap! Isn't that Sky Palace one? My god! Cullinan! The top-of-the-line model must cost over 10 million, right? Sister-in-law! This really was bought by Su Chen? The group chat instantly erupted, flooding the screen with various shocked and envious emojis. Immediately afterwards, a series of private chat windows popped up, all of them from the same relatives who had previously mocked Su Chen, trying to get close to Lu Ruyu and curry favor with Su Chen. Faced with the flattery of her relatives, Lu Ruyu, contrary to her usual self, stood up straight. She replied in the group chat in an extremely aloof tone, "My Xiaochen is busy. He has to treat Ningxuang and prepare for tomorrow night's live stream. He doesn't have time to see any outsiders." His protective manner made him look exactly like a newly minted son-in-law protection fanatic. The second aunt who had previously offered to introduce Su Chen to a security guard job shamelessly brought a basket of imported fruit to the hospital. As a result, Lu Ruyu blocked him at the door of the ward. "We don't need this, you should keep it for yourself." Lu Ruyu coldly said this, then slammed the door shut, leaving her second aunt standing in the corridor. Amidst a peaceful and chaotic atmosphere, Su Chen's second live streaming night is about to begin. Shark Platform has mobilized all of its top-tier resources to launch a massive pre-launch campaign for him. On the homepage, a huge poster features a striking and suspenseful title, "Su Chen is back, tonight he will take you to explore the campus legends you don't know." However, just as the entire internet was eagerly anticipating it, In another top-tier livestream room on the Shark platform, Zhang Yang, the #1 streamer in the outdoor category, was looking at Su Chen's explosive popularity in the back-end data, his eyes filled with jealousy and disdain. Chapter 14: Top Influencer Provocation. I only believe in science. Brothers, family. Welcome to Brother Yang's livestream. It was 9:30 p.m., half an hour before Su Chen was scheduled to start his livestream. Zhang Yang, the top streamer in the outdoor section of the Shark platform, has already attracted millions of viewers to his livestream. Zhang Yang, true to his name, has an outspoken appearance and an even more arrogant style. He started his career with the gimmick of scientific ghost hunting, always carrying a bunch of seemingly high-end professional equipment to conduct live-streamed explorations of various so-called haunted houses and abandoned factories. In reality, every so-called paranormal event was a script prepared in advance by his team. Crying in the middle of the night, a chair moving by itself, a door suddenly closing, it was all an old, tired routine. However, his acting was exaggerated and he was good at stirring up fans' emotions. He managed to secure his position as the top outdoor performer by relying on this kind of loud and boisterous performance. At this moment, he looked at the popularity of his live stream. Although he was still a top streamer, it was significantly lower than the god Su, who had already generated explosive popularity even before the live stream started, according to the back-end data. Jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. On what grounds? How can a newcomer who hides in a room telling stories gain overwhelming popularity overnight? Brother Yang, that Su Chen is getting too much attention, and a lot of viewers are being diverted from us. The operations team reported to him through the headset. Zhang Yang's expression turned even uglier. He forced a fake smile at the camera and began to say in a sarcastic tone, "Brothers, we recently got a master on our platform. I heard he became famous just by telling a ghost story and got a signing bonus of 30 million. Impressive." He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of God in 30 million, and the sourness in his tone could be smelled even through the screen. The comments section immediately started scrolling. Is Yang Gu talking about that Su Chen? Yang Gu is following him too? Storytelling can't compare to our outdoor adventures. Seeing that he had swayed the trend of the comments, Zhang Yang became even bolder. He cleared his throat and raised his voice by 8 octaves. Let me tell you, brothers, there are no ghosts in this world. They're all fake. They're all scripts, all special effects. He pointed to a pile of instruments beside him and said with a disdainful look, those who hide in a room and tell stories with just their mouths are just using tricks to fool children. If you're so capable, go and do what I do and actually go to a haunted house or an abandoned hospital. I, Zhang Yang, only believe in science. He patted his chest and righteously incited his fans in the livestream. In my eyes, all demons and monsters will have to show their true colors. His words were highly persuasive, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the livestream. Yang Gu is awesome. He's right. Exactly. Anyone can tell a story. If you're so capable, then do it for real. Long live science. Down with all feudal superstition. At the same time, Zhang Yang's operations team immediately took action, organizing a large number of online trolls who, like locusts, flooded into Su Chen's live stream room and related forums before it even started broadcasting. In an instant, Su Chen's livestream chat was flooded with all sorts of vulgar language. Liar streamer. Get out of here, Shark. All you do is play tricks. If you're so capable, go ghost hunting outdoors. Don't be a coward. Come out and fight. So you call yourself God Su? I think you're more like God Shrinking. Su Chen's fans, who have started calling themselves people of the underworld, could not stand this insult and immediately launched a counterattack. Are you young family soldiers crazy? What are you doing here shouting at us? That's right, go watch your masters act, and don't get involved. Someone who fakes things based on scripts, what right do they have to try and piggyback on our goddess Su's fame? The two major fan groups, Underworld People and Young Family Army, engaged in a fierce verbal battle in Su Chen's livestream, filling the entire Shark platform with a tense and volatile atmosphere. Beijing, Shark headquarters. The atmosphere in Lin Wanqing's office was heavy. Director Zhang Yang is openly trying to rip off Su Chen and leech off his reputation. The fans on both sides are already going crazy, the assistant reported anxiously. Lin Wanqing frowned deeply as she looked at the offensive comments on the screen. Zhang Yang is a veteran streamer on the platform with a large fan base. Although she dislikes his behavior, she can't easily mess with him. But Su Chen is her trump card, signed with a 30 million yuan gamble. He's the future of the platform, and she absolutely cannot afford to lose him. She immediately picked up her phone, dialed Su Chen's number, and said in a serious tone, "Su Chen, Zhang Yang is trying to extort money from you. Don't pay any attention to him or respond to him. This kind of dispute will only drain your popularity and won't do you any good. I'll have the platform intervene immediately to suppress the hype." She wanted to protect Su Chen, this newly grown money tree. However, Su Chen on the other end of the phone let out a soft laugh. "Director Lin, please don't." There was no anger in his voice, but rather a hint of amusement and anticipation. He wants to build a stage, right? Then let him build it even bigger. It's a bit annoying when flies buzz around your ear. But when they fly right up to you and you slap them against the wall, that feeling is really satisfying, isn't it? Holding her phone, Lin Wanqing sensed a chilling intent in Su Chen's relaxed laughter. She understood immediately. This man is about to start plotting again. Zhang Yang thought he was the hunter, but little did he know that he had already become, in Su Chen's eyes, the fly that was about to be swatted. I understand. Lin Wanqing was a smart woman, and she made a decision instantly. The platform will not interfere. If you need any support, just let me know. She chose to believe Su Chen and even tacitly allowed the dispute to continue to escalate. Because she was also very curious about how loud Su Chen's slap would be. It was exactly 10 p.m. Amidst the anticipation, doubts, and insults of countless people across the internet, Su Chen's livestream finally lit up. It was still that familiar, dimly lit hospital room background. Su Chen, wearing monitoring headphones, sat in front of the microphone, seemingly ignoring the barrage of comments flooding the screen. He even had a smile on his face. He ignored all the provocations and insults, and slowly opened his mouth with his unique voice, which seemed to penetrate the eardrums and strike the soul. Today, we're going to tell a story. A story about the sound of marbles in an abandoned school building. The live stream room fell silent instantly. Those online trolls and haters who were still frantically spamming the screen subconsciously stopped typing. Because that sound came again. That cold, tingling feeling is back again. Even after the live stream ended, the chilling aftertaste of the story lingered in the minds of all viewers. The live stream chat had long since changed from insults to a screen full of "I'm so scared" and "Su Chen is awesome." Su Chen looked at the screen, which was still filled with sporadic provocative comments like, "If you're so capable, try it outdoors," and he suddenly laughed. That smile was meaningful, carrying a cunning and mocking tone. He spoke his last words to the camera that night. Outdoor ghost hunting? Sounds interesting. However, if you're going to play, you have to play big. Guys, how big of a bet do I want to play? In one sentence, like the most ingenious hook, the curiosity of everyone on the internet was firmly pulled to its peak. Chapter 15 will be broadcast live. Do you dare to accept the challenge? The suspenseful question left by Su Chen in his livestream instantly ignited the entire Chinese internet. Holy crap! Is Su Chen going to go head to head with us? Going big? How big is he planning to go? Are he going to throw a feast at the crematorium? My expectations are off the charts. I just want to see how Su Chen will utterly crush that clown named Zhang Yang. The entire internet is wildly speculating about what earth-shattering way Su Chen will respond to Zhang Yang's attempt to stage an accident. Meanwhile, in Zhang Yang's live stream room, he stared intently at the terrifying heat on the screen. Su Chen's heat was rising instead of falling, and even seemed to be surpassing his own. His face contorted slightly with jealousy. Brother Yang, this kid, seems like he's really going to accept the challenge. There was a hint of unease in the team's operations voice. Accept the challenge? Zhang Yang let out a sneer, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt. He doesn't even deserve to challenge us. It's just a bunch of empty tricks. What kind of tricks can a coward who only hides in the hospital room and tells ghost stories come up with? In his view, Su Chen's last words were nothing but a bluff to save face. He's just a keyboard warrior, a storyteller. Do you really think he'd dare to go outdoors? He wouldn't dare even if you gave him 10 lives. Zhang Yang intensified his mockery of Su Chen in front of his fans in the livestream. He was certain that Su Chen was just being stubborn. He decided to add fuel to the fire, to make it burn as brightly as possible, to put Su Chen on the hot seat, to force him into a corner, and ultimately to make him lose face in front of the entire internet. Brothers! Zhang Yang suddenly stood up in the live broadcast room and raised his arms to shout. Since that so-called God Su says he wants to play for high stakes, then I'll play for high stakes with him. His voice became shrill with excitement. I announce. My next live stream will be in 3 days. My goal to challenge the #1 most dangerous place in Zhejiang, and even the whole country. The abandoned Ankang Mental Hospital. The moment the words Ankang Mental Hospital appeared, the noisy barrage of comments froze eerily. Even the members of Zhang Yang's own team turned pale instantly. That place was no ordinary abandoned factory. That place is a forbidden zone with countless terrifying legends and where people have actually died. It is said that a mysterious fire once occurred there, in which dozens of patients and doctors perished, their remains never found. Since then, all sorts of supernatural tales have emerged. There are even rumors that a daring paranormal investigator once ventured into the place, only to return completely insane and be sent to the current mental hospital, where he spends his days repeating only one sentence: "They came out." Ankang Mental Hospital is a universally acknowledged, absolutely forbidden zone of death among all ghost hunting livestreamers. In order to crush Su Chen, Zhang Yang actually decided to challenge this place. After a brief period of silence, his fans fell into a morbid frenzy and excitement. "Yang Ge is awesome. You're serious? Holy crap. Ankang Mental Hospital? That place is absolutely terrifying. Yang Gu is a real man. Exciting. This is fucking exciting." Zhang Yang watched the barrage of comments go completely wild, his chest filled with a triumphant sense of satisfaction. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Make a big fuss about it. Make it known to everyone. He wanted to stand on this most terrifying and prominent stage and use his so-called science to forever nail Su Chen, that charlatan, to the pillar of shame. He immediately logged into his Weibo account and posted an extremely high-profile challenge declaration. In his declaration, he embellished the various terrifying legends surrounding Ankang Mental Hospital and arrogantly claimed that he would use science to uncover all its secrets. At the end of his Weibo post, he tagged Su Chen's shark account in an extremely arrogant tone. "At Sushin, I will be livestreaming a challenge at Zhengchun Ankang Mental Hospital in 3 days. Didn't you say you wanted to go big? Is this big enough? Do you dare to come?" This Weibo post caused the entire online platform to crash. The hashtag Zhongyang challenges Sushin to visit mental hospital hashtag stormed onto Weibo's trending topics list in a blood-red, unstoppable manner. Su Chen's phone was instantly bombarded with countless messages and calls until it got hot. "Brother Chen. Don't fall for it. Please don't fall for it." Fatty Wang's voice was so anxious it changed tone. "That Ankang Mental Hospital is no joke. A friend of mine was driving past there one night when his car inexplicably stalled. He came back with a high fever and was delirious for a week before he recovered. Even the usually composed top-ranked VIP, Brother Long, sent a private message for the first time ever. The content is concise, yet it exudes an undeniable domineering aura. Should we ban him? It's just a matter of saying a word." In Brother Long's eyes, Zhang Yang, this clown, dared to provoke Su Chen, this master, which was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree, and he was courting death. Su Chen ignored the warnings. His gaze was fixed on browsing various terrifying materials about Ankang Mental Hospital on his phone with great interest. The vivid descriptions from netizens made his smile grow wider and wider. He recalled the system notification that rang in his mind when his second livestream ended. "Congratulations, host. The story, The Sound of Marbles, has touched upon a faint trace of mystery. The system map function module is now unlocked 1%. He asked the system at the time what mysterious meant. The system replied that there were insufficient permissions. But it provided a crucial clue. When the host personally encounters mysterious events or locations, higher quality emotion points can be collected, accelerating the unlocking of the worldview. This prompt gave Su Chen a completely new perspective on Zhang Yang's provocation. This is more than just a simple slap in the face. This is an opportunity that has come knocking on our door. An opportunity for him to personally verify the truth of this world. An opportunity for him to see for himself what those so-called mysteries really are. He tapped his fingertip lightly and replied to Brother Long's private message first. "No need, Brother Long, it's just a fly. But could you please help me look up all the records of Ankang Mental Hospital from back then, the more detailed the better, especially the files on the fire." "No problem." Brother Long's reply was as concise as ever. Having settled this matter, Su Chen leisurely logged into his Weibo account. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of millions of people across the internet. Faced with Zhang Yang's extremely arrogant tagline, he didn't launch into long speeches, nor did he offer angry defenses, or even utter any unnecessary nonsense. He simply retweeted Zhang Yang's Weibo post. Then, only 8 characters were typed. The moment those 8 words were uttered, it was as if an invisible hand had gripped the throat of the entire Chinese internet, bringing all the noise to an abrupt halt. Live broadcast simultaneously, stay tuned. Chapter 16, A Powerful Response. The entire internet went wild. Live broadcast simultaneously, stay tuned. Just 8 simple words. It contains not a single swear word, yet it exudes the ultimate domineering aura and contempt. The moment Su Chen posted this Weibo post, the Chinese internet fell into a 3-second silence. 3 seconds later, comments and reposts flooded the server like a burst dam. Holy crap! Holy crap! We're facing each other head on. Su Chen accepted the challenge. He really accepted the challenge. Live streaming simultaneously. On one side is scientific ghost hunting, and on the other is a ghost streamer. What kind of battle of gods is this? It's a battle of the century. So cool. Compared to Zhang Yang's jumping around and shouting, Su Chen's 8 calm and collected words instantly made me a fan. This is going to be good. I bet a bag of spicy strips that Zhang Yang will be scared to death by Su Chen on the spot. Zhang Yang's long-winded declaration, as if he wanted everyone to know he was going to court death, seemed utterly ridiculous in the face of Su Chen's 8 simple words. One is a blustering, loud-mouthed clown. The other is the king who controls the overall situation and waits for the wind to rise. It's obvious which is better or worse. Countless bystanders who were originally just watching the drama were captivated by Su Chen's demeanor at this moment and flocked to his account to follow him. They were incredibly excited to see for themselves how this god Su would deal with that arrogant and boastful person. He accepted the challenge? Zhang Yang looked at the Weibo post on his phone that had been forwarded hundreds of thousands of times, and the comments below it that were all mocking him. A look of surprise flashed across his face. Immediately, that astonishment transformed into a morbid ecstasy. He was worried that Su Chen would cower and refuse to take the challenge, which would mean that his carefully prepared drama would be without a protagonist. I never expected this kid to be so impatient. He actually fell for his provocation. That's practically suicide. Brothers. He's accepted the challenge. Zhang Yang immediately turned on his live stream and shouted exaggeratedly at the camera. That storyteller, he actually accepted the challenge. Ha ha ha, he's doomed. He shouted even more arrogantly at the millions of viewers in the live stream. 3 days from now. Everyone, watch closely. Watch me, Zhang Yang, use science to smash his pretentious face to pieces. He could almost see it. 3 days later, Su Chen would be terrified and wet himself, while he himself would stand on the corpse of God Su and become a god in one battle, the only true god in the entire live streaming world. Shark Platform Headquarters, Lin Wanqing's office. Director, the buzz has completely exploded. The assistant's voice trembled with excitement as she pointed to the steep, almost vertical growth curves on the backstage. Our platform's servers have already undergone emergency expansion twice, but the tech department says that if this continues, it might still crash. Lin Wanqing stared intently at the explosively growing data on the screen, her eyes sharp, rapidly switching between excitement and seriousness. To her delight, the commercial value of the Su Chen IP has far exceeded her expectations. Worryingly, the situation seems to have spiraled out of the platform's control. Ankang Mental Hospital. As a native of Jiangchang, she had naturally heard of the strange legends surrounding that place. She dialed Su Chen's number again, trying to confirm one last time. Su Chen, are you sure you want to do this? Live streaming simultaneously is too risky, what if? Director Lin. Su Chen interrupted her, his voice as calm as ever. In this world, there are no what ifs. His tone carried an absolute confidence that sent shivers down your spine. What you need to do now is not to worry about me. Instead, we need to prepare sufficiently stable servers so that tens of millions of viewers won't be cursing because of lag. Lin Wanqing fell silent. She sensed absolute certainty in Su Chen's words. This man is either a complete madman, or he's a monster with truly terrifying trump cards. She decided to take another gamble. I see. Lin Wanqing hung up the phone and immediately gave instructions to her assistant. Notify the technical department to allocate all backup server resources at all costs. 3 days later, I demanded that even if 50 million online users flooded the platform at the same time, there should be absolutely no lag. At the same time, Su Chen also received an email from Brother Long. The email contained a top-secret, encrypted file. Brother Long's efficiency was astonishing. He used his vast network of connections to actually obtain the original investigation files from the fire at Ankang Mental Hospital years ago. The archives contain detailed records of the hospital's founding background, the fire whose true cause was never disclosed to the outside world, and detailed records of some patients who mysteriously disappeared before and after the fire. After obtaining the file, Suchin shut himself out all the outside disturbances. He locked himself in the ward's restroom and studied it for a whole day and night. Unlike Zhang Yang, he did not prepare any so-called spirit detection equipment. In his view, those thermal imagers and electromagnetic wave detectors were nothing more than children's toys. He was just conceiving a story. A true story closely related to this mental hospital and this top-secret file. Lu Ruyu learned about this from the news and was extremely anxious. She no longer cared about saving face, rushed into the lounge, and snatched the documents from Su Chen's hand. Xiao Chen. Have you gone mad? That place is unclean, really creepy. Can't we not go? If you think 30 million isn't enough, Mom will give you more. Mom has money. We won't take that risk. Lu Ruyu was truly terrified. She had finally seen a glimmer of hope for her daughter's recovery, and she pinned all her hopes on Su Chen. She would never allow anything to happen to him. Looking at the woman in front of him who was genuinely worried about him, Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled as he took back the documents and comforted her in a relaxed tone. Mom, don't worry. I'm not going to investigate ghosts. I'm going there to perform a ritual for the deceased. He pointed to himself and said half-jokingly, besides, your son-in-law is God Su, those little things have to go around me. Lu Ruyu was so angry at his unserious behavior that she couldn't speak. But looking into his deep and confident eyes, the panic in my heart inexplicably lessened a bit. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The night of the decisive battle has finally arrived. For the first time, the Shark platform's homepage featured 2 huge live stream posters side by side, taking up the entire screen. On the left is Flamboyance. In the poster, he is fully armed, holding various scientific instruments that gleam with an eerie light, against a backdrop of a sinister mental hospital gate, making it look like a Hollywood adventure blockbuster. On the right is Su Chen. The poster is extremely simple, consisting of only a black and white artistic photograph of Su Chen himself. In the photo, he is not looking at the camera, his gaze is lowered, as if staring at the endless abyss below. Below the poster, there is a line of equally simple text. I will tell a true story about this place. The 2 contrasting posters, like a bombshell, have once again ignited the entire internet. The audience went absolutely wild. On one side is the top outdoor enthusiast, fully armed and a believer in science. On one side is the Lord of the Underworld, who is unarmed and telling stories. Who can truly uncover the long-buried truth about Ankang Mental Hospital? The entire internet's attention is focused on 10 p.m. tonight. This unprecedented live broadcast was a gamble with everything. Chapter 17: The Joker appears. A boastful show of self-destruction. 9:50 p.m. There are only 10 minutes left before the live stream starts. On the Shark platform's server backend, the red data line representing traffic surged wildly at an almost vertical angle, instantly exceeding all the thresholds preset by the technical department. Zhang Yang and Su Chen's live stream. The screen remained completely black. But the popularity value constantly jumping on the black screen has already exceeded 10 million. This set an unprecedented record for pre-broadcast buzz since the Shark platform was established. Countless viewers frantically clicked the switch button between the 2 live streams, afraid of missing even 0.1 seconds of the opening. 10 p.m. Both live stream rooms were instantly lit up at the same time. The disjointedness of the imagery creates a startling contrast once again. Zhang Yang's live streaming room was brightly lit. He led a 5-person team, carrying long-range cameras and microphones, with a buzzing drone hovering overhead. They managed to make the entrance of an abandoned mental hospital look like a glamorous tourist attraction. Zhang Yang himself was armed to the teeth, wearing night vision goggles, cut-resistant clothing, and his tactical vest was covered with all sorts of bottles and jars of unknown purpose. He didn't look like a ghost hunter, he looked more like he was cosplaying a third-rate mercenary squad. In contrast, consider Su Chen's livestream. The silence here is unsettling. It was still that dimly lit VIP ward. He didn't even leave the hospital, he just sat quietly by the bedside. In the background is Luo Ningxuan, breathing steadily and still asleep. He was the only one in the shot. A microphone. A glass of water. This tranquility, so different from the hustle and bustle of the outside world, seemed to form an invisible eye of the storm, isolating all the restlessness from the outside. Brothers. Family. We're in. Zhang Yang, facing the camera, roared in his signature, high-energy voice, and kicked open the rusty iron door of the mental hospital. Today. Let everyone witness firsthand how science will shatter all feudal superstitions. The group of third-rate actors behind him immediately followed, and several cameras faithfully recorded their comical heroic figures from different angles. Upon entering the abandoned outpatient hall, the poorly written script officially begins. Team Member A was next to a pile of junk when he precisely slipped and fell without ouch at just the right moment. Brother Yang! Brother Yang, come quick, he cried out in a dolphin-like voice. There's a ragdoll here. The camera suddenly zoomed in. In the dust, a tattered ragdoll with a strange clown smile painted on its face faces the camera. Zhang Yang immediately put on a serious expression, pulled out an extravagantly designed high-precision electromagnetic wave detector from his waist, and scanned the doll. Beep 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 beep. The instrument cooperated perfectly, emitting a piercing alarm and flashing a red light. Zhang Yang gasped dramatically and shouted into the camera, "Holy crap! Guys! A strong energy reaction. This doll is definitely something's up." In his livestream, the Yang family army instantly reached a fever pitch. Yang Gu is awesome. Long live science. See that? That's the power of science. I was terrified. This doll is so creepy. However, many viewers who came to visit Su Chen's livestream found their screens filled with a dense barrage of question marks. That's it? Even a kindergarten performance looks more real than this. The Oscar judges carved a trophy for your dog overnight. This thing is not as scary as Su Chen drinking a sip of water. Why would I watch a monkey show on a paid livestream? At this moment, in Su Chen's live broadcast room, he remained silent. He just watched Zhang Yang's clownish performance on the split screen quietly, a cold smile even playing on his lips. That look in his eyes was like looking down on a farce in the human world. His viewers in the live stream also showed amazing teamwork. No one urged them on, no one made a fuss. All the underworld beings waited quietly. They awaited their god to send down a divine decree. Zhang Yang's team continued deeper and arrived at the ward area on the second floor. A chilly wind blew through the corridor. In reality, it was a worker hiding around the corner, desperately blowing air with an industrial fan. As they reached the end of the corridor, a half-open ward door slammed shut with a loud bang as the eerie wind blew through it. Ah! Zhang Yang and his team members, like startled groundhogs, huddled together and let out exaggerated screams. This tired old trope caused a noticeable shift in the popularity gap between the two live streams. A large number of viewers, who were so embarrassed they wanted to dig their toes into the ground, fled and flooded into Su Chen's eerily quiet live stream room. They wanted to see what this man had prepared. Zhang Yang glanced at the rapidly declining popularity data in the background, his face immediately turned ugly, and he felt a surge of anger. He simply faced the camera and started criticizing. Why isn't the storyteller on the other side starting yet? Did he get so scared by my real-life fight that he forgot all about his script? That's true. It's so comfortable to just talk from the safety of a hospital room. Unlike us, we're risking our lives to reveal the truth to everyone. His words were filled with the smugness of a victor. However, at this very moment when Zhang Yan was at his most triumphant and arrogant, in Su Chen's live stream room, he finally moved. He didn't even look at Zhang Yang's provocation, but slowly shifted his gaze from the split screen to his own camera. Then, he spoke his first words. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a sharp scalpel, instantly dissecting the hypocritical facade of this farce, clearly penetrating both live streams and reaching the ears of tens of millions of viewers. He is standing at the door of Ward 302 in Building A of the inpatient department. Zhang Yang's smile froze instantly. Coincide? He must have looked at the hospital's structural diagrams beforehand. Zhang Yang frantically tried to comfort himself in his heart. But Su Chen's next words made every hair on his body stand on end with extreme fear. Su Chen's tone was completely flat, as if he were stating a fact that had already been written. 30 years ago, there was a large fire here that was not recorded. And the door he had just touched, and the one that was closed by the wind. Su Chen paused, and that brief pause felt like an invisible hand gripping everyone's throat. It was the only ward at the scene of the fire that was locked from the inside. His icy gaze pierced through the lens, as if he were staring at everyone. He spoke slowly to everyone watching the screen in a strangely guiding tone. Now, please take a close look at the doorknob. The photographer's lens, as if controlled by an invisible hand, was slowly and uncontrollably pushed toward the handle of the rusty iron door that had just been closed. Su Chen's voice was like a final verdict. Above. Is there one that's burnt? Handprint? Chapter 18. Behind you stands a man in black robes. Details bring life to life. The entire internet held its breath at that moment. As Su Chen's emotionless words fell, tens of millions of eyes in Zhang Yang's livestream were fixed on the doorknob that was being magnified by the camera. An old, long, rectangular iron door handle, covered in dark red rust and mottled stains. Under the glaring lights of the drone, a detail was magnified infinitely, piercing through everyone's psychological defenses. In the middle of the door handle, there was a charred black mark that had blended into the rust. That outline was clearly a human hand. This mark is like that of a person being burned alive, who, in the final moments of despair, uses all their strength to grip the doorknob, forever imprinting their palm lines, along with endless pain, onto this cold piece of steel. Holy crap! A handprint. There really is a handprint. That black handprint. I fucking saw it. How do you explain this? Coincidence? What kind of coincidence could be like this? Su Chen, how did he know? He wasn't even there. Does he have some kind of supernatural ability? After a brief silence of 0.5 seconds, the comments in both live stream rooms exploded in a burst. The audience who had been mocking Su Chen for his charlatanry were now gaping, their mouths agape. A chill ran down their spines and into their brains, sending shivers down their spines and raising goosebumps all over their bodies. Zhang Yang's expression changed completely for the first time. His arrogance and smugness were completely washed away by fear, leaving only a horrifying paleness on his face. He stared intently at the charred handprint, his heart pounding uncontrollably in his chest, as if it would leap out of his throat. No. It's impossible. His voice trembled as he muttered to himself. This isn't in the script. In Su Chen's live stream, he didn't even look at the barrage of comments that had gone completely crazy. He simply continued to tell his story in that unique, chilling tone, as if reciting an autopsy report. This handprint belongs to a woman. Her name was Zhou Qin, and she was a patient in this mental hospital 30 years ago. Everyone said she was crazy because she kept telling the doctors that she could see things that other people couldn't. She said that a group of people in black robes whose faces she couldn't see were staying in the hospital. Those people would seep out from the walls in the dead of night, stand by the patients' bedsides, and stare at them silently. Su Chen's story possesses a terrifying power that drags one's soul back to that gloomy hospital from 30 years ago. Zhou Qin was a painter. Before she fell ill, her favorite subject was painting her daughter. But after moving in here, her style of painting completely changed. Su Chen's gaze pierced through the lens and landed precisely on Zhang Yang's deathly pale face in the split screen. She most often stayed in the common room on the third floor, and always painted the same picture. A man dressed in a black robe with no facial features stood in the middle of a group of children. Su Chen's lips curled into a chilling smile that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Extroverted. Now, walk 10 meters to your left. There should still be fragments of that painting hanging on that wall. This direct remark, naming names, was like an icicle, piercing Zhang Yang's nape. He shuddered. He was now in a predicament. With tens of millions of viewers watching, he had no way out. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and forced out a sound, roaring at the team members behind him who were already barely able to stand. Cold sweat had already formed streams on his forehead. The team members were all pale-faced, but they had no choice but to grit their teeth, carry the equipment, and follow Zhang Yang toward the location pointed out by Su Chen. Just 10 meters. Zhang Yang's steps, however, were incredibly heavy, each step feeling like he was stepping on his own heartbeat. Finally, they stopped in front of the wall covered in dust and cobwebs. As the beam of the flashlight swept across, a charred and incomplete oil painting suddenly came into everyone's view. The frame was charred, and the canvas was tattered. But the content of the painting carries a sinister feeling that pierces the soul. In the very center of the image is a strange figure shrouded in a wide black robe. He has no facial features, and his face is a chilling black vortex. Around him were the blurry outlines of several children. The children's faces were all distorted and maniacal smiles. The entire scene is filled with oppression, evil, and a maddening unease. Ah! A female assistant in Zhang Yang's team let out a heart-wrenching scream the moment she saw the image. In the live stream, every viewer's scalp tingled with shock. If the first charred handprint could be explained by a 1 in 10,000 coincidence, then what about the second time? Despite being hundreds of miles away, Su-Chen knew the layout of the abandoned mental hospital and an item from 30 years ago to an outrageous degree. This has completely gone beyond what can be explained by scripts or location scouting. This is not science. This is fucking metaphysics. This must be because he scouted the place beforehand. Yes. He definitely came. He memorized the locations of all these things. Zhang Yang's psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. He grabbed the so-called scientific instrument and swept it haphazardly across the painting, but couldn't explain anything. He could only use this weak and feeble excuse to hypnotize himself and the audience. But even he himself didn't believe such words. In the live stream, the screen was completely covered by mocking comments. Scouting out the location? You can scout out the location of your place down to the details of a painting on the wall that's 30 years old? Stop being stubborn, Yang Gu. I'm embarrassed for you. You've lost all shame. Kneel down before God Su. Your shoddy equipment is a joke in front of God Su. In Su-Chen's livestream, he watched Zhang Yang's blustering and cowardly behavior and laughed. That smile carried the indifference of a god looking down upon ants. Scouting out the location? Do I need to scout the location? On the night of the fire, Zhou Qin hid her 5-year-old daughter in the fireplace of this activity room and told her not to come out no matter what she heard. She herself ran back to Ward 302, locked the door from the inside, and did everything she could to make noise and attract the attention of everything. It bought my daughter time to escape. In the end, she was trapped in the room by those things and burned alive. Su-Chen's story perfectly connects all the previous details into a breathtaking logical loop. He paused, then his tone suddenly turned icy and chilling, each word like frost, as if a judgment from the depths of hell. Zhang Yang, now, open the fireplace in that activity room and take a look. Oh, right. Let me remind you one more time. Back then, the little girl who was rescued from the fireplace by firefighters said her last words to everyone before she passed away. Su-Chen's voice became incredibly clear and sinister at this moment. She said she saw with her own eyes that her mother's hospital room was full of people dressed in black robes. And behind you? It seems so now. There's one standing there too. Chapter 19, one sentence terrifies a top influencer, and the entire internet witnesses the existence of it. And behind you? Su-Chen's voice was very soft. As light as a whisper, yet it penetrates the electric current, precisely drilling into the ear canals of tens of millions of people across the internet. It seems so now. Every word carries a kind of pause that makes your heart stop. There's one standing there too. The words fell. Time is dead. Zhang Yang's live stream room fell into an absolute, deathly silence that could drive anyone crazy. Sound, light, air, everything was drained away. Zhang Yang, and his several assistants who were trembling like leaves, felt every nerve and muscle in their bodies freeze and lock up instantly. A chilling coldness no longer climbed up, but instead poured directly into their skulls, piercing through their spinal cords and pinning them firmly to the spot. My mind went completely blank. My mind was overwhelmed by a torrent of fear and ceased to function. Only Su-Chen's nonsense was amplified infinitely deep within the cochlea, echoing and crashing wildly. Behind you? What's behind me? This problem has become an invisible worm, gnawing away at Zhang Yang's remaining rationality. His neck muscles tensed, and he let out a groan of unbearable strain. He wanted to turn back. He used all his strength, only to find that his body had betrayed him. Fear usurped control of his body. He could only stand stiffly, his eyeballs bulging outwards from excessive bloodshot eyes, staring intently at the eerie oil painting. The faceless man in the painting, clad in black robes, has a dark vortex on his face that seems to be slowly rotating, trying to suck his soul in. In this frozen, deathly silence, the cameraman carrying the main camera became the fuse that ignited everything. His psychological defenses had long been completely shattered by that painting in Su-Chen's story. Su-Chen's last words were like dropping a bomb. A person dressed in a black robe. The ward was packed with people. Behind me, there was another one standing. These fragments of information pieced together in his mind to form a terrifying reality that he could not bear. The camera in his hand, that cold machine, seemed to come alive at that moment, its weight immeasurable. The immense psychological pressure traveled through my nerves to my arm. My muscles suddenly ached, and my wrist could no longer withstand the tremor that came from my very soul, and it shuddered violently. An unintentional act. A stroke of genius, driven by fear. The heavy camera lost its balance, suddenly sank, and then swung upwards due to inertia, drawing a deadly arc over Zhang Yang's stiff shoulders. The camera was pointed behind them. That dark corridor, eroded by time, deep and long, seemed to devour all light. It happened in the very instant the camera panned across the scene. Time begins to flow again. The entire internet exploded in that instant. In 2 live streams, tens of millions of bloodshot eyes watched every single frame without missing a single detail. At the end of the corridor, in that thick, inky darkness, a clearly defined, tall figure stood there. It wore a wide black robe, just like the image in the oil painting. It has no facial features, no physical form, it is simply a pure, living darkness undergoing some kind of non-Euclidean dislocation. It is not static. In the instant the camera panned across the scene, the dark outline distorted extremely slightly. It was as if, adjusting to a more comfortable standing posture. Is it a deception of light and shadow? Is it a coincidence of dust? Or, did that thing really emerge from the fire 30 years ago and have been following them all along? I saw it. I fucking saw it. That dark figure at the end of the corridor. It moved. Holy crap. Did it just move? Did it? This is absolutely not special effects. I swear on my 10 years of being single. This is definitely not special effects. Mom, I'm too scared to sleep alone tonight. I'm sorry, I'll never watch horror live streams again. Damn it. My pants. My pants. Yang Ge, run. Don't fucking stand there. Run. The barrage of comments completely collapsed, screams and exclamation marks, like a data tsunami, drowning everything. Reason, logic, and science vanished at this moment. Through the cracked secondary screen of his assistant's phone, Zhang Yang also saw the scene that made his soul scream. He saw it. He saw it clearly. That figure in black robes. That thing that emerged from the fire 30 years ago. The man in black robes that the little girl witnessed filling her mother's hospital room. The last string in his mind, called worldview, snapped. A ghost. A shrill, distorted roar, inhuman in its sound, exploded from the depths of Zhang Yang's throat. His face, contorted with extreme fear, was forever and shamefully captured by the shaky camera. He threw away the pile of scientific instruments that he had once been so proud of. Those valuable pieces of equipment were smashed to the ground like trash, making a crisp cracking sound. His psychological defenses crumbled. He is no longer a top-tier anchor, nor a science fighter. Like a mad dog whose spine had been broken, he used both hands and feet, tumbling and crawling, frantically fleeing towards the direction outside the mental hospital that symbolized humanity. His team was completely terrified, crying and screaming, and the scene instantly collapsed. Some ran after them, while others collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way, leaving only desperate cries. The expensive live streaming equipment was smashed to pieces. The main camera's image shook violently, and finally, with a thud, the lens crashed to the ground, plunging into complete darkness. The live stream was interrupted. The top streamer who clamored to smash all demons and monsters was so frightened by a single sentence from Su Chen, who was hundreds of miles away, that he was terrified and ran away in a sorry state. This scene went viral across the internet. In Su Chen's live stream room, he remained seated on the hospital bed, his back against the cold wall, like an indifferent god, having finished watching the farce he had orchestrated. He only slowly withdrew his gaze when Zhang Yang's livestream screen went black. He faced the camera, his deep eyes seemingly holding the most ancient secrets of the universe. He uttered his last words of the night in an almost murmured tone. Some stories are told so that people will remember them. He paused, a smile that no one could understand curving his lips. And some things. His voice was lowered, carrying a seductive magic. Only when something is remembered can it truly exist. Good night. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen immediately turned off the live stream. The screen went black, leaving the entire internet with an endless mystery and a terrifying storm that had just begun to brew. Screenshots of the black-robed figure and videos of Zhang Yang's breakdown spread like wildfire across the internet within minutes. Hashtag Su Chen's one sentence scared Zhang Yang to death. Hashtag the man in black robes at Ankang Mental Hospital. Hashtag Su Chen's night of conferring godhood. Hashtag. One by one, these terms swept across the trending topics lists of all social media platforms with overwhelming force. The Shark platform's servers were on the verge of crashing several times. Tonight, the name Su Shen will be imprinted into the depths of the internet's memory by fear and awe, becoming a brand new legend. Inside the ward, Su Chen ended the live stream and breathed a sigh of relief. The results tonight far exceeded expectations. The fear level is being refreshed and skyrocketing wildly in the system's backend. However, the smile on his lips had not yet fully bloomed. His system panel suddenly burst open with a blinding crimson light. The light, carrying an aura of destruction, instantly stained his entire field of vision red. A line of cold, emotionless system text, as if written in blood, appeared before his eyes. Warning: the mysterious entity has locked onto the host's coordinates via live streaming. Threat level assessment: lethal. The smile on Su Chen's face froze instantly. The light in his pupils suddenly contracted in that instant, shrinking into the most dangerous pinpoint. He stared intently at the line of blood-red text. Chapter 20 S-Class Sealed Files. The thing you created is codenamed Black Robe. The sun rose as usual the next day. The entire Chinese internet is still reeling from the aftermath of last night's live broadcast. All social media, news headlines, and short video platforms were flooded with the keywords Su Shen and Black Robe Man. Countless self-media outlets worked through the night to frantically dissect that unprecedented live-stream showdown from various angles, including psychology, sociology, and religion. Zhang Yang's arrogance led to his downfall and disgrace. All of his past scientific ghost hunting videos have been proven to be poorly scripted performances. He himself reportedly suffered a mental breakdown after the live stream ended and was sent to the hospital, where he kept repeating only two words: "The man in black robes. Don't look for me." This former top influencer has completely gone mad and become the biggest laughingstock on the internet. Shark Platform reacted swiftly, posting a top-of-page announcement that permanently banned Zhang Yang's live stream room on the grounds of content fabrication and malicious hype. At the same time, Su Chen was elevated to a pedestal. The one true God, Lord of the Underworld, the walking storyteller, the King of Hell whose words are lawful. Countless enthusiastic netizens bestowed upon him a title that was both chinibu, a Japanese term for someone with delusions of grandeur and domineering. His Shark account's follower count skyrocketed from hundreds of thousands to 10 million overnight, becoming an unrepeatable phenomenon. Inside the ward, Su Chen, at the center of the storm, showed no joy whatsoever. He sat on the sofa, unable to sleep all night. The blood-red warning line on the system panel was like a brand, burning on his retina. Threat level assessment: lethal. He knew he had gone too far this time. He did more than just tell a horror story. Through that live broadcast watched by tens of millions of people, he used synesthesia and a faint ability of story materialization to drive the concept of the man in black robes deep into the subconscious of all the viewers like a nail. Some things only truly exist when they are remembered. Last night's closing remarks turned out to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. He may have actually anchored a subterranean existence that doesn't belong to this world into reality. And now, that thing has come knocking on our door. Drip, drip, drip. On his hospital bed, Luo Ningxuan's vital signs monitor emitted a steady and powerful rhythm, which was his only comfort at this moment. The influx of massive amounts of fear energy caused her vital signs to become more active than ever before. Early in the morning, Dr. Li and his team came for an examination. When they saw the incredibly active electroencephalogram EEG, the top expert was so excited he almost couldn't stand, and immediately asserted, "Miss Luo's consciousness is recovering at an unprecedented speed. She is only one step away from truly waking up." This sentence was Su Chen's biggest motivation to keep going. My phone vibrated, and the name Brother Long popped up on the screen. As soon as the call connected, Brother Long's usually calm voice revealed an uncontrollable sense of surprise and doubt. "Brother Su, what you saw in the live stream last night, is it real?" "What's wrong, Brother Long?" Su Chen's nerves tightened. "Something strange has happened to me." Brother Long's voice was very low. "One of my business rivals, who uses dirty tricks, also went to watch your live stream last night. As a result, his company found out this morning that he has gone crazy. A man was locked in an office, smashed everything, and kept muttering the man in the black robe, and he is here. He has been forcibly sent to a mental hospital." Su Chen's fingers tightened around his phone. He realized that the influence of the man in black robes was far more terrifying than he had imagined. It can use live streaming as a medium to directly attack those with weak mental strength or dark hearts. "Brother Long, be careful lately, and try to avoid dark places," Su Chen reminded him. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. He had to figure out the true nature of the man in black and how to deal with him immediately. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of the ward. Please come in. The door was pushed open, and two men in black trench coats walked in. They were tall, and their movements as they entered the ward carried a precision and silence characteristic of soldiers. Once they stood still, they made no further movements. The two gazes cast upon Su Chen were not scrutinizing, but purely evaluative, as if they were measuring the parameters and threat level of an object. The man in the lead was in his 30s, with a square face and lips pressed into a straight line. He walked straight up to Su Chen and pulled out a black ID from inside his trench coat. The document was opened, and below the national emblem were two large, gold-embossed characters. Town Knight. Mr. Su Chen, hello. The man flashed his badge, his voice deep and powerful. National Special Incident Handling Bureau, External Designation Night Suppression Division. My name is Zhao Gang, head of the Zhongcheng Branch S Action Team. I'd like to confirm some things with you. The night watchman. Su Chen lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingertip, his expression unchanged. Beneath the surface of this world's waters, another world indeed lies hidden. Please sit down. He gestured to the sofa opposite him. Zhao Gang and his companion sat down, their backs ramrod straight, their postures identical. Zhao Gang fixed his gaze on Su Chen, and without any pleasantries, went straight to the point. The entire live stream from Ankang Mental Hospital last night was monitored by the Xinye Division. We need to know, how much do you actually know about the man in black robes? They've arrived. Thoughts raced through Su Chen's mind, and he ultimately decided to use lies to cover up the truth. Team leader Zhao, I'm just a storyteller. He spread his hands, his face showing just the right amount of innocence. The stories I tell are all based on ancient books and folktales that are hard to verify. Don't take them seriously. Is that so? Zhao Gang's gaze remained unwavering. He took out a tablet computer with a special encryption mark from his briefcase, pulled up a document, and turned the screen toward Su Chen. Then why is the story you told so similar to our Night Watch Division's S-level sealed file, Mystery, the Black Robe, by a whopping 70%? For the first time, a crack appeared on Su Chen's innocent expression. S-level sealed archives? He realized that he had inadvertently used the story to pry open a long-existing, enormous vortex of secrets. Zhao Gang observed the changes in his facial expression and then put the tablet away. He remained silent for a moment, as if making a final assessment. Finally, he offered a deal that was impossible to refuse. Mr. Su Chen, we don't care where your abilities come from, nor do we care whether the stories you tell are true or false. Zhao Gang's expression turned unusually serious. Now, on behalf of the Nighttown Division, I formally extend an invitation to you. We would like to invite you to serve as a special advisor to the Town Night Division to assist us in investigating another missing person case. Because, at the crime scene. Zhao Gang paused, then turned on the tablet again and pushed a photo in front of Su Chen. The photo shows a doorknob that has been burned black. There is a clear handprint on it, as if it were branded with a hot iron. Zhao Gang spoke each word clearly, his voice booming like thunder in the quiet ward. We found it, the exact same charred handprint as in your live stream last night. Chapter 21 Special Advisor, My Wife Returns. The charred handprint in the photo, like a postmark leading to hell, was stamped in Su Chen's pupils. Cold, eerie, yet with a damnably familiar feeling. The thing he created last night is more than just a concept or a story. It's a replicable meme, a virus that's eroding reality in unknown ways. The Night Watchers have clearly been tracking this virus for a long time. Su Chen's brain was working at lightning speed. He now faces two choices. One option is to refuse, shut the door, and face the deadly threat he himself activated alone. But this is tantamount to using paper windows to withstand a Category 12 typhoon. Secondly, cooperation. This exposes oneself to official scrutiny, but also provides the protection of a state's violent apparatus, allowing access to crucial intelligence and the discovery of ways to combat the Black Robe Man. He thought of Luo Ningxuang, who was sleeping soundly in her hospital bed, and the little life that was about to be born in her womb. He was no longer alone. He can't afford to lose. Su Chen raised his head and met Zhao Gang's scrutinizing gaze. The innocence and confusion he had been deliberately maintaining on his face vanished, replaced by a calm sharpness. I need to know the whole story. There was no haggling, no pretense. The moment those words were uttered, it signified that he had made his choice. A hint of approval flashed in Zhao Gang's eyes. He most appreciated dealing with intelligent people. A wise choice. He took another black leather wallet from his companion and pushed it in front of Su Chen. The wallet was opened, revealing a finely crafted metal card-style identification document. Below the national emblem were Su Chen's name, photograph, and a line of small, gold-embossed text. Nighttown Division Special Advisor. From now on, you are a special consultant of the Nighttown Division, Consultant Su. Zhao Gang's voice carried a hint of recognition that belonged to one of our own. Your clearance level is B, which gives you the right to access most files related to mysterious events and, under certain circumstances, to receive support from the action team. He paused, then continued to use concise language to reveal the bloody B side of this world to Su Chen. The world we live in has two layers, an inner and an outer one. The inner world is a collection of negative emotions, ancient legends, and human fears. It will tear open cracks from time to time, eroding reality and forming all kinds of mysterious events that cannot be explained by science. The duty of the Night Guard is to seal the cracks, eliminate the mysteries, and keep all anomalies under control. The man in black robes in your story is codenamed Black Robe in our files. It is an extremely rare and dangerous conceptual mystery, without a fixed entity, feeding on fear, and capable of spreading and infecting through information media. In recent years, cases of disappearances and mental breakdowns caused by it have been rising exponentially. Zhao Gang pushed the encrypted tablet over it contained a new file. This is the case you are required to assist in the investigation of. Su Chen's gaze fell on the first page of the file. Missing person, anonymous baby boy only 7 days old. Location of disappearance, Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, Zhongqing City First People's Hospital. Remaining traces at the scene, charred handprints highly associated with the black robe. A baby who was only 7 days old. Su Chen's heart was clenched tightly. An indescribable anger and chill rose from the deepest part of his heart. This is no longer about making money, about system rewards, or about increasing viewership for the livestream. This is protection. A soon-to-be father, driven by his most primal fighting instinct to protect all his children. I answered. Su Chen's voice was calm, but those who knew him well would know that beneath that calm was a volcano about to erupt. Zhao Gang nodded, not surprised by his reaction. He stood up, preparing to leave. Your communicator has encrypted communication capabilities and must remain switched on 24/7. Further information will be sent to you directly. As they reached the door, Zhao Gang seemed to remember something and turned back to add, many mysterious incidents don't involve physics, they involve metaphysical aspects. The General Bureau has a chief metaphysical advisor, Master Xuani. You can contact him if necessary. He left a note with his phone number on it, and then, with his companion, quietly departed as he had come. The ward returned to silence. As Su Chen gripped the consultant's badge, the cold metallic touch made him acutely aware that his life had embarked on a completely new and far more turbulent path. After an unknown amount of time, the ward door was pushed open again. This time, it was Lu Ruyu and Luo Tianxiong who came in. Lu Ruyu's usual gloomy and sullen demeanor vanished, replaced by a radiant glow on her face, and she walked with a confident stride. Old Luo. Did you see that? Those two just now. Black trench coats. With badges. They look like big shots from a state secret service. She lowered her voice, but couldn't hide her excitement, and grabbed Luo Tianxiong's arm and shook it vigorously. They specifically came to invite our Shaochen to be their consultant. Consultant. Do you even know what that means? Like those experts on TV. Top-notch ones. The way Lu Ruyu looked at Su Chen now was as if she were looking at a rare and dazzling treasure. This son-in-law, whom she once looked down upon, has now transformed into the internet-renowned God Su, and is even being invited by a mysterious national department to serve as an advisor. This son-in-law is such a worthwhile find. Even Luo Tianxiong, a seasoned business tycoon, wore a look of surprise and satisfaction. He patted Su Chen on the shoulder, saying little, but the affirmation in his eyes spoke volumes. Seeing this dramatic scene before him, the gloom in Su Chen's heart caused by the man in black robes was greatly dispelled by this warm atmosphere of everyday life. He smiled, walked past his beaming mother-in-law, and went to Luo Ningxuang's bedside. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her peaceful and beautiful sleeping face, her long eyelashes casting a serene silhouette. As usual, Su Chen bent down and gently took her slightly cool hand in his, feeling the familiar soft touch on her fingertips. He pressed her hand to his cheek, savoring the unique tranquility, and whispered, "Honey, the world seems to be a little more complicated than we imagined. But don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Once all this is over, once you wake up, we'll take you around the world to see the most beautiful sunrises and starry skies. His voice was very soft, as if he were making the most solemn vow. The words fell. Su Chen was about to let go and get up. Suddenly, the hand he was holding in his palm, the hand that hadn't reacted at all for months except to passively receive 4 drips, without any warning. I shook hands with him back. That's not an involuntary muscle twitch. Instead, it was a clear, gentle, and dependent force. 5 slender fingers gently closed in his palm. Su Chen's body froze completely in that instant. Time seemed to have been paused. He looked up abruptly, his heart pounding so hard it felt like his chest was being torn apart. Lu Ruyu and Luo Tianxiong also noticed his unusual behavior, and their concerned questions got stuck in their throats because they had seen it too. Under the utterly shocked gazes of the 3. On the hospital bed, the woman who was told she might never wake up. Those long, thick eyelashes, like butterfly wings, trembled violently a few times. Then, bathed in golden sunlight, facing Su Chen's bloodshot eyes, filled with disbelief, slowly. They opened their eyes. What kind of eyes were those? After the initial confusion fades, all that remains is a gentle tenderness as clear as autumn water, and a longing strong enough to melt a millennium-old glacier. Her gaze found Su Chen's face precisely. Her parched lips moved slightly, and in a voice so faint it was almost a whisper, yet so clear it could pierce the soul, she uttered her first words upon waking. You are back. Chapter 22. She woke up. Then, her soul got stuck. You are back. The 3 words, as light as a wisp of smoke, struck Su Chen's heart like 3 mountains. The sound of the entire world was completely removed in that instant. Su Chen's mind went blank. All his calculations, all his vigilance, all his ruthless decisions were washed away the moment Luo Ningxuang opened her eyes by a torrent of soul-tearing ecstasy. She woke up. His frost has awakened. Everything he did, all the risks he took, all the suffering he endured, received the most fervent response at this moment. Su Chen stood frozen in place, staring intently at the clear eyes that reflected his own image, like a greedy traveler frantically absorbing the tenderness within them, fearing that it was just a fleeting illusion born from his exhaustion. Ningxuang. My daughter. A suppressed, distorted cry pierced the sacred silence. Lu Ruyu was the first to break free from the petrification. The smugness and pride that had just risen on her face because of her national advisor's status were instantly replaced by a complex emotion mixed with ecstasy and fear. Like a child, she lunged at the hospital bed, using both her hands and feet. Luo Tianxiong, who followed closely behind and was a business tycoon who had been able to dominate Donghai City, also completely lost his composure at this moment. His imposing face, though not angry, twitched uncontrollably, and his tiger-like eyes were instantly blurred by hot tears. Ningxuang. You're awake. You're really awake. My dear daughter. Lu Ruyu rushed to the bedside, bursting into tears of joy. She stretched out her trembling hands, wanting to touch her daughter whom she had been longing for day and night. On that well-maintained face, tears and smiles mingled, a mixture of dishevelment and immense happiness. Su Chen was also pulled back to reality by the huge commotion. Looking at his father-in-law and mother-in-law, who were so excited that they were almost incapacitated, the joy in his chest swelled to its peak. However, just as Lu Ruyu's hand was about to touch Luo Ningxuang's shoulder, unexpected changes occurred suddenly. Luo Ningxuang's eyes, which had just been filled with endless love and longing, suddenly began to glaze over. The light in her eyes seemed to be swiftly pulled away by an invisible hand, and the focus dissolved in an instant. Immediately afterwards, her eyelids, which she had managed to open with great difficulty, seemed to be filled with tons of lead and mercury, and began to fall uncontrollably and heavily downwards. Frost? Su Chen's heart clenched, and a chilling coldness instantly choked him. Under the horrified gazes of the 3, Luo Ningxuang's eyelids closed completely. She fell asleep again. That exquisitely beautiful sleeping face returned to its usual deathly stillness, as if that fleeting glimpse of awakening, that soul piercing your back, was nothing more than a vividly real illusion. The air in the ward felt frozen. Lu Ruyu's hand, which was outstretched in mid-air, froze. The ecstasy on her face also froze. The silence lasted for 3 seconds. Ah! A scream 10 times more piercing than before tore through the air in the ward. Lu Ruyu's crying stopped abruptly, turning into a hysterical scream of collapse. Ningxuang! Ningxuang, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your mother. She frantically shook Luo Ningxuang's shoulders, but the latter did not respond at all. Doctor! Call a doctor. Bring Dr. Li here. Lu Ruyu completely broke down, turning to her husband and Su Chen and screaming, her voice filled with despair. Luo Tianxiong was also pale. His forced composure crumbled at this moment, and his trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil in his heart. He immediately pulled out his phone and frantically dialed a number. Hey! Immediately! Right now! Get Dr. Li's team to the VIP rooftop as fast as possible. The fastest! He roared into the phone, unleashing all his authority and power in front of his family for the first time. In an instant, alarms blared throughout the VIP floor, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Su Chen stood in the center of the chaos, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. From the heights of ecstatic joy to the depths of despair, the immense contrast nearly tore his soul apart. But he forced himself to calm down. Wrong. Something's wrong. He quickly grasped Luo Ningxuang's hand. Although that hand had lost its strength, the warmth in his palm was more comforting than ever before. A powerful life force was surging within her, more than 10 times stronger than before. This is definitely not a last gasp before death. A flash of inspiration struck Su Chen. Ning Shuang awoke when he was holding her hand and speaking to her. As soon as her parents-in-law got close and became emotional, she immediately disconnected. It felt like an invisible force was preventing her from establishing a connection with the world. Or rather, she can only connect with herself. Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen, what's going on? Lu Ruyu was completely distraught, crying as she grabbed Su Chen's arm, seeing him as her only lifeline. Mom, don't worry. Su Chen reached out and supported her, his voice not loud, but carrying a reassuring power. Believe me, Ning Shuang's condition is improving, it's definitely not a bad thing. His composure was like a stabilizing force, giving the almost collapsing Luo Tianxiong and his wife a sense of security. At that moment, Su Chen felt that deep within his mind, in that golden space that only he could see, a monstrous wave was rising. The moment Luo Ningxuang awoke, her purest joy, love, and longing for her lover, which had been suppressed for months, erupted like a volcano, transforming into a magnificent golden torrent that was frantically devoured by the system. Su Chen could even feel that his limbs and bones were being washed by this extremely pure energy, and an unprecedented sense of power arose spontaneously. Just as I expected. Her awakening, her emotions, are the source of her strength. Get out of the way. Everyone get out of the way. The ward door was suddenly flung open, and Dr. Li, along with his elite team, rushed in, pushing various medical instruments. Quick! Connect the EEG machine. Heart rate monitoring. Monitor all vital signs. Dr. Li gave the order while putting on gloves, veins bulging on his forehead. Various sophisticated instruments were quickly attached to Luo Ningxuang. Soon, the entire medical team was stunned as they looked at the data displayed on the screen. This is impossible? A young doctor pointed at the EEG screen, his voice trembling. On the screen, the curve representing brainwave activity was pulsating violently in an extremely active manner, and its waveform and frequency were exactly like those of a mentally healthy person. Heart rate, blood pressure, blood oxygen saturation, every single data point is as perfect as a textbook. Dr. Li pushed his assistant aside, staring intently at the screen. His expression shifted from anxiety to confusion, and then to a profound tremor in his faith in medicine. He had practiced medicine for decades and had never seen such a bizarre situation. All the body's data are screaming, this person is awake, and healthier than ever. But she just lay there, her eyes closed, completely unresponsive to any external stimuli. This completely contradicts all the medical common sense he knew. He held the freshly printed, still warm report in his hand, his hands trembling slightly. He walked up to Su Chen and Luo Tianxiong, who both looked equally bewildered, opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't utter a single word of his proud medical theories. Finally, he took a deep breath and, in an extremely difficult tone, as if exploring the unsolved mysteries of the world, uttered a statement that overturned everyone's understanding. Chairman Luo, Mr. Su, based on all the medical data, Miss Luo's physical functions have fully recovered. But... He paused, as if using all his strength, before uttering the second half of his sentence. Her consciousness, or rather, her soul, seemed to be stuck by something. Chapter 23. Lock the door, and my wife, who's in a vegetative state, winks at me. Is your soul stuck? Dr. Li's diagnosis, which sounded like something out of a fantasy novel, made the air in the entire ward freeze. Luo Tianxiong and Lu Ruyu, two business giants who had spent half their lives navigating the ups and downs of the business world and firmly believed in science, were completely out of their minds at this moment. They stared at each other, their eyes filled with a sense of absurdity, as if asking themselves, who am I? Where am I? What am I hearing? Soul? These words, spoken by one of the top Western medicine experts and a leading figure in the Chinese Academy of Sciences, were more chilling than any ghost story Su Chen had ever told. Dr. Li. Luo Tianxiong's voice was filled with suppressed anger, his temples throbbing. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. He could accept that his daughter's condition was unbelievable, but he would never accept this diagnosis that was almost like a shamanistic ritual. Dr. Li could only smile wryly as he handed over the report, a display of frustration and candor befitting a top scholar facing the unknown. Chairman Luo, please see for yourself. He pointed to the curves on the report that were extremely active. Miss Ning Shuang's brain activity, heart rate, and all vital signs are healthier than any of our active doctors and nurses here. In medical terms, she should be able to stand up right now and dance a ballet for us. But what is the truth? Dr. Li's tone became strained. She can't wake up. It's as if her consciousness is locked in a black box that we can't explore, unable to connect with this perfectly functioning body. I can't find a more scientific term. Her soul is stuck is the most accurate metaphor I can think of. These words completely shattered the last psychological defenses of Luo Tianxiong and his wife. They were speechless. Is the end of science theology? They couldn't understand it, but the bizarre scene of their daughter waking up for a second and then falling asleep again was irrefutable evidence of this outrageous report. Dr. Li let out a long breath, his tone becoming more relaxed. Chairman Luo, although I can't cure it, there's one thing I can guarantee. Miss Ning Shuang's health has not only not deteriorated, but is also healing itself at a rapid pace in a way that is beyond our comprehension. This is already great news, and she is definitely not in any danger. Fantastic news. These words instantly gave Lu Ruyu, who was on the verge of collapse, a sense of purpose. As long as my daughter is alive, as long as she is getting better, that's more important than anything else. Her gaze involuntarily fell on her son-in-law, Su Chen, who had remained unusually calm throughout. Miracles began to happen to his daughter from the moment he started telling those ghost stories. Today, even Dr. Li uses the word soul to attest to this miracle. Could it be that he really was right? Lu Ruyu was torn between her inner turmoil and her own feelings. In the end, all her pride and prejudice turned into gratitude for her daughter's survival. She walked up to Su Chen and, for the first time, took his hand. Her well-maintained hand was slightly cool and trembling. Xiaochen Lu Ruyu's eyes were red and her voice was choked with sobs. I was wrong before, I was a bastard. Ning Xuan was able to get better thanks to you, really, thank you. That heartfelt Xiaochen, that choked up thank you, completely melted away the last bit of barrier in Su Chen's heart. He was truly accepted by this family. Su Chen patted the back of her hand and said a few words of comfort before turning to the crowd and clearing his throat. Dr. Li, Dad, Mom, since Ning Shuang is healthy, perhaps my story therapy has worked. I think I need an absolutely quiet environment to continue telling her stories and help her consciousness completely unlock the card. No one can refute this reason at this moment. All right. Luo Tianxiong made a decisive decision. I'll leave this place to you. Xiao Chen, if you need anything, just say the word. Soon, Dr. Li's team left, filled with confusion and shock, and Mr. and Mrs. Luo Tianxiong also left the ward, looking back every few steps. Su Chen walked to the door and listened to the footsteps in the corridor fade away. He turned around and locked the ward door shut with a click. The whole world fell silent. Only he and his sleeping lover remained on the bed. His heart began to pound wildly. A conjecture that could overturn his understanding was wildly impacting his mind. He walked back to the bedside step by step and slowly sat down on the edge of the bed. The moment he sat down, on the hospital bed, Luo Ningxuan's long eyelashes began to tremble wildly. Then, as Su Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, she slowly opened her eyes for the second time. This time, there was no confusion whatsoever. Those clear, bright eyes, like autumn water, reflected his shocked face. In the blink of an eye, there was a hint of relief at surviving a disaster, and a slyness that he only showed in front of his lover. She looked at Su Chen, a beautiful smile curving her lips, and asked in a soft yet clear breathy voice, with a hint of coquetry. Honey, have they all left? Boom! Su Chen's mind went completely blank. He understood everything. I understand completely now. She's not incapable of waking up. She could only remain conscious briefly when she was by his side, under the energy field of him, the system host. You. Su Chen's lips moved, his throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton, and in the end all his emotions turned into a sigh full of heartache. Looking at his pained and shocked expression, Luo Ningxuang's eyes were filled with tenderness. She tried hard to move her body closer to him. Don't move! Su Chen immediately realized what was happening, stretched out his long arm, and carefully pulled her into his arms, letting her lean against him. The familiar temperature and scent made Luo Ningxuang let out a satisfied hum. Like a cat that has found its harbor, she began to recount her incredible experiences over the past few months in a voice so faint it was almost inaudible. I feel as if my soul has been split in two. Half of it is inside the body, maintaining heartbeat and breathing. The other half is locked in a very dark and cold place, which I call the other world. The inner world? Su Chen's heart trembled, and he immediately realized something. Mum. Luo Ningxuang snuggled against him, her voice still tinged with fear. There, I had no body, just a consciousness, suffering endless loneliness and cold every day. I thought I was going to disappear completely. Until that day, I heard your voice. Luo Ningxuang raised her head, her eyes shining brightly in the dimly lit ward. You started telling me those really scary ghost stories. The energy from those stories is like an invisible bridge between the dark inner world and my body. I can cross this bridge and briefly go home back to my own body. I see. The fears collected by the system are, for her, the signposts and fuel to get home. So, Luo Ningxuang said with a proud and sweet smile, I heard all the stories you told, and I could even see all the footage from your livestream. I know that for me and for our baby, you became Su Yanwang. Honey, you're so handsome. She knows. She knows everything. Su Chen's heart was gripped by an overwhelming sense of happiness. He could no longer control himself and lowered his head to place a deeply cherished kiss on her forehead. Then, why did you? When Mom and Dad came in just now. I don't have enough energy, Luo Ningxuang explained weakly. I'm very unstable right now. I can only barely wake up when you're closest to me and the energy field is strongest. My parents are ordinary people, and their presence interferes with and dilutes this energy field, so I get bounced back to that dark place. So that's how it is. The two exchanged a smile, everything understood without a word. So a sly glint flashed in Luo Ningxuang's eyes. Until we completely resolve this issue, it seems I have to continue being a vegetable. Su Chen immediately understood and laughed. Then, I'll continue to be my King Yamasu, recharging you from outside? Yes. Luo Ningxuang nodded emphatically, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Let's join forces and level up together. She told Su Chen that although she was still very weak, she could already use her weak spiritual power and might become his secret weapon at crucial moments. A secret agreement has been reached, pretend to be in a vegetative state and upgrade together. Just as the two reached a consensus, a system notification suddenly rang in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have achieved a soul resonance with your bound target, Luo Ningxuang. The bound target has been detected to have initiative collaboration mode is now enabled. Special reward has been issued. Su Chen's breath hitched, and he immediately went into the system panel. Below the skill bar, a brand new icon emitting a faint blue light has been lit up. Yin Qi Sensing. Skill description: the host can actively sense negative energy commonly known as yin energy or evil energy emanating from the inner world within a specific range and conduct preliminary tracing of its source. This is a reconnaissance skill that was tailor-made for him. With it, I will no longer be blind when facing mysterious beings like the man in black robes. Su Chen suppressed his elation, wanting to share the good news with Luo Ningxuang and try out the effects of the new skill. With a thought, he activated Yin Qi Sensing. In an instant, the whole world changed completely in his eyes. Various faint lights, representing the emotions of the living, floated in the air, and the entire ward was enveloped in a rich golden energy because of Luo Ningxuang's presence and his story. He subconsciously scanned the entire ward. Suddenly, his pupils shrank to pinpoints. His heart felt like it was being gripped tightly by an icy hand, making the hairs on his body stand on end. In the corner of the ward, near the window, he actually saw a wisp of gray-black aura. The aura was extremely faint, as if it would dissipate at any moment, yet it exuded a chilling malice that penetrated to the bone. The source of that aura. It's the same person as the black robed man who locked onto him through the screen during last night's livestream. He has been here. Chapter 24: The Mark on the Black Robe, a new clue. That wisp of grayish-blacking energy, though so faint as to be almost dissipated, contained an incredibly real malice and coldness, like an invisible ice spike piercing Su Chen's senses. His nerves, which had just relaxed because his wife had woke up, suddenly tightened again. The man in black robes has been here before? Su Chen's body reacted instinctively. He adjusted his posture slightly, and with a quick movement of his arm, he pulled Luo Ningxuan even closer into his embrace, using his back to completely block out the direction of that corner. The movements were gentle and made almost no sound. But Luo Ningxuan still noticed the instantaneous stiffness in his muscles. "What's wrong?" Her voice was weak, yet it revealed a sharp mental awareness. Before Su Chen could even organize his thoughts, Luo Ningxuan's brows furrowed slightly in his arms. She seemed to be trying to make sense of something, and said softly with some uncertainty, "When I'm asleep, sometimes I feel a strange cold coming from that direction. That feeling made my soul tremble." Her words were like a thunderclap, completely igniting Su Chen's suspicions. It's not an illusion. The man in black robes, or rather, some kind of investigative method he used, had indeed reached the ward. Its threat is closer and more direct than it imagined. An uncontrollable rage, mixed with lingering fear, erupted from the depths of Su Chen's heart. All his previous efforts, which stirred up a huge wave on the internet, were to create an absolutely safe world for his wife and unborn child. But now, this greatest threat has silently crept up to the person he cherishes most. If he hadn't activated Yin Qi perception, today, he would have been completely unaware of this. The thought that Luo Ningxuan and her child might be constantly exposed to this unknown danger instantly transformed her determination to protect her family into a chilling killing intent. It must be found as soon as possible. Then, completely erase it. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the ward door. "Mr. Su, it's me, Chen Duo. I've come in to change your dressing." It was that timid little nurse. The killing intent in Su Chen's eyes vanished instantly. He lowered his head and gave Luo Ningxuan, who was in his arms, a look. Luo Ningxuan understood immediately. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, then she quietly closed them, transforming back into the beautiful, sleeping vegetative state person. "Please come in." Su Chen's voice returned to calm. The door was pushed open, and Nurse Chen Duo pushed the medical cart in. The moment she saw Su Chen, her big eyes lit up instantly, as if they held countless twinkling stars, and her face was filled with uncontrollable admiration and excitement. "Master Su." "No, Mr. Su." Chen Duo's words immediately revealed that she was also one of the millions of viewers in last night's livestream. "Last night, really, I don't know how to say it, my friends and I watched the whole thing with our mouths agape." As she skillfully changed the bag, she lowered her voice, like a little fan sharing a shocking secret. "The internet is in an uproar. The nickname King Yamasu is so fitting. They said one sentence from you and a top streamer went crazy on the spot. That Zhang Yang, I just saw the news, he was forced to undergo a mental evaluation and is completely finished. Now the whole internet is worshipping you." Su Chen simply smiled calmly and did not reply. His entire focus was still on the lingering chill in the corner that was about to dissipate. After changing the dressing and cleaning up the medical waste, Chen Duo seemed to remember something bothering her and casually complained. "Sigh, strange things happen every year, but this year there seemed to be more than usual. Our hospital benefited from your good fortune and did something amazing that's being praised all over the internet. But my friend's hospital had a really bad day last night." She leaned closer, lowered her voice, and looked somewhat frightened. "Su Shin, isn't this weird? Something went missing from my friend's hospital too, and it seems similar to the case at the mental hospital you mentioned in your live stream." Su Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. He immediately pressed, "Lost something?" "Lost what?" Chen Duo was startled by his sudden serious tone and quickly replied, "We've lost a child. A baby boy who's only a few days old. He was in the intensive care unit, the surveillance cameras were working perfectly, and he just vanished into thin air. It's terrifying." "Which hospital?" Su Chen's voice unconsciously lowered, tinged with tension. "It's another top-tier private maternity hospital in Jiangcheng, called Holy Infant Hospital, which isn't far from here," Chen Duo said. "My friend works there as a nurse. After the incident last night, I was still worried about her, so I went to stay with her for a while after get off work. Holy Infant Hospital. Baby boy. Missing." These keywords, when precisely pieced together, form a complete picture. Su Chen immediately remembered the file that Zhao Gang had shown him that morning. Missing person, anonymous baby boy only 7 days old. Location of disappearance, neonatal intensive care unit, Zhangcheng City First People's Hospital. Wait, the location is wrong. The information Zhao Gang provided was from the First People's Hospital, while Chen Duo said it was from the Holy Infant Hospital. Su Chen immediately took out his phone, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and pulled up the encrypted file that Zhao Gang had sent, quickly scanning it to the end. Sure enough, at the end of the file was a small note: the crime scene information is preliminary and may contain errors, it needs further verification. It seems that the person who initially reported the incident made a mistake about the hospital's name in their haste. The location, the victim, and the time of the disappearance all match. This is the case. Su Chen's breath hitched slightly. Looking at the oblivious young nurse in front of him, still worried about her friend, an extremely bold idea for testing took shape in his mind. His will sank into his sea of consciousness, and his ability to perceive Yin energy was activated once again. This time, his target is Chen Duo. In his perception, Chen Duo radiated a bright and warm life glow, the kind that belongs to a healthy, living person. But right on her right shoulder and cuff, Su Chen could clearly see a stain. It was a very faint, grayish-black mark, as if it had been rubbed on, sharing the same origin as the faint scent in the corner of the ward, filled with deathly silence and coldness, like an indelible mold stain, firmly attached to her warm life field. Found it. Because Chen Duo had been to the crime scene Holy Infant Hospital last night, she still carried the lingering scent of the man in black robes. What does that mean? This means he's no longer a headless fly. He has already identified a lead to track down the man in black. He could use Chen Duo's aura, or go directly to the Holy Infant Hospital where the concentration of residual Yin energy would be even higher, allowing him to more accurately track down the clues of that thing. Su Chen forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, his mind racing as he weighed how to intervene in this matter. Should I go directly to Zhao Gang? No, I've only just become an advisor and haven't achieved anything yet. This kind of perception ability is even more inexplicable and would only bring unnecessary trouble. Go secretly by myself? That's one way, but how do I explain my whereabouts to my family? Just as he was pondering a strategy, preparing to first appease Chen Duo and then subtly contact Zhao Gang, the encrypted phone, specially made by the Town Night Division, suddenly began to vibrate violently in his pocket. The caller ID showed it was Zhao Gang. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and he immediately walked to the window and answered the phone. Advisor Su. Zhao Gang's voice sounded unusually solemn, even carrying a hint of undisguised strangeness. There's a new development. Our people obtained all the surveillance footage before and after the disappearance of the Holy Infant Hospital, and in it, they discovered a suspect you would never expect. Chapter 25: The Mysterious Visitor, focusing on Luo Yunfeng. A suspect you would never have imagined? Zhao Gang's words were like a pebble thrown into still water, creating ripples in Su Chen's heart. He had assumed that the night watchers were still struggling with the incorrect crime scene report, but he was surprised by their amazing efficiency. They had not only corrected the information but had even pinpointed the target. Could it be that they, too, have sensed something strange about this disappearance? Who is it? Su Chen asked in a low, calm voice. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Gang seemed to be organizing his thoughts, pausing for a few seconds. We retrieved all surveillance footage from Skynet and the hospital's internal surveillance system and cross-referenced it. In the half hour before and after the baby went missing, only one person who was not a hospital staff member and had no visitation registration entered the floor where the neonatal intensive care unit was located. This person's identity is very complicated. I'll send you the surveillance video, you can see it for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen's encrypted phone vibrated, and a multimedia message popped up. He clicked on the video. The footage comes from a wide-angle surveillance camera on the ceiling of the hospital corridor, and the image quality is extremely high. A man stepped out of the elevator. He was wearing a well-tailored designer suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair was neatly combed. His composed and dignified demeanor is a unique mark of the upper-class elite. The man walked slowly down the empty corridor, his eyes fixed straight ahead, and finally turned into a blind spot that was not covered by surveillance cameras. That blind spot was the only path leading to the neonatal intensive care unit. The moment the video frame froze, clearly showing the man's profile, Su Chen's gaze froze. This person. Even if he's burned to ashes, he'll still recognize him. Luo Ningxuang's cousin, that hypocrite who always wears a gentle smile and is extremely caring towards his wife Luo Yunfeng. How could it be him? A chilling aura, like an invisible venomous snake, surged up his spine and gripped his heart. Su Chen's mind flashed through a series of suspicious points about Luo Ningxuang's car accident, as well as the chilling aura he had sensed in the corner of the ward. Could it be that? He dared not think any further. Su Chen forcibly suppressed the tremor in his heart, turned around abruptly, and brought the phone screen close to Luo Ningxuan's eyes, who was pretending to be asleep. Luo Ningxuan quietly opened her eyes a crack. When her gaze fell upon that familiar figure on the screen, a layer of icy coldness instantly settled over her clear eyes. She didn't say anything, but nodded very slightly, yet with absolute certainty, to Su Chen. The next second, a faint mental fluctuation transformed into a cold sentence that resounded directly in his mind. It was him. He was the last person I saw before the car accident. Boom! This telepathic message struck Su Chen's nerves like a heavy hammer. All the scattered clues were forcibly connected and tightened by an invisible force at this moment. Luo Ningxuan's car accident. The missing baby boy from St. Infant Hospital. That mysterious man in black robes. Behind all of this, Luo Yunfeng was actually standing there. A primal, almost maddening killing intent surged wildly from the deepest recesses of Su Chen's heart. He wished he could teleport to Luo Yunfeng right now and personally snap the neck of that hypocritical man wearing a mask. Advisor Su? Are you still listening? Zhao Gang asked with a hint of doubt on the other end of the phone. Su Chen closed his eyes, forcefully suppressing the boiling killing intent back into his chest. He knew very well that now was not the time to be ruled by anger. A single surveillance video is far from enough to convict Luo Yunfeng. Given the power and status of the Luo family, without solid evidence, even the Xinye division cannot touch him in the slightest. This is something I can only do on my own. Team leader Zhao, I know him. Su Chen's voice became calm again, without a trace of emotion. He is my wife Luo Ningxuang's cousin, Luo Yunfeng. His presence there may just be a coincidence, like visiting a friend. Oh? Is that so? Zhao Gang's tone held a hint of amusement. Then perhaps we were overthinking it. But since he's a relative of Consultant Su, I'll trouble you to help find out him indirectly and see who he met that night. Contact me anytime if you find anything. Okay. Su Chen replied calmly and hung up the phone. He certainly understood Zhao Gang's old fox scheme. While claiming it was a coincidence, he actually wanted to use his relative relationship to act as a stepping stone. This was exactly what Su Chen wanted. He stared at Luo Yunfeng's refined and elegant face on the phone screen, his eyes as cold as if they held glaciers. He decided to set off immediately for the Holy Infant Hospital. He wanted to go to the scene in person and use his Yin-Chi perception ability to follow the traces left by the black robe man and find out exactly what kind of tricks Luo Yunfeng, this demon in human skin, was up to. Having made up his mind, Su Chen immediately took action. He first dialed his father-in-law's number. Dad, Mom, I've just figured out a new story therapy and need to go out to find some inspiration, so I might be back a little late. Su Chen's tone sounded relaxed and professional. Don't worry about Ning Xuang, she's in stable condition. Now, Lu Ruyu has blindly trusted Su Chen, her miracle doctor son-in-law, and immediately agreed when she heard it was for her daughter's treatment. Hurry up! Inspiration is the most important thing. Do you need a car? I'll have old Wang drive that Rolls-Royce over for you. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen prepared to leave. Luo Ningxuan, who was lying on the bed, suddenly reached out and gently tugged at the hem of his clothes. Su Chen turned around. Her eyes remained closed, but that faint yet unwavering spiritual power once again entered his mind. Honey, be careful. Luo Yunfeng has a smell, that's exactly the same as the one I smelled at the scene of my car accident. Su Chen's heart sank, and he nodded heavily. He knew that the smell his wife was talking about was that deathly, chilling aura belonging to the man in black robes. The Luo family's top-of-the-line luxury car was incredibly efficient. Su Chen arrived at the Holy Infant Hospital in less than 20 minutes. He used the excuse of visiting a friend who just gave birth to gain easy access to the hospital building. The moment Su Chen stepped through the gate, he activated his Yin-Chi perception. In an instant, the world before my eyes changed dramatically. In his eyes, the entire hospital building was no longer just cold steel and concrete, but shrouded in countless complex auras. Most of them were gray auras representing illness and pain, and pure halos representing new life. But amidst this chaos, a trail formed by a cold, gray-black aura stood out starkly. That trajectory, like a winding, ugly venomous snake, was tightly coiled within the hospital's architectural structure. Its origin points directly to the neonatal intensive care unit on the 3rd floor. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. He pretended to be looking for a ward number, but his steps followed the path of Yin energy precisely, walking upstairs step by step. He clearly saw that the path of yin energy extended from the window of the intensive care unit, passed through the corridor, turned several corners, and finally, disappeared at the end of the corridor, in front of the door of a top-of-the-line VIP suite. The end of yin energy is right here. Luo Yunfeng, let's see how you act this time. A cold smile curled at the corner of Su Chen's lips. He followed the trail step by step to the door of the VIP suite, preparing to knock and test the waters. Click. A soft sound. The suite door was opened from the inside. Luo Yunfeng's face, adorned with a standard elite smile, appeared at the door. He seemed to be preparing to go out, but when he saw Su Chen outside, a perfectly timed surprise appeared on his face. Xiao Chen? What a coincidence, you're here to visit a friend too. His smile was flawless, and his tone was warm and appropriate, as if he had truly encountered a relative in a foreign land. However, in Su Chen's in-chi perception vision, the moment the door opened, a dense, almost tangible, cold and evil aura, the same as that of the black-robed man, rushed out from Luo Yunfeng. Chapter 26: A Perfect Disguise, a Fatal Flaw. Their eyes met. The air in the corridor instantly became thick and sticky. Su Chen wore a perfectly measured smile, but his eyes held no warmth whatsoever. In his in-chi perception vision, Luo Yunfeng was completely enveloped by a dense mass of gray-black death energy, which was like a living thing, emanating from his body in wisps. Luo Yunfeng, on the other hand, perfectly portrayed the surprised expression of accidentally meeting his brother-in-law. Every glance he gave, every movement of his muscles, was textbook perfect. Yes, brother Yunfeng, what a coincidence. Su Chen's acting was flawless. He responded with a smile, his tone so natural it sounded like a genuine chance encounter. A childhood friend of mine just had his wife give birth, so I came to visit. What about you? A business partner's wife is recuperating here, Luo Yunfeng replied flawlessly, his smile even becoming warmer. We just finished business and stopped by to visit her. Don't stand there, come in and sit down. He stepped aside and made a pleased gesture, his posture open and honest. This composure, if one did not personally see the deathly aura surrounding the body, would be enough to deceive anyone. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Su Chen smiled and nodded, then stepped into the room. The moment the door closed, in-chi perception was activated at full power. Su Chen's pupils contracted slightly. He captured a startling fact. The chilling, eerie atmosphere that filled the room did not originate from Luo Yunfeng. Although Luo Yunfeng's aura was strong, it was more like the scent left after being immersed in it for a long time, a kind of passive contamination. The true source. Su Chen's gaze seemingly casually swept across the luxurious suite before finally settling precisely on the sofa. A black leather briefcase. It has a high-end feel and sharp lines. That almost tangible evil death aura, which originated from the same source as the man in black robes, was seeping out of that briefcase. Su Chen's breathing stopped for a moment. He pretended to look around at the room's furnishings, exclaiming, Brother Yunfeng's friend is really generous. This suite is even more luxurious than a 5-star hotel. His footsteps, however, moved imperceptibly, step by step, toward the sofa. There is 1 meter left to reach the briefcase. A chilling, bone-deep coldness crept into his skin without warning, seeping in through his pores. That wasn't cold in terms of temperature. It is a chilling, deathly, and despairing chill that acts directly on the soul. The bag doesn't contain documents. Su Chen made a judgment instantly. The missing newborn is definitely connected to this briefcase. Even. That poor child is very likely in this bag right now. This thought caused Su Chen's hand to clench suddenly at his side, his nails digging deep into his palm, bringing a sharp pain. Hee, businessmen like to show off. Luo Yunfeng poured tea while chuckling, completely unaware of the dramatic change in Su Chen's heart. The two sat down on the sofa, separated by the briefcase that exuded an endless aura of evil. Luo Yunfeng spoke first, seemingly concerned, asking, How has Ning Shuang been lately? Alas, such a good child, how did she suffer like this? He sighed, his face full of worry. Su Chen sneered inwardly. He took the teacup and decided to play along, dropping a bombshell. Much better, thank you for your concern, Brother Yunfeng. Dr. Li just came by this morning and said that Ning Shuang's bodily functions have fully recovered and her brainwaves are unusually active. She will wake up soon. After he finished speaking, all his attention was focused on Luo Yunfeng's face. Really? That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Luo Yunfeng's face erupted with ecstasy, his excitement so genuine that it seemed as if he were Luo Ningxuan's biological father. Su Chen picked up his teacup, blew on it to cool it down, and then, in the calmest of tones, delivered the sharpest blow. Yes, Dr. Li also said that once Ning Shuang wakes up, her memory will gradually recover. At that time, I might be able to recall all the details of the car accident exactly as they happened. The words fell. Clatter. A very faint, crisp sound. Luo Yunfeng's hand, holding the tea tray, froze for less than a fraction of a second. In that instant, the muscles in his fingertips stiffened from the violent tremor, causing the teacup and saucer to collide slightly. Flaw. That sound was the sound of his inner defenses collapsing. He's afraid. He was afraid Luo Ningxuang would wake up. He was afraid that the truth about the car accident would be completely revealed. Come on, Xiao Chen, have some tea. Luo Yunfeng's ability to manage his expressions was terrifying. He instantly returned to normal, handed the teacup to Su Chen, and his smile remained impeccable. But Su Chen knew. The venomous snake had already bared its fangs. During the ensuing conversation, Luo Yunfeng was clearly distracted. He quickly made up an excuse, saying that the company had an urgent international meeting and he had to rush back immediately. As he spoke, he stood up and grabbed the black briefcase from the sofa. Then you go ahead with your work, brother Yunfeng, I won't see you off. Su Chen also stood up, a warm smile on his face. Okay, I'll go see Ning Shuang another day. Luo Yunfeng, carrying the briefcase that exuded an evil, deathly aura, hurried into the elevator. Su Chen stood at the door of the ward. The smile on his face peeled away inch by inch until it was completely gone. Instead, there was a chilling killing intent that could freeze the air. He watched the elevator doors close and the numbers start to drop, then he abruptly turned around, went back into his room, and pulled out his phone. The call was not made to Zhao Gang, the official contact. Instead, it was directly given to Fatty Wang. The call was answered instantly. Brother Chen. What's up? Going live again? My equipment's all warmed up. Fatty Wang's energetic voice came through. Su Chen didn't waste a single word. His voice was low, yet it carried an absolute, unyielding will, each word like ice. Fatty, stop everything you're doing. Locate a vehicle. License plate number, Zhang AXXXXX, Black Bentley. I need its entire trajectory for the next 24 hours, accurate to the second. Including which building it entered, which floor, and which apartment it entered. Is it possible? Chapter 27. He knelt on the ground, the offering was a live baby. Wang Pengzi, on the other end of the phone, was startled by Su Chen's emotionless tone. His nonchalant tone vanished instantly. Instead, a professional instinct was activated. Brother Chen, something terrible has happened? Don't ask, just do it. Su Chen's voice was like two cold stones rubbing against each other. Fatty Wang immediately understood the gravity of the situation. A rapid, rhythmic tapping sound came from the phone, and his tone became efficient and sharp. Don't worry, Brother Chen. I've got the license plate number. Don't even mention location tracking, I can find out how many Wi-Fi networks his phone connected to today, what apps he used, and who he chatted with online. Give me 5 minutes. Real-time location, Su Chen emphasized. 3 minutes. Fatty Wang's voice was filled with absolute confidence. I'll send the encrypted link to your phone in 3 minutes, with an error margin of no more than 5 meters. Hang up the phone. Su Chen turned around and strode out of the Holy Infant Hospital. Under the cover of night, the Luo family's top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce was silently waiting by the roadside. Drive. Su Chen got into the back seat and gave the driver an order. Follow that black Bentley ahead, Zhang AXXXXX. Keep your distance, don't get spotted. The driver was Luo Tianxiang's old subordinate, a veteran who had survived countless battles and possessed exceptional mental fortitude. He glanced at Su Chen's ice-sculpted profile in the rearview mirror, then nodded calmly without saying a word and started the car. The vehicles, like black phantoms, silently slid into the night. 2 minutes later, the phone screen lit up. Fatty Wang sent me an encrypted link. Clicking on it reveals a minimalist electronic map with a red dot moving across the screen, accompanied by its real-time speed and direction. It was Luo Yunfeng's Bentley. Not bad technically, Su Chen commented casually through the Bluetooth headset. Hee, basic operation. Fatty Wang regained a hint of smugness. Don't worry, Brother Chen, unless he drives the car into another dimension, he definitely won't escape my surveillance. Su Chen's gaze was fixed on the moving red dot. Luo Yunfeng's car did not return to the company. He didn't go back to his own villa either. The black Bentley began to drive illogically through the bustling city center. What's he doing? Taking a post-dinner drive to digest? Wang Ponzi also sensed something was wrong through the earphones. Counter-surveillance, Su Chen uttered 3 words. He's confirming whether he's clean. As expected. After wandering around the city like a headless fly for nearly half an hour, the red dot seemed to confirm that it was safe. It suddenly swerved, turning the steering wheel all the way to the lock, and crashed directly onto the elevated road leading to the suburbs. Finally, the red dot drove into an area marked in gray on the map as awaiting demolition. An old industrial area so dilapidated that even stray dogs avoid it. The scenery outside the car window rushed past, the tall buildings disappeared, and in their place were abandoned factories and overgrown weeds. Su Chen's eyes also turned extremely dangerous. This is the place. He was almost certain that Luo Yunfeng's lair, or rather, the location where he and the man in black robes conducted their dirty deal, was right here. It was deserted and had no signal. A natural, perfect graveyard for handling all garbage. The Rolls-Royce slowly came to a stop in front of a huge, dilapidated textile factory with peeling paint. Fatty Wang's voice came through the earphones at just the right moment, filled with barely suppressed surprise and doubt. "Brother Chen, we've got him. He's inside. It's this abandoned textile factory, he's gone up to the 3rd floor. I checked, this godforsaken place has been without water and electricity for a long time, and there's no cell phone signal once you get in. It's like a lawless place. What the hell is he doing here in the middle of the night? What the hell?" "You're right." Su Chen responded softly. "He's here to see ghosts." Su Chen instructed the driver to stop in the shadow of a ruin some distance away, turn off the engine, and remain silent. He opened the car door by himself. The evening breeze stirred up industrial dust from the ground, blowing through the empty factory buildings with a mournful wail. Su Chen's figure blended into the darkness, landing silently, and approached the textile factory that exuded a strong sense of foreboding. Yin Qi sensing, activated. The next second, the scene he saw made even someone as accustomed to the dark and evil feel a strong sense of unease. In his perception, the entire abandoned textile factory was clearly a giant vortex of Yin energy that was slowly rotating. Countless gray-black negative energies, representing death and curses, are converging from all directions, drawn by an invisible force, all rushing towards the center of the vortex. That center point is on the 3rd floor. The concentration of Yin energy there was hundreds of times more terrifying than what I had sensed in the hospital ward. This is the lair of the Black Robe Man. Su Chen sneaked into the factory, where the air was filled with a musty smell of rust, machine oil, and dust. Instead of taking the elevator, he climbed the cobweb-covered fire escape stairs, step by step. The higher you go, the more piercing the chill becomes, penetrating to the very bone. The moment he stepped onto the 3rd floor, a suppressed, distorted sound drifted out from the room at the end of the corridor. It was Luo Yunfeng's voice. The voice was filled with extreme fear and humble pleading, as if it were a conversation with some unseen being. "I brought the things I beg you, I brought the offerings you requested. You promised me. As long as I severely injure Luo Ningxuang and find a suitable sacrifice, you will let me go and help me obtain everything from the Luo family. Please, please let me go." Su Chen stopped in his tracks. He moved toward the room as silently as a sheet of paper against the cold wall. The door was ajar. A narrow slit let in dim light. Su Chen peered through the crack in the door. Just one glance. His breathing suddenly stopped. In the very center of the room, Luo Yunfeng was kneeling on the ground in an extremely humiliating posture, kowtowing repeatedly towards a corner, his body trembling like a leaf, his crotch already soaked. And in that corner opposite him, there is something standing there. A figure completely shrouded in a wide black robe. A real man in black robes 100 times clearer and more solid than the footage from last night's live broadcast. It just stood there, without feet, its hem suspended a few centimeters off the ground, like a living, constantly writhing mass of condensed darkness. In front of it, the black briefcase was opened. A swaddled baby peeked out from inside the bag. A faint, almost inaudible cry of a baby was faintly heard coming from the swaddling clothes. Chapter 28 Confronting the Mystery, The Devil's Deal. Only after seeing the real man in black robes with his own eyes did Su Chen truly understand the suffocating weight behind the 6 words conceptual mystery in Zhao Gang's file. That is not an entity. It has no fixed form, it is a twisted, churning mass of living darkness. All the pure malice and chaos in the world were compressed into that wide black robe. Even a fleeting glimpse through the crack in the door brought an immense pressure from the depths of his soul. His spirit felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, torn apart and devoured. This thing is 1,000 times more terrifying than the worst-case scenario he had anticipated. The baby's faint, almost imperceptible cries now pierced Su Chen's eardrums with a sharp intensity, stirring his nerves. He is about to become a father. He absolutely could not allow such a fragile life to be offered as a sacrifice to the monster right before his eyes. Help! That child must be saved. The thought roared in his mind, almost overwhelming everything. But Su Chen's reason was like ice, freezing his instinct to break down the door. Don't act impulsively. Rushing in now would be suicide. Forget about saving anyone, he himself would be instantly swallowed by that darkness. The oppressive aura emanating from this black-robed man was 100 times stronger than the intent that had locked onto him during last night's livestream. He needs an opportunity. An absolutely fatal moment. Inside the room, Luo Yunfeng knelt on the ground, his spirit broken. He kowtowed incoherently, revealing all the details of the sinful deal to the monster. I have done as you instructed and sabotaged Luo Ningxuang's car brakes. She is seriously injured and unconscious. I have also obtained the purest sacrifice you wanted. You promised me. You would give me everything from the Luo family. Why are you still clinging to me? Why can I still see you every night when I close my eyes? Luo Yunfeng's roar, each word like thunder, exploded in Su Chen's ears. It really was that beast. Luo Ningxuang's car accident was a bloody deal orchestrated by him and the monster in front of him. He sold his cousin's life for the sake of his family fortune. In order to protect himself, he even stole an innocent baby, attempting to use that pure soul to fill the stomach of this inhuman being. Su Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He. A strange, neither male nor female laugh seeped from beneath the black robe. The voice didn't travel through the air, it rang directly in his mind, carrying a chaos and madness that could turn reason into mush. Your fear is truly delicious. A person like you, who would not hesitate to sell the soul of his loved ones for wealth and power, your fear has a unique fragrance, it is a fine delicacy. The man in black robes ignored Luo Yunfeng's pleas for mercy. It is being tasted. Savoring this soul, utterly twisted by greed and fear, is like enjoying a delicious dessert. Su Chen understood instantly. The so-called transaction was a scam from beginning to end. The man in black robes exploited Luo Yunfeng's greed, making him work for him, while Luo Yunfeng himself was also his prey. Seemingly having enjoyed this appetizer enough, the man in black robes slowly extended a hand. The hand was made of swirling black mist, without skin or bones, just a pure, writhing mass of darkness. Its target was the briefcase containing the baby on the ground. It's going to harm the children. We can't wait any longer. Su Chen's mind reached an extreme level of calm at this moment. A direct confrontation is a dead end. His only advantage is that the enemy is in the open while he is in the dark. He remembered his identity as King Su and the voice that had once made the entire internet tremble. In the blink of an eye, he activated an auxiliary function of the system. Sensational amplification. This feature specially processes the host's voice, giving it the ability to penetrate physical media and reach the mental level. Its effect is doubled on those with malicious intent. Su Chen did not choose to break through the goal. He chose a more bizarre and intimidating approach. He stood outside the door, adjusted his breathing, and slowly spoke into the room in his unique, magnetic voice, imbued with the chill of the underworld. Using the souls of your loved ones and innocent lives to exchange for wealth that does not belong to you. His voice, amplified by the horror amplification feature, failed to resonate in the corridor. It transformed into an invisible spiritual shock, directly piercing through the wall, and without warning, simultaneously exploded deep within the consciousness of Luo Yunfeng and the black-robed man. Aren't you afraid? Did she crawl back from hell to strangle you with her own hands and drag you down with her? This sound is a judgment from another dimension. Ah! Luo Yunfeng felt as if an invisible giant hand had gripped his heart. He let out a shrill scream that was so shrill it was inhuman. He was thrown backward, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. The man in black robes, who was about to harm the baby, suddenly froze. Its hand, composed of black mist, froze in mid-air. Then, it slowly, turning away from that featureless face, it suddenly turned towards the door where Su Chen was. Su Chen's heart suddenly tightened and almost stopped beating. He saw that the black mist on the black-robed man's face, which should have been empty, suddenly became extremely violent, and finally collapsed into a pitch-black vortex that kept collapsing inward. A force 10 times stronger than before, mixed with greed and extreme confusion, crossed space and locked onto Su-chen. New, delicious. You have the scent of the world on you. In an instant, it abandoned the baby that was within its grasp and the unconscious Luo Yunfeng. The next instant, the distorted darkness transformed into an extremely thick plume of black smoke, completely disregarding the laws of physics, and directly pierced through the thick wall. A terrifying chill, capable of freezing one's very soul, rushed straight towards Su-chen outside the door. Chapter 29: Snatching food from the tiger's mouth, an extreme escape. Grass. It's locked. The instant the man in black robes pierced through the wall, Su-chen's scalp went numb, and a surge of electricity shot from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. The premonition of death was no longer an illusion, but rather the icy seawater rushing into his lungs, causing him to suffocate instantly. Every cell in his body was emitting a primal scream. Escape! Without thinking, without even hesitating. His body's instincts had taken control, driving him to twist his body, push off the ground, and his whole body was suddenly launched as if by an invisible force. Run! How do you confront this mysterious creature that disregards the rules of physics and is almost a concept itself? That's suicide. Only an idiot would do that. His only thought at that moment was to escape before being completely devoured by that thing. Su-chen squeezed out the last bit of air from his lungs, his leg muscles groaning in despair, and resolutely charged into the bottomless darkness of the stairwell. The black smoke followed closely behind. Wherever that pure malice passed, the temperature plummeted at an absurd speed, and white ice crystals condensed in the air. Su-chen could even clearly feel that the scorching breath he exhaled from running was frozen and shattered the moment it left his mouth and nose. His soul was almost frozen to a standstill by that undisguised, extreme malice. What to do? What to do? The brain was pushed to its limits under the dual pressure of oxygen deprivation and extreme fear. At this rate, he won't last 10 seconds. They will definitely be caught up. In a flash, Zhao Gang's solemn face and Master Xuani's deliberately profound words exploded in Su-chen's mind. Mysterious, it doesn't follow physics. The black robe is a conceptual mystery, feeding on fear. Concept. What is it that this inner world, which represents chaos and darkness, fears? It is everything that is opposed to it. It's about order. It's yang energy. It consists of all the rules and symbols established by human civilization. An incredibly crazy, even absurd, thought instantly took shape in Su-chen's mind, which was on the verge of collapse. Fatty! He ran wildly through the deathly silent stairwell, pulling an encrypted phone from his pocket and screaming into the earpiece with all his might. Hack into all the alarms in this area. Fire alarms. Security alarms. Factory sirens. All of them. Immediately. Right now. Make them all go off. Receive. Without asking a single question, Fatty Wang was met with a burst of keyboard pounding, like a Gatling gun firing from the other end of the earpiece. At the same time, Su-chen dialed Zhao Gang's number with his other hand, which was trembling so much he could barely hold the phone. The moment he burst out of the textile factory gate like a cannonball. Wah-ah-wah. Beep beep beep. Countless ear-piercing, violent alarms, loud enough to stop a heart, suddenly erupted from all directions of the abandoned industrial area, tearing the deathly silent night sky apart. The blaring fire alarm, the sharp anti-theft device, the old, worn-out whistle from the long-abandoned factory. At this moment, all devices capable of making loud noise were forcibly awakened by Fatty Wang using his highest privileges in an unreasonable manner. These countless sounds intertwine and are no longer just noise. They are the roar of modern civilization. They are the iron fist of human order. They transformed into invisible hammers forged by rules, smashing down hard and precisely on the relentlessly pursuing plume of black smoke. Hiss. A silent yet incredibly clear shriek exploded in Su-chen's mental world. He glanced back. The thick black smoke that the man in black robes had transformed into visibly stagnated amidst the alarming sounds representing human order. Its rolling speed slowed down. That pure, all-encompassing darkness seemed to have faded a bit. It works! A surge of joy welled up in Su-chen's heart. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he lunged forward and rolled to his Rolls-Royce, forcefully pulling open the door and jumping inside. Drive! He roared at the driver, who was already terrified by the apocalyptic scene. Where are you going, Mr. Su? Downtown. The busiest place. Quick! The Rolls-Royce's engine let out a deep roar, the tires screeched sharply on the rough ground, and the massive car lurched forward. Just then, Zhao Gang's call was connected. "Advisor Su? What's going on? Stop talking nonsense. Listen to me." Su Chen spoke at lightning speed, like he was firing a gun. "The abandoned textile factory on the outskirts of the city, 3rd floor. Luo Yunfeng and the missing baby are both there. The black robe is here too. I'm being chased by it. I've sent you the coordinates. Bring your men." After saying that, he hung up the phone immediately, giving the other party no time to react. The car sped through the night, but the suffocating feeling of being gripped by death did not diminish in the slightest. Su Chen could see it clearly in the rearview mirror. After a brief weakening, the plume of black smoke caught up again. Its speed was reduced by the alarm, but it was still desperately fast, clinging tightly to the back of the car like a worm attached to a bone, impossible to shake off. Wisps of grayish-black mist had begun to seep into the tightly closed car windows, persistently and relentlessly. The temperature inside the car is dropping at an alarming rate. A thin layer of frost with eerie fern patterns had condensed on the windshield. The driver's face was ashen, his hands gripping the steering wheel trembled violently, and the car began to shake dangerously. Su Chen knew that things couldn't continue like this. Once this thing has fully infiltrated, they will both die. Just when he felt his consciousness was about to be frozen by that chilling cold, and thought that this was truly the end for him. In his mind, the system panel that had been dormant for so long suddenly popped up with a blood-red, frantically flashing notification box without warning. Warning: host's life is under a mysterious and deadly threat. System Final Protection Protocol has been triggered. Do you wish to consume all currently accumulated energy to perform a limited edition story materialization? Weather. Chapter 30, the story comes to life, Zhong Kuei on night patrol. A desperate situation. A cold, gray-black mist had already permeated the carriage, wisps and strands, almost like a living thing. They climbed onto Su Chen's skin, and the chill was no longer a physical low temperature, but a freezing sensation that penetrated his soul, as if it wanted to crush his consciousness into ice shards. He knew he had no way out. Yes. This decision was made without thought, but rather stemmed from the instinct for survival, roaring forth from his inner world. Bet everything. The instant he confirmed it, the golden energy bar in the system back end, which had accumulated to an almost blinding level due to Luo Ningxuang's awakening, suddenly emptied. An indescribable, magnificent power surged forth from the deepest part of the system, like a bursting dam, instantly washing over every inch of Su Chen's body. At this moment, his brain resonated deeply with the system, entering a wondrous overclocking state. Countless horror stories he had told and conceived transformed into a torrent of data in his mind. The red embroidered shoes? Not enough that resentment is merely a tickle to this cloud of black smoke. The ghost wedding dress? No, that's the realm of mental pollution. Its effect on this pure evil spirit is unknown. The sleepless night in the 4th ward? Absolutely not. That would only summon another terrifying kind of creature. It must be an existence that is most deeply imprinted and holds the highest position in the collective subconscious of the entire Chinese civilization, specifically designed to suppress all evil spirits and demons. An ultimate symbol representing the order of heaven and magnificent masculinity. In a flash, a name broke through all the jumbled thoughts and stood out prominently in his mind. That's him. Su Chen suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes piercing through the car window, locking onto the thick black smoke that seemed to engulf the entire car. He mobilized all the spirit infused by that power, and with his unique King Su voice, he roared out no longer a sinister narration, but a judgment decree with supreme majesty. I am Zhong Kuei, the scholar from Zhongnan Mountain. By divine mandate, I am in charge of matters concerning ghosts and spirits in the human world. While patrolling here tonight, I heard that evil spirits are causing havoc and harming all living beings. Su Chen squeezed out his last bit of strength, and every word he uttered was like a resounding bell, making the car windows buzz. I came here specifically. Slay the demons and eliminate the monsters. The moment the last 4 words fell, the limited edition story manifestation activated. Boom! An invisible energy surge erupted from the Rolls-Royce, spreading outwards with a deafening roar. It was a storm of rules formed by the purest masculine energy mixed with a massive amount of terrifying energy. Above the night sky, a towering phantom several meters high materialized out of thin air. The phantom was dressed in a crimson official robe, its color as deep as blood, embroidered with cloud patterns. It wore a black gauze official hat, had a leopard-like head and piercing eyes, an iron face and a bushy beard. The eyes that burned did not contain anger, but rather a cold, divine light that judged all things. Its appearance is exactly the same as that of the holy ruler in Chinese legend who protected the house and exorcised demons. The image of Zhong Kuei. It is merely a fleeting illusion composed of energy, but the majestic divine power it exudes, derived from 1,000 years of incense and legends, that restrains all the darkness in the world, is so real that it makes all things tremble. The enormous phantom slowly raised its hand towards the surging black smoke behind it. In its hand, it held a phantom giant sword made of light. It did not fall. He merely made a gesture of glaring and raising a sword. That intent to slay, that absolute, unquestionable killing intent originating from mythology, has transformed into an invisible divine punishment, descending fiercely. Hiss! That arrogant black-robed man was like an ice block thrown into the scorching sun, emitting a shrill shriek that pierced through the spiritual dimension, and then frantically rolled backward. Its thick, ink-like body was instantly evaporated in large quantities, and its color visibly faded, suffering an unprecedented severe blow. The image of Zhong Kuei existed for less than a second. After making that sword-raising motion, it ran out of energy, turned into specks of light, and dissipated into the night wind. But that's enough. The driver felt the bone-chilling cold inside the car recede like a receding tide, and warmth instantly returned. Almost reflexively, he slammed on the accelerator, and the Rolls-Royce's V12 engine roared like a beast, seizing the opportunity to speed away, leaving the damaged plume of black smoke far behind. Inside the car, Su Chen's body completely lost its support. He slumped onto the soft leather seat, every muscle screaming in agony, his lungs burning, his body drenched in cold sweat, and the exhaustion nearly made him faint. But he couldn't help but grin upwards, revealing a hint of schadenfreude. He won. He survived the clutches of that terrifying man in black. At the same time, abandoned textile factory. More than a dozen black SUVs silently completed the encirclement. Zhao Gang took the lead, leading a team of well-equipped Xinye division operatives, rushing up to the third floor like cheetahs. When they kicked open the foul-smelling door, everyone was stunned by what they saw. Inside the room, Luo Yunfeng lay sprawled on the floor, his eyes rolled back, drooling, his body convulsing, and his crotch soaked with sweat. He had been so frightened that he lost control of his bladder and fainted. At the other end of the room, the black briefcase lay peacefully, and the baby in the swaddling clothes was breathing evenly and sleeping soundly, as if in the most tranquil cradle. There were no traces of a third person at the scene. Zhao Gang looked at this extremely bizarre scene and looked up in the direction Su Chen had fled. The night sky was still dead silent, but his eyes were extremely solemn. He picked up the communicator, his voice a mixture of awe, confusion, and lingering fear. Seal off the scene. Forensic team and trace evidence team, move in. Immediately bring the suspect, Luo Yunfeng, and the victimized infant back to headquarters. He paused, took a deep breath, as if making a decision that would change everything. Furthermore, notify the intelligence team to immediately reassess the threat level of Special Advisor Su Chen. In his mind, Su Chen's terrifyingly calm voice flashed by, as well as the majestic divine power he had vaguely sensed earlier that had made his heart stop beating. No! Zhao Gang abruptly changed his tune, his tone resolute. It's support level. Immediately upgrade Consultant Su's support priority from level B to level A. Chapter 31A Level Advisor, a thunderclap in the family. Su Chen returned to the hospital as dawn broke. He was practically carried off the car by the driver. Every step he took felt like walking on cotton, and he felt as if his bones had been removed. The aftereffects of being completely drained of energy left his face as pale as paper, and his lips even devoid of color. When he used his last bit of strength to push open the ward door, a feeling of his heartstrings being suddenly tightened was clearly transmitted to him. It is Luo Ningxuang. She lay in bed, breathing steadily, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, seemingly pretending to be fast asleep. But that faint mental link was like a probe, allowing her to clearly perceive Su Chen's current state, a state of weakness and exhaustion, as if he had been devoured by a giant beast, leaving only remnants. She couldn't see it, but she could feel what kind of hell he had traversed that night. When the driver quietly left and only the two of them remained in the ward, Su Chen barely managed to lean against the wall and move to the bedside. He forced a smile at those eyes that had quietly opened, misty with tears, and his chapped lips moved slightly. It's all right now. His voice was like rough sand, each word seemed to be wearing down his vocal cords, yet it carried a sense of calm and settled peace. The child has been saved. Luo Yunfeng is finished too. Luo Ningxuang's eyes instantly burned with heat. She didn't ask anything. The process is no longer important. She simply reached out and, with all her might, tightly grasped Su Chen's cold, lifeless hand. Su Chen sat down on the edge of the bed and recounted the desperate chase of the previous night in the most concise language. When the words "chasing through walls" were uttered, Luo Ningxuang suddenly tightened her grip on his hand. When the words Zhongkue Phantom were mentioned, her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and a tremendous sense of fear even surged through her mental link. She couldn't imagine that her husband, in order to save a child who was completely unrelated to him, would engage in a life or death gamble with such a terrifying creature from mythology. A clear and warm spiritual energy emanated from her palm. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to try to transfer her meager power into Su Chen's body. However, her power was nothing more than a drop in the ocean compared to Su Chen's depleted energy sea. But that pure, unadulterated heartache and concern was more soothing to his nerves, which were stretched to the limit, than any magic pill. Su Chen looked at her with some surprise. The intent transmitted from that spiritual power was very clear. "Don't do that again." Su Chen smiled, then gently squeezed her palm with his other hand, neither agreeing nor refusing. At the same time, the Luo family's manor, the main residence. The air in the study was as heavy and oppressive as the sea before a storm. Snap! With a crisp sound, Luo Tianxiong slammed his prized Yixing purple clay teapot onto the expensive Persian carpet. Fragments of purple clay scatter and fly everywhere. A few minutes earlier, he received an encrypted call from Zhao Gang of the Town Night Division. Over the phone, Zhao Gang used a businesslike tone, yet every word was veiled in sarcasm, to report on a kidnapping case. When Luo Tianxiong heard that his nephew Luo Yunfeng, whom he had always placed high hopes on and groomed as his future right-hand man, was the mastermind, his mind went blank. When Zhao Gang casually mentioned, in a tone as if analyzing a case, that Luo Yunfeng had suffered a mental breakdown, babbling incoherently during interrogation, shouting things like "deal," "devil," and even voluntarily confessing that he orchestrated Luo Ningxuang's car accident. This tycoon, who had dominated the business world for half his life, felt as if a surge of blood had been forced open his skull. Anger. That was a fury powerful enough to destroy everything. He was so angry that he was trembling all over, and his temples were throbbing. Traitor within the family. It turns out that the creature that was so respectful to him and caring for Ningxuang was not a Qilin nephew at all, but a venomous snake that would devour anyone it chose. However, at the end of the call, Zhao Gang, with undisguised admiration in his tone, mentioned that Su Chen played an irreplaceable core role in the case, from providing clues to directly restraining others, and was therefore highly praised by relevant departments. A complex yet intense emotion was forced into Luo Tianxiong's overwhelming rage. That was a feeling of relief and pride. This son-in-law, whom he initially regarded merely as a tool to bring good fortune to his daughter, and whom he had never even given a second glance. He is the true pillar of the Luo family, the true son of the Qilin lurking in the abyss. After hanging up the phone, Luo Tianxiong did not hesitate for a moment and immediately convened the highest-level family video conference. Facing the bewildered faces on the screen, his expression remained calm, his voice devoid of warmth, yet like a layer of ice in winter, freezing all hope in everyone. I hereby declare that, effective immediately, the Luo Yunfeng lineage will be removed from all of the Luo Group's businesses. Reclaim all of his shares and dividend rights, and freeze all of his assets. From this day forward, this person will no longer be recorded in the Luo family genealogy. Swift and decisive action, eradicating the threat at its root. On the other end of the video conference, all the branch clan members with ulterior motives fell silent, trembling with fear. For the first time, they had so directly experienced the ruthless and iron-fisted methods of this patriarch. At the same time, in a hospital ward, Su Chen's phone vibrated. It was an official encrypted notification from the Zhenya division. Notification: in recognition of your outstanding contributions to the November 23 Holy Infant Hospital baby disappearance case, the Night Watch headquarters has decided to officially upgrade your special advisor rank to a level. You will gain access to files below S level and, in emergency situations, the authority to request a level operational support. A level consultant. Su Chen's lips curled into a smile. This was the biggest unexpected joy of the trip. Immediately afterwards, deep within his consciousness, the system panel shone brightly, and a pleasant notification sound followed. Chapter 32 Victory Banquet. He is the sole heir. At the victory celebration banquet, he was the sole heir. Hello? Is this Xiao Chen? The voice on the other end of the phone made Su Chen pause for a full 3 seconds. The voice was so gentle it seemed unreal, even carrying a deliberately suppressed fawning tone, cautiously probing. It is Lu Ruyu. Mom, it's me. Su Chen composed himself and spoke calmly. Hey! Xiao Chen! Lu Ruyu's voice seemed to have found an outlet in an instant, her tone suddenly rising, so passionate that Su Chen questioned his existence. Where are you now? Have you had lunch yet? The food at the hospital isn't nutritious at all. Mom asked the family cook to make you a special bird's nest in abalone soup, and she's about to send it over. You really have to drink it, you look so exhausted these past few days. Su Chen's lips twitched almost imperceptibly upon hearing this. Exhausted to the point of being unrecognizable? The way this mother-in-law looked at me before was as if she wanted to tear 2 ounces of flesh off me. This change in attitude wasn't just flipping through a book, it was completely switching to a different book. Mom, I just ate, no need to trouble yourself. Su Chen was both amused and exasperated. No trouble at all. It's no trouble at all. Getting you nourished is a huge deal. Lu Ruyu made the decision without room for argument, then immediately changed the subject, her tone becoming incredibly solemn, as if she were announcing a major national event. Xiao Chun, I have something important to tell you. Tonight, your father is hosting a banquet at the Luo family's old mansion, a celebration banquet specifically for you. She deliberately emphasized the phrase especially for you. You absolutely must come. For me? A thought flashed through Su Chen's mind. This treatment was indeed unprecedented. Of course. Lu Ruyu's tone was filled with a sense of pride and smugness. You are now our family's greatest hero. You are Ning Shuang's savior. Your father said that tonight, he will give you a grand send-off and let the whole Donghai city see that you, Su Chen, are my son-in-law, Lu Ruyu's perfect match. Oh, by the way, don't worry about your outfit. Your dad has already hired the best team, they'll be at your villa this afternoon. You don't need to worry about anything, just show up. Make sure you look absolutely stunning, understand? After hanging up the phone, Su Chen held his phone, momentarily lost in thought. This is reality. When you are worthless, your very existence is a mistake. When you are priceless, the whole world will applaud and smile at you. He shook his head and pushed open the door to enter the ward. Luo Ningxuang was lying on her side on the bed, her clear eyes quietly looking at him with a hint of inquiry. Su Chen sat down beside her bed, put his phone aside, and mimicked Lu Ruyu's exaggerated and awkward tone, repeating perfectly, "She repeatedly told me to dress up nicely and make sure I look the most handsome person in the room." The smile in Luo Ningxuang's eyes instantly melted, like spring water melting ice, rippling out beautiful waves. She spoke in a still very faint, breathy voice, yet with an air of self-righteous pride, enunciating each word clearly. My hero should have done this long ago. This one sentence was more effective than any elixir in the world in soothing all the fatigue Su Chen felt after a night of intense battle. In the afternoon, the people sent by Luo Tianxiong arrived at the villa on the mountaintop on time. What arrived was not just an outfit, but an elite team led by the chief image consultant of a top luxury brand. Hairstylist, stylist, costume designer, 7 or 8 people surrounded Su Chen. When Su Chen walked out of the dressing room wearing a dark blue suit with subtle patterns, handcrafted by an Italian national treasure-level tailor, the entire team was speechless for a moment. The lines of the suit seemed to blend seamlessly with his muscular physique, perfectly highlighting his broad shoulders and narrow waist, inverted triangle body shape. The deep blue color suppressed his carefree and nonchalant attitude, giving him a calm and steady aura as sharp as a knife. Especially his eyes, after experiencing a life or death struggle with the man in black robes, now possess a profound insight into the nature of ordinary people and worldly affairs. At this moment, he no longer bore any resemblance to a married and son-in-law seeking good fortune. He was born a nobleman, with an aura so powerful that any so-called heir to a wealthy family would feel inferior in his presence. Night falls and the city lights come on. As Su Chen's Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove into the Luo family's old residence, he realized that he had underestimated Luo Tianxiong's determination. The old house was brightly lit, as bright as day. A row of luxury cars stretched from the gate all the way to the distant highway, their logos dazzlingly bright. When Su Chen stepped into the banquet hall, which could accommodate hundreds of people, his gaze suddenly froze. The hall was bustling with people, a scene of elegant attire and graceful figures. Luo Tianxiong, Lu Ruyu, and all the core elders and collateral relatives of the Luo family were present. Those distant relatives who had once looked down on him now wore incredibly complex expressions, shock, jealousy, and resentment, all eventually turning into stiff, ingratiating smiles as they raised their glasses to him from afar. Among the actual guests, he spotted several key figures. Lin Wanqing, the director of the Shark platform, is both capable and beautiful, dressed in a Chanel haute couture suit. Also, Brother Long, dressed in what appears to be a casual Versace outfit, still couldn't hide his ruthless and domineering aura. They were all invited. This is hardly a family dinner. This was clearly a declaration to the entire upper class of Donghai City, gathering all of the Luo family's core allies. Grand ceremony for establishing the heir apparent. Su Chen instantly understood that Luo Tianxiong's move was both sophisticated and ruthless. He not only wanted to give himself a title, but also wanted to bind himself and the entire Luo group together with the strongest chain of interests in front of everyone. Xiao Chen is here. Lu Ruyu, with her sharpest eyes, was the first to spot Su Chen. She immediately walked over with a beaming smile, took his arm in a natural and affectionate manner, and led him to the center of the banquet. Her posture made it seem as if Su Chen was her long-lost son. Whoosh! At this moment, all eyes in the room were focused on Su Chen. Amazement, scrutiny, jealousy, fervor, countless complex gazes intertwined to form an invisible net, enveloping him. Just then, Luo Tianxiong walked up to the high platform in the center of the banquet hall. He didn't take a microphone, he simply cleared his throat, and his calm, steady voice clearly drowned out all the noise, resounding throughout the venue. Thank you all for gracing my Luo family's banquet tonight. He paused, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping across the entire room before finally settling on Su Chen. At that moment, the eyes of this business tycoon revealed a heartfelt and undisguised appreciation and satisfaction. He reached out his hand to Su Chen. Su Chen, come up here. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Chen walked step by step up the platform and stood beside Luo Tianxiong. Luo Tianxiong grabbed his hand and raised it high. His voice, like a resounding bell, made the crystal chandelier in the entire hall buzz. Taking this opportunity, I, Luo Tianxiong, have something to announce to everyone. The entire room was completely silent, you could hear a pin drop. From this day forward, Su Chen is not only my son-in-law, but also, as I, Luo Tianxiong, have chosen, the head of the Luo group. He spoke each word slowly and deliberately, each word like a heavy hammer blow, striking everyone's heart. The sole heir. The moment the words were spoken, the entire room fell silent for 3 seconds. Immediately afterwards, thunderous applause erupted. Lu Ruyu stood below the stage, looking at the tall, pine-like figure under the lights, her eyes reddening, her face filled with unprecedented pride and self-satisfaction. Brother Long and Lin Wanqing led the applause. They exchanged a glance and saw the shock and determination in each other's eyes. They knew Su Chen was a hidden dragon, but they didn't expect Luo Tianxiong to have such courage. Without testing him, he went straight to the point and put the entire Luo family on the line. These are true allies, worthy of the heaviest bets. The applause lasted for a long time. Luo Tianxiong gestured for everyone to be quiet and handed the stage over to Su Chen. Su Chen took the microphone, but he didn't talk about those vague and grand plans, nor did he utter any impassioned or grandiose words. His gaze was gentle yet firm, sweeping over the crowd below the stage before finally settling on Lu Ruyu's face. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, all my family. I can't guarantee anything. All I want to say is that Ning Shuang is my wife, and the Luo family is my home. I will do anything to wake her up and protect this family. Sincerity is always the ultimate weapon. These simple yet heartfelt words are more moving than any promise from a business empire. After the banquet, Luo Tianxiong called Su Chen to his study on the second floor. Only the father-in-law and son-in-law remained in the study. Luo Tianxiong took out a thick craft paper document bag and a dragon-patterned jade seal in a rosewood box from the safe and placed them steadily on the mahogany executive desk in front of Su Chen. This is the equity transfer agreement for 30% of the group. Once you sign it, you will be the largest individual shareholder besides me. This is the group's highest authority seal. Seeing this seal is like seeing me. It can mobilize all of the group's resources without reporting to me. Su Chen looked at the 2 items on the table that symbolized immense wealth and supreme power, yet his heart remained unusually calm. These were never what he wanted. Luo Tianxiong walked to his side, and his large hand, which had shattered the backs of countless business rivals, patted Su Chen heavily on the shoulder. In the past, my eyesight was failing, and I misjudged the situation. The old man's voice carried a hint of guilt, but more than anything, it was filled with a sense of relief and joy. From now on, the Luo family is in your hands. Just do it. Even if the sky falls, this old man's face will still hold up for you. These words are an entrustment, a promise, and even more so, a father's most complete recognition and commitment to his son-in-law. Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart and was about to reach out and pick up the document. Just then, a thought suddenly struck him. His in-chi perception, which had just recovered some energy, activated on its own in his mind, and he subconsciously scanned the documents and seals on the table. The seal is fine, it has a warm, smooth texture and is full of yang energy. However, when his senses swept over that thick document of share transfer, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Right at the seal of that craft paper document bag, he saw a faint, extremely subtle, yet insidious aura. That wasn't the aura of an inanimate object. It was more like a lurking venomous snake, leaving a barely perceptible, malevolent curse within the fibers of the paper. Spiritual imprint. Chapter 33: The Things Underground. Brother Lone, something's happened. That sinister aura instantly plunged Su Chen's heart, which had just warmed because of Luo Tianxiong's entrustment, into an icy abyss. Ron. This document, which symbolizes the transfer of the highest authority in the Luo family, should never be tainted by such things. The source of this aura is exactly the same as that of the man in black robes from that night, both carrying the unique, nauseating stillness and coldness of the inner world. Alarm bells rang in Su Chen's mind. He looked up from the documents and at Luo Tianxiong, who was immersed in satisfaction, his voice completely calm. Dad, when was this document prepared? Luo Tianxiong, oblivious to the chill in his son-in-law's tone, picked up his teacup, blew on it to warm it, and casually said, "It's been a while. Ever since Ning Shuang's accident, I've had lawyer Wang's team prepare it, and it was just delivered directly from the law firm this afternoon." Attorney Wang? Su Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Wang Jianzhong, my chief legal counsel for 20 years. Luo Tianxiong's tone was full of absolute trust. He and his people handle the group's most core secrets. There is absolutely no way there could be any problems. The person I trust most. Su Chen's heart sank even deeper. Fortresses are often breached from within. The more seemingly impossible a place is, the more deadly it can be if something goes wrong. Was it Wang Jianzhong himself, or someone from his team? Or was the document switched during delivery? It is too early to draw conclusions. The aura was extremely faint, more like an unintentional residue than a directly applied curse. But this signal is dangerous enough. This shows that the unseen hand has already extended its tentacles into the very core of the father-in-law's circle. I understand, Dad. Su Chen did not press further. Without evidence, any suspicion would only cause unnecessary panic. He picked up the file bag and stood up with a normal expression. It's getting late, I should go back first. I still need to go to the hospital to see Ning Shuang. Go ahead, Ning Shuang's side is the most important. Luo Tianxiong nodded with satisfaction. After leaving the Luo family's old house and getting into the Rolls-Royce that was returning to the villa, Su Chen's expression turned completely cold. He tossed the brown paper document bag onto the seat opposite him, as if it were not a stack of papers, but a venomous snake ready to devour someone at any moment. We returned to the mountaintop villa that Brother Lone had gifted us. Su Chen dismissed everyone. In the empty hall, he placed the file bag on the coffee table and let his mind sink into the sea of consciousness. Last night's fierce battle with the man in black robes exhausted his energy, but it also brought him good fortune. The system determined that he had completed a high-difficulty achievement and rewarded him with a special lottery draw. He drew exactly what he needed right now. Feng Shui Compass Standard Grade. Type: Detection Auxiliary Item. Note: this is a ritual artifact consecrated by an unknown Taoist priest. It can detect the feng shui energy field and yin-yang energy within a specific range. Note: it is more effective when used in conjunction with the host's yin energy perception ability. With a thought, a palm-sized compass made entirely of brass appeared out of thin air and landed in his palm. The compass felt cold and heavy in my hand, its surface covered with densely engraved heavenly stems, earthly branches, and bagua symbols. In the center of the compass, a crimson magnetic needle quietly pointed south. This is it. Su Chen activated the last of his energy and activated yin-chi perception. Buzz. The whole world was deconstructed once again in his eyes. With the enhancement of yin-chi perception, this compass was practically an extension and amplifier of his senses. He can clearly see the energy flow inside the compass. It can not only detect yin energy, but also analyze its intensity and properties through the vibration frequency of the pointer, and even trace its residual traces. Without further hesitation, Su Chen, holding the compass, approached the file folder on the coffee table step by step. Half a meter away. The crimson magnetic needle in the center of the compass trembled suddenly and began to vibrate irregularly. He placed the compass directly on top of the file bag. The pointer jitters suddenly intensified, but instead of spinning wildly, it stubbornly and firmly pointed to an inconspicuous corner at the seal. At the same time, in Su Chen's perception field of vision, two illusory seal characters made of energy slowly emerged on the compass face. Disgrace. Really? Su Chen's eyes narrowed. These two words confirmed his suspicion. The wisp of Yin energy was acquired indirectly, not at its source. The document itself might be harmless, but the person who came into contact with it, or the place where it was stored, was definitely problematic. We must dig deeper into this clue. But before that, Su Chen's gaze swept over the spacious and luxurious villa, and a more urgent thought arose in his mind. If the enemy has already been able to silently compromise the core documents around his father-in-law, is his own residence, which is a thorn in his side, truly safe? Once the thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Holding a compass, he began a thorough safety check of the villa, starting from the living room on the first floor. The compass needle remained stable throughout the living room, dining room, and kitchen, with only slight deviations near the drain and trash can, indicating a small amount of foul air, which is normal. The entire villa is filled with yang energy and has an excellent feng shui layout, so it seems that what Brother Long said about it being a feng shui treasure land is true. Su Chen checked the area all the way and finally stepped into the basement of the villa. This space has been transformed into a private cinema and wine cellar. The moment he stepped into the wine cellar, something unexpected happened. The compass needle in his hand suddenly began to swing violently, as if it were drunk. Su Chen paused, his gaze sharpening. The temperature inside the wine cellar was more than 3 to 5 degrees lower than outside, and the air, mixed with the aroma of wine, was also filled with a faint, damp chill. He walked step by step deeper into the wine cellar. The compass needle trembled more and more violently. Finally, he stopped at the deepest part of the wine cellar, in front of a corner piled with miscellaneous items. Here, the compass needle no longer swayed, but transformed into afterimages, spinning wildly. The tip of the needle pointed firmly to the ground beneath his feet. Underground. There's something there. Su Chen pushed his Yin Qi perception to its limit, and a cold, resentful aura continuously seeped out from the depths of the earth. On the compass face, a new line of text appeared once again. Earthbound spirit, moderate resentment, no proactive aggression. Earthbound spirit. In Su Chen's mind, a casual remark made by Brother Long when he was drunk flashed by. The previous owners of this villa were a young couple who, while traveling abroad with their child, suffered an accident that claimed the lives of all. Because it was a haunted house, Brother Long was able to buy it at a price far below market value. It turns out, this place really is unclean. A soul that died far from home, its obsession bound to this place. Seeing the description no proactive aggression on the compass, Su Chen felt slightly relieved. It was just a pitiful bound spirit, not an evil ghost. He was pondering how to handle the situation. Just then, the encrypted phone in my pocket started vibrating violently without warning. It's Brother Long. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately answered the call. On the other end of the phone, instead of Brother Long's usual hearty laughter, came a near collapse, scream filled with immense fear. Brother Su. Help! Something's happened at my house, something's happened at my house. Chapter 34. The top-ranked player cries for help, someone is climbing on the ceiling. Brother Long's voice was hoarse and cracked. Every word was like shards of glass forced out of his throat, carrying the terrified smell of blood. The voice even contained suppressed sobs, making it a completely different person from the ruthless and decisive martial arts master Su Chen remembered. Brother Long, calm down, tell me slowly, what happened? Upon hearing the commotion, Su Chen realized the seriousness of the situation, which far exceeded his expectations. For someone like Brother Long to completely lose his composure, it must be no ordinary matter. My daughter. On the other end of the phone, Brother Long's voice trembled violently, and the background noise was chaotic, including a woman's cries and the loud noise of something being smashed. My daughter, she locked herself in her room. She wouldn't let us in, she kept crying and screaming. Tell me about the ceiling, there's been someone climbing on the ceiling. Is someone climbing on the ceiling? A chill ran down Su Chen's spine. The image of the earthbound spirit beneath his villa's wine cellar flashed through his mind in an instant. Although the compass indicated no proactive aggression, no one can guarantee that such a thing will remain docile forever. The scene described by Brother Long's daughter is a typical harbinger of a paranormal event. Could it be that Brother Long's family is also? What else did she say? Su Chen pressed. She said someone was laughing at her from inside the wall. Brother Long's voice broke with fear. Laughter, she said the laughter was terrifying. At first I thought it was just a nightmare, but she's locked herself in there for a whole day and night. She hasn't eaten or drunk anything. Su Chen's face darkened. This is not an illusion. It is impossible for a little girl of a few years old to conjure up such a specific and eerie scene out of thin air. Have you had someone take a look? I looked. Of course I looked. Brother Long's voice was filled with despair and rage. I consulted every famous master, sorceress, and psychologist in Donghai City. I spent millions. And what was the result? Either they said it was hysteria, or they were just charlatans swindling money. It was all useless. Until last night. Brother Long's voice was even lower, and the fear was almost overflowing from the receiver. My wife was worried, so she turned on the security camera in our daughter's room. What did they capture? Su Chen's heart leaped into his throat. The surveillance footage. Brother Long's voice seemed to freeze, and he continued after several seconds, captured some scenes that science simply cannot explain. Su Chen understood. I have to go there myself. This is not only the duty of the advisors of the Town Night Division, but also a request for help from allies who have entrusted their lives to them. This is also an excellent opportunity for him to test what he has learned and put the idea of storytelling into practice. Send me the address, I'll be there right away. Su Chen's tone was without the slightest hesitation. Good. Good. Brother Su, I knew you could do it. My whole family is waiting for you to save our lives. Brother Long on the other end of the phone was already sobbing uncontrollably. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen immediately took action. But instead of going directly to Brother Long's house, he drove to the hospital first. Inside the ward, Luo Ningxuang remained serene and beautiful, as if she were simply sleeping peacefully. Su Chen sat on the edge of the bed, held her slightly cool hand, and briefly recounted the events at Brother Long's house in a low voice. I need to help a friend clean up some mess. I might do an outdoor livestream and give you a little recharge while I'm at it. Luo Ningxuang's long eyelashes trembled slightly. A gentle spiritual force flowed into Su Chen's mind like a trickle. The thought wasn't a complete sentence, but rather a worry and a kind of, almost instinctive reminder. Careful. Lonely. Story to comfort. Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Even though she was imprisoned, her soul remained pure and kind. Moreover, her thinking coincided with mine. Violence is always a last resort. Using story to resolve story is the best strategy. Don't worry, King Su tells stories by persuading people with reason. Su Chen smiled and squeezed her hand, then went to the nursery. He glanced at his sleeping daughter through the glass, and his determination to protect her grew stronger. Afterwards, he took the crucial feng shui compass and set off. Brother Long's address is located in Yunding Mountain, the most exclusive wealthy area in Donghai City. It was a huge manor that occupied half of the mountain. As soon as Su Chen's Rolls-Royce reached the foot of the mountain, it was stopped by 2 checkpoints and 4 armed bodyguards in black. After giving their names, the heavy steel gates of the manor slid open silently, allowing them to pass. Just as the front of the car crossed the boundary line of the gate, the feng shui compass in Su Chen's pocket suddenly became hot. He immediately took out the compass. The crimson pointer in the center of the compass had gone mad. It was no longer trembling, but twitching wildly on the plate, drawing irregular afterimages, like a dying insect struggling. At the same time, a bone-chilling cold instantly penetrated the vehicle and enveloped Su Chen. The yin energy here is more than 10 times stronger than in the basement of his villa. This is definitely not a scene that a bound spirit could create. Su Chen's expression turned completely cold. The water in Brother Long's house was much deeper than he had imagined. The car came to a stop in front of the main house. A man in a silk robe staggered out and grabbed Su Chen's wrist with such force that he almost crushed the bones. It's Brother Long. His eyes were cloudy and bloodshot. His former aura of a powerful figure had vanished, leaving only a pale, paper-like appearance and a fragile vulnerability on the verge of collapse. Brother Su. You finally arrived. Brother Long, let's go inside and talk. Su Chen patted his cold hand, his voice steady. Stepping into the palatial hall, the chilling atmosphere was almost omnipresent, like a persistent, insidious disease, lingering in every corner of the mansion. Instead of taking him upstairs, Brother Long led him directly into a monitoring room that resembled a command center. More than a dozen giant screens divide the view inside and outside the manor. Brother Su, look at this. Brother Long's fingers trembled on the keyboard. He entered the wrong password several times before finally managing to pull up a video. The image is from an empty corridor on the second floor. The timestamp shows it was late last night. At first, the corridor was deathly silent. Suddenly, in the left corner of the screen, a colorful children's ball, in the absolutely still image, abruptly and slightly, rolled half a circle. Then, as if gently patted by an invisible little hand, it began to bounce forward rhythmically, one bounce after another, in the empty, deathly silent corridor. Chapter 35 Outdoor Debut, Talking to Ghosts via Livestream. The sound of the ball rolling was amplified infinitely in the silent surveillance video. Thump, thump, thump. The dull, rhythmic thumping sound, one after another, wasn't striking the floor, but rather hitting each person's heart valve directly. Even Su Chen, upon seeing this scene that almost perfectly replicated a classic horror movie, only felt a cold, amused glint in his eyes. This is no longer a hint. This is a blatant provocation from another dimension. That thing didn't bother to hide its existence at all. In the monitoring room, Brother Long's several battle-hardened bodyguards were all ashen-faced, and they even deliberately suppressed their breathing to the limit. They had clearly watched this video more than once. Each time I revisit it, it's a form of mental torture. This is only part of it. Brother Long's voice was dry and hoarse, as if his throat was filled with sand. Sometimes the surveillance footage of my daughter's room is shrouded in a black fog, and sometimes you can hear the little girl's laughter. Su Chen looked away from the screen. He had no interest in seeing the more sensational images. It's no longer necessary. The red pointer on the feng shui compass in his palm was spinning so fast it was almost forming a blurry red disc. The pointer remained steadfast, pointing to a certain location on the second floor. Yin Qi perception clearly told him that there was a storm eye of all the Yin Qi in the entire manor. A vortex of energy, woven from endless resentment and extreme loneliness, is swirling there. It's not a big problem. In this almost frozen, deathly silence, Su Chen suddenly spoke. His tone was so calm, as if he were assessing the temperature of a glass of water. It can be solved. These 3 words, spoken so casually, caused everyone, including Brother Long, to involuntarily shudder. Is it not a big problem? This is what you call a minor problem? Brother Long stared intently at Su Chen's face, which was so confident it bordered on arrogance. His Adam's apple bobbed, but he couldn't utter a single word. Which of the so-called masters he invited before wasn't so scared that their legs went weak at the gate of the manor? Which of them didn't put on a show of magic after entering, but didn't even dare to take a step onto the stairs to the second floor? However, after watching this video, which was enough to drive a normal person insane, Su Chen's evaluation was surprisingly not a big problem. That courage, that presence. Brother Long's heart, which had been completely consumed by fear and despair, seemed to be injected with a powerful stimulant and began to beat violently again. However, Su Chen's tone rose slightly. I need to start a live stream. Ah. Brother Long has completely crashed. Start a live stream? Brother Su, you're not kidding, are you? What time is it? He couldn't understand Su Chen's thought process at all. With his house haunted and his daughter in critical condition, he would have preferred to keep such a huge scandal under the highest level of military secrecy. How could he possibly want to publicly display it on the entire internet? Brother Long, trust me. Su Chen's eyes possessed a penetrating power. My live stream is a ritual to solve problems, not a way to attract attention. Some things feed on evil and take pleasure in fear. The more you fear them and the more you try to deal with them secretly, the stronger and more excited they become. Su Chen's lips curled into a cold and sharp arc. So, let's do the opposite. In front of tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of viewers across the internet, let's use the most vigorous yang energy to proudly and openly invite it out. Tell it a story, talk to it about principles. Let it realize that if it continues to make a scene, it will lose face and be very immature. Then, leave gracefully. These words left Brother Long completely bewildered and seeing stars. He recognized each word individually, but when they were put together, he couldn't understand a single punctuation mark. Asking a ghost to come out and reason with me? Would you make a ghost feel embarrassed? This sounds a million times more outrageous than the fact that his house is haunted. However, when he met Su Chen's deep, confident eyes, which seemed to control all the truths of the world, the miracles that Su Chen had created in the live broadcast room involuntarily came to mind. Ultimately, and almost blind, absolute trust overwhelmed all reason and doubt. Good. Brother Long gritted his teeth and nodded with all his might. We'll do as you say. Brother Sue, my life, my daughter's life, are all in your hands today. What do you need? Just say the word. Absolute silence. Soo-chan smiled. Also, make all your subordinates my audience and contribute some popularity. Soon, under Brother Long's personal arrangement, Soo-chan set up the live streaming equipment in the spacious and luxurious first-floor living room. There was no extraneous backdrop. The phone camera was pointed directly at him, with the background being that palatial living room that would make any tycoon feel ashamed. He took a deep breath and tapped the screen lightly with his fingertip. Live stream begins. The title, as arrogant and domineering as ever. Invited by a top influencer, I've come to resolve a minor problem. The moment the live stream started, fans who had already been refreshing the Shark platform homepage until their fingers sparked with excitement transformed into a torrent of data, flooding in like a burst dam. The number of online users exceeded 1 million in 1 second. 5 million in 5 seconds. In less than half a minute, that bright red number broke through the 10 million mark. The Shark platform servers immediately sounded the highest level of alarm. When the audience saw the palace-like background behind Soo-chan, and when someone in the livestream explained that it was the legendary Cloud Peak Manor of Brother Long, the richest man in Donghai City, the atmosphere in the entire livestream was completely ignited. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Is this Brother Long's house? Is Soo-chan really going all out this time? This is the offline meet and greet of the top-ranked fan? This is incredible. Something's not right. Look closely at Soo-chan's title, Solving a Minor Trouble? And then think about Soo-chan's main business. Holy crap! I don't dare think any further. Stop talking, upstairs. My hair is standing on end. Is Soo-chan going to do a real-life ghost hunt? Exciting! This is fucking exciting. After waiting for so long, we finally got to see Soo-chan's outdoor special. The waterfall of bullet comments almost completely engulfed the screen. Soo-chan ignored it and simply gave the camera a knowing smile that all his longtime fans understood. That smile held no warmth, only absolute control. Family members, it's been a long time. No storytelling today. Let's play something real. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out the antique brass feng shui compass from his pocket. To millions of viewers, it was just a well-made, high-class retro prop. Holding a compass, Soo-chan followed closely behind the camera as he slowly strolled through the huge living room. As he walked, he began his narration in his unique, seemingly magical, magnetic voice, addressing both the camera and the unseen audience within the mansion. Today, we're going to tell a story about home. A long time ago, there was a little girl who loved her family very much. Unfortunately, an accident caused her and her family to perish on their way home. Her obsession ran too deep. Her soul returned alone to this empty house, but her parents never came back. She was lonely, she just wanted someone to play with her. So, when the new owner moved in, she started making what she thought were funny jokes with the new family's little sister. For example, when her little sister is sleeping, she will imitate the horror movie she has watched, crawling around on the ceiling like a spider, trying to make her sister laugh. For example, she would hide in the shadows of the wall and make faces at her little sister to scare her. For example, she would pick up her little sister's favorite colorful ball and bounce it over and over in the empty hallway, trying to invite her out to play together. Soo-chan's story unfolds at a leisurely pace. Every detail he recounted corresponded perfectly with the strange experiences of Brother Long's daughter in the past few days and the chilling scenes in the surveillance footage. The livestream chat instantly became sparse, and countless viewers felt a chill run from their tailbone straight to the top of their head. Brother Long and his men, standing to the side, were stunned into silence, as if struck by lightning. Soo-chan, how could he possibly know so much? Just as Soo-chan was telling his story, the feng shui compass in his hand, whose pointer had been spinning wildly, suddenly stopped without warning. It felt as if I was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. The next second, as if summoned by some terrifying force, the pointer broke free from its restraints and pointed straight and fiercely toward the room of Brother Long's daughter on the second floor. At the same time, on the second floor, inside the tightly closed door, a girl suddenly let out a scream that was more shrill and desperate than ever before. Immediately afterwards, a bodyguard standing at the door, in a completely distorted, terrified voice, screamed at the bottom of the stairs. Brother Long! Something's wrong. Miss is floating. Chapter 36. Words are the boat, and Miss has floated up. Miss. She's floating. This roar was more penetrating than any sound effect in a horror movie, instantly shattering the psychological defenses of everyone present. In the monitoring room, several bodyguards stared intently at the screen. In the video, the little girl in pink pajamas defies the laws of physics, stiffly an inch by inch rising from the bed. Her eyes were tightly closed, tears streaming down her face, and her body convulsed violently in midair, as if an invisible hand was gripping her throat and slowly dragging her toward the cold ceiling. After 3 seconds of dead silence, the live stream was completely engulfed by a torrent of holy crap and exclamation marks. What am I seeing? They're actually floating. This isn't CG. This is a fucking live stream. Oh my god. I was wrong. This isn't just solving a small problem, it's like stirring up a den of vengeful spirits. Su Shin. Hurry. Save the child. It'll be too late if we wait any longer. I can't watch anymore. My hands are shaking. Why can't I turn off the live stream? Millions of viewers, even through their screens, felt the heart-stopping horror. Brother Long, who was at the scene, felt his vision go black, his body swayed, and he almost fell headfirst. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a mad tiger. He raised his foot and was about to run wildly upstairs. Don't panic. At this critical moment, Su Chen's voice rang out, not loud, but clearly drowning out all the noise. He grabbed the seemingly deranged Brother Long with one hand, like an iron clamp. He stared into Brother Long's bloodshot eyes, then turned to the camera and said in a reassuring tone full of absolute confidence, "Don't panic, everyone. It meant no harm. It just sensed that I was telling its story, and got a little excited, wanting to come out and see me." Before he finished speaking, he released Brother Long, held the compass whose pointer was trembling wildly, and steadily stepped onto the stairs leading to the second floor. He arrived at the girl's locked door. Inside the door, the girl's desperate cries mingled with a low, neither male nor female laugh filled with loneliness and resentment, drilling into everyone's ears and sending chills down their spines. Several bodyguards, carrying fire axes, were about to smash the door. "Everyone, step back," Su Chun ordered again. He did not choose any violent means. He simply stood quietly before the door, gently pressing the compass in his hand against the cold door panel, and then, in his unique, seemingly timeless, magnetic voice, continued to speak softly in his storytelling tone. "I know you're lonely, and you don't want to hurt her, right?" The eerie laughter in the room suddenly stopped. A chilling aura seeped out from the crack in the door, and the temperature in the entire corridor suddenly dropped. Su Chin didn't pause, his voice becoming even gentler. "You've just been without playmates for too long, you just want to find someone to play hide and seek with you, and to bounce that colorful ball with you. I can sense that you are not a bad kid." A miraculous scene unfolded. As Su Chin spoke, the chilling wailing and eerie laughter inside the door miraculously subsided. The entire second floor fell into a deathly silence. "It works." The bound spirit listened. "It's establishing communication with itself." The viewers in the live stream didn't dare to breathe, staring intently at Su Chen's back on the screen, as if witnessing a miracle. Su Chen continued, speaking gently and patiently, towards the door. "But the world has its rules. You see, your appearance has scared your new friend. The boundary between life and death should not be crossed easily. It's not good for you or for her. Your mom and dad must be on the other side of the world, missing you and worrying about you. Don't you want to go to them and tell them that you're brave just like them? Dad, Mom." A faint, ethereal child's voice, filled with endless grievances and longing, seemed to come from another dimension and resounded in everyone's minds. A strong sense of sorrow suddenly erupted in the room. Then came an uncontrollable, heartbreaking sob. Su Chen knew that he had touched its deepest obsession. He lowered his voice even further, as if afraid of disturbing that fragile soul. "Let go of that little girl. Shall I take you to see them?" These words, like a ray of dawn, shone into the dark and cold inner world of the earthbound spirit, which had been imprisoned for countless years. Inside the room, the heartbreaking sobbing gradually ceased. A few seconds later, a long sigh, as if releasing all resentment and loneliness, drifted out from the crack in the door. In that sigh, there was no more resentment, only liberation. The bodyguard in the monitoring room let out a cry of alarm, his voice trembling with tears. On the screen, the little girl, suspended in mid-air, was lifted by an invisible, gentle force and slowly and softly landed back on the soft bed. The pain on her face disappeared, replaced by a peaceful expression as she fell into a deep sleep. In Su Chen's in-chi perception, the dense, icy aura that had been lingering in the mansion was dissipating at an alarming rate. Instead, a warm and peaceful atmosphere prevailed, like the warm spring sun shining on every corner. At that very moment, a dazzling golden light exploded in Su Chen's mind, and a grand and solemn system notification sounded loudly. Ding! The host has successfully converted the bound spirit with words, causing it to willingly pass away. This is an immeasurable act of merit. Reward from the Heavenly Tao System, Purple Cloud Soul Suppressing Talisman X3. Purple Heaven Soul Suppressing Talisman, drawing upon the yang energy of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder from the 9 heavens, it is infused into the talisman paper, capable of suppressing all evil and purifying yin energy. It possesses absolute restraint and purifying power against spiritual entities and mysterious beings. It's done! Su Chen breathed a long sigh of relief. Click! The door latch popped open from the inside. Brother Long rushed in like a madman, grabbed his sleeping daughter and held her tightly in his arms. After repeatedly confirming that she was safe and sound, this powerful figure in the underworld finally broke down and burst into tears. He suddenly turned around, looked at Su Chen at the door, his legs went weak, and with a thump, he was about to kneel down in front of Su Chen. Master Su! You are like a second parent to my daughter. Brother Long! You mustn't! Su Chen reacted quickly, stepping forward and holding him firmly in place. The entire process, from the girl being suspended in midair to Su Chen's words becoming law, and then to Brother Long kneeling in gratitude, was recorded perfectly by the live broadcast camera. After experiencing extreme shock and horror, viewers across the internet went completely crazy. What the hell did I just see? Did a god descend to Earth? He actually convinced a vengeful ghost? This is 1,000,000 times more outrageous than the time he scared Zhang Yang into going insane. From this day forward, God Su is my only faith. I'm going to replace my family's God of Wealth statue with a golden statue of God Su right now. Following King Yamasu, the title of living god of the internet resounded throughout the entire internet at this moment. The incident was resolved perfectly. Su Chen calmed down the agitated Brother Long and was about to end the live stream. Just then, in the depths of the golden light that had just dissipated in his mind, there seemed to be a faint trace of black aura that did not belong to the earthbound spirit. This aura was cold, evil, and full of ominous signs. It was a faint echo that the little girl's soul had peeled away from the deepest part of her obsession before she passed away. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he looked down at the feng shui compass in his hand. The compass, which had returned to calm, was suddenly and without warning stirred by the wisp of black energy, and its needle deflected very slightly. It pointed to a distant direction beyond the gates of the mansion. Immediately afterwards, 2 small, blood-red characters written in ancient seal script slowly appeared on the compass face, carrying a chilling killing intent. Black Robe. Chapter 37. Stop investigating. They're already watching you. Black Robe. It's Black Robes again. These 2 blood-red characters, like 2 red-hot poison needles, pierced Su Chen's pupils. The joy and merit of just now in guiding the departed souls have vanished completely. A chill crept out from between my spine and climbed up my nerves to the top of my head. Could it be that the whole ordeal that Brother Long's daughter suffered was inextricably linked to that terrifying man in black robes? Su Chen's heart suddenly contracted. He suddenly took a half step back, just out of the sight of Brother Long and the others, and focused all his attention on the feng shui compass in his hand. Yin Qi sensing, push it to its limit. He wanted to trace the source by following the direction the pointer was pointing. Where does this aura of the black robe originate? In Su Chen's perception, the interior of the ancient compass seemed to have transformed into a deep sea of stars. The crimson pointer was no longer simply pointing, it transformed into a stream of light, drawing in that faint black aura and rapidly tracing back through the sea of stars to analyze its essence. No words appeared. Instead, fragmented and blurry images were directly imprinted into Su Chen's mind. He saw that the wisp of black energy did not originate from the soul of the poor little girl herself. It's more like a kind of contamination that adheres to an object. A vicious filth. Then, the scene shifts. He saw that the contaminated item, after being buried underground, began to beat like an evil heart. The ominous fluctuations it emitted precisely awakened the earthbound spirit sleeping beneath the mansion, and in a brutal way, forcibly amplified its resentment accumulated over many years. Su Chen instantly grasped everything. The earthbound spirit in Brother Long's house should have been in a dormant state, or perhaps just an ordinary bound spirit with little power. Just like the one in the basement of his own villa, as long as you don't provoke it, you can keep to yourself. However, not long ago, someone deliberately buried an evil object tainted with the aura of the black robe in a feng shui critical spot in this mansion. This evil object is an amplifier of resentment, a catalyst for evil thoughts. It forcibly awakened the resentment of the earthbound spirits and catalyzed it to a terrifying state that could distort reality and lift living people up from a distance. This is a trap. A premeditated assassination plot against Brother Long from beginning to end. Someone wants to use this mysterious method that science cannot explain to first kill his family, and then make this underworld tycoon mentally collapse and be defeated on his own. How ruthless. What a vicious method. Su Chen's eyes were so cold they could scrape off frost. He put away the compass and strode over to Brother Long, who was still holding his daughter and feeling lingering fear. Brother Long was taken aback, raised his bloodshot eyes, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Master Su, what's wrong? Could it be? The ghost is gone." Su Chen's voice was devoid of any warmth. "But the person who released the ghost is still here." He succinctly and clearly laid out his speculations. When he heard that all of this was a conspiracy against him, Brother Long's face, which had just calmed down, was instantly consumed by overwhelming rage. "Son of a bitch." He slammed his fist on the table beside him. The expensive table, made entirely of rosewood, let out a mournful cry as the tabletop cracked under the weight. "Who the hell is trying to mess with me?" As the king of Donghai City's underworld, Brother Long has made countless enemies. But this is the first time someone has dared to use such despicable and evil magic to harm his family. This touched his only, absolute Achilles heel. "Master Su, tell me where that thing is? I'll dig it out right now." The murderous intent in Brother Long's eyes was almost tangible. "Come with me." After speaking, Su Chen held the feng shui compass and started tracking again. This time, the target has been identified. The evil entity that was used as a resentment amplifier. The compass needle provides incredibly precise guidance. Su Chen, accompanied by Brother Long and a group of menacing bodyguards, crossed the living room and headed straight for the back garden. The huge fountain in the center of the garden is the core of the entire manor's feng shui layout. The compass needle eventually became firmly fixed beside the fountain, beneath a century-old banyan tree with lush foliage. "Dig!" Brother Long gave the order, his voice hoarse. Several bodyguards grabbed tools and began frantically digging at the tree roots. Soil flew everywhere. Clang! With a muffled thud, the shovel struck something hard. The bodyguards immediately slowed down and dug through the soil with their hands, revealing a palm-sized object wrapped in black cloth. A bodyguard put on thick gloves, picked up the object, and respectfully handed it to Su Chen and Brother Long. Su Chen gestured for him to untie it. The moment the black cloth was lifted, a cold, rotten smell, like mud mixed with the stench of corpses, rushed out. It was a small figure carved from peach wood, and the wood was already showing signs of decay. The wooden figure was crudely made, and its surface was covered with twisted and eerie runes painted with cinnabar. What's most chilling is that a small tuft of a woman's hair is tightly wrapped around the wooden figure's chest with a black thread. In Su Chen's, in-chi perception, the filth belonging to the black robe was emanating continuously from this strange wooden figure. That's it. This is the thing that almost ruined Brother Long's family. Check. Brother Long stared at the wooden figure, his voice as cold as a Siberian blast of wind. Get all the surveillance footage from the manor for the last 3 months, no. The last 6 months. The gardeners, the servants, the visitors, everyone who comes in and goes through it, one by one. I want to see who has the guts to bury this kind of thing on my turf. Su Chen ignored the enraged Brother Long. He also put on gloves and picked up the strange wooden figure. He needed to carefully analyze the aura emanating from the black robe and see how it differed from what he remembered. However, when he compared this sample of aura with 2 other auras he remembered, he was struck dumb, frozen in place. A conclusion that nearly froze his blood came to mind. The black robe aura emanating from this little wooden figure. It was actually the same aura I had sensed from Luo Yunfeng back then. And even earlier, the faint scent I sensed on my tampered manila envelope. We share the same ancestry. The fluctuations, frequency, and attributes of their auras are completely identical. At this moment, all the clues were precisely connected by a black line from the abyss. Luo Yunfeng schemed against Luo Ningxuan, causing her to fall into a coma in a car accident. The mastermind behind the attempt to wipe out Brother Long's entire family by using earthbound spirits. A mysterious figure planted a mole within Luo Tianxiong's most trusted legal team, contaminating asset transfer documents. All of this points to the same source. A force lurking in the shadows of Donghai City, simultaneously plotting to kill both the Luo family and Brother Long, two top-tier powers, and possessing expertise in mysterious arts to harm others. Mysterious organization. Su Chen's heart pounded wildly. He was not facing a single man in black robes at all. Rather, it is a massive, well-organized, and highly penetrating dark force lurking beneath the city's fabric. This matter must be reported to Zhao Gang of the Xinye Division immediately. This is beyond what he can handle on his own. Su Chen was about to step aside when he took out the encrypted phone. Just then, his other personal cell phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed someone he hadn't expected. Master Xuani. Su Chen frowned slightly and swiped to answer the call. On the other end of the phone, the old Taoist priest's usual cynical, half-divine, half-fraudulent tone disappeared. Instead, there was a seriousness that Su Chen had never heard before, even with an undisguised solemnity. Kid, stop investigating. You've messed with people from the human realm. They have their eyes on you. Chapter 38 Xin Men Warning, you've been targeted by the human path. The way of humanity? Su Chen's fingers gripping the phone turned slightly white from the force. He had never heard of that name before. Master Xuani's suppressed, heavy voice, as if every word was rusty, made him feel an almost tangible pressure even through the receiver. The existence that could make that carefree, charlatan-like old man so wary was definitely not ordinary. Taoist master, what is that? Su Chen asked in a low voice, his voice tense to the point that he himself was unaware of. On the other end of the phone came a long sigh, a sigh mixed with an indescribable sense of disgust and exhaustion. A bunch of lunatics. Master Xuani spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice extremely low. A bunch of hopeless lunatics who don't care about their own lives or the lives of everyone else. In their eyes, the world we live in is the surface, a false cage. The inner world that you come into contact with, full of strangeness and madness, is the ultimate destination, the abode of their gods. Therefore, their sole purpose in existence is to break down the wall between the inner and outer worlds and welcome their so-called God to descend upon the world. As for that man in black robes you encountered. Master Xuani's voice revealed an undisguised sarcasm. He was nothing more than one of the divine messengers they worshipped, a self-righteous dog. Boom! Master Xuani's words were like a rusty key, suddenly prying open the chaotic lock that held all the clues in his mind. Everything is connected. Luo Yunfeng, that despicable cousin, is probably just an outer member of human path in its development in the East China Sea, a pawn that can be discarded at any time. He attempted to seize control of the Luo group by orchestrating a car accident that severely injured Luo Ningxuan, or by using other dirty sacrificial methods to gain power and wealth from the man in black robes. The massacre of Brother Long's family, the tainted asset transfer documents, all of this was orchestrated by Human Wei. Their goal is to create chaos in a city like Donghai, stir up trouble, and clear obstacles, or rather, open a crack, for their outrageous plan. Having figured all this out, a chill suddenly shot up from Su Chen's tailbone, instantly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. This human path is not a gang or group at all. It is a huge, malignant tumor lurking deep within the city's body, its tentacles having already silently infiltrated every corner of society. They want to break down the barrier between the two worlds? Instead of being deterred by this terrifying truth, Su Chen's eyes ignited with a chilling fighting spirit. He spoke into the phone, his voice not loud, but firm and resolute. Then I'll weld it shut. Master Xuani on the other end of the phone seemed to be taken aback by his arrogant remark. After a full 3 seconds of silence, a bitter laugh was heard. Kid, it's good that you've got guts. But I'm not trying to encourage you. The power of human path is far greater and more mysterious than any organization you can imagine. The wealthy and powerful are their honored guests, while ordinary people are their fanatical followers. For that ethereal god, they act without any bottom line. Wiping out an entire family is just an appetizer. Master Xuani's tone turned cold and hard again. I'm calling to warn you. You've been doing a live stream and confronting the divine messenger head on. You've become too high profile and are now on their list. You're a thorn in their side right now. Stop now and lay low. Tell those useless bastards in the Nighttown Guard what you know, and let them worry about it. What you should do most right now is protect yourself, and your wife and kids. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself. Beep. The call was abruptly ended. Holding the cold phone, Su Chen stood in the night wind for a long time, his gaze piercing through the darkness and landing on the dazzling lights of the distant city. He knew the old Taoist priest was right. We are in the open, while the enemy is in the dark. From this moment on, the safety of myself and my family has been completely drawn into the turbulent, deadly undercurrents beneath the surface of the world. Retreat? Where to retreat to? Behind him were his wife waiting for him to stay by his bedside, and his infant child crying for milk. He had no way out. Since there's no way to retreat, the only option is to flatten every road ahead. Su Chen's gaze became as firm as ancient, cold iron. It was late at night when he returned to the hospital. Inside the ward, Luo Ningxuan was not asleep. Her empty eyes seemed to be staring at the doorway, waiting for him to return. After Su Chen told her about the horrors of the human path and Master Xianyi's warning without reservation, a powerful and warm spiritual force instantly enveloped his consciousness. There are no words in that thought. It is more steadfast than any vow. It was a burning passion intertwined with worry, determination, and the determination to be with you, even in life and death. Su Chen's heart was instantly filled with this power. He understood. To wait passively is to wait for death. He needs even greater power. He needs to collect massive amounts of fear energy to unlock those forbidden items in the system shop that can truly shake the rules. He needs a grand show that sweeps the entire country to stockpile enough ammunition for his upcoming war. He needs to take the initiative. An outrageously crazy plan quickly took shape in his mind. Su Chen took out his phone and opened his personal homepage on the Shark Life platform, which had been silent for several days. With a flick of my finger, I edited a new status update. Then, he pressed the send button. This post was like a boulder thrown into a lake at night, instantly creating a huge wave. Thank you all for your support. I'll take a few days off and prepare for the next live stream. This time, let's play something big. Tell me a story about the capital city. The moment the post was published, countless night owls who were still surfing the internet went wild. Holy crap! He's come back to life. Su Shin, you finally moved. Playing something big? A story from the capital? Holy crap, is Su Shin planning to stir up trouble in the capital? That place is a bottomless pit. Hiss, I have a terrifying guess. Since ancient times, the area around the imperial city has been a den of dragons and tigers, teeming with strange and mysterious tales. Which forbidden legend is Su Shin about to touch? Stop guessing. I've already ordered the nitroglycerin pills. No matter what Su Shin broadcasts, I'm totally watching. My anticipation is off the charts. In just a few minutes, the hashtag Suyanwang Next Stop Beijing hashtag swept across the trending topics lists of major social media platforms with overwhelming force. The entire internet's attention was completely drawn to the word Beijing. Everyone wanted to know what kind of trouble this unconventional man would cause next. And the eye of the storm. Su Chen sat quietly by the hospital bed, looking out at the deep night, his eyes as deep as an abyss. He knew. This signal flare shot into the night sky was not just for the general online audience. It's also meant for certain people. Some people in the capital are racking their brains over certain unscientific matters, wielding great power yet helpless. He was fishing. He needs to catch a big fish that will allow him to legitimately step into the center of power and confront the human way. Chapter 39: Strange Events in the Capital, Dancing Crimson Figures. Just as Su Chen's post went viral online, countless speculations surged like a tide. 1,000 miles away, in the capital city. Deep within an unremarkable gray office building, a chilling, isolated atmosphere permeates the air. This is the headquarters of the Xinye Division, the highest authority in China for handling all kinds of supernatural phenomena. The office was minimalist in furnishings and the lighting was cold. An elderly man with a shining star on his shoulder was frowning as he stared at a red emergency document on the table in front of him. The old man was over 60 years old, but his back was as straight as a pine tree. Time may have left its mark on his eyes, but it could not diminish the sharpness and insight that comes from years of experience. He was none other than Long Weigua, the highest-ranking official in the Xinye Division and Zhao Gang's direct superior. A document that could make him so serious is something that only a handful of documents are produced in the entire country of China each year. On the cover, two large, blood-red handwritten characters are startlingly prominent: top secret. The contents of the document made the old general, who had seen many storms, feel a slight chill at his fingertips. Event ID, JZ007. Event name, Mass Hysteria Incident involving bloody dancers at Beijing Arts Academy. Event description: within 48 hours, the Central Academy of Fine Arts, Beijing's premier art institution, experienced a large-scale collective mental breakdown. 27 students in Studio 3 of the oil painting department suddenly went insane while creating a collaborative artwork. Patient symptoms: all students claim to have witnessed countless dancing, blood-red figures on the drawing boards, walls, and even in the air. Their mental defenses completely collapsed within a short period, leading to self-harm, indiscriminate attacks, and repeated muttering incoherently, such as "the dancing shoes are red" and "the blood is dancing." Handling status: the school immediately cordoned off the area and reported the incident. Our company has dispatched a psychological intervention team, a technical investigation team, and 3 Level B executives to the site. Investigation results: all scientific instruments, including the high-precision spectrometer, infrasound detector, and electromagnetic field sensor, were either malfunctioning or reading normally. No hallucinogens or toxic gases were detected at the scene. The 3 Class B enforcers who entered the studio also experienced mild mental confusion and were forced to evacuate immediately. Preliminary conclusion: this incident has exceeded the scope of routine handling and is preliminarily determined to be an S-level mysterious event caused by conceptual pollution or artistic curse. Longwegwa's finger struck the glaring S-level letter heavily. The dull knocking sound echoed in the quiet office. S rank. This rating means that if the incident gets out of control, the pollution could spread from one art studio to the entire academy, or even the entire capital city. Currently, the incident has been forcibly suppressed, and news of it has been tightly blocked. But those 27 students in the art studio were like 27 ticking time bombs, ready to detonate at any moment a massive panic that could shake the very foundations of the nation. Longwegwa felt the weight of the general's star on his shoulders had never been so heavy. Just then, the office door was gently pushed open without knocking. An old Taoist priest, dressed in a faded blue robe and cloth shoes with thick soles, slowly twirled 2 shiny walnuts in his hands as he strolled in. It was Master Shwani. He sank into the sofa without any hesitation, as if he were back in his own home. He glanced at the report on Longwegwa's desk and spoke with a smile. "Old man Long, have you run into another problem that your scientific instruments can't figure out?" Longwegwa raised his eyelids and snorted coldly. "You old charlatan, your nose is sharper than a dog's." Master Shwani chuckled, put the walnuts on the table, picked up the S-level top secret report, flipped through it casually, and then leisurely uttered 8 words. "The one who tied the knot must untie it. Your guns and cannons won't work on this. But a story might." "A story?" Longwegwa's brows furrowed into a deep frown. "That's right." Master Shwani revealed a profound and unfathomable smile, took out his phone from his pocket, opened a page, and handed it directly to Longwegwa. The screen was lit up with Su Chen's Shark Live homepage and the latest update about Beijing. "This kid is a born bell ringer." Master Shwani pointed at Su Chen's name, his tone certain. "Zhao Gang reported on the case of that black-robed man in Donghai City, right? A newly emerged A-level consultant managed to snatch food from the black-robed man and even scare him away. Are you planning to keep such a talent for a New Year's bonus instead of using him?" Longwegwa stared intently at the excessively young face on his phone, then glanced down at another A-level consultant file that had just been sent from the Donghai City branch on the table. His incredible resume plunged him into a long silence. A popular online streamer? How to solve S-level mysterious incidents through storytelling. This idea sounds even more absurd than the event itself. However, Xianyi, that old charlatan, never jokes about such things. Meanwhile, in Donghai City. In the hospital's lounge, Su Chen was making final preparations for his next performance. As an A-level consultant, he gained a crucial privilege: access to all archived files below S-level in the Town Night Division's database. He is using this access to frantically absorb all cases related to conceptual mysteries and artistic curses. He discovered that these mysterious events all had a common origin. It wasn't a specific ghost or monster, but rather a kind of obsession that had been distorted and condensed to the extreme. Obsession may originate from a creator, a painter, writer, or musician. They infuse their life and despair into their works, and when this emotion becomes too extreme, it can transform into a curse under certain conditions, corrupting everyone who comes into contact with it. Dealing with this kind of thing by violent destruction, such as burning the paintings, will only provoke a more terrifying backlash. The only solution is to guide and channel the flow of information. Su Chen's plan was consistent with the one he used to deal with the earthbound spirit, but it was 100 times more sophisticated. He wanted to use a more moving and perfect story to cover up, soothe, and ultimately resolve the sorrowful obsession behind the curse of art. He wanted to give that source of despair a happy ending. Just as his thoughts entered the most crucial deduction stage, the encrypted phone suddenly rang. Caller ID: Zhao Gang. A knowing smile curved Su Chen's lips. The fish has taken the bait. He calmly answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Gang's voice suppressed a certain emotion, sounding particularly solemn, even carrying a hint of pleading. Advisor Su, this is an order from headquarters. Please come to the capital immediately. There is a problem here that can only be solved by telling a story. Chapter 40. You come from Jiangcheng, the capital needs your story. Okay, I'll get started right away. Su Chen's answer was calm and composed, as if he were not accepting an S-level top-secret mission, but simply confirming a takeout order. Zhao Gang, on the other end of the phone, felt a strange sense of peace because of those 3 words. Everything was within the young man's plan. He deliberately leaked information in Shark Live's posts, intending to present his abilities and intentions like a carefully packaged resume, precisely to the desk of the highest level in the Town Night Division. He volunteered for the task. The murky waters of the capital are both high-level and deep. This was the perfect springboard for him to gather massive amounts of fear energy and establish his absolute authority within the official system. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen did not set off immediately. He turned and walked into the ward. Luo Ningxuan's body recovered very slowly. Even with the support of his spiritual energy, she could only sit up with difficulty with his help. She was like a plant that needed sunlight to survive, and Su Chen was her only source of light. Once he moves beyond a safe distance, she will instantly fall back into that half-awake, half-asleep world. When she saw Su Chen enter, Luo Ningxuan's clear eyes were almost overflowing with worry. She didn't speak, but conveyed a silent question through her mental power. The capital? Well, there's been a little trouble over there, and I need to put a stop to it. Su Chen sat down by the bed, took her cold fingers in his hand, and warmed them with his own body heat. He gazed into his wife's eyes with an unprecedented focus. I'm going to clear some obstacles from our future baby's path to growth. Luo Ningxuan sensed the unwavering determination in his words, and her worries were gradually replaced by another emotion. It's a source of pride, and also a source of sweetness. Her man is paving the way for the future of her and her child. Be careful in everything. She gripped his hand tightly with all her might. Rest assured. Su Chen leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Before leaving, Su Chen dialed another number. The owner of the phone was Long Xiaotian, Brother Long. In a private club with security levels comparable to a bank vault, Su Chen fully explained the purpose of his trip and the potential threat to the organization called Human Path. Brother Long, my trip to Beijing this time will take at least 3 to 5 days, and at most half a month. Su Chen's tone was calm, yet it conveyed an undeniable seriousness. While I'm away from Donghai, I need your help to ensure the safety of Ning Shuang and the Luo family. He knew that the power of the Night Guard was a powerful and legitimate tool of the state. But in some dark, shadowy corners, the roots of local bullies like Brother Long run even deeper, and their reactions are more direct. After listening, Brother Long didn't pat his chest or say anything polite. He simply picked up the cigar cutter on the table, snipped off the head of a top-quality Cuban cigar with a snip, then placed the cigar and cutter side by side on the table and pushed it in front of Su Chen. The meaning is very clear. The heads and tools are all here. He lowered his voice, which had a metallic, abrasive quality. Brother Su, you can go to the capital to take care of your important business with peace of mind. In Donghai City, I will personally oversee the hospital. My 100 good brothers who came from the battlefield will surround the hospital completely. Anyone who wants to lay a finger on my sister-in-law has to ask me, Long Xiaotian, if my head is tough enough. With this promise, Su Chen's last concerns vanished. That afternoon, an unmarked special plane quietly landed at the Donghai City Military Airport. Su Chen, in his official capacity as Special S-level event consultant of the Nighttown Division, boarded the giant steel bird that flew directly to Beijing, accompanied by Zhao Gang. The plane pierced through the clouds, moving as smoothly as if it were still. Inside the cabin, Zhao Gang handed over a tablet displaying real-time surveillance footage of the Beijing Academy of Arts incident. The situation is worse than we imagined. Zhao Gang's face was grim. 27 students are on the verge of a mental breakdown. Our best psychologist tried to intervene remotely, but almost went insane himself. He scrolled through several expert diagnostic reports, finally stopping at Su Chen's file page. Those data analysts at headquarters have reservations about my proposal, Zhao Gang said with a wry smile. They can't understand why the solution to an S-level incident would be a celebrity livestreamer. Su Chen's gaze never left the sealed-off art studio on the tablet. Question. He never needed to explain his abilities to anyone. He only needs the results to completely silence all the data models and their creators. The plane landed at a secret Air Force base in the western suburbs of Beijing. There was no welcoming ceremony, only a few black SUVs with special license plates and a group of night watch agents with a stern and unyielding demeanor. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, Li Jianguo, the director of the Technical Analysis Department of Xinye Division. He glanced at Su Chun from head to toe, his gaze not one of disdain, but rather the scrutiny of a pure data enthusiast. It's like evaluating an outlier variable that can't be quantified or categorized. Advisor Su, this is Li Jianguo. He extended his hand, his voice flat and devoid of any emotion. According to our model, the success rate of any physical or mental intervention is less than 0.1%. I personally am pessimistic about the storytelling solution. But an order is an order. Everything is ready for you on site. Su Chen ignored the formulaic professional report and simply shook hands with him briefly. He turned around and gave the first instruction to Zhao Gang beside him. Take me to the scene. Then, help me prepare an outdoor livestream. Half an hour later, at the Central Academy of Fine Arts. The entire oil painting department building was enveloped by an invisible force field, and a physical cordon stretching for several kilometers was erected around it. Su Chen stood outside the heavy wooden door of Studio Number 3. Inside the door, there were no screams, no cries. There was only a tooth-grinding, scratching sound of fingernails scraping the canvas, and a strange aroma mixed with the smell of paint and blood. He activated his Yin-Chi sensing ability. In an instant, the whole world lost its color in his eyes. He saw a thick, dark red fog, seemingly composed of countless twisted, crying faces, that completely engulfed the entire studio. The mist was filled with a frenzied artistic obsession, like paint mixed with the soul and life of a top-notch mad painter. The source of all resentment points to the very center of the studio. There stood an easel covered by a huge white cloth. The root of it all, that cursed painting. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, turned around and glanced at the camera that had been set up behind him and connected to his livestream. He faced the camera, twitched the corners of his mouth, and revealed a smile that sent chills down the spines of countless fans. Family, Beijing, here I come. Today, we're not going on adventures or ghost hunting. Let me tell you a story about a curse. The story is called The Blood Red Shoes. Chapter 41, Crimson Shoes Unraveling the Curse Through Story. What? A live stream? He's gone mad? Outside the art studio, in the temporary command post, the deathly silence was ripped apart by a sharp, furious roar. Li Jianguo, the director of the technical department, suddenly stood up and slammed his palm on the cold control panel, making the data terminal buzz. His eyes behind his glasses were fixed on the screen showing Su Chen starting a live stream, his voice distorted with extreme anger. Nonsense! This is utter nonsense! Zhao Gang! This is the ultimate solution you brought from Donghai City? An S-level mysterious incident is unfolding online? He's going to do a live stream? This is just a publicity stunt. He's playing with the safety of the entire capital. Once the curse spreads online and causes widespread social panic, who will bear the responsibility? You? Or just some internet celebrity? Li Jianguo's questions struck like a series of heavy hammer blows into everyone's hearts. Inside the command center, the faces of more than a dozen top experts from fields such as psychology, materials science, and information engineering instantly turned grim. Opposition voices surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly overwhelming Zhao Gang. This is ridiculous. It completely violates the S001 emergency response procedure. Does a live streamer know anything about information pollution or meme contagion? I suggest immediately cutting off his signal and enforcing physical isolation. Faced with immense pressure that could crush anyone, Zhao Gang stood firm like an iron tower in front of the control panel. His voice wasn't loud, but it was so calm that it brought a moment of quiet to the noisy command post. Everyone, please be quiet. Advisor Su's style of doing things is indeed illogical. Zhao Gang took a deep breath and glanced at the faces filled with anxiety and anger. But in the East China Sea, he used this unconventional approach to crush the Black Robe Man cult head-on and resolve several incidents that left us helpless. This operation has been personally authorized by General Long to fully cooperate with Advisor Su in all his actions. I believe in General Long's judgment, and I believe in the miracles I have witnessed. Now, all we have to do is believe in him, and then watch him. The words Dragon General were like an invisible mountain, which finally suppressed the commotion at the scene for the time being. Li Jianguo's chest heaved violently, but he finally sat down again with a look of resentment and indignation on his face. His face darkened, and he focused all his attention on the monitor screen. He wanted to see for himself what kind of tricks this highly anticipated young man was up to. Meanwhile, in Su Chen's live stream, the popularity score broke through the platform server's threshold at an unprecedented rate, followed by a string of plus signs that made the programmers' scalps tingle. At this moment, the world's attention was focused on the young man from the east standing outside the eerie art studio. Su Chen seemed oblivious to all the disturbances in the outside world. He calmly gestured to the staff to point a high-powered loudspeaker at the tightly closed wooden door of the studio. The next second, his voice rang out. The sound, transmitted through the device, not only clearly reached every corner of the global internet, but also, like a tangible sound wave, easily penetrated the heavy door panel and echoed in every crevice of the studio. Today's story begins 100 years ago. Su Chen's voice was deep and magnetic, possessing a magical power that could instantly soothe any restlessness. The protagonist of the story is a genius female painter. Inside the art studio, the students who were scratching at the walls, tearing at the canvas, and smearing their bodies with paint, those young lives that were howling like wild beasts, all paused for a fraction of a second. It's like a frame from a movie that's been cut out. Her name is Lin Ruoxue. She loved painting more than her own life. She poured all her youth, passion, and even soul into a single painting. The painting is called Bloody Dancing Shoes. Su Chen's narration was unhurried, each word like a pebble thrown into a still lake, precisely creating ripples in the listener's heart. In the painting, there is a girl wearing blood-red dancing shoes, dancing gracefully under the moonlight. That girl is herself. She painted all her purest and most beautiful fantasies about love into those dancing shoes. The story unfolds gently as it is told. Su Chen's tone was sometimes as gentle as moonlight, and sometimes as sorrowful as a sigh, full of extreme emotional impact. Millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, and the experts in the command center who were full of doubts, were all unconsciously drawn to his voice, as if they had really crossed 100 years and saw that beautiful figure dancing for love under the moon. Inside the studio, the chilling rustling sound stopped. The heart-wrenching wailing stopped. The frenzied students seemed to have been put on pause. Slowly, one by one, they gave up their self-harming actions. They stopped crying and struggling, and just sat on the ground or leaned against the wall with empty eyes, like a group of puppets that had lost their strings, tilting their ears and greedily trying to catch the only sound in the world at that moment coming from outside the door. Several girls, their lips moving, began to unconsciously murmur in a dreamlike tone. Crimson, dancing shoes. Dancing shoes. The command center was deathly silent. The expressions on the faces of all the experts froze, like living sculptures. A top psychologist adjusted his slipped glasses, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, his face filled with the horror of a worldview collapsing. This is impossible. What is this? Wide area group hypnosis. His voice frequency is strange? But a burning light flashed in Zhao Gang's eyes. He knew he had made the right bet. Su Chen's story scene has begun. He is using a completely new story, a grander and more infectious reality, to cover, analyze, and devour the madness field formed by the curse. On the screen, Su Chen's story continues. However, Lin Ruoxue's talent was not recognized by that era. Her painting style was too avant-garde and was ridiculed by the world as a madman's graffiti. What made her even more desperate was that the person she loved deeply also abandoned her because he couldn't withstand the pressure from the world. His tone turned cold. The disillusionment of love and the collapse of her ideals pushed her into the abyss. On a snowy night, dressed in red, she cut her wrist in her studio, in front of her most beloved painting. She used her own hot blood, stroke by stroke, to stain the white dancing shoes of the girl in the painting. From then on, the dance shoes turned blood red. And all her obsessions, resentment, and hatred were completely sealed into this painting as her life passed away. Su Chen paused, as if letting out a sigh from 100 years ago. It has formed a curse that will never dissipate. Chapter 42: A Peerless Hero, A Gaze from the Abyss. Su Chen's calm narration was clearly transmitted to the art studio and to the ears of everyone on the internet through the live streaming equipment. The world has been muted. Outside the studio, all the agents and experts of the Night Watch held their breath, staring intently at the monitor screen. In the live stream, hundreds of millions of viewers forgot to breathe, their hearts pounding in their chests. They didn't know what kind of story Su Chen was going to tell. But they knew that an unprecedented miracle, or a farcical spectacle, was about to unfold. Su Chen gave no one time to speculate. His unique voice, now stripped of all its sharpness, has transformed into the most ancient rhythm, flowing gently. 100 years ago, the owner of this studio, a painter named Lin Ruoxue, heard a story. Su Chen's voice seamlessly connects the previous text with the present moment. A story about dance, about dreams, and about destruction. The protagonist of the story is a girl born for dance. Her toes can kiss the first rays of dawn, her skirt can stir the gentlest breeze of a midsummer night. She had a dream, to wear those legendary red dancing shoes and dance the most dazzling dance of her life on the world's biggest stage. His story, without deliberately exaggerating horror, carries a kind of sorrow that strikes straight to the soul. Exceptionally talented, yet born into poverty. The brightest light always attracts the jealousy of those in the shadows first. Those dancing shoes, which should have been her glory, became her death warrant. On the eve of the most important selection competition, a pair of evil hands broke her wings and crushed her dreams. Those red dancing shoes that should have belonged to her were worn by someone else, and under the spotlight, she danced the dance that should have belonged to her. And she, in endless darkness and despair, in the basement of this art studio, bled to death her last drop of blood. Lin Ruoxue, upon discovering her tragedy, went completely insane. She felt that the girl was another version of herself. So she mixed the girl's most obsessive love for dance and her most piercing hatred for the world into the paint. She painted the last work of her life. A pair of dance shoes, as red as blood. Su Chen paused, his voice fading into a sigh. She cast a curse, that all who see these dancing shoes will become their eternal audience. In this tiny studio, I'll accompany them, jumping on and on without stopping. As soon as he finished speaking, the thick fog of resentment in the studio surged and boiled violently. In the surveillance footage, the frenzied students' movements became even more erratic and distorted, and their delirious babbling coalesced into a clear roar. The dance shoes are red. The blood is dancing. Follow me, and jump down. The live stream went wild. Holy crap! Holy crap! The story matches up. Two people's resentment. This is a dual-core curse. My scalp is tingling. Su Chen wasn't just telling a story, he was performing a live psychic reading, analyzing the source of the curse. So that's how it is. The painter and the dancer. Two desperate souls were sealed together. Li Jianguo, the director of the technical analysis department, lost all color in his face, turning deathly pale. He lunged at the control panel, his hands furiously typing on the keyboard, his eyes glued to the waterfall of refreshed data. No. No. The energy model is completely wrong. His language, his voice, is interfering with the eerie force field of reality. The specially made tactical pen in Zhao Gang's hand made a crisp snap sound as it snapped in two. He was completely unaware of it, his palms covered in sticky, cold sweat. He knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. If Su Chen's story ended here, he would be adding fuel to the fire, only causing the two vengeful spirits to explode completely, killing the 27 students instantly. Just when everyone's hearts were in their throats, Su Chen changed the subject. His voice suddenly softened, filled with compassion and warmth. But the story shouldn't end like this. After Lin Ruoxue's death, her teacher, the white-haired old painter, found out the whole truth. He squandered his fortune, making the murderer who broke the dancer's wings and the so-called critic who drove Lin Ruoxue to her death pay the price they deserved. Then, he traveled the world, collected the most precious pigments, and returned to this studio. He looked at the cursed painting, but instead of burning it, he picked up a paintbrush. Su Chen's voice, with its unique penetrating power, resounded in every corner of the studio, even penetrating the screen, soothing the souls of every viewer. He said, "Child, your dance shouldn't just be performed in the dark." He said, "The teacher will draw another one for you, an even bigger stage." Su Chen slowly stretched out his hand, as if holding an invisible paintbrush, and began to sketch the easel in the center of the studio, which was covered by a white cloth. His movements were elegant and sacred. He painted a spotlight on her, dispelling all the gloom. He painted her with thousands of viewers, and in everyone's eyes was admiration and praise. Finally, he dyed those dancing shoes, soaked in blood and hatred, with the purest white, like the sky. He said to the two souls in the painting, "Go. Go dance the dance you most want to dance. This time, for dreams, not for hatred." The moment the words fell. Inside the studio, the thick, impenetrable black-red fog of resentment did not dissipate. Instead, it was being recolored by a gentler, brighter force. The black and red faded, transforming into a warm golden halo. That eerie scent mixed with the stench of blood was completely replaced by a fresh, pine-like aroma after the rain. The scratching sound of fingernails on the canvas transformed into an ethereal and melodious waltz. Zhao Gang's pupils contracted sharply, and he roared the command in a hoarse voice, "Uncover the white cloth." An agent operated a robotic arm and abruptly ripped off the white cloth covering the easel. A brand new painting was presented to everyone. The bloodstains had disappeared from the painting. Instead, a girl in pristine white ballet shoes stood on tiptoe beneath a stage glittering with stars, a contented and serene smile on her face. In a corner of the stage, before an easel, stood a female painter, also smiling, applauding her. The whole painting is bright, warm, and full of redemption and hope. There wasn't even a trace of the curse left. Ah! How did I get here? My head hurts so much. I think I just had a nightmare. I dreamt I was dancing and I couldn't stop. In the art studio, the 27 students awoke almost simultaneously. Their eyes cleared from confusion, and they looked around blankly, as if they had just woken from a dream. S-level mysterious incident resolved. At the scene, in the monitoring center, there was absolute silence. Snap! Li Jiangluo's gold-rimmed glasses slipped off his nose and fell to the ground, shattering the lenses. He was completely unaware. He swayed, stumbled backward, and fell backward onto a row of servers with a loud thud. His mouth was open unconsciously, and a hoarse, leaky sound came from his throat. The model, the data, the projections, are all wrong. He muttered to himself. It's all garbage. His lifelong belief in science and logic was shattered by this unbelievable scene before him. Salute! Zhao Gang was the first to recover from the shock. He turned sharply to face Su Chen, the successively young internet celebrity anchor, and gave him an impeccably standard and solemn military salute. In his eyes, scrutiny, doubt, curiosity, all emotions had vanished. Only one thing remained: awe from the depths of his soul. An authoritative old expert who had previously looked down on Su Chen walked forward tremblingly. He took off his reading glasses, pinched the bridge of his nose wearily, and bowed deeply to Su Chen. His voice was hoarse and full of frustration. We studied it our whole lives, wanting to destroy it. And you are performing a ritual to help it pass on? Mr. Su, we were all wrong. At the same time, after a brief silence, Su Chen's live stream room erupted with an unprecedented data tsunami, and the Shark platform's servers crashed once again. Hashtag Su Chen's purification art curse hashtag. Hashtag words are law, and so is the king of hell hashtag. Hashtag he brought the story to a perfect close hashtag. Countless keywords dominated the trending topics lists across all platforms online. The capital city, the headquarters of the Night Watch. Through General Long Weiguo's encrypted earpiece came his voice, which was filled with suppressed excitement but resolute determination. Zhao Gang! I command you! Save all his demands at all costs. He is not an advisor, he is a national hero. An unparalleled national hero of China. At the scene, Su Chen spoke calmly to the already blacked-out camera, as if he had only done a trivial matter. Good night, everyone. After saying that, he ended the live stream. Zhao Gang hung up the call, strode up to Su Chen, took out a brand new ID card made of special metal with dark gold dragon patterns on the edges, and solemnly handed it over with both hands. Mr. Su, this is the latest order from headquarters. Zhao Gang's voice was somewhat hoarse. Your privileges are immediately upgraded to S level. You have the authority to mobilize all resources of the Night Watch Division except for core secrets, and you can speak directly with the Commander-in-Chief. Chapter 43 Heartbeat at Zero? Don't panic, I'll give you a dose of horror stories to cheer you up. The special plane landed at the Donghai City Military Airport. It was already late at night. Zhao Gang was already waiting by the gangway, about to bring up the welcome banquet, when Su Chen had already passed him by, leaving only a single sentence. Get the car ready, let's go to the hospital. Zhao Gang paused for a moment, watching Su Chen's back as he got into the SUV, then didn't ask any more questions and immediately gestured to the driver. The car engine roared, tearing through the night, heading straight for the city's central hospital. The VIP ward area was as quiet as ever. Su Chen pushed open the door, and a scent mixed with disinfectant and lilies wafted towards him. This smell finally relaxed his nerves, which had been tense all the way. He tiptoed to the bedside. Luo Ningxuan lay quietly, the soft light from the bedside lamp outlining her sleeping figure. The overwhelming murderous aura that had stirred up trouble in the capital city had now completely subsided. Su Chen took off his coat, which was still chilly from the night breeze, and draped it over the back of a chair. He then sat down on the edge of the bed and took her slightly cold hand in his. Just then, a familiar mental fluctuation entered his consciousness. The fluctuation was very subtle, without words, yet it clearly conveyed two emotions. First, there was a welcome, tinged with a hint of elation. Secondly, there is a sense of grievance, like a child left alone. Su Chen felt a gentle touch on the softest part of his heart. He cupped her hand in his palm and spoke softly, with apology in his voice. "Baby, I'm home. I was delayed in the capital for a few days to deal with some minor troubles." Luo Ningxuan's mental energy fluctuated again, as if in response. Su Chen smiled, forcibly suppressing the gloom brought by the black chess piece of human path. Right now, the most important thing is to wake her up. That provocation made him realize that he couldn't stay by her side every moment. He had to ensure she had the most basic ability to protect herself. He needs the energy of fear, but even more so, he needs her to awaken. Let's not talk about those supernatural tales today, let's change things up. Su Chen cleared his throat and dug out a widely circulated urban legend from his memories of his past life. A long time ago, there was a young couple who moved into a rented old house. His voice was deliberately slowed down, creating a suspenseful atmosphere in the quiet ward. The story is simple. The wife hears the sound of marbles rolling down the stairs every night, but the husband insists it's a hallucination because no one lives upstairs. As Su Chen spoke, he kept his eyes glued to the vital signs monitor next to him out of the corner of his eye. In the past, when he told stories, the waveform on the instrument would ripple slightly, but it was almost negligible. But today, he could sense that Luo Ningxuan's consciousness was more focused than ever before. Finally, one night, the wife went on a business trip. The husband was home alone, and in the early hours of the morning, that sound came again. Thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of marbles rolling on the floor, crystal clear. A chill ran down my spine. Barefoot, I climbed the creaking wooden stairs to see what was going on. I pushed open the door to the upstairs bedroom. Su Chen cut off the sound here. The ward was deathly silent. Now. Beep, beep, beep. The steady green waveform line on the monitor suddenly popped up with a sharp bulge. The heart rate reading jumped from a steady 65 to 72 in an instant. Although it only lasted for a moment and the data quickly dropped, that peak was like a thunderbolt in Su Chen's eyes. There's a response. This was a physiological response he had never seen before, so clear. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He forcibly suppressed his surging emotions, stood still, and remained silent. In the ward, everything returned to calm, and the data on the monitors returned to normal. It's not a coincidence. A bold hypothesis instantly formed in Su Chen's mind. He needs more compelling evidence to verify this. Honey, that was just an appetizer. He adjusted his posture, gripped Luo Ningxuang's hand tightly, and lowered his voice, which even carried a hint of coldness. The next one is called Red High Heels. He began by telling the story of a girl who lived alone and heard the tap-tap of high heels coming from the hallway every night, and the sound would always eerily stop at her doorstep. This time, Su Chen had a more precise control over the rhythm. The girl finally couldn't take it anymore. She mustered all her courage, quietly pressed her face against the peephole of the door, and looked outside. The motion-activated lights in the corridor were on, and there was no one there. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had really imagined it. But just as she was about to look away, a splash of red, without warning, filled her entire cat's eye. Su Chen's voice suddenly dropped to a low, viscous, and eerie tone. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm suddenly went off. The numbers on the heart rate monitor skyrocketed, jumping from 65 to 78. The ventilator's frequency also became significantly erratic. Su Chen didn't stop. He whispered the ending of the story almost into Luo Ningxuang's ear. Because that thing wearing red high heels isn't even in the hallway. It's on the ceiling, moving backwards. The moment the words left his mouth, his heart rate reading defiantly broke through the 80 mark. It's done. Su Chen suddenly stood up, causing the chair to slide backward with a screeching sound. He stopped the story, and the data slowly dropped. He spoke again, only uttering the three words high heels, and the data spiked once more. He found it. He finally found a way to wake her up. Just then, a cold system notification exploded in his mind. Ding! Target Luo Ningxuan has shown a significant increase in emotional fluctuations, and her fear energy absorption efficiency has greatly improved. Reward: energy conversion efficiency permanently increased to 150%. The system notification is the final confirmation. Su Chen clenched his fists. Looking at his wife, who remained calm on the hospital bed, a mix of ecstasy and madness completely overwhelmed his mind. Use fear as medicine. Use his voice as a scalpel to tear open the darkness that shrouded her consciousness. Without the slightest hesitation, Su-Chen took out his phone and opened the Shark Life platform. Looking at the account with over 100 million followers, his fingers flew across the keyboard as he edited a brand new live stream announcement. There was no unnecessary fluff, just 2 lines. Tonight at 10 p.m., Su's Strange Tales will start on time. New series, it is said that this story can make a person in a vegetative state hear a heartbeat. He pressed the send button. Chapter 44. Using the ICU as a live broadcast studio, I saved my wife with ghost stories. At 10 p.m., Su-Chen's live stream started on time. There was no pre-roll or opening sequence. The moment the scene shifted, the black screen lit up, and what appeared before tens of millions of viewers was not the familiar study, but a hospital room filled with sophisticated medical equipment. Soft lighting, pure white sheets, and a woman lying quietly on the hospital bed. Luo Ningxuang. The live stream was silent for a fraction of a second before being completely overwhelmed by a deluge of comments. Holy crap! Holy crap! A sudden scene change. Su-Chen has moved his livestream to his sister-in-law's hospital room? Are you crazy? This is a VIP ward, how could they let him do this? Did the Luo family agree to it? Quiet down, look at the title. The story of a vegetative patient being able to hear a rapidly rising heartbeat, it's giving me goosebumps. Is Su-Chen about to perform a medical miracle live? It breaks my heart to see my sister-in-law like that. Is what Su-Chen did really right? What's wrong with that? Have you forgotten who Su-Chen is? He never does anything he's not sure of. I bet 5 cents something big will happen tonight. Its popularity surged past 30 million in just a few minutes and continues to climb at an unbelievable speed. Su-Chen sat by the hospital bed, his back to the camera, leaving the entire internet with a focused silhouette. He didn't look at the comments, but simply adjusted the microphone position and leaned close to Luo Ningxuang's ear. Honey, all our audience members have arrived. He spoke gently, in a whisper that only the 2 of them could hear. Get ready, tonight's dose is going to be a bit big. After speaking, he slowly sat up straight and faced the camera. In an instant, the gentleness that belonged only to Luo Ningxuang on his face vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness that seeped into his bones. Today's story is called The Ghost in the Mirror. His voice, transmitted through top-of-the-line recording equipment, penetrated the ears of every viewer on the other end of the network, devoid of any warmth. Have you ever had this experience? When I'm alone in front of the mirror late at night, I always feel that the you in the mirror seems a little different. The story begins in an unremarkable way, but when Su-Chen speaks it, it instantly pulls everyone into an invisible force field. In a corner of the ward, Chen Duo, the nurse on duty, nervously clutched the hem of her nurse's uniform. She was a die-hard fan of Su-Chen, but at this moment, her professional instincts as a medical worker overwhelmed everything. She couldn't understand why the usually meticulous Dr. Li in the hospital would agree to this nonsense livestream. Her gaze was fixed on the heart rate monitor, and her palms were sweaty. At first, the girl thought she was seeing things, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger and stronger. She dared not look in the mirror anymore, so she covered all the mirrors in the house with a cloth. Su-Chen's speaking speed began to slow down, and each word seemed to be tempered with ice, striking the hearts of the listeners. But she forgot. There is another place where there will always be a mirror. That's the black screen on the phone. The moment those words were spoken, the live chat exploded. Stop talking, Su-Chen. I'm watching the live stream on my phone right now. I instinctively turned on my phone screen. Holy crap. That scared me to death. This is so immersive. I feel like something is blowing air behind me. The atmosphere of fear in the live stream was completely ignited. Inside the ward, an even more astonishing scene was unfolding. Beep beep. Beep beep. The numbers on the heart rate monitor began to jump wildly, climbing from a steady 65 all the way up to 85 in an instant, and heading straight for the 90 mark. Luo Ningxuang's chest began to heave violently and visibly. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Chen Duo noticed the anomaly, her voice trembling with tears. Miss Luo's data is too abnormal. Continue to observe. Su-Chen didn't even turn his head, his voice eerily calm. Trust me. His voice had a strange calming power that silenced Chen Duo instantly, leaving her with no choice but to look towards the door for help. It works. And it's much more effective than during the day. Su Chen continued to push the story to its climax, but his mind was highly focused, capturing every slight change in Luo Ningxuang. That night, the girl was lying in bed with her phone next to her pillow. She was half asleep when she suddenly felt something cold touching her face. She opened her eyes abruptly and found the room empty. She picked up her phone to check the time. Just a second before the screen lit up, a face was clearly reflected on that completely black screen. A pale face, with bloody tears streaming from its eyes, was pressed tightly against her cheek. At this point, Su Chen understood. Luo Ningxuan's eyelids, which had been still for who knows how long, trembled very clearly under the light. It was just a moment, but it felt like a boulder crashing into Su Chen's heart. It's true. He suppressed the overwhelming joy that was about to overwhelm his reason and decided to add fuel to the fire. He adjusted his breathing, pouring all his emotions and strength into his voice, and the volume suddenly rose, like a thunderclap. That face smiled at her. Bang! The door to the ward was violently kicked open from the outside. Stop! A roar rang out, and Dr. Li rushed in with two chief physicians. His face was ashen as he stared intently at the instrument that had already emitted a piercing alarm. Beep 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 beep. The alarm on the heart rate monitor pierced my eardrums, and the numbers on it frantically broke through 120. Su Chen! Dr. Li's eyes were red. What are you doing? Look at those data. Do you want to kill her? Ah! Nurse Chen Duo could no longer hold on, screamed, and her legs went weak and she was about to collapse. At the very moment that Dr. Li rushed in, Luo Ningxuang's body on the hospital bed suddenly tensed up under the sheets, then relaxed weakly. The movement was small, but it felt like a heavy hammer blow, striking everyone's heart. Ignoring the doctors who barged in, Su Chen swiftly reached out and gently placed his palm on the back of Luo Ningxuang's hand. The instant their skin touched, he clearly felt that Luo Ningxuang's slightly cool fingers actually gave a very faint, yet incredibly real, grip. She's awake. Her consciousness is responding to him. Just then, the system notification sounded in his mind, like heavenly music. Ding! Target Luo Ningxuang has been charged with a large amount of fear. Reward, God-level voice acting skills advanced. A warm current instantly flowed through his body, and Su Chen felt a miraculous transformation taking place in his throat and vocal cords. He didn't stop, but met the murderous gaze of Dr. Li and continued to wrap up the story. But this time, his voice changed. The girl was so frightened she tried to scream, but no sound came out because the ghost covered her mouth. Su Chen's voice strangely split into two. One sound was a desperate and suppressed sob coming from the girl's throat as her mouth and nose were covered. The other was a ghostly chuckle, cold, sticky, and damp, whispered close to her ear. Laugh. Two completely different voices, perfectly emanating from his mouth, created a terrifying surround sound field in the small hospital room. The two chief physicians who had just rushed in, along with the nurse Chen Duo, were all frozen in shock, their hair standing on end. Is this a sound a human could make? What terrified them even more was that the monitoring data from the ventilator showed that Luo Ningxuang's breathing rate had begun to synchronize strangely with the breathing rhythm of the victim that Su Chen was imitating. One call. One inhale. It's as if they share the same lung. The devil, this is the devil, an elderly professor with white hair muttered to himself, the medical record board in his hand falling to the ground with a thud. The story ends. The data on all the instruments slowly returned to normal, but the entire ward was deathly silent, with only heavy breathing remaining. Looking at the completely upheaval before him, Dr. Li felt his lifelong faith in medicine crumbling and shattering. He strode forward and grabbed Su Chen's shoulder. What kind of sorcery is this?" he roared, his voice trembling. Su Chen slowly turned his head, looking at the medical authority who was on the verge of collapse, without the slightest panic on his face. He didn't answer, but simply raised his other hand and gently wiped Luo Ningxuang's tightly closed eyes. His fingertips were glistening with moisture. Su Chen slowly raised that finger in front of Dr. Li's eyes. Dr. Li, Su Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it drowned out the heartbeats of everyone present. You've been a doctor your whole life. Have you ever seen a patient in a vegetative state, or shed a tear? Chapter 45 whispers in the dead of night, her consciousness is crying for help. Faced with Dr. Li's eyes that seemed to be spitting fire, Su Chen's reaction was impeccable. He stood up and even bowed slightly to the medical authority, adopting an extremely humble posture. Professor Li, please calm down. I admit that I went a bit too far just now for the sake of effect. Su Chen's tone was apologetic, but his eyes remained calm and undisturbed. I assure you that I will be more careful in the future and will always put Ning Shuang's health first. Seeing Su Chen's extremely sincere attitude, the anger that was simmering in Dr. Li's chest was suppressed by more than half. But the fear of having his lifelong authority as a doctor overturned was something he couldn't let go of. That would be best. He spat out a few words through gritted teeth, letting out a heavy snort. I'll have people monitoring her vital signs 24/7. If there's another dangerous fluctuation like tonight, no one, no matter who it is, will be allowed to get near this room again. Before he could finish speaking, Dr. Li had already turned around, flung off his white coat, and strode away, his back view filled with wavering and suppressed anger. Bang! The door to the ward was slammed shut. Su Chen watched him leave until the door completely shut out the outside world. The fleeting apology on his face was as if it had never existed. Instead, there was absolute calm. I promise to be gentle in your presence. But in private. This dosage will only be increased more drastically. That evening, after confirming that all the monitoring equipment was in normal working condition, Su Chen personally drew the heavy curtains in the ward. The last ray of moonlight was shut out, and the entire space transformed into a dark realm that belonged only to him and her. There was no live stream, and no audience. He chose another, more primitive form of therapy: bedtime stories. Su Chen grasped Luo Ningxuang's hand, palms pressed together. Her pulse beneath her skin was weak, yet persistent, beating again and again. Honey, the strangers are gone. His voice was lowered to a whisper, his breath brushing against her earlobe with a dangerous intimacy. Now, it's time for us to have a private chat. Tonight, I'll tell you a story about a soul prison. This story was something he conceived specifically for her. Every word he uttered tempered his will, every sentence he spoke targeted the deepest recesses of her consciousness. He told the story of a princess cursed by an evil wizard, whose soul was eternally trapped in a cold castle without light or sound, day after day, year after year. The plot of the story is not complicated. But Su Chen's god-level voice acting skills poured all his emotions: love, heartache, anger, and longing into the performance. He used his voice to depict the princess's loneliness in the endless darkness, that sense of helplessness of being forgotten by the world, which almost materialized and permeated the air in the ward. He also described her longing for the ray of sunlight outside the castle, her yearning for freedom, and her undying wait. The princess did not give up. She struggled in the darkness, using every ounce of her strength to send out distress signals to the outside world. When Su Chen got to this point, he deliberately emphasized the syllables of the word struggle and plea for help, like two needles piercing a specific point. She believed that her warriors would surely hear her call. Right now. Su Chen felt his palm being gripped tightly by a force. The force was initially weak, like the unconscious grasping of a newborn baby. But then, those 5 icy fingers tightened one by one, tightening with all their might, their nails even digging into his flesh. This is not an illusion. It's not a fleeting muscle twitch. It is a continuous, forceful, and intensely determined grip. Su Chen's breath hitched, and his heart felt as if it had been gripped directly in his chest by this hand and then squeezed hard. She understood. She understood his story. She was responding to him in this way, telling him that she was the trapped princess, that she was also struggling, and that she was asking him for help. Ding! Target Luo Ningxuang has been detected to have a strong survival instinct. Fear and desire intertwine, causing an explosive increase in energy conversion efficiency. Current conversion efficiency, 200%. Reward pool refreshed. New skill unlocked. The system notification sounded in his mind, and Su Chen didn't even have time to rejoice at the doubled efficiency. His entire attention was completely drawn to the new icon in the reward pool that was shimmering with golden light. Skill name, Synesthesia Advanced. Skill effect, allows the user to establish a deep subconscious link with targets who are in a deep coma or whose consciousness is impaired, enabling them to perceive vibrations and communicate through thoughts. They arrived just in time. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Chen activated his synesthesia with a thought. Boom! In an instant, his entire world of perception was completely overturned. Previously, he had only sensed vague emotional signals. Now, a clear, three-dimensional, and utterly desperate scene was projected directly into his mind. It was an endless, viscous darkness. The darkness was cold and piercing, filled with an atmosphere of death and loneliness. Just looking at it gave one a suffocating feeling of being buried alive. Luo Ningxuang's consciousness was like a firefly, so faint it could be extinguished at any moment. She was trapped in the deepest part of this darkness, struggling upwards with all her might, yearning for that glimmer of light that was out of reach. What made Su Chen's scalp tingle even more was he saw it. Deeper into that darkness, something enormous and indescribable was writhing, its eyes wide open, filled with crimson greed and malice. That wasn't a living being, but rather the embodiment of a rule, a curse itself lurking in the abyss. It was watching the struggling firefly with great interest, as if admiring the prey's final dance, ready to open its massive jaws and devour her completely at any moment. Is it the psychological trauma left by the car accident? Or the mysterious and unpredictable power of the human path? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He instantly realized that mere stimulation wasn't enough. He had to give her hope, to give her a weapon that could cleave through the darkness. He gripped her hand tightly in return, his voice no longer a whisper, but a high-pitched, resounding battle song brimming with boundless power. The warrior heard the princess's call. He donned his armor, took up his sword, and charged toward the dark castle that imprisoned you. He will use his sword to cut through the thorns. He will use light to dispel the darkness. Su Chen's voice seemed to carry a tangible power, each word transforming into a scorching beam of light that plunged fiercely into the dark sea. He wants to use everything he has to tell you. Su Chen's voice boomed like thunder. Don't be afraid, I'm here. With his roaring declaration, Su Chen clearly saw that the firefly in Luo Ningxuang's subconscious mind suddenly shone several times brighter. On the hospital bed, her eyelashes began to tremble violently. A single, scalding tear silently slid down her tightly closed eye, as if in response to the warrior who had come to save her. On the monitor, her various physiological data reached an unprecedented level of activity. The curve of her brainwaves even showed a complex pattern that was very close to that of a normal person during deep thinking. Late at night, Chen Duo, a nurse who came to check on the patients, saw this amazing scene through the observation window on the door. But this time, there was no panic or fear in her eyes. She simply stood there quietly, watching the back of the man who was holding the patient's hand and whispering something, her eyes filled with awe and reverence as if she had witnessed a miracle. She began to believe that miracles truly exist in this world. And Su Chen was the one who created the miracle. Meanwhile, smoke filled Dr. Li's office. He stared intently at the real-time data stream on the computer screen. Heart rate, respiration, blood pressure, brainwaves, all the indicators he had learned in his life were racing toward improvement. This effect is hundreds of times better than any of the exorbitantly priced drugs he has ever used. But none of this can be explained by any medical logic. Could it really just be because of storytelling? For the first time in his 30 years of practice, Dr. Li's unwavering worldview, built with scalpels and scientific theories, has been violently and devastatingly shaken. He lit his third cigarette, gazing at the endless night outside the window, and sank into an abyss of self-doubt. Inside the hospital ward, Su Chen's story was also nearing its end. He gently stroked Luo Ningxuang's burning cheeks, and for the first time, tentatively tried to transmit his thoughts directly to her through synesthesia. A pure thought, without any sound. Baby, I'm here. But I'm not enough on my own. You'll help me too, okay? He clearly saw that deep within that dark sea, a firefly, now much brighter, flickered gently. It's like a response. Immediately afterwards, an extremely faint yet incredibly clear fluctuation of thought was transmitted back to us for the first time. That emotion was confuse. Chapter 46: The Dragon Behind the Gold Wire Glasses. The morning sunlight had just shone through the curtains when Su Chen's phone rang. The caller ID showed father-in-law. Su Chen, come to the group headquarters for the routine meeting at 10 a.m. today. Luo Tianxiong's voice remained steady and authoritative even through the receiver, but the sharpness of his scrutiny had lessened considerably, replaced by a hint of approval. It seemed the news from Beijing had already reached the ears of this business tycoon. Okay, Dad, Su Chen replied immediately. He was just struggling to find a way to infiltrate the inner circle of the Luo family, and his cousin, Luo Yunfeng, was like a poisonous thorn in his side. This phone call was like a pillow delivered when he was about to fall asleep. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen bent down and gently pressed his forehead against Luo Ningxuang's warm forehead, his nose filled with her pleasant fragrance. Honey, I need to go to your company to help you find that venomous snake hiding in its den. I'll be back soon. He sensed a wave of reassurance slowly spreading through Luo Ningxuang's subconscious. At 10 a.m., at the top-floor conference room of the Luo's group headquarters. The enormous oval ebony conference table gleamed like a mirror. Seated around it were men and women in suits, the core of the Luo family's power structure. When Su Chen pushed open the door and entered, the hushed conversation in the conference room abruptly stopped. Dozens of gazes swept over Su Chen like scalpels, their blades gleaming with curiosity, disdain, and scrutiny. He was like a husky that had wandered into a pack of wolves, utterly out of place. Ignoring the stares, Su Chen walked straight to the head of the table. Luo Tianxiang gestured with his chin, indicating that Su Chen should sit in the empty seat next to him. That position originally belonged to Luo Ningxuang. This action itself was a silent declaration. Some executives who had initially looked down on him suddenly changed their expressions. At the start of the meeting, the CFO and the marketing director took turns giving reports, with numbers constantly scrolling across the PowerPoint slides. Su Chen didn't speak, but listened quietly. His gaze passed over the long table and landed on a man diagonally opposite him. Armani's suit was impeccably tailored, his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses appeared gentle and wise, and a perfectly timed smile always graced his lips. He was Luo Yunfeng, Luo Ningxuang's cousin. A perfect, impeccable elite from a wealthy family. When the discussion turned to the topic of the group's health and wellness centers, the conversation naturally turned to Luo Ningxuang's illness. Luo Yunfeng immediately put down his pen, leaned forward, and his face was full of concern. "Uncle, how is Ningxuang doing lately? Is there any new progress with Dr. Li?" He paused, adjusted his glasses, looked at Su Chen, and smiled even more warmly. "I heard that brother Su Chen has been telling Ningxuang stories lately. His intentions are good, and we are very grateful. But since it's not a professional medical procedure, won't it disturb Ningxuang's rest and affect Dr. Li's treatment plan? I think that at crucial moments, we should trust science more." His words were impeccable, expressing his concern for his cousin, praising Dr. Li, and subtly criticizing Su Chen with the label of unprofessional. In the conference room, the gazes of several members of the Luo family's collateral branches immediately became amused. Su Chen smiled. "This is what he's been waiting for. Brother Yunfeng is right, we must believe in science." Su Chen leaned back in his chair, crossed his hands on the table, and calmly met Luo Yunfeng's gaze. "Dr. Li also believes that a strong will to live is a medicine that even modern science cannot replace. The story I told Ningxuang is her medicinal ingredient. On this point, Dr. Li and I have reached a consensus." He emphasized the word consensus very softly, yet it was like a thumbtack, precisely nailed to Luo Yunfeng's hypocritical smiling face. Luo Yunfeng's smile froze for a moment, so quickly that no one noticed. Su Chen lowered his eyes and silently recited in his heart. Yin energy perception activated. The entire world faded instantly in his eyes, turning into a gray-white negative. A faint halo floated around each person. Luo Tianxiang was surrounded by a steady gold that represented power and fortune, while the other executives were surrounded by white or yellow light of varying strength. These are all normal forms of anger. Su Chen's gaze returned to Luo Yunfeng. "Now." Su Chen quietly activated synesthesia, transforming Luo Yunfeng's image and name into a questioning thought, which sank into Luo Ningxuang's sea of consciousness. "Baby, is it him?" The next second, he clearly saw that in the deep, silent ocean of consciousness, the firefly representing Luo Ningxuang seemed to have been doused with gasoline the moment it received this image. The light flickered wildly, turning from a soft, warm white into a blinding scarlet. A shrill scream mixed with hatred, fear and disgust surged from the depths of her subconscious like a tsunami, crashing hard against Su Chen's mental barrier. This reaction was 10,000 times more intense than hearing any horror story. Su Chen felt a tightness in his chest and a metallic taste rose in his throat. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Luo Yunfeng seemed to sense something. He picked up the documents in front of him, stood up, and walked around the conference table. "Uncle, this is the overseas market expansion plan for next quarter. Please take a look." As he spoke, he walked toward Luo Tianxiang, inevitably passing behind Su Chen. Su Chen lowered his head, as if looking at his fingers, but his senses were heightened to the limit. "It's getting closer. We're closer now." The moment Luo Yunfeng walked past him, a chilling, venomous feeling, like a snake crawling on his skin, silently enveloped him. The hairs on the back of Su Chen's neck stood on end. This yin energy was extremely faint, and was completely suppressed by Luo Yunfeng's own vigorous yang energy and the golden light of his fortune. It was impossible to detect unless one actively investigated. But the frequency of this yin energy fluctuation, the smell of this aura, and the aura he had sensed before on the peachwood figurine at Brother Long's house, and on his own tampered file folder. Like scratches made from the same carving knife, though varying in depth, they originate from the same source. Ding! A faint trace of mysterious energy has been detected on the target Luo Yunfeng. Upon comparison, it is found to be of the same origin as the aura of the Human Path organization. The system's notification sound, like a judge's gavel falling, was cold and abrupt. "It's confirmed. Boom! A surge of scalding heat rushed to the top of Su Chen's head, his temples throbbed, and a fleeting crimson light even flashed before his eyes. His fingers tightened abruptly around the edge of the table, leaving clear finger marks on the hard ebony wood. Why? Why would you do something so cruel to your own cousin? He almost jumped up on the spot, grabbed Luo Yunfeng by the neck, and slammed his hypocritical face into the conference table. But he couldn't. He took a deep breath, forcing the air that burned his reason into his lungs. Su Chen? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Luo Tianxiong, sitting in the main seat, noticed his unusual behavior. It's nothing, Dad. Su Chen let go of his hand, leaving a trace of sweat on his fingerprint. I probably didn't eat anything this morning, so I'm a little low in blood sugar. He raised his head, his face regaining its nonchalant calm, but deep within his eyes lay an icy chill. I'm going to the restroom. He stood up and brushed past Luo Yunfeng, who had just finished handing over the documents and was turning back. Luo Yunfeng also gave him a concerned smile. Su Chen returned the smile, his teeth grinding together. Entering the restroom stall, he locked the door and, without hesitation, slammed his fist hard against the smooth marble wall. Bang! With a dull thud, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the wall, and the skin on the back of his hand instantly split open, blood seeping out between his fingers. He felt no pain at all. He turned on the tap and repeatedly rinsed his face and the back of his bleeding hand with the cold tap water. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, his eyes were bloodshot, and his chest heaved violently. Calm down. Killing him now would be easy, but it would only alert him and allow the human path behind him to disappear completely. He needed a plan to uproot this venomous snake and the entire snake den behind it. He dried his hands, took out his encrypted phone, and sent a message to Zhao Gang. Target locked. Luo Group, Luo Yunfeng. Originating from the human path, highly suspected of being the mastermind behind Luo Ningxuan's car accident. Zhao Gang replied almost instantly. Roger that. Put him under 24-hour surveillance immediately. Remember, do not touch him until you uncover who's behind him. We need a big fish. Su Chen put away his phone, his eyes as cold as knives. He understood that he had to be patient before closing in. He wanted to lead Luo Yunfeng step by step into the grave he had dug for him, under his own self-righteous control. That evening, Su Chen did not tell stories live. But he logged into his Shark account and posted an update. The accompanying image is a high-resolution close-up photo of gold-rimmed glasses, with a blurry human figure reflected in the lenses. The caption was only one sentence. New story in the works, the warrior discovers that the dragon disguised as a sheep loves to wear a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and acts sad at the victim's bedsides. What do you think, should the warrior just snap its neck, or slowly pull out all its teeth first? Chapter 47 Undercurrents, Ciphers at the Family Meeting. Su Chen's highly suggestive post didn't make much of a splash on the noisy internet. More than the unsubstantiated metaphors, fans were more concerned about when he would start streaming again and tell another ghost story that would keep them up all night. But within the Luo family's circle, the fuse of this verbal bomb had already been silently lit. The next day, Su Chen, bearing the title of future son-in-law, once again stepped into the conference room on the top floor of the Luo group. As soon as he entered, he felt a gaze fixed on him. It is Luo Yunfeng. In that gaze, the facade that had been so effortless yesterday had begun to crack, with suspicion and vigilance clinging to it like vines. Su Chen's lips curved slightly, the curve of which was exactly his usual harmless smile, but there was no warmth in his eyes, as if last night's post was really just a writer's unintentional burst of inspiration. Today's meeting addressed topics directly related to the group's core interests. Luo Yunfeng became the focus of the entire room. He stood up, walked to the huge projection screen, and with a wave of his arm, swept across the entire PPT labeled New Star Project. Uncles and senior executives, he said, his voice carrying a deliberately rousing tone, I suggest that the group must immediately change course and fully enter the new energy sector. And seek strategic cooperation with Holy Light Capital overseas. If we can secure this project, I guarantee that Luo's market value will triple in the next 10 years. A grand blueprint, a deadly temptation. Many of the extended family members and executives breathed heavily, their eyes gleaming with greed. Only Luo Tianxiong, seated at the head of the table, resembled an old Buddha. His eyelids were lowered, and no one could see what he was thinking. He simply tapped his bone china teacup lightly with his knuckles. Thump, thump, thump. Each sound struck a chord with Luo Yunfeng's heightened emotions. Finally, the old man put down his teacup, the bottom of the cup making a soft sound against the table. It wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the entire conference room. The risk is too high. He uttered 4 words, making a final decision. New energy is a quagmire, and we know nothing about the background of Holy Light Capital. Let us put this on hold. Luo Yunfeng's excitement froze instantly, his muscles stiffened for a second, before he managed a humble smile again. Uncle is right, I was too radical. The father and son were as polite as strangers. But in Su Chen's in-chi perception, the invisible rift between them was now bursting with cold sparks. Luo Yunfeng's ambition has become something he no longer bothers to disguise. Luo Tianxiong's tapping was more like a silent warning. Su Chen composed himself and activated his in-chi perception once more. He wanted to see what kind of tricks were hidden in this so-called New Star project. When Luo Yunfeng mentioned the name Holy Light Capital in his speech, Su Chen saw that the mysterious energy attached to him exploded instantly, surging wildly, like a drop of water thrown into boiling oil. This is no longer a remnant. This energy clearly resonates directly and strongly with that New Star project and that Holy Light Capital. Su Chen's breath hitched, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He understood. The goal of human path has never been as simple as supporting a puppet. What they want is to turn the entire Luo group into their money bag, a giant white glove for them to walk in the sunlight. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Chen separated a wisp of his consciousness, like an invisible thread, and instantly connected it to the hospital ward, where it entwined with the faint firefly representing Luo Ningxuang's consciousness. Synesthesia activated. He transformed the keywords New Star Project and Holy Light Capital into his thoughts and gently sent them over. The next second, Luo Ningxuan's consciousness suddenly exploded. The firefly flickered wildly, and countless chaotic thoughts pierced Su Chen's perception like shards of glass, conveying an extreme rejection and a deep-seated unease. She knew. She definitely knew something. Su Chen's heart raced, and he immediately pressed, Ningxuang, baby, have you heard of Holy Light Capital? Was your car accident related to this plan? His thoughts were like a key, forcefully inserted into that tightly locked door of memory, and then suddenly twisted it. Boom! Luo Ningxuan's sea of consciousness was completely boiling. Su Chen's mind felt like it had been filled with a pot of boiling water, with countless fragments of images, sounds, and emotions surging and crashing through his brain. He felt his heart pounding wildly. It was the fear that belonged to Luo Ningxuang. He saw an office where Luo Ningxuang was clutching a document, screaming fiercely at Luo Yunfeng's face. The title of the document, a few words distorted, entered his senses: Holy Light Capital Risk Assessment. In the scene, Luo Yunfeng's face is distorted with anger, and the greed and sinister look in his eyes are as thick as ink that cannot be dissolved. The screen shattered. A sharp screech of brakes rang in Su Chen's ears. He felt his body being thrown up by a tremendous force and then slamming hard against the cold metal. His very soul trembled. Amidst the chaotic flames and thick smoke, he saw a blurry figure in black robes standing in the shadows not far away. The figure was like a lifeless sculpture, coldly gazing at the burning vehicles. That gaze held no pity, no panic, only the deathly stillness of someone who had accomplished their mission. My memories end here. Due to the overload impact, Luo Ningxuan's consciousness turned back into a chaotic glimmer of light. But that's enough. That's enough. Su Chen's blood was almost boiling, his back teeth were grinding together, and a metallic, sweet taste rose in his throat. The truth has never been so clear. Luo Ningxuang was killed because she tried to stop Luo Yunfeng's plan to sell out his clan for personal gain, which was deeply intertwined with the human path. He and the man in black robes conspired to cause a car accident to silence her. Brute! The veins on the back of his hands, beneath the table, bulged like writhing earthworms, his nails digging deep into his palms. The sharp pain was the only thing keeping him steadied in his chair. He feared that if he relaxed even slightly, he would pounce on Luo Yunfeng and shove his head into the conference table until that hypocritical face turned into a puddle of mud. The meeting ended, and everyone dispersed. Luo Tianxiong's voice came from behind, Su Chen, you stay. The old man dismissed his secretary, leaving only the two of them in the large office. What do you think of Yunfeng's plan? Luo Tianxiong poured tea seemingly casually, but his hawk-like eyes were fixed on Su Chen through the rising tea steam. This is a test, and also a trial. Su Chen remained silent for a few seconds, not looking at Luo Tianxiong, but instead focusing his gaze on the empty chair where Luo Yunfeng had just sat. His voice was soft, but every word was like a knife. Dad, I don't understand business. I only understand one principle, he said slowly. Some people, in order to grab the steering wheel, are willing to drive the car off a cliff, taking their most important loved ones with them. He paused, turned his head, met Luo Tianxiong's sharp gaze, and said, word by word. People like this don't deserve to drive, they only deserve to lie in the trunk. Luo Tianxiong's hand, holding the teacup, paused in mid-air for a second. His eyelids, which had been half closed, lifted for a moment, and something in his cloudy eyes flashed briefly, so quickly it was like an illusion. After a long while, he let out a long sigh, filled with the weariness and helplessness of a hero in his twilight years. It's a blessing for Ning Shuang to have found you. Su Chen said nothing. He knew that the old man had probably already sensed something, but kinship and evidence were like two shackles binding his hands and feet. And his words just now were the key he had handed over. When Su Chen left the Luo group, his plan had already taken shape. Now that Luo Yunfeng, this venomous snake, has exposed his Achilles heel, it's time for him, the hunter, to sound the horn of the hunt. That night, Su Chen did not tell a story. But he logged into his Shark account and, under the watchful eyes of millions of fans, released a live stream announcement that shook the entire platform. The accompanying picture is a photo of a hospital bed, with Luo Ningxuan lying asleep on it, as quiet as a painting. The accompanying text, however, carried a chilling murderous intent. Everyone, there will be a special live broadcast tomorrow night at 10 p.m. I will tell you a story at my wife's bedside about how a beast with gold-rimmed glasses murdered his family. I will go into great detail, down to every expression and every lie. I believe that even if my wife is asleep, she can hear me. And the murderer must have been watching too. Chapter 48 Forbidden Live Broadcast, Painted Skin by the Hospital Bedside. At 10 p.m., on the Shark platform, in Su Chen's live stream room. Tens of millions of views flooded the server like a burst dam, filling it up a second before the broadcast began. The screen lit up the instant the countdown reached 0. There was no lighting or set design as expected. The camera was set up in a corner of the ward, like a cold, indifferent eye. In the center of the image is the hospital bed that countless people have seen in the news. Luo Ningxuan lies on the pure white sheets, surrounded by various sophisticated instruments that flash with a faint blue light, and a thin layer of mist covers her face with a breathing mask. Su Chen sat on the edge of the bed. With his back to the camera, his spine was ramrod straight. He wasn't wearing a suit or tie, just a simple black t-shirt, yet he stood like a silent tombstone, dominating the room. This act of exposing the vulnerability of one's closest relatives to the gaze of millions is itself a silent declaration. The chat in the live stream exploded after a 1-second pause. Holy crap! They're actually broadcasting this in a hospital room. This is insane. Su Chen is really daring. Isn't broadcasting my sister-in-law like this a bit? The person upstairs doesn't know anything. Didn't they see the trailer? This is Su Chen forcing the murderer to reveal himself. This is war. I feel like the room is creepy. This camera angle is so damn weird. Stop talking nonsense, the betting has started. Let's bet on what story Su Chen will tell tonight that will scare that gold-rimmed glasses guy to death. The barrage of comments surged like boiling lava, and the popularity score instantly surpassed the 50 million mark at an unprecedented pace. The alarms from the Shark platform's backend sounded as urgent as a death knell. Su Chen ignored the commotion outside. He leaned down and gently stroked Luo Ningxuang's cold hand with his fingertips, his lips close to her ear, his breath so soft that only the two of them could hear it. Honey, our audience has all arrived. After speaking, he slowly turned around and faced the camera. In that instant, his entire demeanor changed. He was no longer the husband by the sickbed, but a teacher holding a ruler, ready to begin a lecture. Only, this classroom was set in a battlefield of carnage. Today, we won't talk about urban legends. The moment he opened his mouth, his unique voice, like a hook, pierced through the air, precisely seizing everyone's eardrums. The tens of millions of comments in the livestream seemed to be abruptly silenced, as if choked by an invisible hand. Everyone held their breath. Su Chen's gaze pierced through the lens, as if scrutinizing everyone in front of the screen, and then he uttered two words. Let me tell you an old story. He paused, a cold smile curving his lips. A story from Strange Tales from a Chinese studio is called Painted Skin. Boom! 3 words, like 3 icicles, pierced the minds of every audience member. A chill ran from the soles of their feet, up their spines, straight to the top of their heads. Who hasn't heard of painted skin? But everyone knows that what Su Chen said was definitely not the version you know. Su Chen did not disappoint them. He didn't even use any background music, the only sounds in the ward were the regular beeping of the monitoring equipment and his own voice. God-level voice acting skills advanced, activated. Wang Sheng of Taiyuan, by chance, encountered a beautiful woman and was captivated by her beauty. He then took her home and hid her in a separate courtyard. His voice was flat and monotonous, like a rigid storyteller. But just as the audience relaxed a little, his tone suddenly changed. One day, Wang Sheng returned home and found the courtyard gate tightly closed. Suspicious, he crept up to the top of the wall and peered inside. In the livestream, everyone subconsciously shrank their necks, as if they were Wang Sheng clinging to the wall. There was a blue-faced, fanged demon with disheveled hair and a saw-toothed mouth, who was carefully drawing on a piece of human skin under the lamplight with a colored brush. A strange, unusual noise suddenly appeared in Su Chen's voice. Shoo! Shoo! That was the sound of a paintbrush rubbing against some kind of rough leather. Extremely light, yet extremely clear, like rubbing directly into a person's ear canal. Immediately following was an uncontrollable, sinister laugh, as if squeezed from the depths of his throat. He. The entire livestream was pulled into a gloomy ancient study by this sound. Cold moonlight, flickering candlelight, a man spying outside the window, and something inside that was painting. Tens of millions of viewers dared not even breathe. And it was at this moment. Inside the ward, the monitor displaying Luo Ningxuang's heart rate emitted a sharp beep. Beep beep beep. The number on the screen went from a steady 70 to a crazy surge, surpassing 100, breaking through 120, and heading straight for 130. The glaring red light flashed wildly, turning Su Chen's profile blood red. The ventilator connected to Luo Ningxuang heaved violently like a bellows, its frequency so fast it sounded like someone struggling to drown underwater. What's even more chilling is that the camera precisely captured Luo Ningxuang's hand hanging by the bedside, her 5 fingers undergoing irregular, violent muscle spasms. Her fingernails were digging deeply into the sheets. The information fed back by synesthesia made Su Chen realize that Luo Ningxuang's subconscious was stirring up a terrifying storm. The firefly that represented her consciousness was being blown around by the storm, flickering and struggling. Ding! Collected a massive amount of fear from target Luo Ningxuang. Reward, 100x cash back. Ding! Your account number ending in XXXX has received 10 million renminbi. In the live stream, viewers who were terrified began to retaliate by showering the viewers with virtual gifts. It was as if the dazzling gift effects could dispel the chill emanating from the screen. 100 servings of Buddha jumps over the wall. Super Rocket X200. The total amount of tips instantly exceeded 10 million. One of the gold-colored verification comments caused a huge uproar. Zhao Bowen, director of neurology at Jingzhou First People's Hospital, unbelievable. Such drastic and rhythmic changes in heart rate and respiration in response to external auditory stimuli in PVS patients are unprecedented in clinical practice. This is not subconscious stress at all, it's more like a struggle. Mr. Su, I request to speak with you. At the same time, in the Platinum Palace Villa area on the outskirts of the city, Luo Yunfeng dropped his wine glass with a clatter onto the expensive handmade Persian carpet. The crimson wine splashed all over him, but he was completely unaware. He stared intently at the piercing alarm and off-the-charts numbers on the iPad screen, his face drained of color, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. How is that possible? How so? How could a living dead person, declared brain dead by the world's top neuroscientists, generate such a huge reaction to a single story? Su Chen. What kind of monster is this gold digger he always looked down on, this good-for-nothing he thought he could easily manipulate? A chill burst forth from his tailbone, making him unable to sit still any longer. He frantically grabbed the encrypted phone on the table, dialed a number with trembling hands, and his voice became slurred because his teeth were chattering. It's me. He gripped the hand that was making the call tightly with his other hand to barely keep his balance. The target is in trouble. Su Chen, something's wrong with him. He's using a method I can't understand. He seems to be trying to wake her up. On the other end of the phone, the hoarse voice, digitally altered in neither male nor female, was unusually calm. As expected. That man was the biggest variable all along. Keep watching. The voice paused, a chilling, killing intent seeping in. If the target shows any signs of awakening, immediately execute purification. Understood. Luo Yunfeng hung up the phone, his palms covered in cold, damp sweat. Purification. This word means to erase Luo Ningxuang, along with everything she might remember, from this world at all costs. In the live stream, Su Chen's story had reached its climax. The painted skin demon was exposed by the Taoist priest and, enraged, tore off the beautiful skin that had captivated all beings right in front of Wang Shang. That beautiful face, like a piece of clothing tossed carelessly on the ground. In the moonlight, only a hideous demon remained, grinning maliciously as it reached into Wang Shang's burning chest and pulled out that. Su Chen's voice stopped at the word "that one." Using his dubbing skills, he produced a pop sound as if his heart was being forcibly ripped out of his chest cavity, his flesh being torn apart. Then came the sound of chewing. Crunch, crunch. Just then, the temperature in the ward seemed to have been instantly drained away by an invisible hand. All the viewers in the live stream witnessed a scene they would never forget. Without warning, a layer of visible white frost condensed on the camera lens. A spiderweb-like layer of ice flowers instantly covered the entire screen, blurring the image for a moment. Sizzle! Sparks flew from the overhead operating lights, plunging the entire ward into darkness for half a second. In the darkness, an apple on the table next to the monitor silently split open. One half was bright red and juicy, while the other half instantly became shriveled, rotten, and oozing black juice. Story realization beginner. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The lens! The lens is frozen. I saw it. The light went out. The apple was rotten. That fucking rotten apple. This isn't special effects. Absolutely not. I feel my blood run cold. Help! Amazing. Su Shen is truly a god. His words become law. This is a case of words becoming law. The comments section went wild. The audience's fear and adoration reached a breaking point at that moment. Su Chen keenly noticed it. He knew he'd had enough of the excitement. He slowed his speech, leading the story to a positive ending where the Taoist priest intervened, vanquished the demon, and provided guidance to Wang Shang's wife, ultimately saving Wang Shang. His voice, once again warm and powerful, was like a beam of light, dispelling the bone-chilling cold and soothing the nerves of Luo Ningxuang and all the audience members who had been stretched to their limit. The patient's various physiological indicators gradually declined. The live stream ended, and the screen went black. Su Chen turned off all the equipment, and the ward returned to silence. He leaned down and whispered in Luo Ningxuang's ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear, word by word. "Baby, can you hear me? A painted face cannot depict the human heart. He wants to shut you up forever, and I won't let him succeed. But I need you to wake up and help me. Tear off his skin with your own hands." The words fell. Luo Ningxuang's tightly closed eyelids trembled clearly and violently once again. This time, a scalding tear slid down her cheek and disappeared into her hair. Chapter 49. A chill ran down my spine, something was listening behind me. The live broadcast of painted skin made Su Chen's name almost legendary on the internet. The hashtags #SuShen live streaming painted skin in hospital hashtag and hashtag scared the lights flashed by Su Shen's story hashtag trended on social media for a full 48 hours, with an alarmingly high level of popularity. Medical experts and psychologists from across the internet took turns trying to analyze Luo Ningxuang's abnormal physiological reactions during the livestream using various theories, but in the end they could only admit time and time again in front of the camera that modern science cannot explain it, which instead shrouded Su Chen in an almost divine veil. Su Chen didn't rush to start the broadcast. He gave Luo Ningxuang 2 days to allow her tense mind enough time to process and calm down. On the third night, the live stream started again. This time, he will finish telling the ending of Painted Skin, how the scholar whose heart was ripped out by the evil spirit was saved by the Taoist priest with incredible magic. He wanted to use this ending to drive a stake called hope deep into Luo Ningxuang's subconscious. The Taoist priest instructed the scholar's wife to go to the street and find a mad beggar, to endure his beatings and insults, and to suffer all kinds of humiliation, just to get a mouthful of phlegm from him. Su Chen's voice, coming through the microphone, was like an invisible hand, pulling millions of viewers back into the bizarre and fantastical world of Liuozhai. The number of viewers in the livestream broke the 100 million mark the moment it started, and the scrolling bullet comments were so thick they looked like a moving mosaic. Front row. Finally, the sequel is here. Tell me how that scholar survived. A spit? Seriously? This premise is even more outrageous than Su Shen saving people in a story. Protect me. I have a feeling tonight will be even more ominous than last time. In Su Chen's story, the scholar's wife, in order to save her husband, abandoned all dignity, rolled in the mud, and swallowed filth that most people would avoid. He vividly portrayed that resolute determination and deep love through his voice. The thick phlegm did not fall into her stomach, but instead condensed into a lump in her chest. She staggered back, threw herself onto her husband's cold body and cried out in grief. Drawn by her cries, a hard lump suddenly leaped out of her mouth and, with a plop, landed squarely in the bloody hole in her husband's chest. That thing swirled around in the blood hole, its flesh churning, and slowly transformed into a thumping heart. Su Chen's Adam's apple bobbed, and the heartbeat simulated by his god-level dubbing skills grew from faint to strong, as if it were ringing against everyone's eardrums. Thump, 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 thump. The chat in the live stream paused for a moment. All the viewers held their breath, feeling their hearts beating faster and faster in sync with the rhythm. The accumulated energy of fear surged into Su Chen's system like a flood bursting through a dam. The story is reaching its climax, just as the scholar is about to open his eyes. Su Chen simulated the thump-thump sound of a heartbeat, but his left little finger twitched uncontrollably. Wrong. It is not the energy that brings a story to life. A chill, like a boneless ice snake, silently crept up the back of his neck along the cold chair back. The temperature in the live stream room seemed to have dropped a few degrees. Su Chen's tone of voice remained unchanged as he told the story, and even the curve of his lips was exactly the same as a second ago, but his pupils contracted to needle size in an instant. Out of the corner of his eye, he quickly glanced at the monitor screen beside him that displayed a panoramic view of the ward. On the screen, the ward appeared empty, and everything seemed normal. But in his in-chi perception, in the deepest part of the ward, in a corner where the surveillance cameras couldn't reach, a black shadow was standing quietly. The shadow was like a blot of thick ink, without a specific shape, yet it exuded a damp, rotten, and malicious aura. It is not a manifestation of Luo Ningxuang's fear, nor is it a product of the story. It is alive. It came in from the outside. Su Chen's knuckles, gripping the edge of the bed, turned white inch by inch from the force. Outside the VIP ward, there were Brother Long's men and agents from the Jinya division, with guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5. This thing was able to sneak in silently. Its strength far exceeded his expectations. Was it an assassin sent by Human Path? Or was it that his own live stream, like a lighthouse in the night, had finally attracted a monster from the deep sea? He couldn't stop the live stream, otherwise that thing would immediately know that he had been exposed. He couldn't make any unnecessary movements that might disturb the lurking venomous snake, and Luo Ningxuang, lying on the bed, became the first victim. What to do? The idea flashed through his mind in a flash. Su Chen looked at the scrolling comments on the livestream screen and a plan came to him. He added a scene to the story on the spot. His voice rose suddenly, each word ringing out like a resounding bell, filled with a powerful masculine energy that could exorcise evil spirits. The scholar was half awake, in the transition between yin and yang, which was the perfect time for evil spirits. A gust of cold winds suddenly swept in, and a vengeful ghost lurking nearby attempted to seize this opportunity to take over the resurrected body. At the critical moment, the Taoist priest, who was far away, suddenly rang out in the room like thunder. You wicked creatures! In broad daylight, under the clear sky, how dare you petty scoundrels cause trouble here? Get out of here, you bastard! Su Chen poured a surge of spiritual energy into the final word "get lost," and the sound waves seemed to materialize, reverberating throughout the ward. Ordinary viewers only felt that Su Chen's move was full of explosive power, righteous and awe-inspiring, and made their scalp tingle with satisfaction. But to that thing, it was like a thunderbolt from the heavens exploding right next to its ear. Su Chen could clearly see out of the corner of his eye that the dark shadow at the edge of the monitor screen suddenly trembled, curling and twisting inward like burning plastic, and the whole thing faded. The half-full glass of water on the table rippled even without wind, creating a fine, circular pattern. Efficient. But it didn't leave. The shadow only shrank tighter, hiding deeper into the darkness, and the lurking malice, like a snake's tongue, remained stuck to his back. The opponent's strength and vigilance both exceeded his expectations. Just then, a warning sound from the system rang in his mind. Warning! An unknown otherworld aura has been detected approaching. This aura carries a strong intent to spy. Energy level, unknown. Host, please be extremely vigilant. The other world. Su Chen's eyes turned completely cold. He calmly finished speaking the last word of painted skin, giving the story a bright ending and calming the frightened viewers in the live broadcast room. But his back was completely soaked with cold sweat. He knew that when he chose to light the lighthouse, he was destined to attract those predators lurking in the deep sea. Thank you for watching, see you next time. The screen went black, and the live stream ended. Su-Chen did not get up. He maintained his position leaning over the bed, activating in-chi perception, which, like a highly precise radar network, repeatedly scanned every inch of the ward. The shadow in the corner twitched, and the malice vanished like ink dripping into clear water. It's gone. Su-Chen suddenly stood up and rushed to that corner in a few steps. A faint, lingering stench, like the mixture of mud and rust after a rain, still lingered in the air. He looked down and saw a patch of white frost, the size of a fingernail, rapidly melting into a puddle of water on the smooth, mirror-like floor tiles under the light. Su-Chen's face was more unsightly than ever before. He walked to the window, the night wind blew in, but he felt no chill. He stared at the traffic flowing below, his pupils reflecting not the city lights, but only a silent darkness. He took out his encrypted phone and quickly tapped on the screen to send a message to Zhao Gang. Level A alert. Something has entered. Not human. Its strength and intentions are unknown. It left a piece of ice in the corner of my ward. Less than 3 seconds later, Zhao Gang called directly, his voice extremely tense. What did you say? Chapter 50 Nighttime Stalking, the ghostly shadow in the live stream room. The white frost that melted in the corner of the ward that night was like a thorn that pierced Su-Chen's nerves. He didn't back down. Instead, he was forced to unleash the ruthlessness deep within him. You want to see it? Okay, I'll put on an even tougher show for you. In the days that followed, Su-Chen's live streaming room from his hospital room became one of the most bizarre and spectacular sights on the internet. Every night at 10 p.m., the number of online users spiked wildly like a runaway counter, easily exceeding the platform's server capacity. The Shark platform urgently mobilized all its backup servers to barely manage to withstand this terrifying surge of traffic. Su-Chen did not disappoint anyone. Like an arms dealer, he lavishly opened his arsenal, bringing to the stage classics from his past life that were worthy of being recorded in the history of horror movies. Tonight, he's talking about the old corpse in the mountain village. The woman was soaking in the water, her long black hair spread out like seaweed, her face was pale and swollen from being submerged, only her eyes were as black as a bottomless abyss. Su-Chen's voice was very low, carrying a damp, musty smell, as if he wasn't in a hospital room, but rather lying by an ancient well, talking to the bottom of the well. God-level voice acting skills activated, and the viewers in the live stream felt a chill run down their spines, from the headphone wires into their ears to the back of their necks. Just then, the comments section exploded. Wait a minute. Was something sticking out from under or next to my sister-in-law's bed? Holy crap. It's hair. I saw it. A clump of wet, black hair. It stuck out from under the bed and then went back in. I took a screenshot. Damn it. My hands were shaking. Look at this picture. Bottom right corner. It's right there on the edge of the bedsheet that my sister-in-law was hanging down. A screenshot that had been urgently circled and read went viral in the comments section. The image was blurry and extremely noisy, but in the shadow of Luo Ningxuang's hospital bed, there was indeed a small, unidentifiable black patch with wet, reflective edges, resembling a piece of hair pulled out of the water. Is that an afterimage? Did it freeze? Bullshit. I recorded it. It really did move just once. Just once. The atmosphere in the live stream shifted instantly from the thrill of listening to ghost stories to the fear of actually encountering a ghost. Su-Chen watched the scrolling comments, a cold smile silently curving his lips. He knew it wasn't a hallucination. It was something from that other world that, lured by the atmosphere of his story, became increasingly bold. It seems to really like the story of the haunted village and even couldn't resist imitating it. Instead of exposing the scheme, Su-Chen played along, his voice growing increasingly cold. It's right here in your house, maybe under the bed, maybe in the closet, maybe even right behind you. It's waiting for you to turn around. He deliberately slowed down his speech, each word like an ice bead striking the hearts of all the audience. I'm too scared to move. I feel a chill on the back of my neck. Shut up, Su-Shin. Stop reading. Something bad will happen if you keep reading. Is this storytelling? It sounds more like he's chanting a spell. The atmosphere in the livestream was brought to its peak, with fear so intense it almost overflowed the screen. Just then, a golden system banner violently tore the entire screen apart. An account with the ID, Black Robe Believer, entered the live stream. Immediately afterwards, the screen went black, and countless black lotuses burning with eerie green flames and pale skulls swept across the entire screen. The shark platform's top-tier gift worth 100,000 yuan, Underworld Priest, exploded. The entire livestream fell into a moment of deathly silence, followed by a deafening roar of amazement. However, what made people's hearts skip a beat even more than this extravagant gift was a blood-red pin comment left by the user with the ID Black Robe Believer. King Yama, we really enjoyed the story you told. Boom! These words, like a red-hot steel needle, pierced Su Chen's pupils. Black-robed believers. The way of humanity. They've arrived. Not content with spying from the shadows, they chose to jump onto the stage, tear off their disguises, and hand over the challenge in front of hundreds of millions of viewers. Su Chen's storytelling voice paused slightly, like a taut string being scraped by a fingernail, producing a piercing vibrato. But he didn't stop. He even chuckled softly, a sound so faint yet so chilling to all who heard it, more eerie than the wailing of ghosts. Under the table, in the blind spot of the camera, his left hand clenched his fingers one by one, the knuckles making a slight crack sound, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged like small snakes. An invisible wind emanated from him and spread outwards. In the water glass on the table, a tiny whirlpool appeared out of nowhere on the surface of the water. At the same time, he was multitasking, issuing instructions to the system in his mind. Perfect crime profile, dig out this black-robed believer for me. I want everything he has. Ding. Analysis initiated. Target IP is encrypted with 13 layers of military-grade encryption. Jump server tracing activated. Preliminary location, Beijing, Financial Street, XX Building top floor server. The capital city? The darkness in Su Chen's eyes deepened. He looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the screen, fixed precisely on that ID. He changed the course of the story at the last minute, his voice suddenly rising and filled with a metallic quality. The scholar suddenly realized that there were no vengeful ghosts seeking revenge. They were just a group of cultists hiding their true identities, pretending to be gods and ghosts, trying to rob and kill him. Fear only breeds evil. When the scholar grabbed his wood-chopping knife and kicked open the door, he discovered that the so-called blue-faced, fanged demons were nothing more than a few masked, trembling scoundrels. Every word Su Chen uttered was like a heavy hammer blow, striking the black-robed believer across the network and through layers of encrypted signals. He even used synesthesia to transform the words cultist into a mental imprint, forcefully imprinting them into Luo Ningxuang's subconscious. The black-robed believer. In an instant, he saw that the desolate, dark ocean of consciousness was suddenly churning with towering waves. Streaks of black lightning exploded on the seabed, and hatred, fear, anger, resentment, all sorts of intense emotions erupted like a volcano. She reacted. An extremely violent reaction. Ding. Detected that a key memory fragment in the target Luo Ningxuang's subconscious has been activated due to strong external stimuli. Memory fragment analysis in progress. Keywords: black robe, ritual, car accident, betrayal. A surge of electricity shot from Su Chen's tailbone to the top of his head. He caught him. A sinister smile appeared on Su Chen's face as he spoke the final words of the story into the microphone, a verdict against the black-robed believer. When you choose to face the darkness, you will find that those seemingly powerful ghosts are nothing but clay chickens and earthen dogs that cannot stand the light. The story is over. He turned off his microphone, but instead of ending the broadcast immediately, he made a gesture in front of the camera that no one could understand. He extended his right hand, put his index and middle fingers together, and gently tapped his temple 3 times. This was the highest level alert he and Zhao Gang had agreed upon, codenamed decapitation. It meant the target had been locked and action could begin. After doing all this, he smiled and waved to the camera. Thank you for watching, see you next time. The screen went black. Su Chen suddenly stood up, ignoring the notifications flooding the system screen, and rushed to the bedside, bending down beside him. The phone vibrated incessantly. It was Zhao Gang. Su Chen hung up immediately, pressed his earpiece, and whispered, "Call back in a minute." He immersed himself entirely in synesthesia, using the gentlest of intentions to envelop Luo Ningxuang's turbulent sea of consciousness. "They're here, baby. Are you scared? The storm is subsiding." After a long while, the firefly that stubbornly burned in the eye of the storm, though still swaying, clearly conveyed a single word back to him. Kill. Chapter 51 Fragments of Memory, the tip of the iceberg of the truth behind the car accident. The word kill that burst forth from the deepest part of Luo Ningxuang's subconscious mind was like a black lightning bolt, repeatedly exploding in Su Chen's mind. But then, a faint yet incredibly clear no quietly emerged. It's not a denial, it's an answer. Su Chen instantly realized that it was a response to his question from the previous night. "They're here, baby. Are you scared?" "No." The word kill represents her hatred for her enemies. The word no represents the pride in her bones. Su Chen's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and then an even stronger fighting spirit surged up. He had only wanted to wake her up, but now, he wanted to help her reclaim everything that had been stolen from her. The provocation of humanity can serve as the fuse to ignite everything. That night, Su Chen did not tell any more of those sensory-stimulating horror stories. He moved a chair and sat down right next to the hospital bed, holding Luo Ningxuan's icy hand and warming it little by little with his own body heat. "Baby, I know you can hear me." Su Chen's voice was very low, directly entering the depths of her consciousness through synesthesia. Hatred alone cannot kill them. You need to remember what you cherish most, that is your strongest weapon. He closed his eyes, his mind completely sinking into that silent ocean of consciousness. This time, he didn't use any sentimental build-up. He was going to use one bomb to detonate another. Su Chen concentrated all his mental energy to construct an incredibly clear and warm image in his mind. "Do you still remember your favorite white princess dress? Every time you wore it, you would spin around in front of the mirror a dozen times until you were dizzy, then laugh and run into your father's arms." He wrapped this memory fragment in synesthesia and, like a precision-guided missile, hurled it fiercely into the heart of that dark ocean. This is no longer appeasement, this is an attack. Boom! A warm light of memory suddenly exploded, illuminating the sea in an instant. The image of Luo Ningxuan, dressed in a princess dress, nestled in Luo Tianxiong's arms, vividly appeared in her consciousness. The light pierced the darkness. Deep in the ocean, the viscous malice, like black oil, was instantly enraged, surging wildly upwards and transforming into a hideous, twisted ghost face, opening its blood-red maw to devour that warm halo in one gulp. That is the spiritual imprint left by the human way, a collection of hatred and despair. "Get out of my way." Su Chen's will transformed into a thunderous roar, and the mental power of synesthesia twisted into a sharp sword that cut through illusions, slashing down at that ghostly face. The ghost face let out a silent shriek, then was cleaved into pieces, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. But the black smoke did not disappear. Instead, it attacked that halo of memory even more frantically, trying to pollute and distort it. Su Chen's guidance was like that of a master peeling away layers, defeating the opponent while simultaneously leading Luo Ningxuang's consciousness step by step to the crucial moment before the car accident. Finally, amidst the repeated clashes between those warm memories and the dark malice, another scene, which had been suppressed and was filled with anger and betrayal, was forcibly squeezed out. Luo Yunfeng's office. This time, Su Chen's perspective seemed to be standing right at the doorway. He saw Luo Ningxuang slam a document on the table, her wrist trembling with anger. "Luo Yunfeng. Look carefully at what this is." Her voice was full of disappointment and anger. Holy Light Capital is just a frontman for Human Path. Their funds come from unknown sources, and they do all sorts of shady business. You're betting the future of the Luo family on them. Are you trying to make Grandpa's life's work go down with you? Luo Yunfeng sat in the large executive chair, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't even glance at the document. His eyes were fixed on Luo Ningxuang, his expression like that of a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days. "My future?" He suddenly let out a dry laugh. "Under your halo, Luo Ningxuan, what future do I have? From childhood to adulthood, everything best has been yours, and I can only follow behind you picking up what you don't want. Why should I?" He sprang up from his chair, bracing himself on the table with both hands, leaning forward like a wild beast about to go out of control. "This is my only chance. They can give me what you can't, they can give the Luo family the glory I want. You, Luo Ningxuan, are just a hindrance." He spoke slowly and deliberately, each word squeezed out from between his teeth, dripping with venom. "Anyone who blocks my way shall die." A powerful threat, mixed with the venom of jealousy, assaulted my senses. Through synesthesia, Su Chen clearly received Luo Ningxuang's suffocating feeling of her heart being squeezed at that moment, as well as her sorrow at the complete transformation of her cousin in front of her. Now, two extreme emotions, warmth and betrayal, collide violently in the sea of consciousness. Boom! If the previous ones were just ripples, this time it was a depth charge that exploded right in the center of Luo Ningxuang's sea of consciousness. Countless fragments of memories, forcibly sealed by the human path with its mysterious power, burst through the dam like a flood, turning into a tsunami and sweeping towards Su Chen. Ding! Detected intense emotional fluctuations in the subconscious of target Luo Ningxuang. The key memory seal has been broken. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully resisted the mental pollution of the human path and protected key memories. Reward: slight increase in maximum mental strength. Unlock new skill, mental barrier, passive. The system notification sound flashed by quickly, but Suchen had no time to pay attention to it. Images flashed wildly through his mind, like a fast-forwarded movie. He saw it. The entire process of the car accident. That wasn't an accident. It was murder. In the scene, Luo Ningxuan's car is driving on the winding mountain road back to the Luo family manor. She is upset and still clutching the document exposing Holy Light Capital in her hand. As she rounded a bend, she caught a glimpse of a heavy truck parked in the emergency lane. The driver, wearing a baseball cap pulled low, had half his face hidden in shadow, revealing only a pair of wolf-like eyes staring in her direction. Something's not right. Luo Ningxuan's alarm bells rang, and she instinctively tried to swerve the steering wheel to get away. But it was too late. The steering wheel felt like it was made of lead, or gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Her arms bulged with veins, and she strained with all her might, but the car wouldn't budge, locked in place by a strange force, driving straight ahead. At that very moment, the heavy truck's engine roared like a beast, its tires leaving scorching marks on the ground, and like a mad steel rhinoceros, it crashed precisely and devastatingly towards the driver's seat. A split second before the impact, Luo Ningxuan's subconscious captured a scene that sent chills down her spine. In the shadows of a distant hillside, a person dressed in a black robe, whose face was obscured, slowly raised his hand in her direction. 5 fingers made a gentle twisting motion in the air. It's a mysterious power. The fire in Suchen's chest suddenly died down, and a chilling coldness shot straight up from his tailbone to the top of his head. Perfect criminal profiling, automatically activated. Luo Yunfeng's jealousy and greed, his deal with human path, Luo Ningxuan's direct questioning, the fatal collision of the heavy truck, the black-robed man's mysterious methods. All the fragmented clues clicked together perfectly in Suchen's mind. A complete, blood-painted blueprint of murder is clearly presented. Luo Yunfeng, in order to seize his family's property, let the wolf into the house and became a pawn of humanity. Luo Ningxuan discovers the conspiracy and tries to stop it, thus becoming a nail that must be removed. Luo Yunfeng was the one who handed over the knife. That man in black robes, that's the hand holding the knife. Suchen slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, and the air in the room seemed to cool down a bit. This person must die. But he can't make a move yet. He picked up his phone, his fingers flying across the keyboard, and sent the crime chain he had just pieced together, along with key evidence details of the man in the black robe's interference, to Zhao Gang in the most concise and encrypted language. The phone remained silent for a full minute. Zhao Gang's reply popped up, consisting of only one sentence, yet it carried a sense of impending doom. Received. The mysterious force cannot be used as direct evidence, but the murder chain is complete. I have applied for the highest level search and arrest warrants targeting Luo Yunfeng and related leads. Wait for my signal, don't alert him. Suchen put away his phone. He knew that to deal with someone like Luo Yunfeng, he had to kill him in one blow, and there couldn't be any flaws in the procedure. His gaze returned to the hospital bed. Due to the intense impact of the memory, Luo Ningxuan fell into a deeper coma, her forehead covered in fine cold sweat, her brows furrowed, as if she were reliving that nightmare in her dream. Suchen reached out, his fingertips hovering above her cheek, and ultimately just tucked a strand of sweaty hair behind her ear. Sleep well, baby, he said in a voice softer than ever before. The nightmare is over. Leave the rest to me. The next day, Suchen opened the live streaming app, but did not start a live stream. He only updated his status with one post. In the video, he appeared calm, with the hospital's monotonous white walls as the background. He spoke to the camera, his voice not loud, but sharp as an icicle. The sins of some people, no matter how gorgeous the skin they wear, cannot hide the maggots and stench inside. Don't worry, the sun will be up soon. At that time, all the demons and monsters will be dried into ashes in the sunlight. Video released, that's all. Suchen turned off his phone and took Luo Ningxuan's hand again. Just then, he clearly felt that the slender index finger beneath his palm, which had been lifeless for so long, was moving extremely slightly. I hooked my finger at him. Chapter 52 The Rhythm of My Heart, she played along with my performance. The night was as dark as ink, making the outline of the central hospital appear even more silent. After uncovering the truth behind the car accident, Suchen calmed down. The burning anger within him subsided, replaced by a deep-sea patience and a chilling killing intent. Luo Yunfeng's fish was too big and too impatient. To bring him to justice, the line must be taught, but not broken. Su Chen glanced at his phone. There was still no signal from Zhao Gang. He knew that dealing with someone like Luo Yunfeng required a swift and decisive strike, with no room for error in the process. The waiting time is the most agonizing. He turned his gaze back to the hospital bed, where Luo Ningxuan was still sleeping peacefully, her forehead covered in fine beads of cold sweat. Su Chen reached out and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead with his fingertips, his movements as gentle as if he were handling a rare treasure. "Sleep, baby," he said in a voice softer than ever before. "It's time to wake up from this nightmare." He opened the live streaming app, but instead of choosing those gory and horrific stories, he picked one that he had been thinking about for a long time last night. He wanted to pull her out of the abyss in his own way. "Good evening." Su Chen spoke calmly to the camera, against a backdrop of a monotonous white wall and instruments shimmering with faint light. "Today, we won't talk about ghosts, but about choices." He spoke slowly, with a calming power, telling his story in a gentle and soothing manner. The story is called The Princess's Crossroads. Long ago, there was a princess who was cursed by an evil wizard, and her soul was trapped in an eternal dream. In the dream, it was always spring, there was no pain, no trouble, and everything was perfect. Su Chen's gaze passed over the phone screen and landed on Luo Ningxuan's peaceful sleeping face. But the princess herself knew that it was all an illusion. Beyond the dream, there was a real world overgrown with thorns. There was wind, frost, rain, snow, birth, aging, sickness, and death, but there, too, was a lover waiting for her to come home. Finally, one day, the princess reached the end of her dream. Two paths appeared before her. Su Chen paused, deliberately creating a sense of tension. On the left is a staircase covered with roses, leading to a deeper, more perfect dream. Once you go up, there is no turning back. On the right is a dark path overrun by thorns and monsters. At the end of the path, you can vaguely see a glimmer of light from the real world. The princess stopped in her tracks. She hesitated. Su Chen stared at Luo Ningxuan's face, enunciating each word clearly. She could hear her own heartbeat, pounding against her chest like a drum. Her breathing became uncontrollable, growing increasingly rapid. Before he could finish speaking, beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. In the ward, the heart rate monitor that had been running smoothly suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. On the screen, the green curve representing heart rate seemed to have been whipped hard, instantly shooting wildly from the baseline of 65 to the peak of 125. Holy crap! It's here! My sister-in-law's signature background music is back. Holy crap! My heart was pounding like a drum, and then my heart rate jumped over 100? This coordination is incredible. I got goosebumps. Is Su Chen telling a story, or is his wife providing the voiceover? The live stream chat exploded with comments. Meanwhile, in the study of a detached villa on the outskirts of the city, Luo Yunfeng didn't turn on the lights. The light from his phone screen illuminated his distorted face. The screen showed Su Chen's live stream. When the piercing alarm pierced through the phone speaker, his fingers, which were gripping the wine glass, jerked violently, spilling the crimson liquid. Beep beep beep. A piercing sound shrieked in his ears, sending chills down his spine. He watched helplessly as the curve precisely followed the rhythm of Su Chen's story, jumping wildly, a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Impossible. She's clearly a living dead person. How could she still be interacting with Su Chen? Didn't that man in black say it was foolproof? If she wakes up, the first person she'll kill is me. Waste. Luo Yunfeng slammed his phone onto the expensive carpet, his chest heaving, his eyes filled with terror. He wasn't afraid of a medical miracle. He was afraid of vengeful spirits seeking revenge. In the ward, Su Chen's breathing paused for a moment. He stared at the wildly beating curve, his heart pounding, and a thought exploded into his mind. She wasn't having an unconscious stress response. She was cooperating with me? To verify this conjecture, he changed his lines on the spot, speaking to her as if he were talking to her across an endless dream, his voice extremely soft, carrying a desperate tenderness. In the story, the princess chooses to wake up and return to her lover, right? In short, it was like pressing the pause button. The piercing alarm stopped. On the monitor, the curve that surged to 125 did not immediately fall back. Instead, at the peak, there was an extremely brief, almost imperceptible, flat pause. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Thump! A heavy, drum-like thud came clearly from the monitor's speaker. The curve did not fall back. Thump! 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 It began to beat again in a completely new and unprecedented way. No longer the frightening and chaotic waveforms of the past, but steady, firm, and full of the power to break through everything. In the central monitoring room, Dr. Lee and a group of experts had just picked up their thermos cups when they heard the sound and all stood up, staring intently at the monitoring screen, as if witnessing a miracle. No, this doesn't fit any coma model. Dr. Lee took off his reading glasses, wiped them repeatedly, and muttered to himself, this is the will interfering with physiological signs. It's a miracle, a living miracle. Inside the ward, Su-Chen gripped the metal railing of the bed tightly. The cold metal made his finger bones ache. But he understood. He understood completely. This is not a physiological reaction. This is a response. She could hear him. She had been listening all along. She was using her own heartbeat, using this cold machine, to accompany his story and answer his questions. She was telling him this way, telling everyone. I am here. I am with you. A surge of intense, overwhelming joy coursed through his body. Su-Chen abruptly turned his back, biting his lip hard. The burning emotion was stuck in his throat. He was afraid that if he made a sound, he would burst into tears. His girl. His darling. She is responding to his call in the grandest and most romantic way in the world. Ding! Target Luo Ningxuan has been detected to have experienced a leap in consciousness awakening. A mental resonance has been established with the host. Reward, 100x cash back. Ding! New feature unlocked: synesthesia. Synesthesia resonance. Building upon existing synesthesia, the host can exchange basic mental information with the target. The system notification sound exploded in my head. The capabilities have been upgraded. Su-Chen suppressed the wild beating in his chest, and with a thought, he no longer needed a story as a medium to directly transmit his purest idea. Honey, you're even smarter than I thought. There was no delay. Almost instantly, a thought, tinged with a touch of smugness and a hint of coquetry, gently entered his mind. Of course. Su-Chen could no longer hold back and lowered his head to laugh, his chest trembling. As the live stream neared its end, he turned back to the camera, his smile finally coming out. It seems she really likes my story. Perhaps she's ready to act in it herself. That evening, the nurses finished their rounds. The door to the ward was closed, cutting off all outside sounds. Su-Chen walked to the bedside, leaned down, and took her hand, which was outside the blanket. Her hand was still cold, but it was no longer lifeless and dull. Using his newly acquired abilities, he carefully conveyed a question he had been waiting for far too long. Baby, can you hear me? A faint but clear thought answered him, yes. Su-Chen swallowed, his throat dry and hoarse. If you're ready, give me a signal that only we understand. He held his breath, awaiting judgment from another world. The air seemed to freeze. Sudden. He felt a slight itch on the back of his hand, which was covered by the blanket. One time. It's very light. The sensation traveled along his nerves, exploding into a tiny electric current that shot straight to the top of his head. Su-Chen froze and looked down sharply. Under the blanket, her fingers moved. It wasn't a nervous twitch, but rather a deliberate, intentional scratch on the back of his hand with the tip of his index finger, neither too light nor too heavy. Chapter 53 Secret Signal. She's using Morse code. That slight scratch felt like an electric current passing through his body, and Su-Chen's breath caught in his throat instantly. His muscles tensed instantly, and he froze on the spot, not even daring to look down, for fear that it was just a hallucination caused by his excessive desire. He focused all his senses on the hand covered by the blanket. The ward was eerily quiet. He could only hear the pounding of his own heart, each beat striking his eardrums. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. Just as that burning anticipation was about to cool down, the slightly itchy sensation returned to the back of my hand. One time. It was very light, with a hint of hesitation. Then there was another strike, this time with slightly more force, as if to confirm something. Immediately following were 3 quick, consecutive scrapes. Pause. One time. Pause again. One time. This. Short, long, short and short, long, short. A crazy idea exploded in Su-Chen's mind. Morse code. Although it was unfamiliar, chaotic, and even somewhat weak, the rhythm of this combination of long and short beats was clearly imitating the Morse code tapping method. A surge of intense, ecstatic joy shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his blood was boiling. She woke up. Not only did she regain consciousness, but she was also using this method to try her best to communicate with herself. Suchin forcibly suppressed the urge to hug her. He knew this was not the time to get excited. He has to respond to her. He immediately focused his mind, and with his fingertips, he gently tapped back on the quilt in the same way, each pause filled with patience. "Are you there?" This time, the response was almost instantaneous. Under the covers, Luo Ningxuang's fingertips immediately began to tap rapidly and chaotically, like someone who had been locked in a solitary confinement cell for too long, finally seeing the light and eagerly wanting to shout, but unable to make a sound. The chaotic signals were filled with anxiety and unease. Not enough, still not clear enough. Su Chen immediately activated synesthesia resonance, carefully probing his mental energy into that familiar ocean of consciousness. In the center of the dark ocean, the firefly representing Luo Ningxuang's consciousness shone brighter than ever before. It was no longer passively suspended, but actively and intensely flashing, conveying its shattered will to him. Outside. Danger. Yun Feng. Luo Yunfeng. The fragmented words, mixed with deep-seated fear and disgust, pierced Su Chen's mind like poison needles tempered with ice. It really was him. Luo Ningxuang was constantly listening to everything happening outside. She knew about Luo Yunfeng's conspiracy and was aware of the dangerous situation she was in. Su Chen held her hand, his knuckles trembling slightly with anger, but he immediately noticed and lightened his grip, afraid of hurting her. Just then, a series of crisp system notification sounds, like heavenly music, exploded in his mind. Ding! Target Luo Ningxuang has reached 90% consciousness awakening. Host's phase of mission is about to be completed. Reward, 100x cash back. Ding! Your account number ending in XXXX has received a deposit of 50 million renminbi. Ding! New item unlocked in the system shop. Spiritual Link Charm. Mental Link Charm, a one-time consumable item. After use, it establishes a more stable and clearer mental link with the target, enabling barrier-free communication through thought. It's here. This is a godsend. Exchange. Use it immediately. Su Chen roared in his mind. In the system shop interface, a talisman shimmering with soft golden light instantly turned to dust. A warm and pure energy flowed down his arm and slowly into his hand, which was clasped with Luo Ningxuang's. In an instant, Su Chen felt that the whole world had changed. If the previous synesthetic resonance was like listening to the indistinct argument in the neighbor's house through a thick wall, now, that wall has been completely torn down. He could clearly hear Luo Ningxuang's inner thoughts, which were no longer broken words, but weak yet coherent thoughts, filled with fear and helplessness. Husband, he's the one who tried to hurt me, that car accident, he did it. Luo Ningxuang's mind was like a child drowning in a nightmare, struggling desperately but unable to wake up. She seemed to want to tell Su Chen more details, but her extreme physical weakness and mental trauma meant that every time she transmitted information, it was accompanied by intense exhaustion. Su Chen felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by a large hand, the pain making it hard for him to breathe. He now realized that she wasn't in a vegetative state at all. Her soul was imprisoned in this immobile body, like a living prisoner, listening intently to Luo Yunfeng's threats, bearing alone that unknown fear and despair. And what kind of torment were those terrifying ghost stories she had told herself? A wave of intense guilt and overwhelming heartache washed over me. Baby, don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Chen transmitted his gentlest and most reassuring thoughts to her through the mental link. I know everything. You don't need to think about anything, just rest well. Leave the rest to me. I swear, I will wake you up. And I will make him pay the price. Sensing the determination and love conveyed by Su Chen, Luo Ningxuang's turbulent emotions finally calmed down somewhat. Meanwhile, in the central monitoring room. It's moving. It's moving. Professor Li, look. A young doctor pointed at the magnified surveillance footage, his voice trembling. Miss Luo's finger is really moving. And it's very rhythmic. All the experts gathered around. In the footage, Luo Ningxuang's hand, hidden under the blanket, was indeed making extremely subtle, tapping-like movements. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Holy crap! My sister-in-law's hand really moved just now. I thought it was a cramp, but look, Su Chen touched her, and she responded. This isn't a response, it's communication. They're communicating. My goodness. A miracle. This is a medical miracle. My sister-in-law is really waking up. Dr. Lee pushed up his reading glasses, his heart pounding. He had practiced medicine for decades and seen countless bizarre cases, but this scene before him completely shattered his understanding. That wasn't an unconscious nervous twitch. That was interaction. He couldn't sit still any longer, so he pushed the chair away and practically ran towards the VIP ward. With a bang, the ward door was pushed open. Mr. Su. Dr. Lee rushed in, his voice shrill with urgency. Su Chen had just calmed Luo Ningxuan down when he looked up, his face already calm again. Professor Lee, is something the matter so late? Dr. Lee's gaze passed over him and was fixed on Luo Ningxuan on the hospital bed. Her vital signs were so active that she didn't look like a comatose patient at all. He was panting heavily, and for the first time, he abandoned his authoritative demeanor, speaking in an almost pleading tone, Mr. Su, we saw it all. Ningxuan, what exactly is she? Su Chen looked at the old expert whose worldview had been completely shattered and did not answer directly. He stood up, picked up his phone which was still broadcasting live, and pointed the camera at his face. In front of the screen, millions of viewers, just like Dr. Lee, were waiting for his answer. Su Chen suddenly smiled. Facing the camera, he slowly raised one index finger and placed it on his lips, making a shush gesture. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's story has come to an end. He paused, and just as everyone's curiosity was at its peak, his gaze pierced through the lens, as if he were looking at a specific person. However, the real show has only just begun. Luo Yunfeng, are you watching? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen cut off the live stream without giving anyone time to react. The screen went black instantly. Chapter 54 on the brink, she's about to wake up. Luo Yunfeng, are you watching? When Su Chen cut off the live stream, the entire VIP ward fell into a deathly silence. Dr. Lee and the group of experts were still stunned at the door, their expressions as if they had been struck by lightning, their worldviews shattering and rebuilding in disbelief. Mr. Su, Dr. Lee S. Adam S. Apple Bob as he spoke with difficulty, just now, Ning Shuang and what you said. Su Chen put his phone back in his pocket, the playful and provocative look on his face disappearing completely, replaced by an unyielding indifference. Professor Lee, thank you all for your hard work tonight. He walked to the door and made a pleased gesture. I need absolute silence. From this moment forward, no one is to enter this room without my permission. His tone was calm, yet it carried an irresistible pressure. Dr. Lee wanted to ask more, but when he met Su Chen's eyes, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He recalled the unbelievable communication across distances, and the name Luo Yunfeng mentioned so explicitly, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He knew that this matter had gone beyond the scope of medicine. All right. Dr. Lee finally nodded, filled with doubt and shock, and led the expert team out, personally guarding the door. In the ward, only Su Chen and Luo Ningxuang remained. Su Chen locked the door, shutting out all the noise from the outside world. He returned to the bedside, took her hand again, and transmitted a comforting thought through the mental link. Okay, honey, the flies are all gone. A faint thought responded in his mind, tinged with a hint of dependence and weariness. Over the next few days, Su Chen kept his promise. He put his phone on airplane mode, declined all visits, and stayed by Luo Ningxuan's bedside. With the mental link, communication between the two became unimpeded. He stopped telling scary ghost stories and instead began to construct their future life together in her mind, bit by bit, with the warmest intentions. Once I'm discharged from the hospital, we'll buy a house with a yard, fill it with your favorite gardenias, and get a black cat named Colbaldot. While wiping her palms with a warm towel, Su Chen was making sarcastic remarks in his mind. Then you can lie in the yard and sunbathe, and I'll be responsible for earning money to support the family and taking care of the baby. But let's make it clear first, you'll be the one changing diapers. I'm a little reluctant to do it. A thought, much clearer than yesterday's, echoed in his mind with a distinct smile. Dream on, you can change it. Su Chen grinned and smiled silently. He could sense that Luo Ningxuan's consciousness was recovering at an alarming speed. Her thoughts were becoming clearer, her responses were becoming faster, and she could even find a moment to retort to him. Even more remarkably, her mental energy seemed to have found an outlet, beginning to nourish Su Chen through the mental link. Whenever he felt mentally exhausted, a cool and pure energy would flow from the other end of the link, instantly restoring his clarity. He was awakening her life, and her life was nourishing his soul. That afternoon, Su Chen was holding Luo Ningxuang's hand, complaining to her about how Fatty Wang had called yesterday to brag about how he had made another second-hand electric scooter money from stock trading. Suddenly, a sharp, out-of-control system notification sound exploded wildly in his mind. Warning! Warning! Target Luo Ningxuan has reached 99% consciousness awakening. The soul breaks free from its cage. About to awaken. About to awaken. Please make thorough preparations, host. Repeat. Please make thorough preparations, host. The system's mechanical voice carried an unprecedented anxiety. Su Chen shuddered, as if all the blood in his body rushed to his head at that moment. It's here. It's finally coming. He stood up abruptly and gripped Luo Ningxuan's hand tightly. Her hand, which had been somewhat cold, was now radiating warmth from deep within, and it was growing hotter and hotter. On the hospital bed, Luo Ningxuan's body began to tremble slightly, and her breathing rate suddenly increased. Beep 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 beep. The monitor connected to her body suddenly emitted a piercing alarm, and the heart rate and breathing curves on the screen jumped up and down, almost bursting through the top of the screen. This is not dangerous. This is her soul, breaking free from the cage of her body. Su Chen leaned down, his forehead gently touching hers, and poured all his thoughts into a single, heartfelt sentence, sending it to her. Ning Shuang, don't be afraid, I'm here. Open your eyes and look at me. I'm here, our children, we're waiting for you to come home. His voice, like a key, pierced the last shackle deep within her consciousness. Luo Ningxuan's eyelids trembled violently, and her eyeballs rolled wildly beneath the thin skin. Her chest heaved rapidly, and she made a hoarse sound in her throat, as if desperately fighting for her first breath of air. Outside the door, Dr. Li's expression changed drastically upon hearing the alarm. Quick! Open the door! The next second, the ward door was kicked open from the outside with a bang. Dr. Li, accompanied by 2 assistants, rushed in like a gust of wind. Prepare the defibrillator. Adrenaline. His words came to an abrupt end. He rushed to the monitor, nearly knocking over the stand. He adjusted his reading glasses, which had slipped down to the tip of his nose, and clung tightly to the screen. While others saw a death warning, he, one of the country's top neurosurgeons, saw a miracle that had never happened before in medical history. This is not a worsening of the condition. This is a sign that the entire body of a person who has been in a vegetative state for months has been forcibly activated. Don't move! Just as the 2 assistants were frantically preparing to tear open the first aid kit, Su Chen's icy voice rang out. He turned around, standing like a wall in front of the hospital bed, calmly looking at the sweating Dr. Li and the terrified nurse. She's fine, trust me. Dr. Li looked at Su Chen, then at the woman on the hospital bed who was fighting against the world. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he gritted his teeth and waved to his assistants behind him. Listen to Mr. Su. Everyone step back. He decided to take another gamble. He was betting that this young man could once again overturn his understanding of the world. Su Chen turned back around, his gaze falling on Luo Ningxuan's face, which was covered in sweat. He lowered his head and planted a tender kiss on her sweaty forehead, then whispered in her ear in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. Sweetie, shall I tell you one last story? A miraculous scene unfolded. Luo Ningxuan's violently trembling body actually calmed down gradually. Her breathing was still rapid, but no longer erratic, as if she was gathering all her strength, waiting for his story. Su Chen straightened up. He didn't speak immediately, but instead took out his phone and skillfully opened the Shark platform's live streaming app. The camera lit up and was pointed at him. In an instant, Su Shen, who had disappeared for several days, went live again, and the entire Shark platform was instantly ignited. Countless viewers flooded into the live stream, and the server almost crashed on the spot. On the screen, Su Chen's face no longer held its usual nonchalance and playfulness. He looked directly into the camera, and every word he uttered was clearly transmitted across the entire internet. Luo Yunfeng, I know you're watching. He paused, and then, under the gaze of hundreds of millions of viewers across the internet, began to speak, word by word. Tonight, I'm going to tell you a story. A story about how you turned your own sister into a vegetable. Chapter 55. A shocking change, my vegetative wife speaks. As soon as Su Chen's live stream started, the Shark platform exploded. The popularity score in the upper left corner of the screen had turned into a string of gibberish. In the technical department's back end, the alarm lights on several servers were all red, and the shrill beeping sounds and the shouts of the technicians were intertwined. We can't hold on any longer, boss. We really can't hold on any longer. We'll hold out, even if it kills us. The operations director, his eyes bloodshot, held down a technician who was about to unplug the power cord. Like all the other executives, he had forgotten to breathe, his entire attention focused on the small livestream window. Everyone sensed the approaching storm. Something big is going to happen tonight. The beginning of the story is very cliché. Su Chen's voice, transmitted through the electricity, reached every corner of the Chinese internet. Gone was the chilling atmosphere of telling ghost stories. Instead, there was a warmth that could melt ice and snow. There was a boy, penniless. There was a girl, radiant like a little sun. The two of them were supposed to be two parallel lines that would never intersect. But fate is a mysterious thing. They met and fell in love. He didn't look at the camera at all, but focused intently on Luo Ningxuan on the hospital bed, speaking softly. This story is for her alone. In the live stream, the comments and gifts mysteriously disappeared. Millions of viewers seemed to have been muted, as quiet as elementary school students in a classroom, listening intently to this gender-swapped version of the Prince and Cinderella story. The story was old-fashioned, but when he told it, every word was like a hot stone hitting everyone's heart. Later, the girl had an accident and fell asleep, and slept for a very long time. Everyone advised the boy to give up, saying that she would never wake up again. But the boy did not believe it. He stayed by her side every day, telling her about the two of them, about what had already happened, and about what had not yet begun. As Su Chen finished speaking, the air in the ward suddenly tensed up. Beep beep beep. The piercing alarm once again shattered the silence of the ward. The curve representing heart rate shot upwards at a terrifying angle, breaking through the 190 mark, and then with a long beep, it stopped at the top of the screen, becoming a straight line that wouldn't move. In the monitoring room, Dr. Li and Nurse Chen Duo were both hunched over the screen, their hearts pounding in their throats. On the screen, the woman in the hospital bed had her eyeballs moving even more frantically beneath her eyelids, as if they were about to burst through that thin layer of skin at any moment. Her hands, covered by the blanket, had somehow clenched into fists, the veins on the back of her hands bulging, as if she were wrestling with the entire world. Su Chen could clearly sense that within that invisible, mental link, a massive spiritual force was frantically gathering and compressing, about to unleash its most violent explosion. Now! He suddenly leaned close to Luo Ningxuang's ear, using all the tenderness he had in his life, his voice as light as a feather. The boy said to the girl, "Baby, wake up, our story has only just begun." He kept waiting for her to open her eyes and tell him herself what the ending of this story was. The last word fell. The whole world was deathly silent. In the live broadcast room, hundreds of millions of viewers held their breath. In the monitoring room, Dr. Li gripped a thermos cup, his knuckles making a soft click sound from excessive force. Time seemed to stand still. Su Chen was about to call out again. "Husband." A hoarse, languid, yet incredibly clear female voice drifted softly from behind him. Su Chen's body froze instantly. The blood in my body seemed to stop flowing at that moment, and my heart skipped a beat. Auditory hallucination? This must be because I miss her so much that I'm hallucinating. He dared not turn back, for fear that if he did, this fragile dream would shatter like a bubble. However, the voice rang out again, hoarse from just waking up, with a hint of almost imperceptible cunning. "Your story isn't very well told. Let's choose another one." Boom! Su Chen suddenly turned around. The next second, he saw a scene he dared not imagine in his life, yet had rehearsed countless times in his dreams. On the hospital bed, the woman who should have been fast asleep had somehow managed to prop herself up on the bed frame and sit up. She stared at him quietly with her eyes open. Those eyes, once filled with coldness and aloofness, were now brimming with shattered starlight, clearly reflecting his blank face. She woke up. "You." Su Chen opened his mouth, but his throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton, and he couldn't squeeze out a single word. He stared intently at her, his eyes instantly reddening. At the same time, the entire Chinese internet crashed. In Su Chen's live stream, after a full 3 seconds of silence, the screen was completely flooded with the word "holy crap," and a dense torrent of text overwhelmed everything. The server could no longer handle this terrifying information flow, and the video froze. Holy crap! Am I blind? Someone slap me. What the hell did I see? She's awake. My sister-in-law sat up. She spoke. This is not special effects. This is not a script. This is a miracle. This is a miracle that will go down in history. I'm so upset. I'm a strong man weighing 300 pounds, and now I'm crying like a fool. Su Shen. Forever a god. Voice cracks. A loud crash was heard in the ward. The thermos in Dr. Li's hand fell to the ground, and the scalding hot goji berry tea soaked his trouser legs and shoes, but he did not react at all, as if his soul had been taken away. Chen Duo, standing beside her, covered her mouth tightly, her shoulders shaking violently, tears streaming down her face, yet she couldn't utter a sound. The medical edifice they had built with their entire lives was razed to the ground by an invisible bulldozer before this woman, half reclining on the bed, smiling sweetly. Luo Ningxuan ignored the two medical staff who were already dumbfounded. Her gaze never left Su Chun for a single second. Seeing his silly expression, wanting to cry but not daring to, wanting to laugh but unable to, the smile on her lips deepened. She seemed quite pleased with her entrance. She even winked her right eye lightly at the lag-prone phone camera behind Su Chen, seemingly with great interest. After doing all this, she looked at Su Chen again, beckoned him with her finger, and gestured for him to come closer. Su Chen's mind was still blank. He moved forward mechanically, relying entirely on instinct. Luo Ningxuan leaned closer to him, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. Her voice was soft, yet it was like a small hook, tickling his heart. Husband. She paused, then asked clearly, word by word. Are you trying to scare me on purpose? Chapter 56. The secret revealed. I've been listening to the story all along. Luo Ningxuan's words were like a needle, precisely piercing Su Chen's extremely tense nerves. Reason completely broke down at that moment. He rushed to the bedside in one stride, his arms trembling uncontrollably, but with all the strength he had ever mustered, he held the body he had longed for tightly in his arms. He had waited 5 years for this hug. Warm, soft, with a hint of the chill of someone who has been bedridden for a long time, yet it felt incredibly real. He longed to meld her into the very marrow of his bones. Only then could he be sure this wasn't just a dream that felt too real. The scalding liquid splashed onto Luo Ningxuan's slender shoulders, 1 drop, 2 drops, until they merged into one. That's great, you're awake, you're finally awake. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, his shoulders heaving violently, his voice choked and incoherent, like a child who had been lost for 5 years and had finally found his way home. Luo Ningxuan's body was still a little stiff, and her reaction was a beat slow. She slowly raised her hand and, somewhat awkwardly, gently patted Su Chen's broad, trembling back, again and again. The mockery in her eyes had vanished, leaving only a heartache that could melt ice and snow. Fool. A clear and gentle voice rang out in his mind, not from his mouth. It is a spiritual connection. Su Chen's body stiffened abruptly. I'm awake now, the voice said with a hint of reproach. Stop crying, hundreds of millions of people are watching. Aren't you ashamed? Live streaming. Su Chen then remembered the phone that was still running. He suddenly raised his head, wiped away his tears haphazardly with the back of his hand, turned around with red eyes, and tried to force a smile at the camera, but as soon as his lips parted, his expression twisted into a grimace, looking even worse than when he was crying. Family members, that's all for today. He didn't even look at the comments. His fingertips trembled as he tapped the screen several times before finally managing to press the button to end the livestream. The world is finally at peace. In the ward, only he and she remained, along with the 2 sculptures at the door whose medical views had been overturned and who were still not recovered. Su Chen sat down on the edge of the bed again, holding Luo Ningxuan's hand tightly in his own. Her hand was still a little cold, with distinct knuckles, but it made him feel as if he were holding the whole world in his hands. He had 1,000 words stuck in his throat, but it felt like his throat was burning, and he couldn't utter a single word. He could only look at her greedily, over and over again. Luo Ningxuan spoke first, transmitting her thoughts directly. Did I scare you just now? Su Chen subconsciously shook his head, then nodded vigorously, and finally could only manage a bitter smile. All these years, you've been able to hear me speak, he asked in a hoarse voice. This was the question he cared about most and was also most afraid of. What if she heard all those ghost stories he told? A soft "hm" came from Luo Ningxuan's mind, tinged with lingering fear. I can hear and feel. My consciousness has been locked in a very dark and cold place, like being submerged in a bottomless deep sea. I can't get out, and I can't move. Every day is filled with despair and loneliness. Her thoughts paused for a moment. Until you start telling me stories. She gazed at Su Chen, her thoughts filled with dependence and longing. Only your voice can act like a rope, pulling me out of that darkness for a while. Although, the stories you told were really scary. Su Chen's cheeks flushed instantly, a mixture of guilt and heartache making his heart clench. I'm sorry, No need to apologize. Luo Ningxuan interrupted him, a hint of cunning creeping into her mind. I know you did it for me. And after hearing it so many times, I've gotten used to it, and even find it kind of exciting. Su Chen was taken aback by her joke and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just then, the long-absent system notification sound, carrying an unprecedented solemnity, suddenly resounded in his mind. Ding! Core mission, awaken Luo Ningxuang, completed. Task completion, perfect. Rewards being settled. System upgrade. Mid-game mode unlocked, wide area collection mode. System upgrade complete. New feature: during live streams, the host can collect all viewers' shared feelings of fear, resulting in a geometric increase in energy conversion efficiency. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Wide area collection. Geometric multiples? Before he could think it through, Luo Ningxuang's solemn thoughts came again, interrupting his train of thought. Honey, things aren't that simple. Her tone changed. It was no longer the warmth and teasing she had just used. I couldn't wake up, not just because of the car accident. In that dark world, there was a powerful, malicious force dragging me down and preventing me from leaving. Her thoughts turned icy cold. It's that thing you keep mentioning in your stories, it's real. The color drained completely from Su Chen's face instantly. Luo Ningxuang continued to explain using her mind. Although I can't move, I can sense everything in the outside world. I know everything Luo Yunfeng says and does. I know his conspiracy, and I also know that there is something unseen that has been watching from the shadows. That force kept eroding my soul, and I had to use all my willpower to resist it, which is why I couldn't wake up. If I had tried to break free just now, my soul might have been torn to pieces on the spot. On the back of Su Chen's hand, the veins bulged out one by one. Until you started telling ghost stories on livestream. A glimmer of hope appeared in Luo Ningxuang's mind. I discovered that the fear you took from me could weaken the power of that thing. And the warm stories you told afterward were repairing my soul that it had eroded. She paused for a moment, as if organizing her thoughts, and her mind became somewhat urgent as a result. So I need more. I only managed to break free temporarily when it was at its weakest. I can feel it will retaliate soon. I need you to keep telling stories and gather more of the horror energy you mentioned. Only when I accumulate enough energy can I break free from its restraints in one go and truly, completely come back to life. Su Chen suddenly understood. Luo Ningxuang's fear is the substance, the trigger, the spark that ignites the fuse. The newly unlocked wide area collection mode allows him to collect an endless amount of data from hundreds of millions of live viewers, enough to start a wildfire. The energy generated by the combination of quality and quantity is the only key to defeating the black-robed man and completely curing Luo Ningxuang. This is a trap. A deadly situation that can only be broken by the combined efforts of the husband and wife. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps and a commotion came from outside the ward, growing louder as they approached. It's Luo Tianxiong and Lu Ruyu. They were alerted by the live broadcast and rushed over. Su Chen and Luo Ningxuang exchanged a glance, and a thought arose in their minds at the same time. Husband, help me. Luo Ningxuang's thoughts were filled with pleading and absolute trust. Leave it to me. Su Chen stood up and addressed Dr. Li and Chen Duo, who had partially recovered their souls, in an unquestionable tone. Professor Li, Chen Duo, please keep today's events a secret for now. Tell the outside world that Ningxuang's condition is still under observation, and what happened just now was merely an accidental stress reaction. Although Dr. Li was full of doubts, he nodded solemnly when he saw Su Chen's reddened but unusually determined eyes. Su Chen turned around, bent down, and carefully helped Luo Ningxuang lie down, covering her with the blanket. Before Luo Ningxuang closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembled slightly. The hand hidden under the blanket squeezed Su Chen's hand tightly in return. Then, she returned to her quiet, deep sleep, as if nothing had happened. With a bang, the ward door was pushed open. Zhao Gang's tall figure blocked the doorway, stopping the anxious Luo Tianxiong and his wife. Chairman Luo, Madam. Mr. Su and Professor Li are undergoing crucial examinations. Please wait a moment. Su Chen walked to the door, forced a reassuring smile at his worried parents-in-law, and told them not to worry. Then, he turned around, with his back to everyone, and quietly picked up his phone again. On the screen were countless messages and question marks that were being frantically scrolling due to the black screen. He started the live stream. The camera didn't show her face, it was pointed at the pristine white walls of the hospital room. The sudden appearance of the screen brought the previously buzzing chat to a momentary halt. Su Chen brought the phone microphone to his mouth and spoke slowly and deliberately, in a tone that was both incredibly calm and yet contained an endless storm. Everyone, don't rush. Throughout the live stream, the hearts of hundreds of millions of viewers were in their throats. He paused, lowering his voice even further, with an indescribable ruthlessness and determination. Tonight at 10 p.m., we'll have a long talk. Chapter 57 Upgrade Agreement, husband and wife working together to perform a double act. Su Chen turned off the live stream and turned off his phone screen. Inside the ward, the regular ticking of the medical equipment was the only sound. Zhao Gang had already used the excuse of special circumstances requiring absolute silence to temporarily invite the anxious Luo Tianxiang couple and a group of experts away from the entire floor. It's safe here now. Su Chen walked to the bedside, took Luo Ningxuan's slightly cool hand again, and transferred his warmth to her. He didn't speak, but instead sent a thought into his mind. Can it still hold on? That last blow must have taken a huge toll on her. After a long while, a faint thought returned, as if it had traveled a long way, weary, yet filled with a clear joy. Tired, but mostly happy. Finally, I can talk to you. Su Chen's throat tightened, and he squeezed his eyes shut to suppress his surging emotions. He didn't reply, but simply held her hand tighter, gently pressing his mind against hers, as if giving her strength in this way. The two of them stayed there quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Ningxuang's mind became active again, and she took the initiative to share her feelings when she was trapped with Su Chen. There was no lengthy explanation. Without warning, Su Chen's mind was enveloped by a pure, viscous darkness. There was no light, no sound, not even space or time. Only an endless descent and biting cold. The soul felt frozen and torn apart. In just a second, Su Chen trembled and broke free, feeling a chill run down his spine. That's terrifying. That's it. Luo Ningxuang's thoughts pulled him out of his daze in time, still trembling with lingering fear. That man in black robes is the monster in this darkness. He will appear from time to time, amplifying the fear and despair in my heart. He seems to really like eating these things. Su Chen's chest heaved violently. Only now did he truly understand what his wife went through every day. Thank goodness. Thank goodness he started a live stream. He managed to steal away all that negative emotion that could drive anyone crazy. Later, you started telling stories. A glimmer of light appeared in Luo Ningxuan's mind. My world was filled with light. The stories you told were also frightening, but that kind of fear was outside, it was fake. But what the man in black robes gave me was inside, it was real, it wanted to devour me whole. Her mind suddenly leaped with joy, like a child who had discovered a new and exciting toy. And I've discovered that I seem to be able to help you. Help me? Su Chen was stunned. Luo Ningxuan's thoughts revealed a hint of undisguised smugness. When you're live streaming, I can vaguely sense the emotions of those people outside. I can feel when they get more scared when you talk about certain parts. And then, I can cooperate with you on my own. Su Chen's breath hitched. He immediately recalled the crazy heart rate curve of Luo Ningxuang's perfect timing during the live broadcast of The Princess's Crossroads. At the time, he thought it was a coincidence. So it turns out, that wasn't her passive response, but her active cooperation. She kept using the only means at her disposal to cheer herself on in that endless darkness. My God! Wife, you're a genius! Su Chen exclaimed in his mind. Of course. Luo Ningxuang said without any modesty, her mind filled with pride. Su Chen paced back and forth in the ward excitedly. A crazy plan instantly took shape in his mind. She wasn't a burden, she was his perfect wingman. No, she was the command center. Honey, let's put this together, Su Chen said, his excitement burning. Let's put on a little act. A double act? Yes. Su Chen spoke rapidly. You continue to be your vegetable, that's our best camouflage. I continue the live stream, using wide area collection mode to harvest energy like crazy. And you, Su Chen's voice was laced with ruthlessness, will be my behind-the-scenes strategist and atmosphere team leader. You'll help me judge which story has the strongest aftertaste and which plot is the scariest. During the live stream, you'll continue to use your heartbeat to cooperate with me, and together we'll create a medical miracle and hype it up to the heavens. Let everyone think I have supernatural powers. One of us will be in the open, the other in the shadows. On one side, we'll gather energy to fully wake you up and kick that man in black robes away. On the other side, we'll expose Luo Yunfeng in that so-called human path. Luo Ningxuang fell silent. Su Chen could sense that her mental energy was fluctuating violently, filled with excitement, anticipation, and a long-suppressed, icy fire of revenge. Good. A single word carries immense weight. The moment the two reached an agreement, that cold, mechanical voice exploded in Suchen's mind. Ding! A symbiotic agreement has been detected between the host and the bound target. Agreement determined, perfectly mutually beneficial. System function upgrade. Reward: energy collection efficiency permanently increased by 200%. Holy crap! This is practically official confirmation, certifying them as the best partners. Couples working together, double the rewards. By the way, husband. Luo Ningxuang's thoughts suddenly came, becoming serious, regarding Luo Yunfeng. I heard some things intermittently while I was unconscious. Go ahead, Suchen said, immediately concentrating. He seems to be plotting against one of my dad's projects, called Project Pangu. He wants to seize the project, or even, replace my dad. I suspect this is related to human path. Be careful of the people around my dad. Project Pangu. New clue. Suchen etched those 4 words into his mind. He could sense that after this exchange, Luo Ningxuang's mental strength not only did not weaken, but became more stable because of the catharsis and resonance. They are on the right path. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Dr. Li placed the 2 electroencephalograms side by side on the table. One is almost a straight line, while the other is filled with complex waveforms that are both chaotic and logical, like a piece of cursive script written in code. Old Zhang, look at this again. Dr. Li pointed to the surveillance footage, which froze on the moment Luo Ningxuang opened her eyes. Tell me, is this the kind of reaction a person in a deep coma for months can have? Vice Dean Zhang, sitting across from him, adjusted his glasses. Old Li, it was just a random abnormal neuronal discharge. You've been a materialist your whole life, why are you acting all mysterious? A coincidence? Dr. Li laughed in exasperation, pointing at Suchen's back on the screen. The patient reacted the moment he finished speaking. He predicted the heartbeat, and the monitor changed its position precisely the second later. This is remote control. It's a miracle. Coincidence. It's all a coincidence. Bullshit. Dr. Li slammed his hand on the table, picked up the chaotic EEG, his hands trembling. I've studied the human brain my whole life, and I'm telling you, every peak on this represents conscious, independent, and complex thought processes. This isn't ghosts, this is a miracle that science can't explain. Vice President Zhang was stunned by his outburst and couldn't utter a single word as he looked at his old friend, who seemed to have gone mad. Inside the ward, the clock on the wall has its hour, minute, and second hands overlapping at the number 10. It was exactly 10 p.m. In the live stream, the number of online viewers has exceeded a staggering 500 million. The live stream screen is black, but the barrage of comments scrolls like a raging waterfall of data. Suchen sat on a chair beside the hospital bed, adjusted himself into a comfortable position, and pressed the live broadcast button. He didn't turn on the camera, he simply put the phone's microphone to his lips. Are you ready, my mastermind? He whispered in his mind. We can start any time, Mr. Anchor. Luo Ningxuang's thoughts were filled with a smile and power. Suchen spoke into the microphone in a calm yet unsettling voice, clearly reading out the title of tonight's new series of stories. Tonight's story is called The Forbidden Haunted House Chronicles. Chapter 58. Behind the scenes, my wife's clever ideas are absolutely brilliant. Just as Suchen finished speaking and was about to open the document to begin telling the first story he had prepared, Luo Ningxuang's clear and excited thoughts suddenly rang in his mind. Honey, wait. Suchen stopped moving. Don't use the one you prepared. Luo Ningxuang's thoughts were like a little strategist who had just come up with a brilliant idea. I have a better idea. Today, you will tell a story about a person in a painting. The person in the painting? Suchen raised an eyebrow. This theme was a bit old-fashioned. Yes. Luo Ningxuang's tone was resolute. I can feel that the people in the livestream are restless right now, all waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. A simple horror story might not be enough to keep the audience in check. But the person in the painting is different. It can directly evoke everyone's sense of voyeurism and being voyeurized, creating an explosive sense of immersion. She paused, a sly glint in her eyes. Add another detail. Take the woman in the painting, for example. No matter what angle you look at her from, her eyes are fixed on you. Use your voice to express that feeling as vividly as possible, and I guarantee it will be incredibly effective. Suchen lightly clicked the mouse. I understand. This woman's grasp of human nature is simply divine. This isn't a person in a vegetative state, it's clearly a top-notch strategist. Good idea, Su Chen thought to himself, then cleared his throat. Instead of rushing to tell the story, he spoke into the microphone with a hint of amusement in his voice. Everyone, before we begin, I'd like to ask a question. Do you have portrait paintings hanging in your home? One sentence caused the scrolling bullet comments to visibly stop for a moment. Countless viewers behind their screens subconsciously glanced at their own walls' wedding photos, family portraits, babies' 100-day photos, and even portraits of the deceased. A chill inexplicably ran down my back. Su Chen didn't give them much time to react. Under Luo Ningxuang's guidance, the story began. A young man moves into an old house and discovers a portrait of a woman from the Qing dynasty in the study. The woman's face is beautiful and lifelike, but her eyes have an inexplicable eeriness about them. Su Chen's voice, coming through the microphone, was like a whisper with icy shards, penetrating the ears of every listener. He had complete control of the atmosphere. When the story reached a crucial point, his speech suddenly slowed down, his voice became extremely low, yet so clear that it sent chills down everyone's spine. The young man soon discovered something that sent chills down his spine. The woman in that painting. Her eyes. Su Chen paused there for a full 3 seconds. The live stream room was completely silent, even the chat had disappeared. No matter which corner of the study he went to, whether he was standing or squatting down, those bottomless black eyes seemed to be an extension of his body, fixedly, unwaveringly. He pronounced the last 2 words slowly and heavily, with a sticky, damp, and oppressive quality. Stare at him. Boom! A drop of ice water fell into a pot of boiling oil, and the fear of all the viewers in the live broadcast room was completely ignited at that moment. In a university dormitory, a boy jumped up from his chair and looked back in horror at the poster of his idol on the wall. He swore that the person on the poster had definitely twitched his lips just now. In an ordinary family, a young mother looks at her son's 100-day-old photo in the living room. The baby in the photo is clearly crying, but she just thinks she saw the baby open his mouth and smile at her. Holy crap! Holy crap! Stop reading. My wedding photos are looking at me. My wife's eyes are moving. Help! I fucking turned my great-grandfather's portrait upside down. He must have been glaring at me just now. Su Chen. Are you a devil? I'm home alone. I'm sorry, I'll never watch horror live streams at night again. There's something under my bed now. Definitely. Overwhelming fear transformed into the purest energy, surging into Su Chen's system backend like a flood bursting its banks. The system notifications were flooding his mind, almost creating a data storm. Ding! Wide area collection mode activated. Massive amounts of fear detected. Energy conversion efficiency increased by 300%. The energy pool is rapidly expanding. 70%. Ding! Energy pool fully expanded. Reward pool refreshed. New physical item successfully unlocked. Soul Suppressing Talisman. Soul Suppressing Talisman, a talisman imbued with pure yang energy, capable of inflicting immense damage on evil spirits in the inner world, possessing remarkable purifying and suppressing effects. Offensive items. Su Chen was utterly impressed by his wife. Honey, aren't I amazing? Luo Ningxuang's smug thoughts came at just the right time, full of eager anticipation for praise. You're incredibly capable, my chief strategist. Su Chen chuckled to himself. You deserve the credit tonight. A surge of joy welled up in Luo Ningxuang's mind. Like a child who had discovered a new continent, she continued to share her findings. I sense that the inner world has a special resonance with certain concepts. For example, mirrors, paintings, shadows. These things seem to be the weak points connecting our world and their world. You can talk more about these later. Su Chen understood immediately. Luo Ningxuang, she herself is the strongest cheat code. Her perception of the inner world is core intelligence that even the system cannot provide. Just as Su Chen was getting excited, Luo Ningxuang's thoughts suddenly turned into a wicked smile. Honey, look at the comments. That ID in the bottom right corner, has Su Chen gone bankrupt today? Keep spamming the chat with insults directed at you. Su Chen's gaze swept across the area and, sure enough, he saw a hater jumping around, cursing enthusiastically. Should we teach him a lesson? Luo Ningxuang's mind was filled with a mischievous impulse. How so? Shall I try using my mental power to subtly interfere with him, like making him feel a chill down his spine? Su Chen almost burst out laughing. Approval of the operation, he replied, suppressing a laugh, is to let him know who really calls the shots on our Su family's territory. The next second. Inside a rented room, a burly man was slurping instant noodles while furiously typing on a greasy keyboard, cursing away. Suddenly, he felt a chill on the back of his neck, as if someone had breathed cold air on him. He shuddered and glanced back impatiently. The room was empty, the doors and windows were tightly shut, and there was nothing there. Damn, it's just my imagination, he muttered, turning back to continue the fight. But as soon as his fingers touched the keyboard, that cold feeling returned. This time, it's not blowing air. He could clearly feel a cold, damp hand slowly resting on his right shoulder. Ah! A scream that sounded inhuman tore through the night sky. The chill sent him flying off his gaming chair, tumbling to the ground. A bowl of instant noodles landed on his head, the broth dripping down his hair, but he was oblivious. He scrambled to the corner and frantically tried to press the light switch on the wall. Smack! 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 All the lights in the room were turned on. He huddled in a corner, covering his head, looking around in terror. Before he could even send his vicious comment in the livestream, a golden donation notification popped up first. Are Sushin going bankrupt today? Is giving away one Buddha jumps over the wall. Immediately following was a comment on the screen, spoken with a sob in its voice. Sushin. I was wrong. Dad. I'll never speak ill of you again. Please stop lecturing me, I have someone backing me. Really? A chill runs down my spine. I'm kowtowing to you. Bang bang bang. The live stream was silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The fastest face slapping moment of the year. This is hilarious. Did Sushin give him a physical exorcism on the spot? The ultimate level of hater, typing insults while simultaneously begging for mercy and sending virtual gifts. Su Chen was overjoyed to see this. This husband and wife team is simply unbeatable. Just as the atmosphere in the livestream reached its peak of joy, Luo Ningxuang's thoughts in Su Chen's mind suddenly turned icy cold without warning. It was a seriousness he had never felt before. Husband. Her voice was devoid of any hint of jest. Careful. Yunfeng, he will come tonight. Chapter 59 The Night Visitor, Luo Yunfeng's probing. Luo Ningxuang's sudden, icy thought was like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing Su Chen's joy at his successful prank. Husband. Careful. Yunfeng, he will come tonight. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Luo Yunfeng. Is the cousin who's been hiding behind the scenes finally going to step in himself? Before the smile on his face could even completely fade, he waved at the live stream camera, his tone sounding no different from a few seconds earlier, still relaxed. Alright, family, that's all for today's story. See you tomorrow. With practiced ease, he shut down the live stream. The instant the screen went dark, all the smiles on Su Chen's face were wiped away by an invisible hand, leaving no trace. Without even looking up, his thoughts raced through the mental link. How did you know? That nauseating aura, Luo Ningxuang's thoughts were crystal clear, carrying a chilling coldness, is rapidly approaching. I guess the person is already downstairs at the hospital. Su Chen was all too familiar with that aura. It is precisely the remnant of that unique, mysterious energy within the Yinqi perception. It seems that Ning Shuang's perception of this thing is even more acute and direct than his own system. He pulled out the specially encrypted phone, his thumb flashing across the screen so fast it left after images, clearly issuing commands one after another. To Zhao Gang, Level 1 alert. Luo Yunfeng has arrived at the hospital, target Ning Shuang. Seal off all exits of the VIP floor. I want him to never return. As soon as he sent the message, he dialed Fatty Wang's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Fatty, get to work. VIP 11th floor of the Central Hospital, switch all the surveillance cameras, including fire exits, elevator interiors, and backup maintenance lines for ventilation ducts, to my phone. I need a complete, unobstructed view. Holy crap, Brother Chen. On the other end of the phone, Wang Pangzi's familiar keyboard clattering sounded like popping beans. What time is it? What are you up to now? A big fish ran right into the net. Su Chen's voice was devoid of any emotion, and he hung up immediately after speaking. All of this was done in just over 10 seconds. He walked to the bedside, leaned down, and brought his lips close to Luo Ningxuang's cold ear. His warm breath brushed against her earlobe, and he whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." He can't touch a hair on your head. At the same time, his in-chi perception expanded to its fullest extent, like an invisible spider web, instantly enveloping the entire corridor centered on the ward. From the shadows behind the back door of the Central Hospital's inpatient department, a dark figure slid out like a ghost, clinging to the wall. The newcomer's hat was pulled down very low, and his mask covered most of his face. It was Luo Yunfeng. Ever since that day in Su Chen's live stream when he saw Luo Ningxuang's heart rate monitor showing abnormal fluctuations, he had been on tenterhooks. The subsequent news of a vegetative state patient speaking online only made that thorn in his side completely fester and inflame. Despite the Luo family and the hospital working together to quickly debunk the news, Luo Yunfeng didn't believe it. That good-for-nothing Su Chen is too weird. He had to see it for himself. Luo Yunfeng knew the hospital's surveillance network better than the security guards. Huddled inside his oversized overcoat, he deliberately chose blind spots in the surveillance cameras, like a rat that knew the terrain inside and out, skillfully slipping into the fire escape and climbing all the way to the 11th floor in one go. In the dead of night, the VIP floor corridor was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. He crouched low and crept step by step to the door of Luo Ningxuang's ward, pressed his ear against the cold door panel, and listened carefully for a long time. There was no sound from inside. He then slightly turned his head and peered inside through the small glass window in the door. Only a dim wall lamp was left on in the ward. Luo Ningxuang lay quietly on the bed, the regular curves on the instrument screen and the beep sound proclaiming that she was normal. Su Chen, the useless son-in-law whom he despised the most, was lying by the bed, resting his head on his arm, breathing evenly, seemingly fast asleep. Luo Yunfeng's lips curled up silently beneath his mask. He sleeps like a pig. You deserve to be a piece of trash. He pulled a specially made white room key from his pocket. It was a universal card he had obtained long ago through connections within the hospital. Simply tap it against the door lock sensor area. With a faint, almost inaudible beep, the door lock silently popped open a crack. He held his breath, squeezed in sideways, his toes landing first without making a sound, then gently closed and locked the door behind him. Instead of approaching immediately, he first raised his phone and turned on the recording function. In case anything changes, this would be irrefutable proof that he came to visit his cousin late at night out of concern. 1 step, 2 steps. The leather shoes trod silently on the polished floor tiles. He walked to the bedside, looking down at Luo Ningxuang's face, which, even in its paleness, remained breathtakingly beautiful. A dark emotion, a mixture of jealousy, greed, and resentment, churned violently in his chest. He slowly leaned down, his breath almost brushing against Luo Ningxuang's face, and spoke in a venomous, hissing voice. My dear cousin, you can really sleep. But it's almost over. Once I get the core data of the Pango project, the entire Luo family, including your old, immortal father, will have to make way for me. Don't worry, I'll give you the most splendid funeral in the history of the Luo family, so that you can die with dignity. As he spoke, he stared intently at Luo Ningxuang's face with his hawk-like eyes, not missing even the slightest tremor of her long eyelashes. There was no response. She was like a delicate porcelain doll, without any sign of life. The tension in Luo Yunfeng's heart finally eased. It seems that the rumors circulating online were just instrument malfunctions and coincidences. The thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before a more vicious and insane idea instantly took over. If you're going to do something, do it all the time. Since we're here, we can't let this trip be in vain. We must add an extra layer of protection so that she will never have the chance to wake up again. At that very moment, Luo Ningxuang's thoughts exploded in Su Chen's mind, sharp and urgent. Husband. He's going to attack. He has something in his pocket. It's the same scent as that man in the black robe. He wants to kill me. Su Chen lay motionless by the bed, his breathing completely unchanged. But as he fully activated his in-chi perception, the entire world transformed into a completely different scene. He could see that Luo Yunfeng's hand, which was tucked into his trench coat pocket, was tightly gripping a cold glass bottle, his thumb already pressed against the cap, and he was slowly and firmly twisting it open. Click. With a sound so faint it was almost imperceptible, the bottle cap came loose. We can't wait any longer. Just as Luo Yunfeng finally unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted the bottle slightly, and was about to pour the contents into Luo Ningxuang's tubing, at that very moment. Su Chen, who was lying on the edge of the bed, suddenly let out a muffled groan, as if he was sleeping very uncomfortable, and moved his body clumsily. He yawned widely and then stretched out a big yawn. That seemingly casually extended left arm, like a spring stretched to its limit, suddenly jerked upwards without warning. The elbow struck Luo Yunfeng's wrist, which was holding the medicine bottle, with perfect precision and solid force. Clang! The crisp cracking sound was as jarring as thunder in the silent hospital room. The small glass bottle flew out of my hand, tracing a brief arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the polished floor tiles and shattering. Several black pills, each the size of a fingernail, rolled out, sizzling and emitting wisps of white smoke upon contact with the tiles. A thick, foul stench, like rotten fish mixed with rust, quickly filled the air. On the ground, where the pill had rolled, several faint black dots were left. Oops, sorry, my hand is numb. Su-chan seemed to be awakened by the sound. He rubbed his eyes, looking sleepy and dazed, and slowly raised his head to look at Luo Yunfeng, who was frozen in place. Cousin Yunfeng? What brings you here so late? Luo Yunfeng's face was as white as a sheet of paper in the dim light. He froze completely, like a statue frozen in time, his mind blank. He's awake? When did he wake up? How could he suddenly wake up? I. Luo Yunfeng's tongue was tied, his eyes darting around frantically, not daring to glance at the mess on the ground. He explained in a dry voice, I just was worried about Ning Shuang, so I came to check on her. Su-chan seemed not to have noticed anything. He slowly stood up, casually stretched his neck, and then sniffed the air. He suddenly took a step forward, getting closer to Luo Yunfeng, his face still bearing that simple and sleepy expression. Cousin, I thank you on behalf of Ning Shuang for your concern for your cousin. But Su-chan lowered his voice and leaned close to his ear, as if sharing some secret. There's something weird about the smell on you. It's like a dead fish pulled out of a muddy pond, mixed with rust. Where did you get that smell? These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Luo Yunfeng's mind. He shuddered violently, and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. That smell! He recognized that smell. It was the scent emanating from the black-robed man after each sacrifice was offered. How could that good-for-nothing Su-chan possibly know? Is it? He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, staggering backward until he almost bumped into the wall behind him. Maybe, it's just from outside, huh? Well, since Ning Shuang is alright, I'll be going now. I won't disturb your rest any longer. You take good care of her. After saying that, he could no longer bear the fear. He turned around abruptly and practically tumbled and crawled out of the ward, his back looking as pathetic as a dog with a broken spine. Silence returned to the ward. The confusion and naivety on Su-chan's face slowly faded, replaced by a cold and solemn expression. He walked to the shards on the ground and slowly squatted down. He's gone mad, Luo Ningxuan's thoughts echoed, tinged with the lingering fear of surviving a close call. Su-chan did not respond. He carefully picked up a shard of glass stained with black pill powder using a tissue and held it up to his eyes. In the dim light, the black powder seemed to have a life of its own, slowly spreading fine, mycelium-like black patterns on the glass shards. He stared at the strange patterns and, in his mind, said to Luo Ningxuan, word by word. Ningxuan, look carefully. This is not poison. It's fucking alive. Chapter 60 Parting Words, My Wife's Final Warning. Su-chan squatted on the ground, picking up the piece of glass stained with black powder with his fingertips. The moment he touched it, a chilling, living sensation crept into his skin, carrying a sticky, greedy, primal desire. He could clearly see the black powder wriggling on the glass, like countless miniature black mycelia, frantically searching for a crevice to invade his body. He's gone mad. Luo Ningxuan's thoughts echoed in her mind, her voice still trembling uncontrollably. Last night, by a hair's breadth, this thing's final destination would have been her body. Su-chan didn't speak, but simply wrapped the fragment carefully with layers of tissue paper and threw it into a red sealed bag for medical waste. He stood up, walked to the window, the night is dark as ink. Time is running out. His voice was calm. The Lock Group's annual family dinner is tomorrow night. That was Luo Yunfeng's coronation ceremony, which Su-chan was going to personally turn into a guillotine. What will he do? Su-chan asked directly, his thoughts sinking into the mental link. Lying on her sickbed, Luo Ningxuan's spirit was more focused than ever before. The energy she had been nourishing during this period had made her will as sharp as a tempered blade. Last night's defeat will only make him more reckless. He's capable of anything at tomorrow's banquet. His biggest trump cards are that mysterious man in black robes and the way of man. But I suspect that he has also planted mines within the group long ago. Luo Ningxuan's thoughts accelerated, and scenes of information flashed through Su-chan's mind. Before I fell into a coma, I was investigating Holy Light Capital. At that time, I discovered that several key overseas funds in my father's Pango project were flowing in very strange directions. I originally thought it was just normal business operations, but now I think that Luo Yunfeng has probably already reached in through the power of human path. Her thoughts were filled with urgency. Tomorrow night, he will definitely use this to make trouble. He will attack my father for making a bad decision, and then, by the way, question the legitimacy of your role as his agent, forcing you to leave in front of all the members of the Luo family and hand over all power to him. Su Chen listened quietly. The perfect criminal profiling ability has quietly begun to operate. Every piece of intelligence provided by Luo Ningxuan was like a puzzle piece being quickly put into place. Luo Yunfeng's greed, the loopholes in the overseas accounts, the mysteries of the human path, his own arrogance and conceit, countless clues intertwined and collided rapidly in his mind, and an invisible net was quickly tightening around Luo Yunfeng. Just then. Thump, thump, thump. There were 3 knocks on the ward door, neither too loud nor too soft. The mental communication between Su Chen and Luo Ningxuan was instantly severed. At this time, the nurse wouldn't come, and neither would Dr. Li. Who is it? Su Chen walked over and turned the lock on the door. A strange man stood outside the door, dressed in a bespoke suit, his hair slicked back, a perfectly professional smile on his face. He held an exquisitely crafted black gift box in both hands, tied with an ostentatious bow by a dark gold ribbon. "Are you Mr. Su Chen?" the man asked, his tone polite, but his eyes held an undisguised scrutiny. "That's me. This is a gift that Mr. Luo Yunfeng asked me to deliver, specially prepared for you and Miss Ningxuan." The man handed the gift box forward and bowed slightly. "Mr. Yunfeng said that he visited me late last night, which was really presumptuous of him. This is just a small token of his appreciation. Also, I would like to remind Mr. Su that you must be on time for the Luo family banquet tomorrow night." These words, though sweet as honey, were actually a poisoned dagger at their core. The apology was a pretense, the real intention was to issue a challenge. Su Chen's face remained expressionless as he reached out and took the gift box. "It's very light." He closed the door, turned around, and casually placed the gift box on the bedside table. "Husband, don't open it." Luo Ningxuan's mind was filled with vigilance. "There's definitely something fishy inside." "Of course there's something fishy going on," Su Chen's mind replied, but his fingers had already hooked onto the gorgeous ribbon. He wanted to see what Luo Yunfeng was really up to. The ribbon slipped off, and the box lid was lifted. There were no bombs, no poison gas, and nothing that seemed dangerous. On the velvet lining, only 2 things lay quietly. An exquisitely crafted invitation card with gold foil stamping, on which his name was elegantly written in cursive script, Mr. Su Chen. As well as a small clump of dry, black soil that exudes an aura of death. A few strands of a woman's long hair were still tangled in the mud. Su Chen's fingers tightened suddenly as he gripped the invitation, slightly deforming the hard edges of the paper. He remembered that smell. The smell of this earth, and the stench of the sacrifice on Luo Yunfeng last night, all come from the same source. And those few strands of hair. Its mind. Luo Ningxuang's words revealed a sense of physical nausea and a chilling coldness. "I remember, the day I fell into a coma, he came to the ward under the pretense of visiting. He stood by my bedside for a long time. He actually took her hair. And he used this strange soil to perform some kind of vicious ritual. This is not a simple threat, it is a curse and a demonstration from another level." Luo Yunfeng was clearly telling Su Chen, "Your woman, her hair, her very essence, are all in my hands. What can you do to me?" A surge of suppressed anger exploded from Su Chen's chest. At that very moment, the system notification sounded in his mind like heavenly music. Ding! Host detected strong malicious provocation. White area collection mode energy reserve preemptively full. Congratulations, host. You can now unlock the Story Materialization Advanced function. Story Materialization Advanced, within a designated area, consuming a large amount of energy, a portion of the story's scenes can be projected onto reality to a higher degree, causing a strong psychological and physical impact on the target. Ding! Detected that the host is about to face an important battle. New physical item unlocked, Soul Guiding Incense. Soul Guiding Incense, 3 sticks box. When lit, it forcibly attracts the aura of the underworld within a specific range, temporarily binding it within the scent-covered area. Used in conjunction with story manifestation, it can transform illusory fear into a real, deadly ghost. Good heavens! This isn't just a timely help, it's like they've brought me an Italian cannon. The anger in Su Chen's chest was instantly replaced by an absolute confidence. transforming into an even more intense fighting spirit. He looked at the clump of black soil with strands of hair still attached and smiled. "Don't worry, baby." Su Chen's mind was calm and strong. He has his clever plans, and I have my own ways to get around them. This gift he sent is just right. Su Chen didn't say anything more, but instead projected his entire plan into Luo Ningxuang's mind directly through the mental link. The first step is at the banquet tomorrow night, in front of all the Luo family members, to use the clues she provided to expose Luo Yunfeng's embezzlement of Pangu project funds step by step, completely nailing him down from a business perspective and stripping him of everything. The second step is to ignite the soul-guiding incense when he is abandoned by everyone and his mental defenses are at their weakest. This will activate and lock all the dirty and mysterious energy within him, along with that in the gift. The third step is to activate story manifestation advanced and tailor-make a terrifying drama about sacrifice and backlash for him. Let the ghost he summoned come and take his own life in front of everyone. I want him to publicly expose himself, to spill all the dirty tricks he's done, including how he cursed you, without leaving out a single word. Luo Ningxuang remained silent for a long time. Su Chen could sense that her mind was fluctuating violently. It wasn't fear, but a kind of hatred that had been suppressed for too long and a kind of cruel excitement. A thought, a mixture of anticipation and cunning, suddenly entered Su Chen's mind. Letting him just say it is too lenient on him. "Honey, you have to scare him so much that he wets his pants in front of everyone, then you'll win." Su Chen was amused by her bold and ruthless idea, and the last bit of tension in his heart completely relaxed. He leaned down and gently placed a kiss on her smooth, full forehead. "I'll listen to you, my dear wife." As evening fell, the Luo family manor was ablaze with lights. Su Chen changed into a sharp black suit, making him appear even more tall and imposing. Before leaving, he gave Luo Ningxuang's hand one last squeeze. Her palm was warm and strong. He let go of her hand, said nothing, and turned to walk towards the door of the ward. Just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob, Su Chen stopped in his tracks. He turned around abruptly. There was no wind in the ward. On the bedside table, the pen that Dr. Li had forgotten there rolled half a circle without warning and with extremely slight movement. A knowing smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Immediately afterwards, Luo Ningxuang's last words, tinged with a hint of playfulness and a powerful belief in fighting alongside him, resonated clearly in his mind. "Honey, don't forget. I will also be present tonight." Chapter 61. The whole family is forcing me to abdicate? I light the soul-summoning incense and invite a ghost to possess me. Night had fallen, but the Luo family manor was as bright as day. As soon as Su Chen's car entered the manor gate, a faint but clear thought rang in his mind. "Honey, I see you." It was Luo Ningxuang's voice, filled with curiosity and playfulness. Su Chen closed his eyes and, through the mental link, he could see an extremely faint strand of mental energy, like the finest spider silk, following him and vaguely reflecting the scene inside the manor back to the hospital ward. The rolling pen last night was indeed no accident. Her mental strength, nurtured and strengthened through repeated impacts, had grown powerful enough to allow for subtle, remote interference. How about it? My wife's all-seeing eye works pretty well, doesn't it? Su Chen teased to himself. My vision is a bit blurry, like I'm nearsighted by 1,000 degrees and haven't put on my glasses yet. Luo Ningxuang thought with annoyance, but it's enough for me to recognize which one is that idiot Luo Yunfeng. Tonight, I'll just treat it as watching a live clown show. Su Chen smiled. With her accompanying them, the seemingly treacherous banquet actually became more interesting. The car door opened, revealing a magnificent banquet hall. Elegantly dressed women mingled, glasses clinked, and the air was filled with the mingled aromas of fine perfumes and delicious food. Those present included not only the core members of the Luo family, but also several collateral branches and longtime friends of the Luo family, all of whom were wealthy and influential. Su Chen's appearance was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He wore a well-tailored black suit and no jewelry, yet he possessed a dignified and composed demeanor. He walked in slowly, showing no sign of the awkwardness one might expect from a marriage of convenience, but rather acting as if he were the master of the place. Many members of the Luo family who were meeting him for the first time were secretly wondering about it. This aura doesn't match the rumored image of him as a good-for-nothing who only lives off women. Su Chen, you've arrived. Lu Ruyu hurried forward. Today she was wearing a magnificent purple cheongsam and her makeup was exquisite, but the weariness in her eyes was hard to conceal. When she saw Su Chen, she wanted to habitually put on the airs of a mother-in-law, but the words caught in her throat, and her movements became somewhat unnatural. Ever since Su Chen created a miracle and her daughter's condition improved, her feelings towards the son-in-law have become extremely complex. There is dependence and a hint of inexplicable awe, mixed with the scrutiny of a wealthy mother-in-law towards an ordinary person. "Mom," Su Chen called out calmly, then nodded to Luo Tianxiong, who was talking with some old friends not far away. "Dad." Luo Tianxiong, dressed in a dark blue tang suit, turned around upon hearing the voice and nodded to Su Chen as a greeting. This young man, no matter how grand the occasion, remained neither arrogant nor humble. Such composure was truly rare. However, this superficial harmony was soon shattered by a harsh, sarcastic remark. "Hey, isn't this Su Chen, the big star of the Luo family right now?" A young man from a collateral branch of the family, dressed in a flashy suit and with slick back hair, swirled his wine glass and spoke in a strange tone. "My mom watches your live streams every day at home, saying you tell great stories, and she's almost become your fan." As soon as he finished speaking, several suppressed chuckles immediately rose from the surrounding area. In the eyes of these self-proclaimed upper-class elites, those who do live streaming are no different from street performers. Lu Ruyu's face instantly fell, and she was about to lash out when an even more imposing figure stepped out. "Ah Ben, what nonsense are you talking about?" Luo Yunfeng held a glass of red wine, a gentle smile on his face. While he was reprimanding the branch family member, he was actually setting the stage for him. He was dressed in a suit and tie today, his hair neatly combed, looking presentable, as if the sinister visitor from the night before was just an illusion. He walked up to Su Chen and looked him up and down. "Su Chen, don't listen to their nonsense. You're a hero of the Luo family now, telling stories and doing live streams, making our Luo family famous. It's all for Ning Xuan, we're so grateful to you." He deliberately emphasized the words "meritorious official," and that hypocritical sarcasm made Lu Ruyu's face darken completely. "Luo Yunfeng. How dare you speak to your cousin-in-law like that?" Lu Ruyu's tone was full of suppressed anger. "Second aunt, please don't misunderstand, I'm really praising him." Luo Yunfeng spread his hands innocently. "It's a huge achievement that Ning Xuan's condition has improved. Our Luo family is fair in rewarding and punishing." He changed the subject, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, but loud enough for all the core members in the room to hear clearly. "However, this kind of wedding to ward off bad luck and cure illness is a good deed. But our Luo group is such a large business, and we can't rely solely on storytelling and online donations for future development, can we?" These words were like a poisoned dagger, precisely aimed at Su Chen's vitals. The true intentions are revealed when the truth is finally revealed. Su Chen activated Yin Qi perception. The mysterious residual energy on Luo Yunfeng's body was more active than ever before, like an invisible black flame surging around him. It seems that he not only wants to seize power, but also has prepared a backup plan, and may perform magic again at any time. "Wife," he started, Su Chen said calmly in his mind. "I heard that. That idiot, his opening lines before he starts anything are always so long and tedious, so utterly unoriginal." Luo Ningxuan thought with utter contempt. "Does he think he's Shakespeare?" Su Chen almost burst out laughing. Just then, Luo Tianxiong, the head of the family, stepped into the main seat, and the entire banquet hall instantly fell silent. "Thank you all for coming tonight." Luo Tianxiong's voice was loud and authoritative. "Today, in addition to the family banquet, I also want to inform everyone about the recent development of the group, as well as an important matter concerning Ning Xuan's succession rights." The moment he finished speaking, the entire room erupted in uproar. A triumphant smile curled at the corners of Luo Yunfeng's mouth. Luo Tianxiong continued, "As everyone knows, Ning Xuan has been in a coma for a long time. During this time, thanks to Su Chen's meticulous care, her condition has miraculously improved." He looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with genuine gratitude. Luo Yunfeng had been waiting for this opportunity. He immediately stepped forward, took over the conversation, and his face instantly switched to an expression of deep sorrow and concern for the family. "Yes, uncle. We all hope that Ning Xuan can recover soon. However, she is, after all, the first in line to inherit the group's shares. Her long-term coma has had an immeasurable impact on the group's operations and future strategic plans." He took a deep breath, turned around abruptly, and pointed his spear directly at Su Chen. "We acknowledge that Su Chen, the son-in-law who brought good fortune to Ning Xuan, has done a good job for her. But good deeds are good deeds, and bad deeds are bad deeds. He is an outsider who knows nothing about business, yet he has acted as Ning Xuan's representative for all her shares and decision-making power based solely on your second aunt's authorization. This is not only difficult to convince the public, but also irresponsible towards the future of our Luo group and all members of the Luo family." His voice was passionate and stirring, as if he had transformed into the guardian deity of the family. These words were like a bombshell, completely exploding in the banquet hall. All eyes were on Su Chen, filled with scrutiny, suspicion, and schadenfreude. Su Chen remained calm, as if Luo Yunfeng wasn't talking about him. He quietly took out the soul-guiding incense shaped like a coil of incense from his inner suit pocket and rubbed it very lightly with his fingertips. A peculiar fragrance, colorless and odorless, mixed with his spiritual energy, spread silently throughout the banquet hall, centered on him, like ripples on the surface of water. Wherever the fragrance passes, the filth hidden in corners, shadows, and even on certain people begins to stir restlessly. In particular, the black flames on Luo Yunfeng's body seemed to have been doused with a spoonful of hot oil, and suddenly surged. At the same time, Su Chen pre-locked the story materialization advanced function at the entrance of the darkest storage room in the banquet hall, just waiting for a trigger. Outside the manor, Wang Pengzi and Zhao Gang's special agent team had already laid a trap. Everything is ready, except for the east wind. Seeing that Su Chen was speechless after his words, Luo Yunfeng assumed that he was afraid and became even more smug. He picked up his wine glass and walked step by step to Su Chen, the two of them only half a meter apart. He leaned slightly forward and held the wine glass in front of Su Chen, his face showing undisguised contempt. Su Chen, I'll give you one more chance. His voice was low, yet it carried a condescending air of condescension. Now, in front of everyone, voluntarily relinquish your agency rights for Ning Shuang, and I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise. He paused for a moment, then spoke slowly and deliberately in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Do you think a person in a long-term coma might one day accidentally die? A blatant threat. Su Chen finally made a move. He didn't look at Luo Yunfeng, but instead picked up a glass of untouched champagne from the table and gently swirled it. Then, he raised his head, met Luo Yunfeng's gaze, and smiled. Are you done talking? Su Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Luo Yunfeng's ears. So, who do you think should steer the great ship that is the Luo family in the future? Chapter 62 The evil ghost takes life. Luo Yunfeng wet his pants in fright. Luo Yunfeng's provocation was like a steel needle, piercing the false harmony in the banquet hall. All eyes turned into physical spotlights, sweeping back and forth between Su Chen and Luo Yunfeng. Luo Tianxian's face was so dark it could drip water, and Lu Ruyu next to him was even more nervous, clutching her husband's clothes tightly, her palms covered in cold sweat. This is no longer a hint, but a blatant attempt to force someone to abdicate and seize power. However, Su Chen, who was at the center of the storm, suddenly smiled. He didn't even glance at Luo Yunfeng again, but instead turned around and slowly took a microphone from the tray of a passing waiter. That composure was completely out of place with the tense atmosphere on the scene. Since cousin Yunfeng is so concerned about the future of the Luo family, Su Chen said into the microphone, his voice clearly carrying throughout the venue through the speakers, why don't I tell you a story about a family to liven things up? Telling a story? The guests were all stunned. What kind of logic is this? Being publicly attacked and insulted, instead of retorting or getting angry, you start telling stories? Have you lost your mind? Luo Yunfeng laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. Holding his wine glass, he chuckled sarcastically, Su Chen, do you think this is your live broadcast room? Stop with your tricks. We're talking about the Luo family's hundreds of billions in assets, wealth that someone like you can't even imagine in your lifetime. Don't rush. Su Chen's lips curled into a very faint smile. His calm demeanor, however, exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. This story might actually have something to do with our Luo family. He strolled leisurely to the center of the banquet hall, microphone in hand. His gaze slowly swept over everyone present, finally settling on Luo Yunfeng's face, which was filled with a mocking smile. The story is called Blood Ties. The moment he opened his mouth, his already unique voice, amplified by the microphone, possessed a peculiar magic that instantly silenced the previously noisy discussions. In ancient times, there was a wealthy family. The head of the family had a son late in life and cherished him like a treasure. However, there was a cousin in the collateral branch who was jealous of the son from a young age. He always felt that the head of the family was biased and believed that everything that should have belonged to him had been taken away by the son. Su Chen's tone was calm, but the content of the story caused subtle changes in the expressions of many guests who knew about the internal conflicts within the Luo family. Aren't these words alluding to Luo Yunfeng and Luo Ningxuan? Luo Yunfeng's smile froze. He snorted coldly, wanting to see what tricks Su Chen could pull. Su Chen ignored him and continued, so, in order to reclaim the family property, this cousin harbored evil intentions. He sought out a wicked sorcerer and used half of his own lifespan as a price to obtain an extremely insidious evil spell, the life substitute curse. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant crystal chandelier worth tens of millions above the banquet hall flickered and emitted a soft buzzing sound. A faint chill rose from the soles of everyone's feet. Using this spell, he meticulously planned an accident, turning his promising young son into a living dead who could never wake up. He thought he had done it flawlessly and could now rest easy, gradually swallowing up the entire family fortune. As the story unfolded, the invisible chill grew stronger. Several female guests, dressed in revealing evening gowns, instinctively hugged their arms and whispered complaints about whether the air conditioning was set too low. Only Luo Yunfeng himself knew that this chill came from the very marrow of his own bones. Under the continuous catalysis of the soul-guiding incense, the mysterious energy emanating from the black rogue man was now like a wildfire doused with oil, raging wildly within him and scorching his reason. He felt like he was the wicked cousin in the story, being choked by an unseen hand. Su Chen's tone suddenly changed at this moment, becoming cold and elusive, as if it came from a bottomless ancient well. But he didn't know that evil magic comes at a price. On the 7th night after his eldest son's accident, he had a dream. He dreamt that his eldest son, covered in blood, stood before his bed, his face devoid of eyes, only two dark, bloody holes, staring at him and asking again and again. At this point, Su Chen suddenly looked up, staring intently at Luo Yunfeng, his lips moving as he imitated a mournful, breathy voice. "Brother, my eyes, did you take them?" Meanwhile, in the intensive care unit of the hospital, Luo Ningxuan, through the mental link between the two, transformed all the fear, hatred, and despair she felt during her coma about the car accident and the man in black into a torrent of emotions, instantly pouring into Su Chen's story materialization. This spiritual force became the last spark that ignited the powder keg. Boom! At the entrance to the darkest storage room in the banquet hall, the air suddenly became violently distorted. A gigantic projection, composed of interwoven light and shadow, appeared out of thin air. In the projection, a blurry figure shrouded in a wide black robe appeared and disappeared, its face completely obscured, only exuding a pure and nauseating evil. Immediately afterwards, a shrill, inhuman wail, mixed with a sharp whistling sound like fingernails scraping glass, burst forth from the projection, making the glasses in the entire banquet hall vibrate. "Give me back my life." That voice was the most primal and profound fear imprinted on Luo Ningxuang's subconscious regarding that man in black robes. Ah! This sudden, hellish scene became the final straw that broke Luo Yunfeng's back. All his pretense, all his scheming, all his wishful thinking were crushed to pieces at this moment. He thought that the evil magic he had conspired with had really backfired, and that his cousin, whom he had harmed to the point of near death, had returned from the underworld as a vengeful ghost to claim his life. A ghost. There's a ghost. Luo Yunfeng was terrified. He retreated in panic but tripped over a chair and fell to the ground with a thud. He then scrambled backward on his hands and feet, his crotch quickly becoming soaked and emitting a foul stench. He pointed at the still distorting dark figure, tears streaming down his face, screaming incoherently. "It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. It was the man in black. That bastard from Human Path forced me to do it. I just wanted to seize the family fortune. I didn't want to kill her. He orchestrated the car accident. He used the substitute curse too. It has nothing to do with me. Please, don't look for me. Don't look for me." He broke down. In front of all the Luo family members and guests, he roared out every single word of his crimes of colluding with the evil organization and murdering his relatives. The entire banquet hall was deathly silent. All that remained was Luo Yunfeng's frantic, tearful roar. Everyone was stunned by this incredible reversal, their minds blank. Brute! Luo Tianxiong was the first to react. He was so angry that his eyes turned red and his whole body trembled. He grabbed the wine glass next to him and smashed it hard at Luo Yunfeng on the ground. The glass shattered next to Luo Yunfeng, and shards flew everywhere. Upon hearing the truth, Lu Ruyu felt dizzy and fainted. The moment Luo Yunfeng went completely mad, Su Chen turned off, story materialization. The dark shadows in the corner and the terrifying wails abruptly stopped, as if it were just an illusion. He slowly walked up to Luo Yunfeng, who was so frightened that he wet himself and was limp as a board, and looked down at his once arrogant cousin. The banquet hall doors were suddenly pushed open at that moment. Zhao Gang led a team of security personnel dressed in black suits with stern expressions into the room and quickly brought the scene under control. Su Chen ignored the mud on the ground and went straight to Luo Tianxiong, who was so angry that he almost fainted, and helped him up. He looked at the elder, who seemed to have aged 10 years overnight, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable power. "Uncle, the details of Ning Xuan's car accident have been investigated and clarified." Chapter 63. After Su Chen finished speaking, the entire banquet hall remained deathly silent. Everyone was still immersed in the earth-shattering reversal and Luo Yunfeng's shocking confession, their minds blank and buzzing. Just then, several figures dressed in black uniforms with cold expressions, like ghosts, silently poured into the banquet hall from various entrances. They moved silently, coordinated perfectly, and had a clear objective. It was a special agent from the Xinye division under Zhao Gang. The lead agent nodded slightly to Su Chen across the crowd, then suddenly waved his hand. Two agents immediately stepped forward and, like picking up a chick, lifted the completely insane and limp Luo Yunfeng from the ground. Luo Yunfeng was still rambling incoherently. "A ghost, there's a ghost, don't look for me, go find the man in black." Su Chen looked at him with no expression on his face, but took out a yellow talisman with cinnabar drawn on it from his pocket. This scene left many people present, especially the Luo family's relatives, stunned. What era are we living in? Why are we still indulging in these feudal and superstitious things? Su Chen had no interest in explaining to anyone. He walked up to Luo Yunfeng, who was being supported, and flicked his finger. The yellow talisman seemed to have eyes that landed precisely on Luo Yunfeng's forehead with a snap. Sizzle! The sound of hot oil being poured onto ice was sharp and piercing. The talisman spontaneously combusted without fire, instantly bursting into a blinding golden light. Ah! A shrill, inhuman scream exploded from Luo Yunfeng's throat. A visible, nauseatingly thick black mist was forcibly dragged out of his skull by the golden light. The black mist twisted into a painful human face in the air, but was tightly enveloped by the golden light, letting out a final wail before being completely evaporated and vanished without a trace. The whole process took less than a second. All the guests present were so frightened that they all took a step back. Some people's legs went weak and they fell to the ground. Many others covered their mouths tightly to prevent themselves from screaming. Those seasoned night watch agents who had just entered the scene and were used to seeing storms were all horrified, looking at Su Chen's back with unbelievable awe. This is such a thunderous method. As soon as the black energy left his body, Luo Yunfeng convulsed violently, his eyes rolled back, and he completely lost consciousness. The cold, evil aura emanating from him vanished without a trace. The banquet hall was deathly silent, not even a breath could be heard. Everyone was shocked by this supernatural scene, their bodies turned ice cold, and their scalps tingled. They finally understood that the story Su Chen had just told was not some kind of superstition at all. It's actually about vanquishing demons and monsters. Wow! A piercing cry shattered the deathly silence. Lu Ruyu finally snapped out of her shock and fear. Looking at her nephew, who was being dragged away by the agents like a dead dog, she could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears. But she did not rush to her husband. She staggered and rushed towards Su Chen like a madwoman. "Su Chen! My good son-in-law!" Lu Ruyu grabbed Su Chen's arm and collapsed onto him, sobbing uncontrollably, her makeup ruined. "Mom was wrong. Mom wasn't human before. Mom was blind, Mom was blinded by greed." As she cried, she raised her hand and slapped herself across the face, the sound crisp and loud. Thank you for saving Ning Xuan. Thank you for bringing this beast to justice for our family. Mom kowtows to you." She cried her heart out, filled with endless regret and lingering fear. If it weren't for Su Chen, her daughter would truly be gone. If it weren't for Su Chen, the entire Luo family would have been devoured by that ruthless beast. Su Chen let her hold him and gently patted her back. He couldn't say he liked his snobbish but not inherently bad mother-in-law, but he had long since lost any hatred for her. Luo Tianxiong, supported by others, also walked over. This once powerful business tycoon had red eyes and trembling lips, looking as if he had aged 20 years overnight. He looked at Su Chen, his eyes no longer filled with scrutiny or doubt, but only with the purest gratitude, guilt, and awe at the existence of a non-human being. With trembling hands, he took the microphone from Su Chen. He walked to the center of the banquet hall, looked around at all the silent Luo family members and guests, and with all his might, uttered a booming voice. "I, Luo Tianxiong, have an announcement to make today in front of everyone." Everyone held their breath, their hearts pounding in their throats. Luo Tianxiong paused, seemingly gathering his strength, and then announced, word by word. "From this moment forward, all affairs of the Luo group shall be handled entirely by my son-in-law, Su Chen. Any decision he makes is the same as my decision. These words struck like a heavy hammer blow to everyone's heart. Before they could process this information, Luo Tianxiang's gaze fell on Su Chen, his voice filled with unprecedented certainty and entrustment. Furthermore, as long as I, Luo Tianxiang, live, Su Chen will be the sole and future leader of my Luo family. Boom! This announcement was like a real nuclear bomb exploding in everyone's minds. The world has changed for the Luo family. This bride-in-law who was once despised and ridiculed by everyone has risen to the top tonight, right now. He completely shed all labels and became the true, new king of the Luo Group business empire. Su Chen remained calm amidst the complex gazes of the audience, which ranged from awe and envy to fear. He nodded solemnly to Luo Tianxiang and Lu Ruyu. At that very moment, a system notification sounded in Su Chen's mind. Ding! A leap in the host's social status and influence has been detected. World's best anchor stabilizer energy harvesting efficiency increased by 100%. Congratulations, host. Every success you achieve in the real world will accelerate the repair of the world barrier. Su Chen ignored the system's voice, focusing instead on the two elderly people in front of him who were on the verge of collapse, his voice clear and powerful. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I assure you, Ning Shuang will wake up soon and stand before us unharmed. Chapter 64 System Upgrade, Eye of the Netherworld activated. At 4 in the morning, the night was as dark as ink. This was Su Chen's first night as the new king of the Luo family. The VIP ward was lit by only a dim nightlight, which barely outlined the sleeping figure of Luo Ningxuang on the bed. Su Chen sat on the edge of the bed, speaking in a low voice, which, though not loud, seemed to rub against the silent air like sandpaper. He was telling a story. At midnight, the old radio started its static on time, hissing and crackling. The man thought it was a bad signal, so he leaned over to adjust it, but then he heard it clearly. What came from the radio was the sound of nails being driven into the coffin, one by one, during his wife's burial 3 days earlier. The story ends here. Su Chen didn't say anything more. He looked up at the heart rate monitor on the bedside table. The heart rate curve on the screen was now like a startled snake, twisting and leaping wildly, with the value skyrocketing. Ding! Target Luo Ningxuang has been detected exhibiting intense fear. Emotional intensity, 98%. Emotional energy is being collected, 99%, 100%. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have collected 9,800 points of horror energy this time. It's done. Su Chen twitched the corners of his mouth. Ever since the last family banquet, when he publicly terrified Luo Yunfeng and secured his position as the future leader of the Luo family, the system notified him that his social status and influence have undergone a leapfrog improvement, and his energy collection efficiency had directly doubled. The energy bar that used to take several days to fill can now be filled in 1 or 2 stories. He was about to turn off the system panel and tuck Luo Ningxuang in when a sharp, unprecedented alarm suddenly exploded in his mind. Warning! Warning! Energy storage tank has reached critical level. The world's anchor stabilizer energy harvesting mode wide area is operating beyond capacity. The system is about to enter a forced upgrade process. Estimated time, 60 minutes. Upgrade countdown, 59:59, 59:58. Su Chen froze. Forced upgrade? This is unprecedented. Previously, it would always indicate that there was enough energy, and the user could choose whether to upgrade. Wife, can you hear me? Su Chen immediately called out through the mental link. I heard it. Luo Ningxuang's thoughts came intermittently, very weakly. My head is so dizzy. It feels like my mind is full of snowflakes. Su Chen's heart sank. This upgrade was far more significant than ever before, even affecting Luo Ningxuang, the core of the system. He dared not disturb her any longer, and could only stay by her bedside, keeping an eye on her mental fluctuations while keeping an eye on the system panel. All the functions on the panel turned gray, leaving only a blood-red countdown that was relentlessly ticking. But then, something strange happened. Ding! Detected that the target Luo Ningxuang is experiencing persistent fear. Emotional intensity, 35%. Energy gathering in progress. Su Chen's brow furrowed into a knot. Something's not right. He should have shut up long ago, and logically, Luo Ningxuang's emotions should have calmed down quickly. But now, the system is still relentlessly collecting fear from her. Although the concentration is not high, it has never been interrupted. It was like something he couldn't see took over his job after he finished telling the story, and kept scaring her. A chill crept up Su Chen's spine. he immediately activated his in-chi perception to its maximum. The invisible perception power instantly enveloped the entire ward like a spider web, sweeping through every corner and every crevice. No! There's nothing there. The ward was clean, with no trace of any strange energy. The system notifications kept popping up, and Luo Ningxuang's fear was like a leaky faucet, being drained away drop by drop. Su Chen's expression turned completely cold. The only explanation is that the level of that thing is beyond his current perception capabilities. Time passed by second. The eerie sense of dread that gathered lasted for a full half hour before slowly subsiding. Luo Ningxuang's mind also quieted down completely, as if she had exhausted all her strength and fallen into a deeper sleep. Su Chen's heart remained suspended in mid-air. Ding! System upgrade complete. The moment the countdown reached 0, the cold, mechanical voice sounded again. System version updated to version 3.0, with optimized interface and expanded functionality. Congratulations, host! You have unlocked a brand new core ability, Eye of the Netherworld. Su Chen immediately brought up the system panel. The interface has changed, from the previous dark red tone to a deep, mysterious blue. The previously cluttered skill icons have been neatly organized, and in the very center of all the icons, there is now an eye pattern made of rotating nebulae. The Eye of the Netherworld. What's the use? Su Chen asked himself. A line of small text appeared on the panel. The Eye of the Underworld, the world will no longer have only one dimension in your eyes. Activate it now? Without the slightest hesitation, Su Chen chose yes. The moment the thought crossed his mind, an indescribable, icy pain shot through him, like two red-hot steel needles piercing his eyes and going straight to his brain. Hold! Su Chen groaned, his vision went black, and he fell backward uncontrollably. His vision was plunged into absolute darkness, but then countless chaotic, noisy gray-white lights and shadows darted wildly under his eyes, like a broken old television. The intense pain and confusion lasted for more than 10 seconds before receding like a tide. Su Chen, leaning on the edge of the bed, panting heavily, reopened his eyes. The world is still the same world. The lamp is the same lamp, and the wall is the same wall. But everything has changed. He felt as if he had switched to a pair of ultra-high-definition lenses, and the resolution of the entire world had been elevated to a whole new level. The dust floating in the air and the fine lines on the walls were all excessively clear. Moreover, a layer of transparent, water-like mist that shouldn't be visible to the naked eye has appeared in the air. It flows slowly, gathering into faint traces, like ink washes in a traditional Chinese ink painting, in the corners of walls, ceilings, and gaps in medical instruments. What's this? With a puzzled look in his eyes, Su Chen's gaze instinctively fell on Luo Ningxuang on the hospital bed. He only glanced at it, and his heart skipped a beat, and his blood ran cold. Luo Ningxuang lay still, her sleeping face serene. But in his vision, she was enveloped in wisps of fine black energy. The black energy was clearer and more solid than any yin energy he had ever sensed before. It seemed to have a life of its own, poking its head out from the void, one end tightly wrapped around Luo Ningxuang's body, while the other end disappeared into the unknown darkness. These writhing black wisps gave her stunningly beautiful face an indescribable sinister and eerie aura. A feeling of being targeted by a venomous snake gripped Su Chen. He felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart, making it difficult to even breathe. He immediately tried to shut down the ability in his mind. Warning: the Eye of the Netherworld has deeply integrated with the host's visual nerves and cannot be turned off. The host can consume mental energy to suppress this and revert to the surface world visual mode. It can't be turned off? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He quickly focused his mind and forced himself to not see. The scene before me blurred for a moment, and the clear black smoke and thin mist in the air quickly faded away, and the world returned to normal. But he knew that those things hadn't disappeared, they had simply been forcibly blocked by him. Su Chen stood up, feeling a tightness in his chest. He opened the door to the ward and walked out. The hospital corridor was deserted late at night, the pale lights casting a deathly stillness on the ground. He released the suppression of the Eye of the Netherworld. In an instant, the entire corridor changed completely in his eyes. The air was no longer filled with the smell of disinfectant, but with a thick, unyielding layer of grayish fog. In the dark corner at the end of the corridor, that fog had almost solidified into a thick, inky black. On the walls, wherever the stretcher had scraped against, there were dark red scratches, like dried blood. All of this caused him to feel a sense of nausea and repression stemming from his physiological instincts. Just then, the system's explanation arrived belatedly. Ability description: the Eye of the Netherworld allows the host to directly observe energy residue invisible to ordinary people, such as energy, evil energy, resentment energy, and information imprints left behind after various strange events. At the same time, it can faintly sense low-level inner world creatures. The other world. These three words exploded in Su Chen's mind. Master Xuanyi mentioned this term. He originally thought it was just a mysterious description, but now it seems that it is a real and tangible level that can be seen. This world is far more complex and dangerous than he imagined. He turned around abruptly, rushed back to the ward, and stared intently at Luo Ningxuang on the hospital bed. He understands everything now. Why does she experience constant fear during system upgrades? Because her soul had always been exposed to that underworld filled with black energy and gray mist. The torment she endured was far greater than she could have imagined. A surge of intense guilt and anger welled up inside me. We must wake her up. At all costs. Su Chen walked back to the bedside, bent down, and looked at the black energy that was constantly wriggling in his field of vision, trying to enter Luo Ningxuang's body. He reached out and gently stroked Luo Ningxuang's cold cheek, his voice low but carrying an undeniable ruthlessness. Wife, don't be afraid. No matter what kind of ghost is haunting you, I will tear it out of you, one by one. Chapter 65 scares the fatty to tears. The live stream room is haunted. The next morning, Su Chen was choked awake by a feeling of nausea originating from his body. He barely slept at all. As soon as you close your eyes, the scene belonging to the inner world will uncontrollably appear right under your eyelids. But as soon as you open your eyes, the whole world seems to have gone moldy. On the ceiling, where the air conditioner vents used to be, the accumulated moisture and dust over the years now appeared to him as a thick, writhing black patch emanating a chilling aura. Through the gaps in the curtains, instead of morning light, came slivers of sickly light mixed with gray dust. Even when he tries his best to concentrate and forcefully suppress his vision back to the surface world, he can still catch those fleeting stains out of the corner of his eye. In the corridor, a caregiver pushed a food cart past, the wheels rolling over the floor tiles, leaving two very faint, grayish-black tracks, like two thin, long scars. This world has truly become dirty. Su Chen scratched his hair in frustration, got up and walked to Luo Ningxuang's bedside. She slept peacefully, but the dark aura surrounding her seemed to have intensified overnight. These things were like maggots clinging to her bones, constantly eroding her soul. He felt a tightness in his chest. He couldn't turn it off, and he couldn't escape it. Then we can only adapt to it and take control of it. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the ward door was gently pushed open, and Nurse Chen Duo pushed in a cart with a standard and sweet smile on her face. Good morning, Mr. Su. Miss Ning Xuang's condition is also very stable today. You've worked hard. Su Chen forced a smile, but his gaze involuntarily fell on her. In the vision of the Eye of the Netherworld, Chen Duo was surrounded by a faint, almost invisible gray mist. This mist, like an invisible veil, enveloped her, making her lightly made-up young face appear weary, as if all her energy had been drained away. This created an extremely eerie contrast with the professional, radiant smile on her face. Is this what's called residual energy? Does it represent negative emotions or fatigue? Su Chen didn't point it out directly, but as she was changing Luo Ningxuang's bag, he casually asked, Chen Duo, why are your eyes so dark? Have you been working a lot of night shifts lately? Chen Duo paused for a moment, subconsciously reaching out to touch her cheek, her smile a little unnatural. Really? Maybe, my schedule's been pretty tight lately. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Su. She quickened her pace, hurriedly packed her things, and practically fled, pushing the cart away. As Su Chen watched her retreating figure, he made up his mind. This ability goes far beyond simply seeing ghosts. If used properly, it can become a powerful tool for understanding people's hearts. He returned to Luo Ningxuang's bedside, and a daring plan began to take shape in his mind. Since we need to adapt and take control, we need a perfect testing ground. There's no better place than his live stream room. At 8 p.m. sharp, Su Chen started his live stream. He deliberately adjusted the camera angle, only showing his upper body and the plain wall behind him, while Luo Ningxuang's hospital bed was cleverly hidden from the frame. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, instead of something scary, let's change things up and tell a heartwarming and comforting urban legend. How about it? As soon as he finished speaking, the live chat went wild. Wait, did I enter the wrong live stream? Has this streamer from the underworld switched to telling bedtime stories? Brother Chen, something's wrong. Blink if you've been kidnapped. Is Fatty Wang holding a knife to your throat? Wang Ponzi, get lost. Don't try to pin everything on me. But Brother Chen, a heartwarming story? The heartwarming thing you're talking about, you mean you want to scatter people's ashes in a more heartwarming way? I don't believe you for a second. Last time you said you tell a folktale, and I didn't dare go to the bathroom alone for 3 days. Seeing the screen full of disbelief and teasing, this was exactly the effect Su Chen wanted. His gaze swept across the list of viewers in the live stream, and Wang Pengzi's avatar was prominently displayed in the first row. Great, the number 1 guinea pig is in place. Su Chen gestured for everyone to be quiet, then lowered his voice and slowly began. Today's story is called Midnight Elevator. He didn't rush to speak, but quietly activated the Eye of the Netherworld. In an instant, the phone screen in front of him completely changed. The surging barrage of comments was no longer just text, but had become a river of emotions formed by countless points of light. Most of the comments were accompanied by white and pale yellow halos representing curiosity and expectation, but among them, a particularly dazzling bright orange ball of light almost blinded him. That's Fatty Wang's portrait. The light was filled with the excitement and schadenfreude of someone who loves a good show. Su Chen cleared his throat and began to weave the web of the story in his most magnetic voice. The story takes place in a very old residential building. The elevator in the building is very strange. Every midnight, regardless of whether anyone presses the button, it will automatically go to the 4th floor, open the door, pause for 30 seconds, and then close the door and continue to go up. The elderly people in the building all say that something happened on the 4th floor before, and that it was an unclean thing that wanted to go home. There was a young man named Chang who was fearless and determined to figure out what was going on with this elevator. So, at 11:59, he stepped into the elevator alone. As the story progresses, Su Chen can see that the orange halo representing Fatty Wang is beginning to be permeated by wisps of grayish-white mist. It's here. Su Chen understood immediately this was the most primal form of fear. He decided to add fuel to the fire. His speech slowed down, and each word seemed to carry a chilling coldness. The elevator doors slowly closed and ascended smoothly. 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor, ding. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor. Ah Chang's heart was in his throat. He stared intently at the elevator doors. Outside, there was only deathly darkness, so dark that even the motion sensor lights couldn't illuminate it. There was nothing there. Just as he thought it was a false alarm and breathed a sigh of relief, the elevator doors began to slowly close. But this time, through the crack in the doors, he clearly saw that the overload warning light inside the elevator car didn't make a sound, it just dimly and slowly lit up. At this point in the story, Su Chen mobilized a faint spiritual force and silently recited in his mind. Story realization beginner. Target living room chandelier. He continued to bring the story to a close in that devilish whisper. Ah Chang was so frightened that his whole body stiffened. He could feel that there was another person in the elevator. A person that he couldn't see. That thing was standing behind him, its cold, damp breath blowing against the back of his neck, one breath at a time. Sizzle snap. The moment he finished speaking, the filament of the magnificent crystal chandelier in the villa's living room let out a mournful cry of despair and suddenly flickered. The light in the entire room was momentarily cut off, plunging into absolute darkness for a second before the light was restored. A faint, chilling coldness appeared out of nowhere, as if the air conditioner temperature had been instantly lowered by more than 10 degrees, spreading subtly against the skin. The next second, the comments section exploded. Holy crap! Lights. The lights are flashing. Is that a special effect? Holy crap, that effect is so realistic. It's not special effects. I fucking feel a chill down the back of my neck too. What's going on? Wang Pengzi, damn. 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 Brother Chen, don't fucking mess with me. My light flickered too. I'm numb. I feel like someone's behind me. Wang Pengzi's comments, filled with exclamation marks and profanities, flooded the screen at an unprecedented frequency. Su Chen's Eye of the Netherworld saw everything clearly. The instant the light went out, the halo representing Fatty Wang was instantly swallowed up by an incredibly dense, grayish-white fog of fear. It almost turned pure black. It's done. However, what truly made Su Chen's heart stop was the commotion behind him. At the very instant the lights flashed and the chill descended, he clearly saw that the black energy that had been quietly entwining around Luo Ning Shuang suddenly boiled, surged, and twisted as if it had been thrown into a red-hot iron. They danced wildly in an unprecedented manner, even emitting silent shrieks. At the same time, the system's notification sounds were frantically blaring alarms in his mind. Warning! Extreme fear has been detected in the target person Luo Ningxuan. Emotional intensity instantly reached its peak. 120%. Warning! Energy harvesting efficiency is severely overloaded. The system is in emergency mode. Warning! The target's soul fluctuations are abnormally intense, posing a risk of collapse. Su Chen's blood rushed to his head instantly. He understood. The semi-realistic reality distortion created by the story materialization was nothing more than a top-tier shock to an ordinary person like Fatty Wang. But for Luo Ningxuan, whose soul was already unstable and who had been exposed to the inner world for a long time, this kind of stimulation was a terrifying storm that went straight to the root of her soul. This effect is hundreds of times better than simply telling a story. Su Chen made a quick decision and immediately shouted, "That's all for today," into the live stream, then hurriedly shut it down. The phone screen had barely gone black when Fatty Wang's call came in like a relentless pursuit. Hello? Chen brother Chen on the other end of the phone. Fatty Wang's voice trembled like he was shaking, his teeth chattering. Holy shit. You fucking you're serious this time. That last stab almost killed me. I'm home alone now, I'm too scared to even leave my bedroom. I'm too scared to even go to the bathroom. Useless. Su Chen cursed in frustration and hung up the phone. He walked quickly to the bedside and looked at the black energy on Luo Ningxuan's body, which was finally beginning to subside but was still much more active than before. He was shocked and filled with lingering fear. He found a method that was highly effective, but also extremely dangerous. He bent down and gently brushed aside a stray strand of hair from Luo Ningxuan's forehead. The coolness from his fingertips made her tremble almost imperceptibly. Su Chen leaned close to her ear, his voice extremely low, filled with apology and an undeniable madness. Honey, I'm sorry, I lost control this time. Next time. I promise, I'll be gentler. Chapter 66 The Taoist Master of the Mysterious Sect, Unveiling the Secrets of the Inner World. The next morning, Su Chen carried the thermos and arrived at the hospital as usual. He stopped in his tracks as soon as he turned into the VIP floor corridor. A thin old man stood at the door of Luo Ningxuan's hospital room. The old man was dressed in a faded blue Taoist robe, his gray hair loosely tied back with a wooden hairpin, and he held a whisk in his hand. This outfit, if worn at the entrance of a film studio, would surely get him a day-paid extra job. He neither knocked nor went in, he just stood there, squinting at the doorframe of the ward. Anyone who didn't know better would think the door was carved with flowers. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He silently activated the Eye of the Netherworld. The next second, he almost dropped the thermos in his hand. There was no black aura or gray mist on the old Taoist priest. Instead, there was a golden aura flowing around him. It was a pure, warm golden halo that forcefully pushed aside the gloomy, cold air in the hospital corridor, making the surroundings warmer. This chi is peaceful, yet it carries an undeniable power. This guy isn't a fraud. He's genuinely skilled. Su Chen's mind raced. He immediately put away the Eye of the Netherworld, his expression instantly switching to a lazy, half-asleep look as he shuffled over. Hey, Taoist priest, what are you doing blocking the entrance? Su Chen yawned, his tone lazy. You've come to the wrong place to beg for alms, haven't you? This isn't a VIP ward. Hearing the sound, the old Taoist priest slowly turned his head. His eyes looked cloudy, but a light shone deep within them. He glanced at Su Chen up and down, then suddenly laughed. Nothing. I was just traveling around and saw that this patron's family is quite impressive, so I was just a little curious. A grand atmosphere? Su Chen sneered inwardly, but his face showed an expression that said, Are you still dreaming? Taoist priest, what era are we living in? Still indulging in feudal superstitions? My ward may have been a bit expensive to renovate, but it doesn't have any grand atmosphere. He. The old Taoist priest wasn't annoyed. He flicked his whisk lightly, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Ordinary people see mountains as mountains and water as water. But to some who have opened their heavenly eyes, these mountains may not be mountains, and these waters may not be water. Young friend, don't you think so? He pronounced the words, opened the third eye very softly and slowly. Su Chen's breath caught in his throat for a moment. He knows my capabilities. The thought sent chills down his spine. Yet, he maintained his nonchalant demeanor, even tilting his head dramatically as if to pick his ear. Taoist master, what did you say? The heavenly eye? The one from Erlangshan? I'm just an ordinary person, a kept man, don't make fun of me, I'm a coward. Su Chen put on an attitude of I'm a good for nothing, who am I afraid of? The old Taoist priest's smile deepened as he looked at the boy's nonchalant attitude. I am Xian Yi, he introduced himself, then changed the subject. Young friend, there's no need for such formality. Your heavenly eye is not a myth. In my view, you have simply been fortunate enough to be able to see another dimension that ordinary people cannot see. Another dimension? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. This explanation matched the system's. He decided to continue pretending and see how much he could get out of her. Dimensions? Parallel universes? Master, you've been reading too many science fiction novels, haven't you? No. Master Xuanyi shook his head, his expression becoming solemn. That dimension, we Xianmen people call it the inner world. The other world. These three words were like three heavy hammer blows, slamming into Su Chen's heart. Master Xuanyi ignored his reaction and explained in a low voice, that is a reflection of the dark side of the real world, a spiritual garbage dump formed by the fear, resentment and obsession of mankind over thousands of years. He paused, seemingly giving Su Chen time to process the information. Normally, the two worlds are separate and do not interfere with each other. But in recent years, for some reason, the barrier between the two worlds has become thinner and thinner, and things from the inner world have begun to seep into our side, causing many strange things. Master Xuanyi paused here, his gaze falling on Su Chen's face with a warning. Young friend, your heavenly eye can see only the tip of the iceberg of the inner world, which is both a blessing and a curse. Remember, if you gaze too long into the abyss will look back. Su Chen outwardly pursed his lips, giving off and keep making this up, I'm listening expression, but his heart was pounding wildly in his chest. What the old Taoist priest said almost pieced together all his recent experiences and speculations. He forcibly suppressed his turbulent thoughts and secretly activated the eye of the netherworld once again. The pure golden yang energy became even clearer, like a small heater, completely dispelling the surrounding cold and gloomy atmosphere. This old man is an absolute master. Just then, Xian Yi's gaze passed through the door of the ward and seemed to fall on Luo Ningxuang inside. He suddenly sighed softly. Young friend, if I may be so bold as to say something. Your wife's condition is probably more than just an illness. His voice was filled with pity. It seems that her soul is connected to that other world. If it's not severed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Su Chen froze. The old Taoist priest had revealed his greatest fear. He knew he absolutely couldn't back down now. Su Chen abruptly dropped his roguish demeanor, his eyes turning icy cold. He took a step forward, firmly blocking the doorway of the ward, like a wild beast that had been provoked. Old man, you've crafted a decent story. Su Chen's tone was cold and sharp, filled with annoyance at being hit where it hurt. After all that build-up, what exactly do you want? Money? He stared intently at Xian Yi. Let me tell you, I don't care if you're some kind of Xian Yi or Xian Air, if you dare to lay a finger on my wife, I'll make sure you don't leave this hospital alive today. Xian Yi looked at his fierce appearance as he desperately protected his food, but instead of being angry, he nodded approvingly. Not bad, loyal and righteous, a good prospect. He seemed too lazy to waste any more words, and simply pulled a yellow paper talisman from his wide sleeve and handed it over. All right, there's no point in saying more. Keep this tranquility talisman safe and stick it by your wife's bedside. It will keep her mind at peace and protect her from external evils. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. If fate allows, we will meet again. After saying that, Xian shoved the yellow paper talisman into Su Chen's hand. Before Su Chen could refuse, Xian took the whisk, turned around and left. His figure was elusive, and he disappeared around the corner of the corridor in a few moments. Su Chen stood there, stunned, looking down at the yellow talisman in his hand. The paper was ordinary yellow paper, with cinnabar runes drawn on it in a graceful and elegant style, exuding an indescribable charm. The moment he got his hands on the paper talisman, a cold system notification exploded in his mind. Ding! Item containing pure Xianmen energy detected. Parsing. Parsing complete. Item name, Mystic Exorcising Talisman Fragment. Effect, can temporarily suppress low-level evil energy and purify a small area of energy field. Note, this talisman was drawn using profound Taoist techniques, but the artist deliberately used less than 1/10 of their power, making it merely a primer dot. Fragments? Introduction? Su Chen held the light, flimsy yellow paper talisman in his hand, but his palms were sweating. This guy named Xian Yi is not only the real deal, but his cultivation level is so high it's terrifying. What he gave me wasn't a calming talisman at all, but a powerful exorcising talisman, his purpose being to prove his strength and then lure me into a trap. Su Chen took the talisman, turned around, and pushed open the door to the ward. The room was quiet, with only the soft beeping of the instruments. Luo Ningxuan lay quietly on the bed, the invisible black mist still slowly flowing around her. Su Chen walked to the bedside, looked at her pale sleeping face, and then looked down at the yellow paper talisman in his hand. He pressed hard with his fingertips, the edge of the paper talisman almost embedding itself into his flesh. The next second, without hesitation, he reached out and pressed the yellow talisman down towards Luo Ningxuang's bedside. Chapter 67 Brother Long cries for help. Strange things happen at his mansion. Su Chen pressed the yellow paper talisman firmly against Luo Ningxuang's bedside. Sizzle. A sharp, piercing sound, like hot oil being poured onto ice, exploded in the silent ward. The ordinary yellow talisman suddenly emitted a warm, yet gentle, golden light the moment it touched the bed frame. The light rippled outwards like water, and wherever it passed, the gray-black mist that was originally wrapped around Luo Ningxuang and invisible to the naked eye twisted and retreated wildly, as if it had encountered a venomous snake that had encountered its natural enemy, and even let out a silent shriek. The wisps of black energy were swept by the golden light, instantly dissolving into wisps of green smoke and completely evaporating. On the electrocardiogram monitor next to the hospital bed, Luo Ningxuang's previously somewhat disordered heart rate curve miraculously began to stabilize at this moment. In the cold hospital room, the chilling atmosphere that penetrated to the bone was completely dispelled, replaced by a gentle feeling like the warm winter sun. Ding! The effect of the mystic exorcising talisman fragment has been activated, purifying the energy field. Warning: this talisman has weak energy and is expected to last only 48 hours. The system's prompts were cold and precise. 48 hours. Looking at his wife's pale but much more peaceful sleeping face, Su Chen felt the huge weight on his heart not only not lifted, but instead hung even higher. What Master Xuani gave was merely a trigger, a proof, and also a countdown. Time was not on his side at all. He must take the initiative. After taking one last look at his wife on the bed, Su Chen turned and walked out of the ward, taking out his phone. He needs power, he needs more fear to unlock the system's abilities. Only in this way can he truly touch that so-called inner world and find the root cause of saving Luo Ningxuang. The fastest way to generate fear is through his old profession, live streaming. It was exactly 8 p.m. In a room at a budget hotel near the hospital, Su Chen set up his equipment, adjusted his mindset, and started his live stream on time. Good evening, family members. This is Su Chen. He had just greeted the viewers who flooded into the live stream, and before he could even say what the theme of tonight's story would be, the screen was completely engulfed by a dazzling golden light. Dragon Travels the World gave away 1 spaceship in streamer Su Chen's livestream. Dragon Travels the World gave away 10 spaceships in streamer Su Chen's livestream. Dragon Travels the World gave away 50 spaceships in streamer Su Chen's livestream. Dragon Travels the World gave away 100 spaceships in streamer Su Chen's livestream. Without the slightest pause, the lavish special effects of a full 100 spaceships, like a massive interstellar fleet, arrogantly cruised across every viewer's screen, pushing all the bullet comments aside. The live stream froze for a full 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the barrage of comments exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! Am I seeing things? 100 spaceships? Has Brother Long gone mad? 2,000 for 1 ship, 100 ships, 200,000. Holy crap, my entire year's salary just vanished in the blink of an eye? What is Brother Long doing? He's taken the top spot on the leaderboard tonight? Who the hell dares to compete with him now? We don't understand the world of the super rich, we can only kneel down and shout 666. Brother Long is awesome, voice cracks. Su Chen was also taken aback. This top-ranked figure, Dragon Travels the World, is usually extravagant, but his style is more like that of an old-school gangster. He only throws out 1 or 2 spaceships to create excitement during the most exciting and frightening moments of the story. Spending 200,000 yuan right from the start of a broadcast, like today, is completely out of character for him. Something unusual must be going on. The gift effects finally finished, and a golden, glittering top comment dominated the very top of the screen. Dragon Travels the World, Su, come quick. It's an emergency. My family's lives are at stake. The moment this comment appeared, the frenzied atmosphere in the entire live stream froze, becoming somewhat eerie. Help! Brother Long is joking, right? This joke has gone a bit too far. With Brother Long's status and position, what could possibly require him to ask a streamer for help? Something's not right. Look at Brother Long's tone, he doesn't sound like he's joking. The audience was buzzing with discussion, but Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He sensed unusual anxiety, panic, and even a hint of despair after reaching a dead end from that short sentence. Family, please wait a moment while I take this call. Su Chen said something to the camera and then decisively turned off the microphone. Almost at the same second he turned off his microphone, the encrypted phone vibrated violently. The caller ID read Dragon Travels the World. Su Chen swiped to answer the call. Master Su. Master Su. On the other end of the phone was a man's hoarse, tired, and trembling voice. It was Brother Long. But at this moment, his voice no longer carried any of his usual domineering and assertive manner, only the fear of having been completely drained of his energy remained. Brother Long? Don't rush, tell me slowly, what happened? Su Chen's voice was not loud, but unusually calm. Master. You must save me. Save my whole family. Brother Long's voice suddenly rose, trembling with sobs, and he spoke incoherently. My family is in trouble. It's haunted. It's fucking haunted. Su Chen remained silent, but quietly activated the Eye of the Netherworld. Even though it was just a phone line away, he could still see that the energy cluster representing Brother Long's life magnetic field on the other end of the phone was being tightly enveloped by a dense, almost tangible, gray-blacking energy. What terrified him even more was that within that gray-black aura, there were strands of blood-red threads, like blood vessels, shimmering with an ominous light. That was a manifestation of energy of extreme resentment and madness. This situation was more serious than he had ever anticipated. Tell me in detail, what happened? Su Chen's tone also became more serious. It's been more than half a month. Brother Long poured out his heart as if he had grasped at the last straw. At first, things in the house would move by themselves. In the middle of the night, the chair in the study would turn around and face the door by itself, and the antique vase in the living room would fall to the ground with a crash. I thought it was some maid who was stealing things, so I checked the security camera footage, but there was nothing. Nothing was captured. He took a deep breath, and his voice trembled even more. Later, it got worse and worse. My wife and my son have nightmares every night. They dream of a woman in a red cheongsam standing by their bed singing. That singing voice. Master, my son is only 6 years old. Now he's so scared that he's afraid to go to the toilet alone during the day. We hired 24-hour security, but it was no use. 2 of our maids have been driven insane by fear and sent to mental hospitals. Now, no one dares to come and work at my house. The furniture moves on its own, singing comes from the middle of the night, and the family is awakened in their dreams. It's a typical case of a bound spirit causing trouble, and its resentment is extremely deep, it's almost forming its own domain. I invited so many people to come and see. Brother Long's voice was filled with despair. I've invited all sorts of feng shui masters and eminent monks, both domestic and foreign. I've spent tens of millions. And what's the result? Either they said we were nervous, or they just did a bunch of shamanistic rituals, which were completely useless. There were even 2 who were so scared as soon as they entered my house that they ran away without even taking their deposits. Master Su. Brother Long's voice became agitated again, almost pleading. I know you're no ordinary person. The stories you tell can scare hundreds of thousands of people so much they can't sleep. You must have real skills. Please, as long as you can help me solve this, I'll give you anything you want. Money, houses, company shares. Half of my Long Xiaotian's fortune, just name your price. Half of the family fortune. Su Chen was also shocked this Brother Long had truly been driven to a dead end. He tapped his fingers on the table, hesitated for a moment, and then deliberately lowered his voice. Brother Long, you might have misunderstood. I really am just a storyteller. No. You're not. Brother Long interrupted him excitedly. You're my last hope. Master, I beg you. That's exactly the attitude we're looking for. Alright then, Su Chen changed the subject. Talk is cheap, I need to go to the scene myself. But I have a condition. Go ahead. I'll agree to anything, not just 1, but 100. I want to livestream the entire process, Su Chen said clearly, word by word. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. Brother Long was clearly stunned. Livestream? Yes. Su Chen's tone left no room for negotiation. That thing in your house harbors extremely heavy resentment. Even so, many experts couldn't subdue it, which means it's extremely cunning and may even have developed intelligence. Only under the watchful eyes of thousands of spectators, young fire, forming a massive young energy field, can its ferocity be suppressed to the maximum extent, forcing it to reveal its true nature. In the Xianmen Taoist sects, this is called borrowing momentum, also known as young fire refining evil. Do you understand? This explanation is half true and half false. The real purpose, of course, is to harvest a massive amount of fear, and at the same time, through this offline practice, to completely seal off his online god persona. Brother Long was breathing heavily on the other end of the phone, clearly struggling with an internal conflict. Family scandals should not be aired in public, especially something like this that could make outsiders think he's crazy. But on the other hand, there are the lives of her family members and her own nerves on the verge of collapse. After a full half-minute, as if he had made up his mind, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Okay. I promise you. As long as it solves the problem, you can broadcast it however you want. Send me the address. Also, clear the area. Everyone in your family except you should move out and find a hotel to stay in. Okay. I'll get on it right away. Hang up the phone. Ding. Strong fear detected. Special mission triggered, mysterious events in the mansion. Mission objective, solve the strange events occurring in the home of Long Xiaotian, the dragon soars across the world mastermind. Task rewards, generous rewards based on task completion. Failure penalty, the host will suffer a backlash of resentment of the same level. Resentment backfires? Looking at the mission panel, Su Chen felt not fear, but rather a sense of excitement. The heavier the punishment, the more valuable the prey is. He put his phone away, and just then, a location-based message arrived. Yunding Mountain Villa, Villa number 1. Su Chen turned off his phone screen, got up, and quickly left the hotel, returning to the hospital. He pushed open the door to the ward, walked to the bedside, and looked at Luo Ningxuang, who was sleeping peacefully under the protection of the talisman. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, Su Chen turned around and strode out of the ward without pausing. Night had fallen, it was time to go on a call. Chapter 68 Outdoor Adventure. This mansion is full of eerie energy. The next afternoon, Su Chen rested for a few hours at the hotel to recharge before calling Wang Pangzi. The two drove the conspicuous Cullinan, following the location sent by Brother Long, towards the cloud-top villa on the outskirts of the city. Brother Chen, are we really going to catch ghosts? Fatty Wang gripped the steering wheel, his palms sweating. I'm so nervous. Otherwise what? You think we're going on a picnic? Su Chen leaned back in the passenger seat and closed his eyes to rest. As the car entered the resort area, the surrounding buildings became increasingly grand. Brother Long's mansion, Villa number 1, was located in the very heart of the entire resort, a sprawling detached estate. It took a full 3 minutes just to drive from the ornate wrought iron gate to the front of the villa's main building. However, the further the car drove in, the less color appeared on Fatty Wang's face. Brother Chen, don't you think something's off about this place? He shrank his neck and lowered his voice. It's a sunny day, but it feels colder than an icebox. I've turned the air conditioning up to the maximum, and I still can't get rid of the goosebumps. Su Chen opened his eyes. He ignored Wang Pang's and quietly activated the Eye of the Netherworld. The world before my eyes instantly lost its color. The clear blue sky appeared to him as a deathly gray-white. A thick, impenetrable layer of dark gray-black aura shrouded the entire manor, shutting out all sunlight and life. The precious flowers and plants in the manor, which should have been thriving, were now curled up, with unnaturally charred edges on their leaves, as if they had been frozen to death by an invisible frost. At the edge of the line of sight, that luxurious European-style main building is an even more terrifying disaster area. In Su Chen's view, it wasn't a building at all, but a sponge soaked in ink. Countless jets of dark, viscous, and twisted air clung tightly to the walls, doors, and windows, and even the chimneys on the roof were constantly billowing out thick black smoke. In certain areas of the villa, the yin energy even condensed into a semi-solid, viscous substance. Even from this distance, Su Chen could feel a chill originating from the depths of his soul. Damn, this isn't a mansion, it's a den of thieves, Su Chen cursed inwardly. The concentration of this yin energy was 100 times stronger than any dirty thing he had encountered before. The Cullinan slowly came to a stop in front of the main building. Su Chen opened the car door and instructed Fatty Wang, who was practically burying his neck in his clothes, Fatty, let's get started. Set up the equipment and get ready for the live stream. Huh? Broadcasting now? Fatty Wang was dumbfounded. Brother Chen, it's still daylight. We'll broadcast it when it's light. Su Chen cracked his knuckles. What's exciting about encountering ghosts in broad daylight? Fatty Wang's face turned pale, but he still shakily took out a professional live streaming gimbal and fill light from the trunk. Su Chen then took out his phone, adjusted the angle, and started an outdoor live stream. The title he chose for the live stream was extremely arrogant. First outdoor live streamer. Leading millions of viewers to storm a mansion filled with ghosts. As soon as the live stream started, tens of millions of viewers who had been waiting for a long time, having already received the notification, flooded in like a tidal wave. The number of online viewers on the screen skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Here it comes. After waiting all day, Brother Chen is finally streaming. A mansion filled with ghosts? Holy crap, is this clickbait or is there some real news? Chen Gu is awesome. While others have to wait until midnight to explore haunted houses, Chen Gu starts doing it in broad daylight. Where is this? It looks so grand. This villa must have cost several small fortunes. Just as the comments section was flooded with messages, the heavy oak door of the villa creaked open from the inside. Long Xiaotian came out personally. Just one day later, this once powerful tycoon, who had been so confident and assertive in his livestream, now looked as if all his energy had been drained away, and he had aged more than 10 years. His face was ashen, his eyes were sunken and covered with spiderweb like blood vessels, and he swayed precariously, exuding an air of deathly despair. Master Su! Master Su! Upon seeing Su Chen, Long Xiaotian rushed over as if a drowning man had grabbed onto a piece of driftwood, his voice trembling, "Help! Master! Don't rush!" Su Chen reached out and patted him on the shoulder. A faint spiritual force penetrated his body. Long Xiaotian's violently trembling body suddenly stiffened, and the coldness and fear that had been pressing on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe, miraculously dissipated somewhat. He gasped for breath, finally feeling alive again, and when he looked at Su Chen again, his eyes were filled with utter awe. "Master, you're a god. You're a living god. Please come in." Brother Long practically bowed as he ushered Su Chen and Fatty Wang into the villa. The moment he stepped inside, the gloomy and oppressive feeling intensified tenfold. Fatty Wang let out a yell and almost threw the live streaming stick in his hand. The villa's interior was extremely luxurious, with crystal chandeliers, marble floors, and paintings by famous artists, but at this moment it was eerily empty, with every piece of furniture resembling the furnishings of a morgue. "Master, look at this." Brother Long didn't care about anything else and hurriedly took Su Chen to the monitoring room, pulling up several video clips. The first scene is set in a living room late at night. A mahogany chair, without any external force, slides slowly from the corner of the wall to the center of the living room. In the second scene, a tightly closed French window in the study suddenly pops open on its own, then slams shut with a loud bang the next second, even leaving a crack in the glass. The most bizarre part is the third section. In the second-floor corridor, a crystal fruit plate filled with fruit slowly floats up from the table, hovers in the air for a full 5 seconds, and then, without warning, explodes into pieces with a crack. Fatty Wang watched from the side, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg, making gurgling sounds in his throat, unable to utter a single complete sentence. The chat room went completely crazy. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Is this real? This is CCTV footage. Not a movie. That chair moved by itself. I fucking saw it. Oh my god. The fruit platter flew up. I was stunned. Can such a thing really happen? There's definitely something wrong with this house. Brother Chen, stop fooling around, hurry up and perform a ritual. Su Chen stared at the screen, somewhat astonished. The resentment of this earthbound spirit was even stronger than he had anticipated, already capable of manifesting itself on a small scale. He turned to look at Brother Long. "It's not a big problem." Then he shouted to Fatty Wang, "Fatty, what are you standing there for? Set up the equipment, stay close to me, and don't fall behind." After saying that, he took the phone stand that was already fixed in place and began to inspect the mansion like a tour guide. As he walked, he spoke slowly into the live stream camera in his unique, magnetic voice. "Family members, the mansion we are in now is rumored to have been the site of a tragedy decades ago." Su Chen's voice echoed throughout the live stream room via his phone, reverberating throughout the deathly silent villa. He walked to the mahogany chair that had been moved and gently stroked the armrest. It is said that the man of the house had a new lover and wanted to abandon his wife. The woman was incredibly strong-willed, and on a stormy night, as Su Chen recounted the story he had made up on the spot, he walked toward the French windows that he had turned on and off himself. Wearing the red cheongsam she loved most when she got married, she jumped out of this window. His words seemed to possess a certain magic, constantly hinting at and guiding something. As he narrated, the lights inside the villa, which were originally bright, began to flicker without warning, flashing erratically in the live stream. A faint, muffled sob, like a woman suppressing her sobs, could be heard in the air. The live stream chat exploded. A ghost. I heard it and I cried. It's definitely not my imagination. The light is flashing. Brother Chen, you've angered it. Is this a live stream? This is a million times more thrilling than all the horror movies I've ever seen combined. Chen Ji, stop talking. Run. I'm fucking scared to death in my bed. The audience was terrified, and their fear surged towards Su Chen like a floodgate being opened, flowing continuously through the internet. Under Su Chen's eye of the netherworld, he clearly saw that, as his story was guided, the Yin energy permeating the entire mansion seemed to be drawn by some force, and began to flow and converge at an accelerated pace. They were like streams that had found their way, rushing wildly towards a room on the second floor. It works! With a firm resolve, Su Chen continued walking, following the direction of the flowing Yin energy, and ascended the luxurious spiral staircase to the second floor. Finally, he stopped in front of a door. The door was firmly locked with a brand new, basin-sized brass padlock. This is the epicenter of the storm of Yin energy in the entire villa. Almost as soon as he stood still, the system notification sounded in his mind. Warning! Strong earthbound spirit aura detected. The target has been triggered by the story and emotions, experiencing intense fear and an extremely unstable energy field. Su Chen faced the live stream camera, extended his index finger, and made a shoe gesture to his lips. Tens of millions of viewers held their breath instantly. Then, he reached out and seemingly casually grasped the heavy brass lock on the door. The muscles in his arm tensed slightly. Snap! With a sharp crack, the sturdy brass lock, strong enough to deter thieves and burglars, was snapped in two by his bare hand, its parts scattering all over the ground. The live stream was silent for a second, then flooded with a tsunami of 666 and holy crap. Su Chen ignored the comments, casually tossed away the broken lock cylinder, and gripped the cold doorknob. He suddenly pushed the door open. Call! A gust of wind, colder and more biting than an ice cellar, carrying a pungent, nauseating stench, surged out from inside the door. Wang Pengzi was blown back 3 steps by the cold wind and collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face pale. Su Chen stood motionless in the wind, letting the cold wind make his clothes flutter. He spoke softly into the dark doorway, yet his voice carried clearly throughout the entire villa. I'm here, aren't you going to come out and see me? Chapter 69, the story draws the soul, and the earthbound spirit finally appears. A cold wind swept in, and the thick stench of decay, like countless rotting hands, filled the mouth and nose, rushing straight to the top of the head. The smell made Wang Pengzi's stomach churn, and he vomited outside the door. He tried to run away, but when he thought of Su Chen still inside, he gritted his teeth, picked up the live streaming equipment whose screen was constantly flickering with static, and followed him in, trembling. The camera was fixed on Su Chen's back. Su Chen, however, stepped into the dusty room as if he were walking into his own backyard. The room was small, with a carved wooden bed, a dusty dressing table, and a few old cheongsams scattered on the floor. In Wang Pengzi's lens, these are just ordinary discarded furnishings. But in Su Chen's view, not an inch of this place was clean. Thick, oil-like black Yin energy hung on the walls, fell from the ceiling, and gathered on the ground to form a swamp. In the very center of the room hung a huge, constantly beating black heart. With each contraction of that heart, it spewed out a resentment and madness that froze the soul. This is the true form of that earthbound spirit. Family members, can you feel that the air here is a bit chilly? Su Chen's voice rang out in the deathly silent room, spreading across the entire internet through the microphone. He didn't look at the heart, but instead, like a tour guide, he paced around on his own, reaching out to brush away the thick layer of dust on the dressing table. I've heard it said that if a person dies with a great deal of resentment in their heart, and that resentment can't be dispelled, their soul will be nailed to the place where they died and won't be able to leave. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a pebble, precisely thrown into the center of that deathly silence. The beating black heart in the center of the room suddenly stopped. They can't go anywhere. They can only repeat the most miserable moment before they die every day, every hour, every moment. Su Chen's voice became low, with a strange empathy. Betrayed by the person they love most, killed to death, that pain, that hatred, will gnaw at their souls like insects, bit by bit, forever. Su Chen's words were both the most vicious curse and the most precise key. Click, click. The crisp sound of ice crystals condensing could be heard in the air. Millions of viewers in the live stream watched in disbelief as frosty white ice flowers spread rapidly across the windowpane of the room at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiss. Wisps of visible white cold air rose from the ground, from the corners of the walls, and from the black heart, blurring the entire livestream. Holy crap! It's frosted over. Even with the heater on, my back feels cold. Is this a special effect? If it is, I'll eat my phone. Chen Gu is awesome. What is that dark thing? I feel like it's moving. Chen, brother Chen. Fatty Wang cried out from behind, his teeth chattering, arms wrapped around himself, his breath coming out in white puffs of steam. I feel like my bones are freezing. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to freeze to death. He looked at the fear value in the background, which had broken the server record and turned a deep purple. He should have jumped for joy, but now, he just wanted to escape this ice cave immediately. Su Chen, however, showed no reaction to the extremely low temperature that could freeze a living person. His eyes were fixed intently on that beating heart. It jumped faster and faster, more and more violently. This is a sign that the earthbound spirit, catalyzed by the immense fear gathered from the story and the entire internet, is transforming from a pure energy body into a semi-material form. They wanted to cry, but couldn't make a sound. They wanted to shout, but no one could hear them. Su Chen's voice grew increasingly sorrowful as he walked step by step toward the dark figure. I can only be locked up in this small place, tasting despair over and over again. Roar! Without uttering a sound, a sharp, crackling roar erupted from the black heart, emanating from all the devices in the livestream. Boom! The dressing table, chairs, and wooden bed in the room were suddenly thrown away by an invisible force, crashing hard against the wall and shattering into pieces. The black heart writhed wildly, tearing and stretching upwards, forcibly squeezing out a blurry human shape from the chaotic resentment. Twisted arms, a disproportionate body, and long, flowing hair as black as ink. Finally, there's a face. That face looked like it had been splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. The features had melted together, making it impossible to distinguish the mouth and nose. Only two dark eye sockets remained, from which flowed a viscous black liquid, staring intently at Su Chen. The tattered cheongsam she wore fluttered even without wind. It was a style from decades ago. She was the second wife who was murdered by her husband and his mistress. A face. I saw a face. She's out. Help. I can't look anymore. Brother Chen, run. This thing is looking at you strangely. Why the hell is my phone so hot? The signal's dropped. The screen's black. The live stream completely crashed at that moment, and countless people were so frightened that they threw their phones away. The piercing static of the live stream replaced all the visuals. Brother Chen. No signal. The equipment is burned. Fatty Wang shouted in terror, clutching the scorching hot equipment. Don't worry about it. Su Chen's voice was as cold as ice. He knew that this was an energy surge formed by the resentment that had accumulated over decades after the earthbound spirit manifested. It seems devastating, but in reality, it lacks the strength to sustain itself. This is its strongest moment, and also its weakest moment. Ignoring the silent shriek that could tear the soul apart, Su Chen braved the biting cold and walked to the figure floating in mid-air. He looked at her melting, distorted face, at the resentment flowing from her empty eye sockets, and spoke in a tone as soft as a sigh. You hated it your whole life, and you suffered your whole life. A simple sentence, yet it was like a pardon. The violently twisted figure suddenly froze. At the same time, the system's notification sounded perfectly clear in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Successfully identified earthbound spirit, a collection of resentful spirits. Successfully collected a massive amount of negative emotions related to fear and resonance. The reward pool for the special mission Haunted Mansion is now fully unlocked. A slight smile finally appeared on Su Chen's lips. Recognition is just an appetizer. Next comes the main course. He ignored the renewed ferocity and madness burning in the female ghost's dark, hollow eyes, and slowly raised his right hand, palm facing her. Now, it's time to take a break. Chapter 70. The mysterious sex salvation ritual, the soul-suppressing talisman displays its power. Su Chen's words acted like a tranquilizer, causing the raging earthbound spirit to momentarily freeze. But decades of resentment cannot be resolved with just a few words. After a brief period of calm, an even more frenzied outburst ensued. Roar! The earthbound spirit's distorted features were squeezed together, and it let out a roar that resounded through the soul. The yin energy in the entire room exploded at that moment, like an oil depot being bombed. Bang! 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 The bottles and jars on the dressing table, the pillows and blankets on the bed, and even the heavy carved wooden bed seemed to be suddenly lifted up by an invisible hand, and smashed towards Su Chen with a devastating force. The livestream was a mess. All that could be heard were Wang Pengzi's terrified screams from behind and the loud crashes of various objects hitting the wall. Run! Brother Chen, run! This guy's possessed. He's going to kill someone. Oh no! The streamer is going to die here. The viewers in the livestream were on the edge of their seats, and many closed their eyes in fear. However, faced with this terrifying scene that seemed like the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, Su Chen didn't even blink. He simply and slowly pulled out a thin, yellow paper talisman with vermilion markings from the inside pocket of his suit. It was the fragment of the mysterious sect evil suppressing talisman that Master Xuani had given him. The demons and demons have dispersed. Su Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. He flicked his finger, and the yellow paper talisman shot out like an arrow, tracing a golden path through the air before landing squarely on the wall in the center of the room. The instant the talisman touched the wall, buzz! A resounding boom, as if from an ancient bell, echoed throughout the entire room. That ordinary yellow paper talisman suddenly burst forth with a dazzling, sun-like, intense golden light. Golden light emanated from the talisman, spreading like a shockwave and instantly engulfing the entire room. All the debris that had been flung into the air by the resentment seemed to freeze in mid-air the moment it came into contact with the golden light, before crashing to the ground with a crash. The chilling aura that could freeze a person to death melted and evaporated wildly under the golden light, like snow meeting the blazing sun, making a piercing sizzling sound. And the earthbound spirit that had already pounced on Su Chen and stretched out its sharp claws was the first to be hit. Ah! A piercing scream, so shrill it was inhuman, finally broke free from silence and transformed into a tangible sound wave, bursting forth from the earthbound spirit's mouth. Its body, formed of resentment, was illuminated by the golden light, resembling black smoke on a branding iron. It twisted and writhed, emitting a foul stench. It roared in agony, its blurred face becoming even more ferocious. It tried to attack Su Chen, but was firmly suppressed by the seemingly weak golden light, unable to get any closer. It works! Fatty Wang, standing behind, was so excited by this miraculous scene that he was incoherent. The viewers in the live stream went crazy. Holy crap! Golden light! I saw golden light! What is this? Taoist magic? Magic? Is Brother Chen a celestial master descended to Earth? That was amazing. I thought I was watching a fantasy epic movie just now. Su Chen ignored the shock from the outside world. His eye of the netherworld clearly saw that the power of this fragment of the talisman was being rapidly depleted. Although it had temporarily suppressed the earthbound spirit, it could not completely eliminate it. This only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. True salvation does not rely on brute force, but rather, winning hearts and minds. Su Chen looked at the earthbound spirit struggling in pain amidst the golden light and spoke again. This time, his voice was no longer cold, but carried a strange power that soothed people. He began to tell a completely new story. Legend has it that at the end of the world, there is a river of oblivion. A bridge of helplessness spans the river. Once you cross that bridge and drink a bowl of mangpa soup, all the grudges, hatred, pain, and resentment of your past life will vanish like smoke. Your husband and your enemy have long since turned to ashes in the cycle of reincarnation. Your resentment and hatred can only torment yourself and can no longer harm anyone else. Put it down. Look, on the other side of the bridge, there is warm light and long-lost relatives waiting for you to come home. Su Chen's voice seemed to carry with it a vivid image. As he spoke, he used gestures to slowly guide the energy in the room that had been purified by the golden light. Under the eye of the netherworld, he saw that as his story unfolded, the golden light emanating from the talisman began to slowly merge with the soothing and liberating energy contained in his story. The golden light was no longer so intense, but became soft and warm. The earthbound spirit, enveloped in golden light, gradually calmed down its painful roars. Its twisted and ferocious face began to slowly relax. Two clear tears actually flowed from its empty eye sockets that were filled with black liquid. Its form began to become transparent and gradually dissipated. That deep-seated resentment, which had lingered for decades, finally began to crumble at this moment. Finally, as Su Chen's story came to an end, the blurry figure of the earthbound spirit seemed to bow slightly in Su Chen's direction. Then, its entire body completely transformed into a wisp of green smoke, rising gently and eventually dissipating into the air. The yellow paper talisman on the wall, upon completing its mission, dissipated its golden light and turned into ashes with a poof. The entire room instantly returned to calm. The light stopped flickering, and the cold, rotten feeling in the air was swept away, replaced by a freshness like that after the rain. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Su Chen turned around, facing the live broadcast camera that had regained signal, and with a deep look in his eyes, delivered his final closing remarks. At that very moment, the system's notification sounds, like heavenly music, rang in his mind one after another. Ding! Special mission Haunted Mansion has been completed. Mission rating, perfect. Congratulations, host. You have successfully liberated the bound spirit and collected a large amount of positive emotions such as liberation and gratitude. Rewards being processed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Xianmen item, Soul Suppressing Talisman, X1. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Xianmen skill, Basic Xianmen Formation. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Brother Long rushed in with several bodyguards, looking terrified. When he saw the room restored to normal and Su Chen unharmed, he was completely stunned. He took a tentative breath and found that the chilling aura that haunted his nightmares every night had really disappeared. Master! Master! Brother Long's voice. Chapter 71, A Life of Fame and Fortune, A Living God on the Internet. Brother Long's voice was trembling, and he squeezed out each word from between his teeth. Master! He, a ruthless and decisive tycoon in his 40s, suddenly knelt down on one knee with a plop. The bodyguards following behind him, who were usually fearless, all took a half step back in unison. When they looked at Su Chen, their heads were almost buried in their chests, and they didn't even dare to breathe. The scene of the golden light flashing and the evil spirits disappearing just now has completely shattered their worldview. Brother Long, what are you doing? Su Chen stepped aside, avoiding his kneeling. The ground is cold. Master! Brother Long didn't get up, but instead raised his head, his eyes red-rimmed. You are my benefactor in this life. From today onwards, my life belongs to you. Su Chen waved his hand, his lazy expression returning. No, I value my life. I'm only doing what I'm paid to do. We agreed to a live broadcast, and I'm just doing this for the sake of the show. For the sake of the show? Brother Long was taken aback, then smiled wryly. Master, please don't tease me. If this is for the sake of the show, then Hollywood blockbusters are just children's play. Chen, Brother Chen. It exploded. It completely exploded. Wang Ponzi finally recovered from his petrified state. Like a penguin, he rushed over carrying a tablet computer, almost tripping over the threshold because he was so excited. He shoved the screen in front of Su Chen, his face flushed, and roared, Look! Look at these back-end data. The number of online users. The gift rankings. The server has crashed 3 times already. The platform's CEO just called me personally to ask if I'd hired a miracle worker. Su Chen glanced at it and saw that the curve on the screen was no longer climbing, but taking off vertically, as stiff as a slideshow. The chat room was already buzzing with excitement. I hereby declare that, from today onwards, Newton's coffin lid is under the jurisdiction of Master Su. The previous comments were too narrow-minded. They should be placed under the jurisdiction of the physics community. What kind of energy is this golden light? They should be nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics. Stop calling him the underworld streamer, it's too disrespectful. Please call him Master Su. I recorded it. Anyone who says it's special effects will have to answer to me. My 40-inch TV was almost blinded by the light. In just half an hour, several keywords such as Underworld Anchor Su Chen exorcises evil spirits in his mansion, Mysterious Golden Light purifies vengeful spirits, and Internet Living God swept the trending topics on major social media platforms like a virus. Countless people who hadn't watched the livestream clicked on the extracted video clips after being enthusiastically recommended them by friends, colleagues, and family. Then, the entire network was silent for 3 seconds. Immediately following was an even more devastating eruption, like a landslide or a tsunami. Faced with the inexplicable movement of the chair, the bizarre floating of objects, and the final golden light that pierced the screen and seemed to purify the soul, all doubts and ridicule seemed so pale and powerless. Inside the mansion. After confirming that the house had completely returned to normal, Brother Long stood up. Without saying a word, he took out a pure black card from his pocket and presented it with both hands. Master, there are 500 million here. The password is 6/8. His voice calmed down, regaining its former ruthlessness, but the respect he showed was ingrained in his very being. This is just a deposit. I know that this amount of money cannot measure your kindness. Suchin raised an eyebrow and, this time without being polite, reached out and took it. He desperately needs money right now, not just for himself, but also for Luo Ningxuang and their child. Furthermore, Brother Long said with utmost solemnity, from this day forward, you, Master Su, are my brother, a man I would risk my life for. Whatever you need, whether domestically or internationally, just say the word, and my connections and resources will be at your disposal. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. These words carry far more weight than 500 million. This means that Su Chen has gained a top-tier tycoon's unreserved and all-encompassing alliance. Okay, Brother Long is straightforward. Su Chen nodded, put the card in his pocket, and resumed his carefree attitude. Well, it's getting late, I have to go back to my wife. Remember to transfer the balance to my account. After saying that, he called over Fatty Wang, who was still drooling over the data, and left the manor with Brother Long and a group of bodyguards bowing 90 degrees to see him off. It was late at night when I got back to the hospital. The first thing Su Chen did was to activate the Eye of the Netherworld. When he looked at Luo Ningxuan on the hospital bed, his heart skipped a beat. Something has changed. The black aura that had previously clung to her like thick ink had thinned out slightly. Although the change was subtle, he was absolutely certain he wasn't mistaken. Meanwhile, the system's notification also confirmed his discovery. Luo Ningxuan's fear value dropped significantly after he solved the strange incident, and she entered a state of deep tranquility. A bold guess formed in his mind: the positive emotions such as liberation and gratitude collected by solving the strange phenomenon could purify the pollution on her body. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar number. Su Chen answered the phone, and Master Xianyi's voice, half smiling and half crying, came from the other end. Hee, young friend, what a grand gesture, what a magnificent display. Old Taoist priest, are you spying on me? Su Chen's voice turned cold. No, Master Xuanyi chuckled on the other end of the line. The commotion you caused tonight, young friend, was felt by half the Xianmen sect in the city. It would be difficult for me not to know. You stirred up resentment with a story, then suppressed it with talismans, and finally resolved your obsession with words, leading you to rebirth. I have never heard of such methods before. I admire you. Get to the point. Su Chen wasn't in the mood for beating around the bush. Master Xuanyi's tone suddenly turned somber. I just want to remind you, young friend, that things like the Long Xiaotian family will only become more and more frequent in the future. The infiltration of the inner world into reality is accelerating. The barrier between the two worlds is like a leaky bucket. If you plug one hole, more holes will soon pop out. Young friend, you'd better think about this carefully. As soon as I finished speaking, a busy tone came from the other end of the phone. Master Xuanyi had already hung up the phone. Chapter 72, tracing back to the source. It was him who was behind it. The strange saga surrounding Brother Long's family has come to an end. The 500 million yuan deposit is already in my account, and I've also secured the alliance with that top tycoon, Long Xiaotian. These past 2 days, Fatty Wang's mouth has been practically stretched to his ears as he sits on his phone calculating the live stream donations and subsequent traffic revenue, letting out bursts of silly, pig-like laughter as he calculates. Brother Chen, we've struck it rich. This time it's really good. We won't have to worry for the rest of our lives, no, for the next 10 lifetimes. Su Chen leaned against the window in the hospital corridor, an unlit cigarette between his fingers, ignoring the fat man's nagging. The words Master Xuanyi said before hanging up the phone kept echoing in his mind. The penetration of the other world into reality is accelerating. If you plug one eye, more eyes will soon pop up. These words were like a thorn, deeply embedded in his heart. Thinking back on Brother Long's family's affairs, an indescribable sense of unease grew stronger. What a coincidence! That earthbound spirit was indeed filled with resentment, but its power was very closed, meaning it should have at most turned that room into a haunted house. However, the impact on Brother Long's family, from nightmares to a complete mental breakdown, far exceeded the scope of what an earthbound spirit should be. More importantly, when Su Chen was performing the ritual to release the earthbound spirits, the yin energy he sensed, besides resentment, also contained a kind of madness and violence driven by external forces. It's like a wild beast locked in a cage, with someone outside constantly poking and provoking it with a red-hot iron rod. The moment this thought crossed Su Chen's mind, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. If that's the case, then Brother Long's family wasn't just unlucky and bewitched, but rather they were used as vessels for raising venomous insects, a meticulously planned experiment with evil magic. No, I have to go back and take another look. The next afternoon, Su Chen called Brother Long directly, saying that he felt the feng shui of the house was still a bit unstable and he needed to go back to fix it. Upon hearing this, Brother Long immediately greeted him at the manor gate without saying a word, treating him with even greater respect than if he were receiving his own father. Su Chen made up an excuse to send him away and went alone into the clean guest room on the second floor again. He locked the door, and the entire space became so quiet that only his own heartbeat could be heard. Open the eye of the netherworld. Backtrack. He let out a low shout, pushing the power of his pupil technique to an unprecedented extreme. Buzz. The whole world resembled a crumpled old newspaper, all the light and color instantly becoming disordered and stripped away. The energy particles that had long since dissipated in the air, as if drawn by an invisible force, began to frantically roll back and recombine. The dried bloodstains on the wall became wet again, the broken furniture returned to its original state in the distorted light, and a piercing scream came from afar, pouring into his eardrums backwards. The image rapidly rewinds, finally freezing on the moment before he made his move. The woman's figure, composed entirely of resentment, screamed in agony in the center of the room. But this time, Su Chen saw it clearly. Inside the female ghost's black energy body, there was an extremely weak yet insidious foreign energy, like a writhing parasite, entrenched in its core, constantly stirring and agitating its resentment. The source of this external energy is a black thread so thin it's almost invisible. One end of the thread was connected to the earthbound spirit, while the other end actually pierced through the floor and extended straight down. That's it. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Chen's gaze swept downwards along the black line. The black line pierced through the first floor ceiling, bypassed the magnificent crystal chandelier in the living room, and finally plunged into the villa's basement. Su Chen immediately withdrew his supernatural powers, turned around and rushed out of the room, quickly heading towards the basement. The basement was filled with wine racks and various odds and ends, and was filled with a musty, dusty smell. Guided by the eye of the netherworld, he went around to the innermost corner and moved a heavy mahogany box. Beneath the box was an unremarkable cement floor. That black energy line disappeared completely here. Su Chen squatted down and tapped the ground with his knuckles, producing an unusually dull sound. It's empty. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he grabbed a large iron hammer from the tool rack next to him, aimed it at the ground, and smashed it down with all his might. Bang! With a loud bang, cement fragments flew everywhere. After breaking through a cement layer about 5 centimeters thick, what was exposed underneath was not soil at all, but a piece of rotten and blackened peachwood board. Su Chen held his breath and reached out to lift the wooden board. An aura 100 times colder and 1,000 times more evil than that of the earthbound spirit instantly rushed towards him, making his chest feel tight. Beneath the wooden board was a small pit, about half a meter square. At the bottom of the pit, a rune array that had long since failed and whose energy had almost dissipated was drawn with a dark red pigment mixed with cinnabar and black dog blood. The pattern of the rune array was extremely distorted, each line like a venomous snake struggling in its death throes, full of corrosiveness and aggression. Just one glance at it was enough to make one's temples throb. In the center of the rune array, there was still a small clump of powdery ash and a few strands of burnt, curly hair. Su Chen stared at the rune array, a strong, indescribable sense of familiarity welling up in his heart. He had definitely sensed this malevolent energy fluctuation somewhere before. Before he could think it through, the cold system notification sound exploded in his mind without warning. Ding! Remnants of an unknown evil magic rune array detected. Energy fluctuation comparison in progress. Matching database. Comparison complete. Warning. Energy fluctuations associated with Luo Yunfeng have been detected, with a similarity of 92.7%. Luo Yunfeng. When those 3 words popped up, Su Chen's mind went blank with a buzz. The next second, a scene from the Luo family banquet flashed before his eyes, the eerie black energy emanating from Luo Yunfeng, who had been driven mad by fear. The texture and fluctuations of that energy were almost identical to the residual aura of the evil magic array before them. In an instant, all the clues connected. The strange events at Brother Long's house were not an accident at all. This was a carefully orchestrated scheme by Luo Yunfeng, or rather, by the mysterious organization behind him called Human Path. They used this evil magic array to remotely feed and force mature the earthbound spirit in the house, turning it into a highly aggressive experimental subject. A chill ran from the soles of Su Chen's feet straight up to the top of his head. If he hadn't happened to take on this job, Brother Long's family would have been ruined and killed. And Luo Yunfeng, was his plot to murder Luo Ningxuan also related to this organization? Su Chen kept quiet. He carefully scraped off some paint stained with scraps from the edge of the rune array, then picked up a pinch of ash and put them into separate evidence bags. Then he put everything back as it was, covered it with wooden boards, and even put the large pieces of cement back in. After doing all this, he walked out of the basement and returned to his car. He took out his phone and dialed Long Xiaotian's number directly. The call was answered almost instantly. Master Su. What are your orders? Long Xiaotian's voice was full of awe. Su Chen started the car, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable chill. Brother Long, help me find someone. Luo Yunfeng, a member of the Luo group. I need all his information from birth to the present, the more detailed the better. Also, keep an eye on him. I need to know who he meets and where he goes every day. Chapter 73 Clues converge, mysterious organization emerges. After hanging up Long Xiaotian's call, Su Chen stepped on the gas, and the car shot off like a wild beast. The night wind rushed in through the car window, but it couldn't dispel the heat and chill in his heart. Luo Yunfeng, the way of humanity. These clues are like a tangled mess, yet behind them lies a chilling malice. Back home, Su Chen locked the door to his study. He didn't turn on the light, but instead used the moonlight streaming in from the window to lay out the evidence bags he had brought back from the basement one by one on the table. Wood chips and ashes exuded an ominous aura in the dim light. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and activated the skill that the system had just rewarded him with, elementary mystic array formation. Without any special lighting effects, it was more like a massive data package that instantly decompressed and released within his mental world. Countless twisted runes and intricate array diagrams flowed through his mind. When I opened my eyes again, the whole world was different. He activated his Eye of the Netherworld, his gaze falling on the wood shavings stained with dark red pigment. Ding! Unknown rune structure detected. Currently accessing the Basic Mystic Array database for analysis. Analysis in progress. 10%. 50%. 99%. In an instant, Su Chen felt as if his brain had been struck hard by a heavy hammer, and a massive amount of information was forcibly poured in, causing a sharp pain in his temples. Analysis complete. Rune Array Name, Resentment Amplification Array Variant. Rune Array School, Blood Sacrificing Rune School Forbidden School. Core function, by sacrificing the essence and blood of living beings, it forcibly stimulates and amplifies resentment within a specific range, and can remotely control it. Side effects, this formation is highly corrosive, polluting the land and causing karmic backlash against the person who sets it up. Warning, a deeper, unresolved energy imprint has been detected. Insufficient permissions. Insufficient permissions? Su Chen rubbed his throbbing temples. This was the first time the system had failed to fully analyze the data. There's something even deeper hidden behind this so-called blood sacrificing Fu sect. Just then, my phone vibrated. It was an encrypted email sent by Long Xiaotian, and the efficiency was astonishing. Su Chen opened the email, which contained detailed information about Luo Yunfeng over the past year. He skimmed through the records, but stopped when he saw a few. According to reports, in the 6 months before Luo Ningxuan's car accident, Luo Yunfeng secretly traveled to Hong Kong Island, southern Thailand, and other places on several occasions under the guise of business trips. The people he was dealing with were not business partners at all, but mysterious figures known locally as black magic masters or white-robed ajarns. He also participated in several private antique auctions through black market channels, and without exception, the antiques he bought at high prices were all of dubious origin and rumored to be unclean or evil. The email attachment contained a candid photo taken at a business event. Su Chen zoomed in on the photo, which showed Luo Yunfeng dressed in a suit and tie, holding a glass of champagne and chatting with someone. However, under the vision of the Eye of the Netherworld, beneath that skin was a dense, impenetrable black aura. It was several times richer than what I had seen at the Luo family banquet before. What made Su Chen's scalp tingle even more was that within the black aura belonging to Luo Yunfeng himself, there were also wisps of gray, lifeless, alien energy, like a horsehair worm parasitizing a mantis, cold and eerie. This energy was not recorded at all in his elementary mystic array database. The complexity of the matter has exceeded his current knowledge. He needs a true expert. Su Chen thought of someone, Master Xuani. Without hesitation, he anonymously sent a photo of the remnants of the evil magic array in the basement to Master Xuani's special email address through an encrypted channel. Almost the instant the message was successfully sent, the phone screen lit up. There was only one new email in my inbox, containing just one word. Danger. Immediately afterwards, an unfamiliar number called, its ringtone piercingly loud, like a scream. Su Chen answered the phone. Kid. Where did you get this thing? Master Xuani's voice boomed from the receiver, devoid of his usual banter, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and a fear. Left behind by an enemy, Su Chen replied calmly. Bullshit. Master Xuani rarely swore, his voice trembling. What kind of enemy would use something like this? This is the Blood Vengeance Binding Spirit Array. It's a forbidden technique of the human path that was wiped out by the righteous sects of Xianmen hundreds of years ago. They actually came out again. The way of humanity. It matches the name detected by the system. Su Chen's heart sank. What exactly is the background of this organization? They're a bunch of complete lunatics. Master Xuani's voice was full of fear. They believe in chaos and destruction, and they're good at using people's fear and resentment as bait to collude with the power of the inner world and create disasters in the mortal realm. Their goal isn't to harm one or two people at all. Master Xuani seemed to be pacing back and forth over there, his voice carrying the sound of the wind. They're weakening the world barrier. They're attempting to bring the inner world to the human world completely. These damned lunatics, they're destroying the world. A global barrier? The other world has arrived? Su Chen's brain buzzed, as if a bolt of lightning had cleaved through all the fog. He suddenly remembered the full name of his system, World Anchor Stabilizer. Furthermore, there's Luo Ningxuan, who was declared brain-dead by doctors but has maintained a glimmer of life and is in a vegetative state with countless connections to the inner world. A terrifying conclusion, chilling him to the bone, began to take shape. Luo Ningxuan's car accident was not an accident. Her coma was no coincidence. Her unique physique, which could serve as a world anchor, had long been targeted by that group of madmen from the human path. They caused a car accident, leaving her in a vegetative state, all to destroy this world anchor and pave the way for their insane plan to destroy the world. Luo Yunfeng? From beginning to end, he was nothing more than a pawn in this massive conspiracy, pushed onto the stage and ready to be discarded at any time. Snap. Su Chen unconsciously squeezed the phone case in his hand, creating a crack. An indescribable rage and lingering fear accumulated and swelled in his chest like a volcano, almost bursting open. He had always thought that the enemy was just a nobody from the Luo family. Only at this moment did he realize that he was facing a terrorist organization with the goal of destroying the world. And his wife, Luo Ningxuan, was at the center of this storm. Retreat? Behind him lay an abyss, with nowhere to retreat. Su Chen strode out of the study and arrived at the door of the ward. He looked through the glass at his wife, who was still sleeping peacefully in the hospital bed, and watched her steady heartbeat. That wasn't a curve, it was everything he had to protect. He didn't go in. Instead, he turned around, picked up the phone with the cracked screen again, went through the contacts, and dialed Long Xiaotian's number once more. The call was answered almost instantly, and Long Xiaotian's respectful voice came through. Master Su, what new instructions do you have? Su Chen's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. Brother Long, the plan has changed. Keep an eye on Luo Yunfeng, but don't touch him yet. He paused, then spoke each word clearly and distinctly. I want you to use all your resources to investigate an organization for me. The Way of Humanity. Chapter 74. Father's love is as solid as a mountain, Su Chen's final vow. Night has fallen. Su Chen hung up the phone with Long Xiaotian. Because of his unconscious force, a spiderweb-like mark had appeared on the screen. He did not return to his study, nor did he prepare for the live broadcast as usual. The entire villa was eerily quiet, with only the faint sounds of instruments operating. Su Chen walked step by step to the door of the ward, and quietly looked inside through the glass. On the hospital bed, Luo Ningxuan remained asleep peacefully. Her face, pale from prolonged sleep, was breathtakingly beautiful in the moonlight. Beside her, the heart rate monitor displayed a steady, rhythmic heartbeat. Once upon a time, he thought that marrying her and staying with her was to make up for the absurdity of that night, and to fulfill the responsibilities a man should have. It wasn't until Master Schwani's phone call completely bound the terrifying shadow of human path to the sleeping woman before him that he realized that the mockery, the patience, and the protection had long been etched into his very bones. He pushed open the door, walked to the bedside, sat down, gently took her slightly cool hand, and pressed it against his cheek. Then, his gaze fell on her noticeably protruding belly. His children are there. A small life conceived amidst conspiracy and crisis. Su Chen reached out his other hand and covered it. Through the thin blanket, he could clearly feel the warmth of life. Just then, suddenly, he felt a very faint yet incredibly clear sensation in the palm of his hand. One time. It was as if the little guy inside sensed his father's presence and used all his strength to push against his palm. Thump. Su Chen froze instantly. An indescribable tingling sensation exploded from his palm, rushing up his arm and straight to the top of his head, making his scalp tingle. Blood ties. This is his child responding to him. Protect her. Protect them, mother and child. This thought instantly overwhelmed all the anger, fear, and confusion in Su Chen's mind, transforming into the most primal and burning instinct. To hell with the human way, to hell with the world-destroying plan. Anyone who dares to touch his wife and children, he'll fight them to the death. Almost at the same time, the system's notification sound rang out in his mind. Ding! Abnormal soul fluctuations detected at the world anchor Luo Ningxuang. Its fluctuation frequency is highly positively correlated with the intensity of energy penetration from the external inner world. Warning: if the penetration intensity of the other world exceeds the critical value, the anchor point will be at risk of collapsing. The system's cold warning completely confirmed his worst suspicions. Su Chen looked at Luo Ningxuang, his eyes no longer showing the slightest bit of confusion. He finally understood. This world anchor stabilizer system was never intended for him to make money as some kind of internet celebrity or charlatan. Its existence has had only one purpose from the very beginning. Awaken Luo Ningxuang. Repair the cracks in the world. Protect this home, protect this world. Su Chen took out his phone, the crack screen feeling slightly rough against his fingertips. Without hesitation, he opened an encrypted chat app and sent a message to Fatty Wang. Fatty, use all your connections to dig up information for me. Ancient cults, sacrificial rituals, human ways. I need all the information, domestic or foreign, anything even remotely related. Remember, keep it confidential with the highest level of security. This could be fatal. After sending the message, he brought up the system panel. His gaze immediately locked onto the two skills, Basic Mystic Array, and Soul Suppressing Talisman. He was no longer passively reading the system introduction, but studying its principles, structure, and energy flow method word by word. He wants more than just the ability to use it. What he wants is to turn these abilities into his own henchmen. After doing all this, Su Chen leaned down again, his lips close to Luo Ningxuang's ear. He held her hand and, in a voice suppressing endless killing intent, made a promise, word by word. Honey, you and the kids, listen up. I, Su Chen, swear on my life. I will make sure you and your daughter are safe and sound, and no one will be able to harm a single hair on your head. No matter what kind of human way it is, or what kind of bullshit it is. I assure you, all the scum who have harmed you, or tried to harm you. His voice was extremely low, yet it carried a ruthless intensity that seemed to burn everything. I will make them pay back 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. The moment the words fell, a warm tear, without warning, silently slid down from Luo Ningxuang's tightly closed eye and quickly disappeared into the white pillowcase. Bite. Detected extreme feelings of emotion and trust towards the target person Luo Ningxuang. Emotional transition in progress. Congratulations, host. System energy collection efficiency has been permanently increased by 20%. Chapter 75: The Phantom in Black Robes, Crisis Warning. Ding. System energy collection efficiency permanently increased by 20%. The cold system notification echoed in his mind, but Su Chen's eyes were fixed on the line of golden text on the panel. 20%. Permanent upgrade. He could clearly feel a faint but extremely pure warm current flowing into his body from the hand that was tightly holding Luo Ningxuang's, and then into the system. The speed is much faster than before. All of this was because his wife, while unconscious, shed a single tear because of a vow he had made. Su Chen's heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly by a hand, both sore and swollen. So, you can hear everything. It turns out that this seemingly cold system, the real power bank, has always been you, my wife. This newfound power, mixed with endless love and guilt for his wife and children, surged within him, eventually transforming into an irrepressible impulse. He couldn't wait any longer. Even with Wang Pengzi's formidable intelligence network, time is still required. But the threat from the human path, that damned inner world energy infiltration, is like a sharp blade hanging over his wife and children's heads, falling every second. He must take the initiative. Su Chen leaned down and planted a kiss on Luo Ningxuan's smooth forehead, then turned and strode into the study, slamming the door shut. He didn't turn on the light. The darkness helped him concentrate better. On the desk, the few pieces of wood scraps brought back from Brother Long's basement, along with the bag of ashes, exuded an ominous aura in the darkness. Previously, the system displayed a permissions insufficient message, indicating that it could not parse the data. But now, with a 20% energy efficiency boost, the entire system seems to run much more smoothly. Perhaps, we can try again. This time, he didn't want analysis, but tracking. Following the residual energy marks on these remnants, he would go against the current to see what this so-called human path really was. Call. Su Chen adjusted his breathing and focused all his mental energy on his eyes. Open the eye of the netherworld. In an instant, the world before my eyes changed dramatically. The entire study was filled with countless colorful energy points, and in the center of his vision, the wood chips and ashes on the desk had transformed into a tiny, constantly spinning black vortex. Strands of black energy, filled with resentment, madness, and corrosiveness, are emanating from the center of the vortex. This is it. Su Chen concentrated his mind, condensing his consciousness into an invisible probe, and without the slightest hesitation, he plunged it fiercely into the center of the black vortex. Buzz! A chilling, bone-chilling malice instantly engulfed his consciousness. His vision seemed to be dragged into a pitch-black tunnel made of pure malice, rushing forward at an unimaginable speed. On the walls of the tunnel, distorted and painful faces flashed by from time to time, and countless shrill wails and vicious curses resounded directly in the depths of his soul. Even with his resolute will, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a moment of disorientation and his stomach churned. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his nausea and dizziness, and focused intently on the direction of the energy flow. The energy in this tunnel is 100 times purer and more concentrated than the resentment amplification array in Brother Long's house. This is definitely not the source, it's just a transit station. We must go deeper. He increased the output of his mental energy, and the speed of the consciousness probe surged once again. Go through, and go through again. After traveling for an unknown amount of time, the chill and oppressive aura had suddenly intensified 1,000-fold. It was a terror that defied description. It is not the chilling aura brought by resentment or death, but a more essential, higher, and absolute evil that transcends everything. It was as if at the end of the tunnel lay a terrifying existence that made time and space tremble and froze the soul. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt like a foolish ant trying to pry open a star that was about to explode with a small stick. Retreat! We must leave immediately. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he was horrified to discover that an irresistible suction force came from the end of the tunnel, pinning his consciousness to the spot, rendering him unable to move. At that very moment, at the edge of the eye of the netherworld's vision, in that endless darkness, a small outline suddenly lit up. It was a figure. A figure completely shrouded in a wide black robe. His appearance was indistinct, his gender indistinguishable, and his physical form imperceptible. He simply stood there quietly, surrounded by thick, inky dark energy that churned and writhed, within which countless tormented souls sank and wailed, forming part of his body. What the hell is this thing? Su Chen's soul was trembling violently. Just when he thought it was just a passively lingering image, the figure in black robes suddenly, slowly, turned its head. There were no eyes, no facial features, only a pure void that could devour all light. But Su Chen knew perfectly well. He saw himself. Su Chen's mind went blank, he couldn't even utter a scream. An extreme fear, originating from the most primal instinct of life, pierced every corner of his soul like a million ice needles. Almost at the same time, the cold system notification sounded like the highest level air raid siren, exploding wildly in his mind. Warning! Warning! An unidentified and mysterious energy source has been detected. Energy level determination failed. It far exceeds the host's current detection limit. Warning! You have been targeted. Energy reverse tracing is underway. A soul link has been detected being established. Warning! Disconnect immediately. Disconnect immediately. Disconnect immediately. This target is at the highest threat level. Repeat, highest threat level. Escape. For the first time, the system's voice carried a hint of near collapse and panic. Ah! Su Chen let out a shrill scream. He used all his strength to forcefully activate all his mental power and slash fiercely at the consciousness probe that connected him to the man in black robes. Puff! It felt like something was breaking in my brain. Su Chen's entire body trembled violently, as if all his bones had been removed, and he collapsed into the chair. His eyes were wide open, and blood was seeping from the corners of his eyes, nostrils, and ears at the same time. He opened his mouth wide, like a dying fish, desperately trying to breathe, but the air he inhaled was burning with pain. My heart was pounding wildly in my chest, almost like it was going to explode. My whole body was soaked in cold sweat, and I felt like I had just been pulled out of ice water. Just now that. The man in black robes. Su Chen squeezed out these 3 words through gritted teeth. In the system database in his mind, descriptions of the final boss, who only existed in the setting book, flooded in like crazy, chaotic and evil, treating human life as worthless, and believing in the supremacy of power. And its extreme covetousness for pure souls, especially the souls of infants. In an instant, extreme fear and overwhelming anger collided violently in his heart like a volcano and a glacier. The fear stemmed from the fact that this was the first time he had so directly experienced the terror of this ultimate enemy. A mere glance across time and space had nearly caused his soul to flee and blood to flow from his 7 orifices. Faced with him head-on, he wouldn't even be worthy of being a match for the enemy. The anger stemmed from this bastard, this monster, who coveted his child. The very flesh and blood lying in the next room, the one he had sworn to protect with his life. The way of humanity. Luo Yunfeng. So they were all just pawns. The black-robed man's henchman, openly displayed. The real enemy is this terrifying monster that cannot even be described in words. Huff, huff. Su Chen gripped the armrests of the chair tightly, his knuckles cracking from the excessive force. He forced himself to calm down. The gap is too big. It's so big it's despairing. But he didn't come away empty-handed. He learned where the real enemy was and what they wanted. That's enough. Su Chen sat quietly in the darkness for a full 10 minutes before he could barely calm the trembling in his soul and the excruciating pain in his body. He wiped the blood from his face, slowly stood up, and walked to the French windows in the study. Outside the window, the city of Wuhan is ablaze with lights and bustling with traffic. A scene of prosperity and tranquility. But Su Chen knew that beneath this tranquility, a terrifying shadow, capable of devouring everything, had already extended its tentacles. He was perhaps the only person in the world who sensed this shadow and was forced to resist it. Su Chen turned and walked out of the study, gently pushing open the door to the master bedroom. He came to Luo Ningxuan's bedside, and looking at her peaceful and serene sleeping face, the violence and murderous intent in his heart were miraculously soothed and transformed into endless tenderness and determination. He leaned down and placed a very gentle kiss on his wife's smooth forehead. "Wife, wait for me," he whispered in a voice only he could hear. "I'll kill that bastard once I'm done with it." Buzz. Buzz. Just then, his phone vibrated twice in his pocket. Su Chen took out his phone, and the screen lit up with a new message from encrypted software. From Fatty Wang. He opened the message, which contained only a short sentence, yet it caused his pupils to suddenly shrink to the most dangerous pinpoints. "Brother Chen, something terrible has happened. The human path you asked me to investigate, they're not a cult. Behind them is the highest level taboo, codenamed God in official records. Chapter 76 Stop fighting, we're on the same side. The undercover agent is actually myself?" The light from the phone screen illuminated Su Chen's bloodless face. "Brother Chen, something terrible has happened. The human path you asked me to investigate, they're not a cult. Behind them is the highest level taboo, codenamed God in official records. Gods." Su Chen's fingertips lightly traced across the cold screen, his mind buzzing. He had just struggled out of the deathly shadow of his cross-time and space eye contact with the man in black robes, and the deep-seated trembling had not yet completely subsided when Wang Pangzi's message struck him like an even heavier hammer blow. Human Path is Luo Yunfeng's faction, and Luo Yunfeng is the lackey of the black-robed man. Now, behind this lackey stands an official, forbidden organization called Gods? An official organization that is itself listed as the highest level of taboo? What the hell is this? A thief crying "Stop thief." Su Chen felt his brain was going blank, with countless chaotic clues tangled in his mind. He forced himself to calm down, walked to the window, and looked at the still bustling night view of Jiangqing outside. Just a few days ago, he was still planning how to deal with the human way, but now, his opponent has instantly upgraded from a local cult to a national taboo with an unclear background, and is even involved with an unspeakable, terrifying evil god. This game of chess has become so large that it is beyond his comprehension. Are you afraid? Certainly. That is the most instinctive tremor of a living being when faced with an unshakable behemoth. But more than anything, it's a kind of madness and ruthlessness driven to the brink of despair. The man in black robes wants the soul of his child, and the deity is the man in black robes' henchman. Those gods are the enemies. I don't care what your taboos or official background are, if you dare to target my family, even the emperor himself will die. The violence in Su Chen's chest surged again. He took out his phone and dialed the number without hesitation. The call was answered almost instantly. Brother Chen. You saw it? Fatty Wang's voice was trembling uncontrollably, and the background noise was loud, as if he was still outside. I'm here. Su Chen's voice was unusually calm, devoid of any emotion. Tell me slowly, what exactly is a deity? I fucking don't know either. Fatty Wang almost cried, his voice low as he roared. I just asked my dad's old comrade in arms to use the highest level of access to search for the keyword human path in the special archives, and the alarm almost blew the whole base apart. The screen popped up with the two blood-red characters gods and a warning of supreme level taboo. My uncle turned pale and kicked me out on the spot, saying that if I dared to search for this again, he would put both me and my dad in jail. Fatty Wang was panting heavily, his voice filled with lingering fear. Brother Chen, listen to my advice, this water is too deep, unfathomable. This is not something we can touch. What human path, what Luo Yunfeng, let's just pretend we don't know anything, please don't investigate. Not going to investigate? Su Chen's tone carried a hint of cold mockery. Fatty, do you think it's a question of whether I should touch it or not? Fatty Wang was momentarily speechless. Su Chen pinched the bridge of his nose and continued, it has already come looking for me. He recalled the thrilling exorcism livestream he had witnessed at Brother Long's house a few days earlier. After he performed a ritual to release the earthbound spirit, he discovered a remnant of a talisman array that had been deliberately hidden at the scene. The energy fluctuations emanating from it were sinister and mysterious, unlike anything he had ever encountered before. It was precisely because of this remnant that he sent Fatty Wang to investigate the details of human path. Looking back now, it wasn't some ordinary cult formation at all, but some kind of arrangement by a deity. From the very beginning, their target wasn't Brother Long, but Su Chen. Or rather, they were after his unborn child. This is an elaborate trap, a scheme to test and observe him. Luo Yunfeng is in the open, while this deity is in the shadows. Then, what do we do? Fatty Wang was completely at a loss, his voice trembling with tears. Brother Chen, how about, we run away? Go abroad, anywhere is fine. This thing doesn't sound like something a human could handle. Run? Su Chen chuckled softly. The laughter was soft, but it sent a shiver down the spine of Fatty Wang on the other end of the phone. My wife and children are here, where can I run to? Su Chen walked to the door of the master bedroom and looked through the crack in the door at Luo Ningxuang, who was fast asleep on the bed. The lines on his face became incredibly hard in the shadows. Fatty. Ah. Brother Chen, I'm here. Are you afraid of dying? Fatty Wang remained silent for a full 5 seconds, only his heavy breathing could be heard on the phone. I'm scared, he gritted his teeth, as if using all his strength. But I'm even more scared that you'll go and die alone. A warm feeling washed over Su Chen. He walked to his desk, sat down, and his voice regained its absolute calmness, as if he hadn't been the one struggling just moments before. Okay, then don't be afraid. Do me a few things. Fatty Wang's voice also calmed down. Brother Chen, you speak. First, use all your connections. Stop investigating the deities and start investigating Luo Yunfeng himself. I need all the information about him from childhood to adulthood, the more detailed the better, especially all his movements after returning to the country. Good. Second, help me prepare some things, and quickly. I'll send you the list later. No matter how much it costs or what means are used, I must see it before dawn. No problem. Third, Su Chen paused, picked up the cold remnant of the talisman array on the table, and slowly stroked the strange patterns on it with his fingertips. Fatty Wang held his breath, waiting nervously. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Help me send a message to Human Path. What news? Tell me, Su Chen from Jiangcheng University has something they want. Chapter 77 S rank reward, soul suppressing talisman obtained. Mission rating, S rank. Congratulations, host, on successfully liberating a 100-year-old earthbound spirit and collecting a massive amount of high-quality emotions such as liberation, awe, and fear. Rewards being processed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special item, Soul Suppressing Talisman, X1. In Su Chen's mind, the system's notification was crisp and clear. S rank. His heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he'd received an S rank rating. His mind immediately sank into the system space, where an ancient, yellow talisman floated silently, its vermilion runes seemingly flowing slowly. Soul Suppressing Talisman, a one-time consumable item. A powerful talisman originating from the orthodox Shenmen sect, it can instantly suppress all strange beings of rank B and below for 3 minutes, rendering them immobile and unable to use any abilities. It has an absolute restraining and suppressive effect on pure soul entities. Nice one! Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. This is simply a god-tier control card. 3 minutes of absolute suppression is enough for him to do so much. Especially when facing an enemy stronger than himself, these 3 minutes are his trump card for turning the tide. This is the first truly offensive and control-type magic weapon he has acquired. Bang! With a loud crash, the door was smashed open from the outside by a brute force, sending splinters flying everywhere. Chen, brother Chen. Fatty Wine practically tumbled in, his fat face completely bloodless. Behind him, Brother Long followed closely with several bodyguards, each of them looking as if they had just escaped from the jaws of death. However, when they rushed into the room, ready to fight to the death, everyone was frozen in place by the sight before them. The room was a bit messy, but the lights were bright, and the chilling aura that could freeze a person to the bone had completely disappeared. The air was as fresh as after a rain. Su Chen stood unharmed in the center of the room, with no other apparent problems except for a slightly pale face and rapid breathing. It's over? Fatty Wan's lips trembled, and he could barely speak. He was outside the door when he heard only that deafening howl, followed by Su Chen's roar, and then deathly silence inside. For those few minutes, he felt his heart stop beating, thinking Su Chen was already. Brother Long subconsciously took a deep breath. That chilling feeling that haunted his nightmares every night, that followed him like a shadow, is truly gone. Not a trace left. He felt as if all his strength had been drained away, yet he had also been given a new lease on life. His legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. He rushed forward, grabbed Su Chen's arm, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. Master Su. Master Su. His address has completely changed from Anchor Su to Master Su, his tone filled with the relief of surviving a disaster and the awe he feels for a deity. Master. Are you all right? Before Su Chen could even speak, the chat in his livestream had gone completely crazy. Although the crucial final scene was a black screen and the audience didn't see anything, the result doesn't lie. The ghostly screams were gone, the eerie atmosphere was gone, and the anchor was standing alive. That's enough. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What just happened? Did anyone see it clearly? That shout of "Why aren't you reborn in the Pure Land yet?" made me kneel down in shock. Class representative, don't come. This question is beyond the syllabus. All I know is that Brother Chen is awesome. From today onwards, if anyone dares to say that Brother Chen is a script, I'll chase them down and yell at them. Your script can scare people like this? Don't call him a streamer, calling him a Taoist master is too narrow-minded. He's a living deity on the internet. The comments section has gradually transformed from its initial chaotic state into a uniform display of Master 666 and Internet God. Seeing Long Gu and Wang Pangzi's expressions, Su Chen suddenly withdrew his hand, waved it lightly, and leaned against the desk next to him, his voice hoarse from the intense battle. It's a small matter, no need to be nervous. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the two of them, his tone as indifferent as if he were talking about a trivial matter. It didn't mean any harm. It was just trapped for too long and harbored resentment. It just wanted to hear a story from someone. Upon hearing this, both Fatty Wang and Brother Long gasped in shock, their gazes towards Su Chen completely changing. Want to hear a story? To describe that earth-shattering, ghostly wailing scene as listening to a story? This nonchalant attitude and these unfathomable words instantly elevated Su Chen's image in their minds to an unimaginable level. Right. Fatty Wang was the first to react. He slapped his thigh and immediately transformed into the #1 cheerleader, shouting with spittle flying, "I knew it! With my brother Chen, all demons and monsters have to be kicked." That scene just now was only because my brother Chen is kind-hearted and willing to reason with it. If it were someone with a fiery temper, it would have beaten them to a pulp. My brother Chen is a living master of the modern world. He instantly brought the atmosphere to its peak. Su Chen found Wang Pangzi's flattery amusing, but maintained his superior demeanor, calmly announcing the end of the live stream to the still live streaming phone camera. However, the moment he turned off the live stream and everyone's attention shifted away, Su Chen's body, which had just relaxed, suddenly stiffened. As the earthbound spirit was released from its bondage, his eye of the netherworld seemed to undergo a subtle change, becoming more acute than before. Just now, he unconsciously scanned the room, but his nostrils caught a faint scent that shouldn't exist there. That aura came from the corner where the earthbound spirit finally dissipated. It lacks the pure resentment of a bound spirit. Instead, it's like an artificial scent mixed with sandalwood, cinnabar, and the smell of some metallic rust, cold, mysterious, and full of a strong sense of purpose. Like a highly skilled hunter leaving his own unique mark beside a trap. Su Chen's heart sank. A thought popped into my head uncontrollably. The resentment of this earthbound spirit had been accumulating for hundreds of years without erupting. Why did it suddenly become so violent after Brother Long's family moved in? Could it be that its resentment wasn't a natural outburst at all? Instead, it was secretly and artificially catalyzed by someone using some sinister method. Su Chen suddenly turned his head, his gaze like two sharp swords, fixed on the inconspicuous floor in the corner. It wasn't an accident. Someone has set up a trap here. Chapter 78 Energy Retrospection, the mastermind is? The thought exploded in his mind, and a chill ran from Su Chen's tailbone straight to the top of his head. If that's the case, then the Long family didn't run into some centuries-old vengeful spirit at all, but rather a carefully laid trap. Their entire family became test subjects for others to test the power of evil magic. No, we must confirm immediately. The air of superiority on Su Chen's face vanished instantly, replaced by an expression as cold as ice. He turned to Brother Long, who was still switching between excitement and lingering fear. "Brother Long, this isn't over yet." "Huh?" Brother Long was taken aback, his heart pounding again. "Master, what do you mean? That thing isn't already." "The ghost is gone, but the person who left it behind is still here." Su Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it made the temperature in the room drop a few degrees. "Just in case, I need to check again and clean this place thoroughly to prevent anything from reigniting." Yes. "Master, whatever you say, will do." Brother Long now regarded Su Chen's words as divine authority, daring not to utter a single word of doubt, nodding and bowing in agreement. "Just tell me what you need me to do. You, Fatty, and your men, all of you, get out." Su Chen's tone left no room for argument. "Stand outside and don't allow anyone to approach this room, not even a single step, until I come out." "Clear." Brother Long didn't dare to delay. He grabbed Fatty Wang, who was still gesticulating wildly and boasting about how awesome Brother Chen was, and led all the bodyguards out of the room respectfully. He personally stood guard outside the tightly closed door like a gatekeeper. The room was deathly silent. Su Chen locked the door behind him and rushed to the corner of the floorboards. He crouched down, closed his eyes, and focused all his attention on the space between his eyebrows, unleashing the power of the eye of the netherworld to an unprecedented extreme. Energy reversion. He gave a low shout. The whole world seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand and then forcibly reversed. The scene before them was no longer a simple rewind, but a complete collapse and reconstruction. Light, dust, and free-floating energy particles in the air were forcibly pulled, twisted, and screamed by an irresistible force, frantically converging towards that point in the corner. Su Chen's temple throbbed suddenly, and the intense pain made him groan. A fine layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. This was the first time he had used the eye of the netherworld to this extent, and the mental energy consumption far exceeded his expectations. The blurry image finally took shape amidst his excruciating pain. It was the dead of night, probably a few days ago. A slender, dark figure silently crept into the guest room, hugging the wall's shadow. His every move exuded a trained caution and counter-surveillance awareness. The dark figure pulled something out of his pocket. It was a palm-sized compass, entirely black, made of neither gold nor wood, and covered with intricate, twisted, blood-red runes that emitted an ominous glow in the darkness. The shadowy figure aimed the compass at the corner of the wall, the spot where the earthbound spirit was trapped, and his lips moved rapidly as he chanted a silent incantation. The next moment, he suddenly pressed a finger into the center of the compass. A streak of dark red evil energy, almost invisible to the naked eye, condensed into a line and shot out from the compass, precisely drilling into the floor and striking the dormant energy core of the earthbound spirit. Suchen saw everything clearly through the perspective of retrospection. The earthbound spirit, which had been passively accumulating resentment, was as if it had been doused with scalding magma the moment that evil energy was injected into it. Its entire spirit body twisted and expanded violently, and the resentment that had been dormant for 100 years was instantly ignited and catalyzed, growing wildly at a terrifying speed. The shadowy figure in the picture appears to be wearing a mask, making it impossible to see its face. But the aura emanating from him, that sinister, cunning, morbid madness, and opportunistic nature gave Suchen a strong sense of familiarity. This smell. He definitely smelled it somewhere. Just as Suchen was trying his best to search his memory for the source of this familiar feeling, a cold system notification suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Residual spirit-inducing evil magic energy detected, comparing it with the database. Comparison complete. Warning, this energy fluctuation has been detected, and it shares 30% similarity with the energy fluctuation previously observed on Luo Yunfeng. Luo Yunfeng. When those three words appeared, Suchen's body swayed uncontrollably, and he had to reach out and grab the wall to steady himself. That cousin of mine who was so scared at the Luo family banquet that he wet himself and his body was steaming with eerie black energy. In an instant, all the clues were forcibly connected. Although the energy that drives the evil magic is not exactly the same as the energy that protects Luo Yunfeng at the time, the core flavor of that insidious, evil, and eagerness for quick success is exactly the same. Suchen's breath hitched for a second. He understood everything. This is a complete setup. The news that Brother Long had offered a hefty reward for his help spread like wildfire in that circle. As a member of the Luo family, it would be incredibly easy for Luo Yunfeng to find out about it. He didn't come to kill Brother Long, he came for me. He deliberately used the earthbound spirit in Brother Long's house to catalyze it with a vicious evil spell, not to practice, but to conduct an experiment. An experiment to test his own strength, and perhaps even a vicious experiment to turn against himself. Suchen's chest heaved violently, a surge of murderous intent rising to his head, and he almost couldn't control himself and smashed through the wall with his fist. But he forcefully suppressed it. No. We must not alert the enemy. There's definitely more than just Luo Yunfeng behind him. The one capable of using such evil techniques is likely a mysterious organization lurking in the shadows. Before figuring out their background, any rash action could put us at a disadvantage. Suchen quickly took out his phone and, adjusting the angle, took several photos of the blurry compass artifact in the flashback scene, along with the fleeting blood-red runes on it. Only after doing all this did he cut off the energy backflow. The excruciating pain and dizziness receded like a tide, leaving only the exhaustion of having his mental energy drained. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, straightened his clothes, and then opened the door. Master! How is it? Brother Long and Fatty Wang immediately surrounded him, their faces full of tension. Suchen had regained his calm and composed demeanor, his voice indifferent. The root cause has been eradicated, so you can rest assured. He paused, glanced at Brother Long, and added a meaningful remark. However, Brother Long, I have to remind you of something. Sometimes, it's easier to catch the ghosts you can see than to guard against the unseen hearts of men. Has your recent business been taking away someone's share of the profits? Brother Long was a shrewd man among shrewd people, and his expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Leaving Brother Long's villa and getting into Fatty Wang's flashy Cullinan, Suchen leaned back in his seat, silently watching the night view rushing past the window. Fatty Wang, still basking in the shock and triumph of the previous moment, excitedly shouted as he drove, "Brother Chen, you went on a killing spree today. You must have seen the comments, Internet God of War was all over the place. Let me tell you, starting tomorrow, the door will be worn down by people wanting to consult you." Suchen did not respond, but simply looked out the window quietly. After talking for a while, Fatty Wang finally realized that the atmosphere in the car was a bit off. The chill was even more eerie than when he was in the haunted house. He glanced at Suchen furtively in the rearview mirror and asked cautiously, "Brother Chen, what's wrong? Are you tired?" Suchen slowly turned his head, the neon lights outside the car casting bright and dim shadows on his face. He stared at Fatty Wang and suddenly asked a question. "Fatty. Hey, Brother Chen, I'm here. Tell me, if someone wants another person to die but doesn't want to do it themselves, what's a good way to do it?" Chapter 79, A sky-high compensation leads to a dramatic reversal in the mother-in-law. Wang Pengzi's ostentatious cullinan eventually came to a stop in an inconspicuous corner outside the Luo family's villa area. Su Chen did not get out of the car immediately. He leaned back in his chair, having not slept all night, yet his eyes showed no sign of fatigue, only a deathly stillness like a frozen pool. The neon lights outside the car window swept across his face, illuminating his expressionless countenance. The question from last night lingered in the car the whole way, but Fatty Wang didn't dare ask it again, and Su Chen didn't answer either. There are many ways to kill someone. And the one he chose was the most ruthless kind. Brother Chen, are you really alright? Fatty Wang finally couldn't help but look at Su Chen's appearance in the rearview mirror, feeling a chill run down his spine. Su Chen seemed not to hear him. He simply pushed open the car door and got out. Brother Chen. Go back, Su Chen said without turning his head. Call me if anything comes up. The wind at 4 in the morning carried the chill of an autumn night. Su Chen walked alone on the empty road. The murderous aura that had surged through his head last night had now been crushed, reshaped, and forged into an invisible, cold blade hidden in his heart sheath. He understood everything. Luo Yunfeng, his outstanding cousin, was never after Brother Long. He was after him from the start. Earthbound spirits are bait, and evil magic is a test. Everything is to probe one's own strength, or even to find a way to counter oneself. His intentions are despicable. Su Chen returned to the villa without disturbing anyone and went straight to his room. He didn't turn on the lights, but stood by the window, watching the faint dawn light on the horizon, and sent the photos of the compass and blood-red runes taken during the energy backtracking to an encrypted email address. The email subject line contained only 2 words, analysis. After doing all this, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, as if his spirit had been drained. He lay on the bed fully clothed, but couldn't fall asleep. After an unknown amount of time, a rapid doorbell rang, shattering the morning's tranquility. Su Chen opened his eyes, got up and went downstairs. The living room was empty. Luo Tianxiong and Lu Ruyu were probably still resting upstairs. He casually opened the villa door. Outside the door stood a middle-aged man with an imposing presence. It was Long Xiaotian. Behind him were 2 burly bodyguards wearing sunglasses, each carrying a heavy black metal briefcase. When Long Xiaotian saw that it was Su Chen who opened the door, and that he was wearing pajamas, he was obviously stunned for a moment. But then, he put on a smile that was much more respectful than yesterday. He took half a step back and bowed deeply to Su Chen, who was almost 2 rounds younger than him. Master Su. I'm so sorry for the intrusion. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest by coming so early. That cry of Master Su was full of energy and pierced through the silence of the early morning. There was a commotion upstairs. Who is it so early in the morning? Can't a person get any sleep? Lu Ruyu's impatient voice rang out. She was wearing a silk nightgown and peeked out from the 2nd floor, still sleepy. When she saw who was standing in the doorway, she froze. Isn't that Long Xiaotian? The CEO of Zhongcheng, whose every stomp of his foot makes the business world tremble. What's he doing here? And bowing to that good-for-nothing Su Chen? Luo Tianxiong also came out upon hearing the noise. He was wearing his morning exercise clothes, clearly having just finished exercising. Upon seeing the scene before him, a hint of surprise flashed across his usually composed face. Su Chen acted as if he didn't see them, simply waving to Long Xiaotian and stepping aside to make way for him. Brother Long, you're too kind. Please come in and sit down. Okay. Long Xiaotian quickly responded, personally carrying one briefcase and striding in, while the other was carried by a bodyguard who followed behind. Bang! Bang! 2 metal combination lock cases were placed side by side on the expensive pear-wood coffee table in the living room, making 2 dull, loud thuds. Lu Ruyu and Luo Tianxiong had already come downstairs. They exchanged a glance, both seeing deep confusion and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Mr. Long, what brings you here? Lu Ruyu forced a smile and tentatively began to speak. She subconsciously assumed that Long Xiaotian was there to see Luo Tianxiong, and that Su Chen had simply opened the door by chance. However, Long Xiaotian didn't even glance at her. All his attention was on Su Chen. Master Su, you saved my whole family's lives yesterday. I will never forget this kindness, he said, giving a wink to the bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard stepped forward and, in front of everyone, clicked open the first box. In an instant, a box full of brand new, neatly stacked red banknotes, like a sea of red, assaulted the eyes of everyone present. The unique scent of ink and the smell of money instantly filled the entire living room. Lu Ruyu's breath hitched suddenly. This box must be worth at least 1 or 2 million. Although she was the matriarch of the Luo family and had seen money before, she had never seen such a brutal and direct cash influx. Just a small token of my appreciation for the master's tea, Brother Long said casually. However, this is not the end. The bodyguard opened the second box. There was no cash in the box, only a plain black card and a document in a brown paper bag, lying quietly on the velvet lining. Master Su, Brother Long picked up the black card and presented it with both hands. This is a Global Bank Infinite Black Card, valid worldwide with no limit. Feel free to use it. Lu Ruyu's pupils began to contract. The Infinite Black Card, she'd only ever heard of it in legends. Immediately afterwards, Brother Long picked up the brown paper bag, pulled out the documents inside, and handed them to Su Chen with both hands. In addition, this is an entire street-facing shop on the first floor of the Jinmao Center under my name. The location and foot traffic are top-notch in Zhangchang. I have already signed the papers, and you can go and complete the transfer at any time. According to the current market price, it's probably around 1 billion yuan. 10, hundreds? When those 3 words were casually uttered by Long Xiaotian, Lu Ruyu felt her mind explode with a buzz, the world spun around her, and her vision went black. If she hadn't grabbed the stair railing in time, she probably would have collapsed to the ground. 1 billion. Not 100,000, not 1 million. It was a terrifying figure that she had struggled her entire life for, and that even the Luo family would have to drastically reduce to produce. Now, just because this useless son-in-law in her eyes acted like a ghost for one night, she got him so easily? How could this be? This is absolutely impossible. Did he drug Brother Long with some kind of mind-altering drug? Luo Tianxiang froze completely. His hand, holding the water glass, stopped in mid-air, unaware that some water had spilled. He stared intently at Su Chen, the spineless live-in son-in-law he had always looked down upon. Su Chen merely glanced at the contract that was enough to drive anyone crazy, then looked at the black card, and then, under the almost glaring gazes of Lu Ruyu and Luo Tianxiang, nonchalantly stuffed the contract and the black card into his pajama pocket. The movement was as casual as stuffing 2 supermarket coupons into a pocket. Seeing Su Chen accept the gift, Long Xiaotian felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders. He solemnly clasped his hands in a fist salute to Su Chen again and made his promise, Master Su. Money is just an external thing and cannot measure your kindness. From today onwards, you are my benefactor for life. If I, Long Xiaotian, ever hesitate to ask you for anything and even frown upon it, I am not human. A top billionaire's unwavering loyalty. This is the most precious thing in today's grand gift. Su Chen knew that this power would be a crucial bargaining chip in his future battles against Luo Yunfeng, and even the mysterious organization behind him. He finally looked at Long Xiaotian properly and nodded, Brother Long, you're very kind. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Long Xiaotian tactfully took his leave. After he left, the entire living room fell into an eerie silence. Luo Tianxiang looked at Su Chen with an extremely complicated expression, as if he were looking at a completely unfamiliar monster. After a brief collapse of her worldview, Lu Ruyu looked at the box full of bright red banknotes on the coffee table, and then at Su Chen's pajama pocket containing $1 billion contract and an unlimited black card. Her expression underwent a dramatic change from shock to distortion, and then to fawning. Ahem, Chin. Shun. Lu Ruyu forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, her tone gentle and humble, a tone Su Chen had never heard in the 3 years since he married into the family. Look at you, you must have been exhausted last night, you've even lost weight. Mom will go to the kitchen to make you a pot of soup, to help you recover. Yes, to help you recover. After saying that, she seemed to have found an excuse to escape the awkward situation and rushed into the kitchen as if fleeing in panic. Su Chen watched her comical backview, a cold smile curving his lips. He ignored Luo Tianxiang, who was still frozen in place, and went straight back to his room, closing the door behind him. He neither visited Luo Ningxuan nor admired his spoils of war. He simply took out his phone and dialed Fatty Wang's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Brother Chen. Brother Chen. You haven't replied all night, I was so worried. Su Chen interrupted him directly. Fatty. Hey. I'm here. Su Chen walked to the window and looked at the figure that had just fled into the kitchen. His voice was calm and without any ripples. Didn't you ask me last night if I wanted someone to die but didn't want to do it myself? What's a good way to do it? Fatty Wang on the other end of the phone paused, his breath catching in his throat. You figured it out? Su Chen's voice carried a hint of playful coldness. The best way is to personally present him with a gift that he cannot refuse, and then watch him walk step by step into the abyss. Fatty Wang was completely confused. Brother Chen, what do you mean? Find me the best forger, Su Chen said calmly. I have a treasure here that I want to replicate as a gift for my dear cousin. Chapter 80 The Evil Ghost Raising Sect, The Truth Behind Ning Shuang's Car Accident. Su Chen hung up on Fatty Wang's call, and the study fell into a deathly silence. To make a replica of a treasure and give it to Luo Yunfeng as a gift? No. The thought only lingered in his mind for a moment before he rejected it. That's too lenient on him. Simply ruining his reputation isn't enough. He needs more solid evidence. He needs to know everything behind it all, and then, in the way that will cause him the most pain and despair, he'll get his money back with interest. Su Chen turned on his computer and pulled up the photos he had taken in Long Xiaotian's basement. In the photo, the sorcery compass covered with eerie runes exudes an ominous aura under the dim light of the screen. Without hesitation, he sent the photo to a special contact Master Xuani via an encrypted anonymous email address. With that old Taoist's knowledge, he might be able to recognize the origin of this thing. The email had just been sent successfully, and less than a minute later, an unknown number called. Su Chen pressed the answer button. Holy crap! Su Chen! On the other end of the phone, Master Xuani's signature lazy tone vanished, replaced by an almost terrified scream. Which ancient tomb did you dig this thing out of? Are you tired of living? The reaction was even more intense than Su Chen had anticipated. Left behind by an enemy. Su Chen's voice was devoid of emotion. An enemy? Master Xuani's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, a hoarse roar. What kind of enemy would use such an evil object that would wipe out a family? Do you even know what this is? This is the Ghost Raising Sect's resentment compass. The Ghost Raising Sect? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had never heard of this name before. What sect? Sect my ass. That's an evil sect. A ruthless sect that eats people alive. A series of chaotic footsteps came from the other end of the phone, as if Master Xuani was pacing anxiously in place. These beasts were wiped out by our righteous sects 100 years ago. Their specialty was cultivating resentment and raising evil spirits. They were inhuman. I thought they were all dead, but I didn't expect. They're really like a persistent ghost. Su Chen did not hide anything and briefly recounted what had happened at Long Xiaotian's family, as well as his own speculations, only omitting the existence of the system. After listening to the phone call, Master Xuani fell into an eerie silence. A deathly silence fell, broken only by the hissing of electricity. After a full half-minute, he spoke again, his voice extremely low, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth. Kid, listen up. If they really are remnants of the Ghost Raising Sect, their catalysis of that earthbound spirit was definitely not for fun, nor was it simply to harm Long Xiaotian. They are very likely performing some kind of evil ritual, or testing their newly recruited disciples. Testing the disciples. These 4 words were like a red-hot branding iron, burning hard on Su Chen's nerves. Luo Yunfeng. That hypocrite who made a fool of himself at the Luo family banquet, yet possessed a strange energy. At this moment, all the clues fit together perfectly. However, Master Xuani's next words plunged Su Chen directly into the deepest hell. Moreover, the old Taoist's voice was filled with an unprecedented fear, as if he were telling a forbidden secret. The Ghost Raising Sect has a long-lost evil technique, extremely vicious, called the boundary-breaking curse. This kind of curse can, under certain conditions, tear open a rift between the real world and the inner world, forcibly drag a part of a person's soul into it, leaving that person with an incomplete soul. Master Xuani paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts. The person who has been cursed will not show any visible injuries. But in the hospital, all the instruments will show brain death. That is what we ordinary people call a person in a vegetative state. Boom! In an instant, all that remained in Su Chen's ears was a terrifying buzzing. The sound of the entire world has disappeared. Images flashed uncontrollably before my eyes. The screeching of brakes and the sound of crashes. The sight of Luo Ningxuan lying in a pool of blood. In the hospital, the doctor held up the CT scan, uttering the perplexing statement, "There is no physical damage to the brain." The monotonous beep, beep sound from the monitor. There was also a cold system notification. The target soul has been partially dragged into the inner world, and is in a semi-detached state. It wasn't an accident. It was never some damn accident. It was murder. A complete and utter murder. It was Luo Yunfeng. It was that damned ghost-raising sect. They caused the car accident, and then used that vicious boundary-breaking curse to tear a part of Ning Shuang's soul away alive. Click. A slight, crisp sound. Su Chen looked down at the phone in his hand. A spider web-like crack appeared on the screen. Kid? Kid, are you still listening? This matter is too complicated, you absolutely mustn't. Su Chen could no longer hear what Master Xuanyi said after that. Crack, crack. He gripped the phone so tightly that it shattered completely in his palm. Fragments of the plastic casing and screen pierced deep into his hand, blood gushing out between his fingers, yet he felt no pain. An indescribable aura of violence and ferocity exploded wildly from his body. The temperature in the study seemed to drop to freezing point instantly, and a glass of water on the table began to vibrate and groan under the strain without warning. Under the eye of the netherworld, he could see thick, ink-like black energy mixed with blood streaks rising from the pores of his entire body, enveloping him completely. Luo Yunfeng. The ghost-raising sect. Su Chen slowly raised his hand, letting the blood-stained glass shards fall from his palm. He turned around, picked up the landline phone on the desk, and moved slowly and steadily. Then, he dialed Wang Pengzi's number again. The call was answered almost instantly. Brother Chen. How's it going on your end? What are you thinking about? Fatty. Su Chen interrupted him, his voice calm and undisturbed, which immediately silenced Fatty Wang on the other end of the phone. Help me look up someone. Luo Yunfeng. I want all the information about him from birth to today, every single second. Su Chen paused, then spoke each word as if it came from the depths of hell. I want him dead. Chapter 81. The Hypocrite Tests, Killing Intent Clashes Face to Face. Just as Su Chen's anger and murderous intent were about to overwhelm his reason, his spare phone, which he rarely used, suddenly screamed. On the caller ID, a name that he both knew and hated terribly was flashing. Luo Yunfeng. Looking at those 3 words on the screen, Su Chen forcefully suppressed the black and red murderous aura surging in his eyes, which then sank back into his gaze. He needs to calm down. Anger solves nothing, it only leads him into the other party's trap. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao appears. The fact that he called at this time made it obvious that the matter concerning Brother Long's family had aroused his suspicion. They couldn't sit still any longer and wanted to come and find out for themselves. Su Chen twitched the corners of his mouth, practiced his signature nonchalant smile in front of the black phone screen, and only after confirming that it was as annoying as ever did he slowly answer the call. Hello? Who is it? His voice was hoarse and impatient, as if he had just woken up. Brother-in-law, it's me, Luo Yunfeng. On the other end of the phone, Luo Yunfeng's gentle and refined voice was as always, sounding like a good older brother who truly cares about his family. I heard that you've recently become an internet celebrity, and even President Long Xiaotian has been full of praise for you. I happened to be running errands near the hospital and wanted to go visit Ning Shuang and congratulate you in person. Hey! It's my cousin. Su Chen's tone immediately turned to surprise, even with a hint of flattery, the very demeanor of a small-time bourgeois who had just gotten lucky. What's all this talk about being famous? It's all just blind luck. Come on, I actually have something I'd like to ask you, the big boss. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Su Chen's face gradually disappeared, leaving only a cold indifference. The shards of the phone he had crushed in his palm had solidified with his flesh and blood, and a sharp pain emanated from them. He walked out of the ward, went to the end of the corridor, leaned lazily against the wall, and waited quietly. A few minutes later, the elevator doors opened with a ding. Wearing a designer bespoke suit and with his hair slicked back, Luo Yunfeng walked out carrying a beautifully wrapped bouquet of lilies, his face beaming with warmth. The two met in the middle of the corridor. He had a warm smile and an elegant demeanor, like a young master from a prestigious family. He was slouching, leaning against the wall, not even standing properly. Their gazes met in the air, but there was no spark, only a deathly silence. The surrounding air seemed to thicken. Under Su Chen's eye of the netherworld, Luo Yunfeng's disguise was exposed. The chilling black aura surrounding him was more than 10 times denser than what he had seen at the family banquet last time. The black aura was no longer a thin wisp of smoke, but had transformed into a viscous, petroleum-like substance, slowly writhing around him like barbed tentacles. A nauseating stench, a mixture of rotting flesh and cheap incense, assaulted Su Chen's nostrils. Brother-in-law has been riding high lately, Luo Yunfeng said, breaking the silence. As he walked towards the ward, he glanced at Su Chen seemingly casually. You're truly a hidden master. We had no idea you possessed such mysterious abilities. We heard you resolved decades of trouble for Brother Lone's family in no time? I wonder which expert guided you. He was testing the waters. Hey, what's with all this talk about experts? Where are there any experts out there? Su Chen immediately chuckled, scratching the back of his head, perfectly playing the role of an arrogant nouveau riche. It's pure luck. When I was a kid, I heard some ghost stories from Uncle Air in the village, which I used to brag about. Who knew Brother Long would believe them? Ha ha ha. Looking at Su Chen's hopeless state, Luo Yunfeng's perfect smile froze slightly, and the warmth in his eyes cooled. Seeing that he couldn't get any information out of him, he stopped asking questions and went straight into the ward. Ning Shuang has lost so much weight. Luo Yunfeng placed the flowers on the bedside table, his voice filled with just the right amount of regret. As her older brother, it really breaks my heart to see her like this. He said he felt sorry for her, but his eyes turned incredibly cold. He reached out, his hand adorned with a Patek Philippe watch, and slowly made his way toward Luo Ningxuang's sleeping face. The blood in Su Chen's body almost froze at that moment. He knew that Luo Yunfeng didn't care at all. He wanted to use the sinister energy within him to directly probe Ning Shuang's soul state. He needed to confirm whether the boundary-breaking curse was still working stably. Just as Luo Yunfeng's fingertips were about to touch Luo Ningxuang's skin. Cousin. Su Chen took a step forward, his figure so fast that he left only a blur in his tracks, and instantly stood between Luo Yunfeng and the sickbed. He grabbed Luo Yunfeng's wrist, his face beaming with a bright smile that revealed a set of white teeth. I'm sorry, cousin, but as the old saying goes, men and women should not touch each other. Su Chen's voice was low, carrying an undeniable air of roguishness. Only I can touch my wife's face. The instant their wrists touched, a chilling, bone-deep energy, carrying a strong corrosive force, suddenly condensed into an invisible poison needle along Luo Yunfeng's arm, viciously piercing into Su Chen's body. However, the evil energy that was powerful enough to cause an ordinary person's heart to stop on the spot was like an ice cube falling into boiling magma the moment it entered Su Chen's body. Su Chen could even feel that the domineering system energy deep within his dantian was so powerful that it didn't even bother to move, and just a wisp of its aura swallowed up the deathly chi of resentment. Yes, it was swallowed. Without a sound, it was completely digested, as if it had never existed. Luo Yunfeng's face turned completely white in an instant. He could clearly feel that the deathly aura of resentment he had released, refined from vengeful spirits, had vanished. Vanished into thin air. It wasn't blocked, it wasn't resolved, it was completely annihilated. He abruptly pulled his hand back, as if burned by a hot iron, and staggered back half a step. When she looked at Su Chen again, her gentle and refined facade crumbled. Her facial muscles twitched, and her eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of chilling killing intent that she could no longer conceal. Chapter 82, A Journey Through the Ghostly Realm. The shocking truth behind the car accident. Luo Yunfeng ran away in surprise and doubt. His last look at Su Chen was filled with both malice and fear, as if he were looking at a madman who had not only stolen his beloved toy but also smashed it to pieces right in front of him. Su Chen stood at the door of the ward, staring at his retreating figure as he disappeared at the end of the corridor, his face expressionless. He lowered his head and opened his palm. When I grabbed Luo Yunfeng's wrist just now, a trace of that cold, evil aura still lingered, like a sticky maggot, emitting a stench only found in a burial pit. Su Chen's eyes were frighteningly cold at that moment. A test? Fuck your test. This is no longer a test, it's a blatant provocation and warning. Su Chen could no longer tolerate it. He was fed up with the feeling of being passively beaten and led by the nose. He wants to see the truth with his own eyes. He wanted to expose that scoundrel hiding in the shadows, along with all his sins, right before him. Su Chen turned around abruptly, strode back to the ward, and with a bang, twisted his wrist to lock the door from the inside. The nurse's startled screams and knocking came from outside the door, but Su Chen ignored them. He walked a few steps to the bedside and sat down. Looking at his wife's still pale and peaceful sleeping face, the anger and violence that had been building up in his chest almost burned through his reason. He closed his eyes and poured all his spirit and will into the eye of the netherworld without reservation. This time, he wasn't going to just watch a short clip. He is going to conduct an unprecedented and most in-depth retrospective. Using Ning Shuang's body and soul as coordinates. Use the purest evil energy that I just picked up from Luo Yunfeng is the key. He wants to go against the tide of time and return to the day when all the tragedy began. Go back to. Su Chen squeezed out these words through gritted teeth, his eyes snapping open. Buzz. The entire world shattered before his eyes in an instant. There's no logic to it, no reasoning whatsoever. The scene before me was like a piece of drawing paper that had been roughly crumpled by hand, frantically regressing, distorting, and rearranging itself. The hospital's white walls crumbled into pieces. The ambulance's piercing siren was drawn out into an eerie tone. The terrified screams of the crowd on the street echoed back into their throats. The severely deformed red sports car seemed to be being gently restored to its original state, as if being squeezed by an invisible hand. Time is flowing backward at an insane speed. 1 day, 2 days. 1 month, 6 months. Finally, all the images jolted violently, as if an old projector had jammed the film, ultimately freezing on the few seconds before Luo Ningxuang's car accident. The afternoon sun shines brightly in Jiangcheng. Luo Ningxuan was driving her red Porsche smoothly on her way home, even humming along to the music playing on the radio. Everything was so ordinary. But Su Chen's gaze was fixed on the shadows of a street corner at an intersection ahead. There's a person standing there. Luo Yunfeng. His face no longer held the usual refined and sophisticated facade. Instead, it was contorted with a ferocious expression, a mixture of jealousy, madness, and morbid excitement. In his hands, he was holding the evil magic compass that Su Chen had seen when he retraced his steps in Brother Long's basement. Su Chen's breathing stopped. He saw Luo Yunfeng raise his hand, bite his fingertip hard, and squeeze a drop of blood onto the center of the compass. Buzz! The compass needle spun wildly, and a dense black light shot out from the surface of the compass, rapidly condensing in mid-air into a malevolent curse rune that was invisible to the naked eye. The rune flashed and accurately imprinted itself on the forehead of a heavy truck driver who was waiting at a red light at an intersection. The driver, who had been yawning and looking tired, suddenly became vacant, his eyes vacant, and he looked like a puppet whose soul had been taken away. The green light comes on. The truck driver slammed on the gas pedal and frantically turned the steering wheel with both hands. Roar! The truck, which resembled a steel behemoth, instantly went out of control. Its engine roared like a wild beast, and like a runaway cannonball, it crashed straight and violently into Luo Ningxuang's red Porsche in the adjacent lane. Bang! The moment the impact occurred, the compass in Luo Yunfeng's hand lit up again. A black light, even more sinister and eerie than before, shot out from the compass and tore open a fleeting, pitch-black rift leading to an unknown space in Luo Ningxuang's badly damaged car. Su Chen saw it clearly. In that instant, Ningxuang's soul was forcibly torn in half from her body by an immense and irresistible force, and was directly swept into the dark crack and disappeared. The truth. This is the whole truth. It was no accident at all. It was a premeditated, flawless, and perfectly executed murder carried out using sorcery. Ah! Su Chen finally let out a roar that was suppressed to the extreme and sounded inhuman. His eyes instantly became bloodshot, a terrifying red. He suddenly stood up from the bedside, turned around, and punched the wall behind him with all his might. Boom! A loud bang. The entire hospital building seemed to shake. That incredibly sturdy load-bearing wall, made of reinforced concrete, was smashed open by his punch, leaving a terrifying crater over 10 centimeters deep with spiderweb-like cracks along its edges. The steel bars inside the wall were visibly twisted. Smoke and dust filled the air. Su Chen slowly withdrew his fist, his knuckles dripping with blood, but he felt no pain whatsoever. He raised his head, and his handsome face was devoid of its usual laziness and roguishness, replaced only by a devastating ferocity and murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and, word by word, delivered his final judgment to the air, and to the enemy he was about to send to hell. Luo Yun Feng, I want you to die. After saying that, he took out his phone, his fingers turning white from gripping it so tightly, and dialed a number. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello? Brother Su, came Brother Long's familiar voice from the other end. Su Chen's voice was hoarse and cold, devoid of any emotion. Brother Long, help me find someone. Chapter 83 Three-Way Collaboration, a net stretching to the heavens. The moment the call connected, Su Chen's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against each other, and every word seemed to carry icy shards. Brother Long. Brother Su? So late Long Xiaotian on the other end of the phone was obviously a little surprised, but he immediately realized something was wrong. Without uttering a single wasted word, Su Chen directly issued the order. Find me someone, Luo Yunfeng. He paused for a moment, then added. Alive. Receive. On the other end of the phone, Long Xiaotian didn't even ask why, ending the call with just 2 words. He knew that Su Chen's tone meant that Jiang Chen was about to change. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen looked down at his fist that had been slammed against the wall. The finger bones were twisted and deformed, a bloody mess, with white bone fragments piercing through the skin. After extreme anger comes not calm, but rather the transformation into a volcano about to erupt, with all the lava contained within, ready to unleash the most lethal blow. With a blank expression, he used his intact left hand to grasp the deformed finger bones of his right hand, and then, one by one, forcefully bent them back into place. Snap! Snap! The crisp sound of bones realigning was unusually jarring in the quiet ward. Fresh blood dripped rapidly from between his fingers, spreading a small dark red puddle on the floor. He didn't even frown, as if that hand wasn't his own. Simply kill Luo Yunfeng? No. That wasn't revenge, it was liberation. He wanted Luo Yunfeng to witness firsthand how everything he owned would crumble. He wanted to turn his most prized possession into the noose that would strangle him. He wanted him to repent for his sins to the death in endless fear and despair. Su Chen took out his spare phone, the blood from his fingertip leaving a glaring red mark on the screen. He dialed a second number. This time, it was his father-in-law, Luo Tianxiong. Su Chen? How is Ning Shuang? On the other end of the phone, Luo Tianxiong's voice was filled with suppressed exhaustion and worry. Su Chen didn't embellish his emotions or add any extra details. He simply recounted everything he had seen during the regression in a calm, factual tone, word for word. From Luo Yunfeng's face holding the evil magic compass, to the cursed truck driver, and then to Ning Shuang's soul being torn into the dark rift. On the other end of the phone, Luo Tianxiong's breathing grew heavier and more labored. When Su Chen finished speaking the last word, there was a deathly silence that lasted for 10 seconds. Immediately afterwards, bang boom! A loud bang, like a huge object being overturned, came through the receiver, making Su Chen's ears ring. Crash bang! The sound of desks, antique vases, and valuable ornaments being smashed was as dense as artillery fire on a battlefield. Finally, there was a roar that was suppressed to the extreme, yet still shook the heavens. Luo Yunfeng. The hatred and murderous intent in that voice almost materialized and burst forth from the phone. This once powerful and influential figure in Jiangqing's business world, who remained calm even in the face of a collapsing mountain, went completely insane after learning the truth about his daughter's ordeal. Su Chen. Luo Tianxiong's voice was hoarse, like a trapped beast. Listen to me. You don't need to do anything. Don't leave the hospital even for a moment, and keep an eye on Ning Shuang. I'll take care of the rest. If I, Luo Tianxiong, don't uproot him and his old beast father, and grind their bones to dust, I'm not worthy of being Ning Shuang's father. The phone was abruptly hung up. Su Chen knew that from this moment on, a thunderous commercial annihilation targeting all of Luo Yunfeng's family's businesses had begun. But what he wanted was more than that. The third call was to Fatty Wang. Brother Chen. What are the instructions? Fatty Wang was always so energetic. Fatty, I've got a job for you. Su Chen's tone was anything but gentle. Use every means at your disposal to keep a close watch on Luo Yunfeng and the electronic devices of all his key personnel around him, 24/7. Hack into their phones, computers, servers, no matter what method you use. I need to know what he's doing every second, who he's contacting, and what he's saying. Fatty Wang chuckled on the other end of the line, and the sound of keyboard clicks filled the air. Brother Chen, you've come to the right person. Give me half an hour, and even if he's playing cards on his phone in the bathroom, I can tell whether his opponent is playing a straight or a bomb, let alone who he's contacting. Do a good job and report to me anytime. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen's revenge plan had already laid out 3 large traps. Commerce, underground, information. They are ubiquitous and inescapable. After doing all this, he opened the system shop. Looking at the huge amount of emotion points he had accumulated due to the exorcism of the earthbound spirits and his glimpse of the black-robed man, he didn't hesitate and began frantically exchanging them. Soul-guiding incense, when lit, it can forcibly attract evil spirits within a specific range, and is especially effective against members of the ghost-raising sect. Exchange. Exorcising talisman rank B, can break all evil spells, formations, and curses below rank B. Exchange. Advanced Concealment Talisman perfectly hides all traces of one's presence, making one undetectable even by an A-level Feng Shui master. Redeem. Energy Imprint Jade Token can replicate images detected by spiritual power. Redeem. He exchanged all the items specifically designed for the ghost-raising sect. Then, he closed his eyes and, with all his might, imprinted the blurry image of the truth about the car accident that the Eye of the Netherworld had recalled into the blank jade tablet. This will be the final, devastating gift that will break Luo Yunfeng. Having done all this, the murderous aura emanating from him had completely subsided, and he was eerily calm. He walked back to Luo Ningxuan's bedside, bent down, and tucked the blanket around her gently, as if afraid of waking a butterfly. "Wife, don't be afraid." He leaned close to her ear, his voice low and firm. "It will be over soon. I will make him pay for everything he owes you with his life and his soul." At the same time, inside a heavily guarded underground stronghold in Jiangcheng, Luo Yunfeng was holding a glass of red wine, giving orders to his black-clad subordinates in front of him. "That old bastard Luo Tianxiong is definitely going to go crazy soon. You all keep a close eye on his every move. Also, at the hospital, find an opportunity." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly shivered without warning, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and a chill ran from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. A chilling sense of crisis, as if he were being relentlessly targeted by his natural enemy, sent shivers down his spine. He turned around abruptly, but there was no one behind him. "Young Master Feng, what's wrong?" his subordinate asked, puzzled. "It's nothing." Luo Yunfeng frowned, forcibly suppressing the ominous premonition, assuming it was just a hallucination caused by his recent mental exhaustion. Just then, his personal cell phone, which was on the table, emitted a sharp, rapid vibration. The name of his most key financial strategist was displayed on the screen. Luo Yunfeng answered the phone impatiently. "What is it? Didn't I say I was in a meeting? Young Master Luo. Young Master Luo. Something terrible has happened." On the other end of the phone, the trader's voice was choked with sobs, filled with unprecedented terror and despair. "Just now. Just 1 minute ago. All 17 of our shell companies located overseas for fund transfers have been simultaneously subjected to a devastating anonymous attack. All accounts have been frozen. All funding chains have been severed." Chapter 84, A Solo Journey to the Meeting. The decisive battle begins. Jiangcheng, an underground base. Bang! The valuable mahogany desk was dented by Luo Yunfeng's punch. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared at the other end of the phone with a ferocious expression, "Useless. All of you are useless. What do you mean by anonymous attack? What do you mean by untraceable? What am I keeping you around for? Young Master Luo, the other party is a god. A devil. Our firewall is as fragile as paper in front of him. 17 companies, hundreds of accounts, all gone in 1 minute. In just 1 minute, they were all wiped out." On the other end of the phone, the chief financial officer's voice had completely broken down, filled with sobs and despair. "All our funds are locked in a crypto pool that we can't access at all. It's over, it's all over. Investigate. Investigate. No matter the cost, find this person. I want to tear him to pieces." Luo Yunfeng roared hysterically, slamming his phone against the wall until it shattered into pieces. The black-clad henchman fell silent, not daring to even breathe loudly. A business empire collapsed in an instant. This is worse than killing him. This force came too strangely and too quickly, and it doesn't make any sense in terms of business logic. Who exactly is it? Su Chen? No, impossible. How could a good-for-nothing live-in son-in-law who relies on the Luo family have such extraordinary abilities? But who else could it be besides him? The chilling feeling of being targeted by a natural enemy surged from his tailbone to the top of his head once again. Luo Yunfeng paced back and forth restlessly, his unease growing wildly like weeds. "Young Master Feng, Luo Tianxiong has made a move. His subordinate, Brother Long, is leading his men to search for us all over the city," a subordinate reported cautiously. "Looking for him?" Luo Yunfeng sneered, his face contorted. "Let him look. Once the sect leaders have dealt with that bitch Luo Ningxuang and refined the blood infant, the next one will be him, Luo Tianxiong. At that time, the entire Luo family will be mine." He forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and placed all his hopes on the unpredictable methods of the ghost-raising sect. As long as the sect's leaders intervene, there is still a chance to turn things around. At the same time, Su Chen's phone was being bombarded with a series of message notifications. Almost simultaneously, the 3 intelligence reports, like 3 sharp knives, precisely pierced the same coordinate. "Wang Pengzi, Brother Chen. Done. That bastard is at the abandoned chemical plant on the outskirts of the city. I hacked into his satellite phone, and he's talking to a guy with a Southeast Asian accent, mentioning things like sect, master, and blood infant. These sons of bitches are definitely up to something shady. Coordinates sent. Immediately afterward, an unfamiliar number called. Su Chen answered it was Brother Long. Master Su. My men have lost track of them. Luo Yunfeng's cars all drove into that abandoned chemical plant on the outskirts of the city, and then they just vanished like they'd evaporated into thin air. That place is really eerie. The men are afraid to get too close, saying the air around it is freezing. Brother Long's voice carried a seasoned seriousness. I have done as you instructed, and have had several roads around the chemical plant secretly guarded to the point that not even a fly can get out. Well done. As soon as Su Chen hung up the phone, Luo Tianxiong called immediately. The future father-in-law's voice had lost its usual composure, replaced by an intensely suppressed coldness and murderous intent. Su Chen, I used some old connections. The ownership of that chemical plant ultimately points to an overseas company, and the legal representative of this company is the same person who was in charge of several of the ghost-raising sect's strongholds in Southeast Asia. All the clues have now come together to form a comprehensive and inescapable web. Without a doubt, that place was the ghost-raising sect's lair in Jiangcheng, and also Luo Yunfeng's last hiding place. Su Chen, I've mobilized the group's most elite 50-man security team, all armed with firearms. Luo Tianxiong's voice was filled with a resolute determination. Just give the order, and I'll have them raze that dilapidated factory to the ground. Master Su, I've also called over 100 brothers here, all of them are skilled fighters. Brother Long also volunteered for battle on another front, his voice filled with murderous intent. However, Su Chen refused. Father-in-law, Brother Long, I appreciate your kind gesture. His voice was calm and even, yet it carried an undeniable power. Your people, clear the area around me. Don't let any scum escape, and don't let any innocent people wander in. That's enough. This matter is a private matter between me and Luo Yunfeng. It is also a grudge between me and that so-called ghost-raising sect. I have to solve this myself, in my own way. To deal with those evil and heretical methods, numbers and firearms are not only useless, but will also increase unnecessary casualties. Su Chen, who possesses the eye of the netherworld, understands this better than anyone else. He's going alone. He went to the meeting alone. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen took off his casual clothes and changed into a set of black sportswear that would allow for easier movement. He took out the soul-suppressing talisman from his robes. Its golden light was restrained, and it felt warm to the touch. This was the key to protecting Ning Xuan's soul. He carefully hid it close to his body, and the warmth of the talisman seemed to give him boundless power. Then, he opened his backpack and neatly placed the items he had exchanged, such as the soul-guiding incense, the evil-dispelling talisman Grade B, and the advanced concealment talisman, into the backpack compartments, categorizing them one by one. His movements were slow, but precise and steady, without the slightest tremor. Throughout the entire process, his face remained expressionless beneath that extreme calm lay a volcano about to erupt. Before leaving, he turned back one last time and took a deep look at Luo Ningxuang, who was still sleeping soundly on the hospital bed. He knew that after this trip, he would step into the bloody battlefield of direct confrontation with the inner world, with no way back. Su Chen took out his phone and his fingertips flew across the screen. He first sent a message to Master Xuani, without any unnecessary pleasantries, just a precise coordinate and 4 words. Clean house. Almost instantly, Master Xuani replied with an unprecedentedly serious text message. Young man, act according to your abilities. I have already informed all my fellow Taoists in the vicinity and will rush to your aid immediately. Hold on. This is support from the righteous path of Taoism. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen used an anonymous internet phone to call Zhao Gang's mobile phone in the special department of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Captain Zhao, abandoned chemical plant in the suburbs, coordinates XXXX. Su Chen's voice was processed, becoming hoarse and unfamiliar. A large cult organization is holding an illegal assembly, possessing heavy weapons, posing an extremely high threat to society. It is recommended that police forces be deployed immediately to block all surrounding intersections and await the operation to apprehend them. He is not a reckless man. He was going to take on a cult stronghold by himself, but he also needed someone to clean up the mess for him and bring this revenge to a clean end. This is a guarantee from the power of the state. After doing all this, Su Chen went downstairs. Instead of touching the conspicuous Lamborghini in the garage, he opened the door of an ordinary black Volkswagen. Ignition, gear shift, accelerator. The vehicle smoothly drove out of the villa area, merged into the traffic, and finally turned onto an increasingly dark road leading to the suburbs. Night fell, and dark clouds obscured the moon. In the distance, the outline of the abandoned chemical plant loomed in the darkness, like a lurking steel behemoth waiting to devour its prey, exuding an invisible, soaring resentment and deathly stillness. We are 1 kilometer away from our target. Suchen slowly parked the car on the side of the road and turned off the headlights. The surroundings instantly fell into absolute darkness and silence, with only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the wild grass. He pushed open the car door and got out. A chilling wind swept over me, carrying with it a faint, nauseating stench of blood and decay. Suchen raised his head and looked at the darkness that had swallowed all the light. Luo Yunfeng. He spoke softly, his voice carried away by the wind. I've come to collect the debt. Chapter 85 The Ghost Factory Night Banquet. I'm the main course. The night was thick, and the silhouette of the abandoned chemical plant resembled a steel beast crouching on the edge of Jiangcheng, silent and menacing. Suchen parked the car in the weeds a kilometer away and got out. A chilly wind, carrying with it rust and the stench of blood, swept over us. The temperature here was at least 5 degrees lower than in the city. Without hesitation, he took out a pale yellow, advanced concealment talisman from his pocket. With a slight movement of his fingertips, he activated his true energy, and the talisman spontaneously combusted without fire, transforming into a stream of light that merged into his body. In an instant, Suchen felt himself completely merge with the surrounding darkness. His figure, aura, and heartbeat were all quietly erased from this world, transforming him into a true ghost wandering the human realm. The Eye of the Netherworld is activated. The world before my eyes has undergone a dramatic change. That massive chemical plant was not an abandoned building at all, but a giant living altar with the factory buildings as its skeleton and soaring resentment as its flesh and blood. Imprisoned within the reinforced concrete were countless twisted and tormented ghosts, emitting silent wails. The essence they released flowed into the heart of the factory, providing a continuous source of nourishment for some terrifying being. Brother Chen, the map has been sent. Fatty Wang's voice came through the bone conduction headphones. A detailed 3D model of the factory was simultaneously constructed in Suchen's mind, marked with a dozen dynamic red dots and dozens of free-floating gray dots. The red dots are armed human guards, patrolling in 3 teams, and their firepower is not weak. A cold glint flashed in Suchen's eyes. These gray dots are spirit binders, low-level cannon fodder raised by the ghost-raising sect. He moved like the wind, perfectly utilizing blind spots in the surveillance cameras and the shadows of the buildings to avoid all the red dots. The aimless, wandering spirits, even as they passed right by him, were completely unaware of this non-existent person. Soon, he stealthily made his way to the heart of the factory, a giant, long-abandoned smelting furnace workshop. The resentment here was the most intense, almost solidifying into a tangible black mist. In the center of the workshop, Luo Yunfeng stood obsequiously beside an old man dressed in a gray robe, his figure as thin as a skeleton. The old man exuded a chilling aura. Under the eye of the netherworld, a pitch-black vortex, devouring anyone it encountered, lurked within his body, 100 times more terrifying than the earthbound spirit from before. Suchen strained his hearing to its limit, and the fragmented conversation reached his ears. Elder Lu, everything is ready. We can begin the final ceremony at midnight. Luo Yunfeng's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement and greed. Elder Lu let out a hoarse laugh like an owl. Indeed, the 100 grievances gathering in formation here has reached its peak. All that's left is to use that girl Luo Ningxuang's remnant soul as a catalyst to ignite the blood infant's intelligence, and then we will be done. At that time, you and I will both share a huge benefit. Luo Ningxuang, main course, blood infant. Hidden behind a massive, abandoned machine, Suchen's eyes blazed with murderous intent. So, they kept Ningxuang's soul to refine this evil artifact. Just then, Elder Lu seemed to sense something. His cloudy eyes swept around sharply, his brows furrowing. Strange, why do I feel that there's an uninvited guest at tonight's banquet? Before he finished speaking, he flipped his withered hand and spilled a handful of fine ashes from his sleeve. The ashes did not scatter in the air, but instead strangely coalesced into a distorted ghost face, emitting a shrill scream, and rapidly probed in 4 directions. However, after circling once, under the perfect cover of the advanced concealment talisman, the ghost face ultimately gained nothing and unwillingly turned into dust again. Even so, a sense of vigilance had quietly permeated the entire factory area. It seems I was overthinking things, Elder Lu shook his head. But Suchen knew he couldn't wait any longer. He had to strike first and disrupt their rhythm. His eyes flashed like lightning, quickly locking onto an old electrical distribution box in the corner of the workshop. A barely perceptible stream of system energy was precisely injected into a rusty cable inside. Sizzle bang! A burst of blinding sparks erupted, and the distribution box short-circuited and exploded instantly. Several high-powered searchlights connected to the perimeter of the factory went out immediately, followed by a piercing alarm. What's going on? Power failure in Zone C. Check it immediately. The human guards were instantly drawn to the power distribution box, rushing towards it. The wandering spirits were also thrown into agitation by the sudden energy fluctuations. Now! Taking advantage of the momentary chaos, Su-chun flashed and transformed into a ghostly figure, darting into a dark corridor leading deep into the factory. On both sides of the corridor were rows of huge, rusty iron cages. The cages did not hold livestock, but several living people who had been tortured beyond recognition. They were all emaciated, with empty eyes, their life force being continuously drained by the runes that flashed with evil light on the top of the cages. They were already living mummies. Su-chan's gaze suddenly froze. In one of the cages, the gray-haired man who once appeared so confident on financial news was none other than the chairman of the Wang Group, Luo Tianxiong's biggest business rival, who had recently declared bankruptcy and then vanished without a trace. The way of humanity. The murderous intent in Su-chan's chest almost materialized. This was no longer a simple case of murder for money, it was a human sacrifice. He didn't choose to smash open the iron cage to rescue the people, as that would have exposed him instantly. He took out a jet-black soul-guiding incense stick from his system space, infused it with his spiritual power, and flicked it with his finger. The incense stick landed precisely at the end of the corridor, where a group of patrolling spirits were most concentrated. The soul-guiding incense ignited without fire, releasing a strange fragrance that was invisible to the naked eye yet fatally alluring to spirits, spreading instantly. Roar! Dozens of spirit-bound sharks, having caught the scent of blood, instantly went berserk. Their crimson eyes abandoned their usual patrol routes and instead pounced madly on the closest creatures with the strongest yang energy, their masters who had come to check on the situation, the armed human guards. Ah! Fire! Fire! These freaks have gone mad. A series of piercing screams and chaotic gunshots instantly echoed throughout the factory. The cold, dark corridors transformed into a veritable battlefield. Upon hearing the commotion, Luo Yunfeng's expression changed drastically, filled with shock and anger. What's going on? Have those bound spirits gone out of control? Elder Lu's expression darkened completely, his cloudy eyes fixed on the source of the chaos, his voice icy. It's not out of control, someone's sabotaging things. Impressive tactics, it seems tonight's guest is a tough nut to crack. Su-chen hid in the deepest shadows, like a cold-blooded hunter, quietly enjoying the dog-eat-dog show before him, his gaze piercing through all obstacles, locked on Luo Yunfeng in the distance. Just as he was preparing to take advantage of the greater chaos to break into the core altar and destroy the ritual in one fell swoop. An aged, hoarse voice, ignoring the physical and energy barriers of the advanced concealment talisman, boomed directly from the deepest recesses of his mind. Young man, you've had your fun. It's time to come out and meet the host. Su-chen's body suddenly stiffened. An unimaginable, terrifying pressure belonging to an A-level expert descended like a collapsing mountain, locking him firmly in place. Chapter 86 Ironclad evidence slams you in the face, your brother will personally send you on your way. The terrifying pressure transformed into an invisible millstone, squeezing in from all directions, making even the air viscous like mercury. On Su-chen's body, the surface of the valuable, advanced concealment talisman instantly developed fine, spiderweb-like cracks, and with a soft bang, it turned to ashes under the pressure. His figure was clearly visible at the boundary between the swaying light and shadow. Su-chen! The moment Luo Yunfeng recognized the person, his face was initially filled with extreme shock, which was then replaced by endless resentment and ferocity. You piece of trash! How could you possibly have found this place? To him, Su-chen's appearance was more unbelievable than seeing a ghost or god. How could someone he considered a dowry son-in-law, a freeloader, actually break into the heavily guarded ghost-raising sect's stronghold single-handedly? It's you? Elder Lu slowly turned around, his cloudy, lifeless eyes scanning Su-chen back and forth, his gaze filled with the greed of someone eyeing a piece of merchandise. He let out a series of eerie ha-ha laughs, his voice hoarse and grating. What a vibrant body, what a pure soul force. Not from the orthodox Xianmen sect, but a wild and excellent raw material. Not bad, not bad. Your soul is worthy of being the final nourishment for a blood infant. In his view, Su-chen was a top-tier sacrifice who delivered himself to his door. Su Chen didn't even bother to glance at him, his gaze remained fixed on Luo Yunfeng like two poison ice spikes. Without wasting any words, he casually tossed the energy imprint jade tablet, which contained the truth about the car accident, to Luo Yunfeng's feet. "Cousin, how have you been?" Su Chen's voice was eerily calm. "I brought you your masterpiece. Want to relive it?" The jade pendant landed on the ground, and a burst of light erupted. A crystal-clear holographic image was instantly projected into the air above the workshop. On the afternoon street, there was Luo Yunfeng's twisted, ferocious face, contorted with jealousy and greed, the evil compass in his hand radiating an ominous black light, the truck driver with vacant eyes, slamming on the gas pedal after being cursed, and the horrific scene of Luo Ningxuang's face contorted with pain and despair as a dark crack tore half her soul away at the moment the Porsche was hit. Frame by frame, scene by scene, accompanied by the ear-piercing impact sounds and Luo Ningxuang's painful screams, played on a loop in front of everyone. No. No. Luo Yunfeng was deathly pale, all his strength drained away. He staggered backward in terror and collapsed to the ground. This undeniable truth, revealed in this way by the person he least wanted to see, completely shattered all his psychological defenses. After a brief moment of surprise, Elder Lu's eyes flashed with an unprecedented gleam of greed. Peering into the past, rewinding time. Such a gifted ability, ha ha ha. Heaven is on my side. He laughed wildly. "Young man, I can't let you go. Your soul, your talent, will all be mine." Before he could finish speaking, Elder Lu stomped his foot. Boom! The floor of the entire smelting workshop instantly lit up with dense, spiderweb-like blood-red patterns. Amidst the piercing shrieks, the life force of the living people imprisoned in the iron cages was frantically extracted at 10 times the normal speed. They let out their final cries of despair as their bodies rapidly withered away. The entire factory transformed into a giant meat grinder operating at full power, gathering all the evil energy and resentment into one, and crushing it towards Su Chen with a deafening roar. Roar! Dozens of vengeful spirits struggled to emerge from the walls, floor, and ceiling, their forms more solid than the bound spirits outside, roaring as they pounced on Su Chen from all directions. A grain of rice can be a beacon of light. Su Chen snorted coldly and pulled out a exorcising talisman grade B from his robes. The talisman flashed with golden light, instantly forming a 3-meter circle purifying force field around him. The weaker vengeful spirits that rushed into the force field screamed as they were evaporated into black smoke. A grade B talisman? In my 100 grievances gathering in formation, it's nothing more than a firefly's light. Elder Lu scoffed disdainfully, his hands rapidly forming hand seals. From the thick black mist behind him, 3 terrifying demons, whose auras far surpassed those of ordinary vengeful spirits, whose bodies had already partially solidified and who exuded a strong stench of blood, roared as they emerged. They formed a triangular shape, like 3 black lightning bolts, blocking all of Su Chen's escape routes and pounced on him. Each of these 3 evil spirits is as powerful as the earthbound spirits that were exorcised back then. Su Chen dared not confront it head-on. He immediately activated the knowledge of the elementary profound array he had exchanged from the system to its fullest extent. Stepping on the 7 stars, his figure shifted and changed. Under the suppression of the huge refining array, he narrowly dodged and weaved, constantly avoiding the deadly claws and bites of the 3 evil spirits. He knew in his heart that if he fought head-on against the A-level expert's home field formation, he would surely be defeated. His gaze passed over Elder Lu and the evil spirits who were attacking frantically, and locked onto the huge flesh cocoon in the center of the workshop, which was wrapped in countless flesh and blood vessels and was pulsating slightly as the energy of the array was injected into it, the blood infant body that was not yet fully formed. That's the key to breaking the deadlock. Seeing that Su Chen had managed to hold his own against Elder Lu until now, Luo Yunfeng was filled with fear and dread, terrified that something might go wrong. He hysterically scrambled to his feet and screamed, "Kill him! Elder Lu, kill him now! Forget about his soul, just crush him!" Great opportunity! Su Chen had been waiting for this moment. He seized the instant when Elder Lu was distracted by Luo Yunfeng's scream, pretended to make a desperate gamble, and concentrated all his strength into a single punch, slamming it towards Elder Lu himself. Elder Lu sneered, about to unleash the evil spirits to tear it to pieces. At the same time, Su Chen's other hand, at an extremely tricky and strange angle, shot an offensive talisman that he had been holding in his palm and whose aura was contained, as fast as a meteor towards the unsuspecting giant cocoon of flesh behind him. A feint to the east while attacking in the west. The talisman hit its target with perfect accuracy. But the expected violent explosion did not occur. Instead, a crisp crack sound came from the surface of the huge cocoon, and a deep crack that revealed the bone appeared. An aura of pure and extreme evil and violence suddenly erupted from the crack. Deep within the crevice, a pair of blood-red pupils, not belonging to humans, but purely composed of resentment and slaughter, suddenly opened. Yeah! A piercing scream, unlike that of an infant, yet powerful enough to tear the soul apart, echoed throughout the entire venue. Elder Lu's smug smile froze instantly, replaced by unprecedented horror and rage. Fool! How dare you use pure young talisman fire to catalyze it? You've made it awaken prematurely. However, this prematurely awakened and violent blood infant did not target Su Chen, who was attacking it, as its first target. Instead, he turned to his closest relative Luo Yunfeng, who exuded intense fear and resentment and was connected to him by blood. Chapter 87. You reap what you sow. My wife will take your life. The blood infant that emerged from its cocoon prematurely was extremely terrifying in appearance. It resembled a deformed giant infant magnified several times, with eerie bluish-purple skin covered with pulsating black blood vessels. It dragged a thick umbilical cord that was still intact and connected to the core of the altar. It moved so fast that it turned into a blood-red lightning bolt and rushed straight towards Luo Yunfeng. No! Don't come any closer! Luo Yunfeng was locked onto by those pure, evil, blood-red eyes, and a fear originating from the depths of his soul instantly overwhelmed all his reason. He felt his hands and feet turn icy cold, his legs go weak, and he couldn't even make the most basic escape maneuver. He collapsed to the ground, and a wet, hot, and pungent smell quickly spread from his crotch. You beast! Come back! Elder Lu was both shocked and furious. He rapidly formed hand seals and chanted incantations, attempting to forcibly control the blood infant using the secret incantation he had set up. However, having been awakened prematurely by the pure young talisman fire, it was not yet intelligent, but its ferocity was fully revealed. Its mind was filled only with the most primitive instinct to devour, completely ignoring the creator's instructions and only wanting to devour the offering in front of it that exuded delicious emotions. Su Chen stood calmly with his arms crossed, even kindly taking a few steps back to leave the stage entirely to the father and son. His icy voice clearly reached Luo Yunfeng's trembling ears. Cousin, don't be afraid. Isn't this the result you obtained by exchanging your own sister's soul? Go and embrace it, this is your own flesh and blood. Every word is piercing to the heart. Ah! In endless despair, Luo Yunfeng let out a scream. The blood infant pounced on him, opened its mouth which had no lips but only rings of sharp teeth, and bit down on his shoulder. It wasn't tearing flesh apart, but greedily sucking up his life essence and the fragments of his soul that were overflowing due to extreme fear. Luo Yunfeng let out a shrill, inhuman scream as he watched his body wither away at a visible rate. You wretched creature! How dare you ruin my life's work? Seeing that his decades of painstaking efforts were about to be destroyed, Elder Lu roared in anger and finally gave up control, launching an attack on the blood infant instead. Black energy swirled around his withered ghost claws as he slammed them hard into the blood infant's back, attempting to severely injure it before retrieving it. Chance! Just as Elder Lu was locked in combat with the out-of-control blood infant, Su Chen made his move. He moved like lightning, his target clear directly aimed at the energy core of the entire 100 grievances gathering in array, the central foundation stone engraved with countless evil runes, located directly beneath the altar. He poured all the remaining fear energy within the system into his right fist without reservation. At that moment, his fist ignited, carrying a resolute determination to purify everything, and slammed fiercely into the weakest energy node of the formation, which had been exposed due to Elder Lu's distraction. Smash it! Snap! With a crisp crack, the foundation stone shattered. The crimson array covering the entire factory flickered violently a few times before instantly extinguishing. All the evil power that had gathered dissipated rapidly like a tide. Puff! With the formation broken, Elder Lu was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, and his aura instantly weakened. You brat! You have ruined my life's work! Elder Lu's eyes were bloodshot, and he had completely gone mad. He abandoned the blood infant, turned around and transformed into a black shadow, rushing towards Su Chen like a madman. His withered ghost claws went straight for Su Chen's heart. The dying counterattack of an A-level powerhouse is unstoppable. However, just as the ghostly claw was about to touch Su Chen's chest at the critical moment. You monster, how dare you! A resounding shout, like thunder from the heavens, boomed from the factory's dome. A dazzling sword light appeared out of thin air, tearing through the night and striking Elder Lu's ghostly claw with perfect precision. Sizzle! The black energy dissipated, and Elder Lu screamed as he was sent flying backward. Master Xuani, wielding a peachwood sword that gleamed with vermilion light, landed gracefully, his robes fluttering. Behind him, several other Taoist priests in identical robes quickly took their positions, shouting in unison, 7-star soul lock, command. A golden net made of magical power appeared out of thin air, trapping the heavily injured Elder Lu firmly within it. At the same time, the factory's heavy steel gate was violently broken open from the outside by a tremendous force. A dozen blinding beams of searchlight shot in instantly, illuminating every corner of the workshop. Zhao Gang, dressed in a specially made black combat suit and wielding a uniquely shaped energy gun, led a team of well-equipped elite members of the Night Suppression Division into the scene. The cold muzzle of the gun instantly locked onto every non-member in the room. The Orthodox Xianmen sect and the nation's sharpest weapon, 2 major reinforcements, arrived simultaneously. Su Chen's gaze calmly swept across the entire scene. Elder Lu, who was trapped by the 7-star soul-locking formation and struggling frantically; Zhao Gang, who was directing his subordinates to control the situation; and the Blood Infant, who had lost its energy supply after the formation was broken and was lying on the ground twitching slightly; and Luo Yunfeng, who had been devoured by it and was only half alive and on the verge of death. Everything is under control. He slowly walked towards Luo Yunfeng, who was lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Luo Yunfeng stretched out his withered hand, his eyes filled with pleading, and he made a hoarse, whistling sound as if he wanted to ask for help. Su Chen ignored his gaze, squatted down in front of him, and took out the soul-suppressing talisman that he had always kept close to his body and that carried his body warmth from his pocket. Then, he gently placed the talisman on Luo Yunfeng's forehead. Su Chen leaned down, close to his ear, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. The voice, however, pierced through space and, through the connection of the talisman, quietly echoed in the distant Luo family's sick room. Wife, this man is in your hands. Use your hatred, your pain, to crush him with your own hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yunfeng's body on the ground trembled violently. His pupils, which had been dilated with fear and pain, suddenly contracted, reflecting a face that he knew best and feared most in his life, a face that was both cold and exquisitely beautiful. It's Luo Ningxuang. She stood before his soul, her eyes devoid of pity or hesitation, filled only with endless coldness and judgment. Chapter 88 Soul Judgment. My wife sent you to your death. Su Chen's voice was soft, yet it was like a red-hot branding iron, precisely imprinted on the deep ocean of consciousness thousands of miles away through the spiritual power bridge of the soul-suppressing talisman. Wife, this man is in your hands. Use your hatred, your pain, to crush him with your own hands. The moment the words fell, Luo Yunfeng's body on the ground, which was still instinctively twitching as life slipped away, suddenly stiffened. His pupils, those eyes that had been completely unfocused by extreme fear and pain, suddenly lost all focus. In their place was a deathly stillness, as if something had been instantly emptied from the deepest part of his soul. In his perceived world, the concepts of time and space are ruthlessly stripped away. The clamor of the abandoned factory, Elder Lu's roar, the Blood Infant's greedy devouring, Zhao Gang and Xian Yi's thunderous entrance, all of it turned into distant and blurry background noise, fading away rapidly. His soul was forcibly pulled from his broken body by an irresistible, icy force and thrown into an endless dark void. Here, there is no sound, no light, only bone-chilling cold and loneliness. This feeling is so familiar. It was the endless torment that Luo Ningxuang endured day after day and night while in a vegetative state. Luo Yunfeng's soul huddled in terror. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. He tried to escape, but found himself pinned to the spot by an invisible force. Just then, a faint light appeared at the end of the void. A figure slowly emerged from the light. She was wearing the same red dress he knew so well from the day of the car accident, her long hair flowing like a waterfall, and her face was the stunning beauty he both envied and longed for in his midnight dreams. Luo Ningxuang. Her consciousness, or rather, the culmination of her will accumulated over countless days and nights, a mixture of pain, resentment, and loneliness, finally descended. Ning Ningxuang Luo Yunfeng's soul trembled violently. He tried to force a fawning smile, but it only made his soul twist and become even more hideous. Sister, let me explain, it was all the black robe man who forced me. I didn't mean to. You're awake? That's great. Brother. Luo Ningxuang did not respond. She simply looked at him quietly. His eyes, once as clear and cold as autumn water, were now as deep as a black hole that devoured everything. She remained silent, but everything she endured transformed into vivid images, playing out scene after scene in Luo Yunfeng's soul space. The excruciating pain of broken bones and ruptured internal organs upon being struck by a heavy truck. The soul was forcibly torn in two by a sinister force, a truly horrific tragedy. The despair of being trapped in endless darkness, listening to the cries of loved ones, yet being unable to respond. In the stillness of the night, the eerie whispers emanating from the inner world that attempted to corrupt her remnant soul brought endless fear. And then there's, when Su-chen told her one terrifying story after another by her bedside in order to wake her up, she went through a complex emotional journey from initial fear to later using it as her only source of comfort. All the pain, all the torment, all the hatred, at this moment transformed into a substantial mental storm, fiercely washing over Luo Yunfeng's despicable soul. Ah! Luo Yunfeng finally let out a silent, soul-deep scream. Under this mental torture, he saw all his sins, and the rotten, maggot-infested heart beneath his hypocritical mask. He broke down, kneeling in the void, frantically kowtowing to the silent figure. I was wrong. I was wrong. Sister, please forgive me. Please forgive me. I'll give you back everything from the Luo family. I'll be your slave. Luo Ningxuan's eyes remained completely calm. She slowly raised her illusory hand. That hand bore witness to her endless loneliness as a person in a vegetative state, her deep worry for her unborn child, and the profound resentment and pain of being betrayed by her closest relatives. Upon seeing this hand, Luo Yunfeng's wailing abruptly ceased. His soul seemed to be instantly frozen by eternal ice. He knew that the moment of judgment had arrived. Luo Ningxuan's hand, across the void, gently grasped his. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no heart-wrenching screams. Luo Yunfeng's soul was like a sand sculpture that had been weathered for thousands of years. Starting from his fingertips, it shattered inch by inch, turning into dust that danced in the sky and shimmered with a faint light, and finally dissipated completely and returned to nothingness. Inside an abandoned smelting workshop. Under the horrified gazes of Zhao Gang, Master Xuanyi, and all the members of the Jinya division, Luo Yunfeng, who had a small yellow talisman stuck to his forehead and was lying on the ground on the verge of death, suddenly convulsed violently. Immediately afterwards, his eyes, which had still retained a trace of fear and pleading, instantly lost all their luster, turning into two bottomless, empty black holes. It was as if, in that instant, his soul had been completely erased from its very source by some unspeakable being. An even stranger scene unfolded. His skin rapidly lost moisture and luster at a visible rate, becoming like the peel of an orange that had been dried for 100 years, clinging tightly to his bones. Then, muscles, bones. Puff. A soft popping sound, like an old balloon being punctured. Before everyone's eyes, Luo Yunfeng's entire body, along with the expensive clothing fibers, turned into a handful of grayish-white dust and collapsed helplessly to the ground. A cold night wind blew through the broken door. The dust was swept up by the wind and completely dispersed into the air without a trace. All that remained was the tattered and filthy Armani suit, and a perfectly intact Patek Philippe watch lying quietly on top of it. A living, breathing person was physically reduced to ashes. The entire workshop was deathly silent. Zhao Gang's hand, gripping the energy gun, was bulging with veins. He had witnessed countless bizarre events, but he had never seen such a clean and efficient death that defied the laws of physics. Master Xuanyi gasped, his gaze fixed on Su-chen, now filled with deep dread and horror, no longer admiration. This wasn't Taoist magic, nor mystical arts, this was something far superior, a word that became law, a thought that could annihilate a soul. It was an obliteration on the level of causality. Su-chen slowly withdrew his gaze, his face pale from the immense depletion of his mental energy. He ignored the astonishment of the crowd, and silently spoke to the sea of consciousness within his mind. Well done, honey. Chapter 89. The murderous animal is executed. Your night guard owes me a favor. Luo Yunfeng's sudden disappearance in a way that defied everyone's imagination had a visual and psychological impact that was like a silent atomic bomb exploding in everyone's hearts. The air seemed to freeze. Even the most elite members of the Night Watch division held their breath, their palms sweating as they gripped their weapons. Their gazes towards Su-chen were filled with an indescribable awe and fear. Just what kind of person is this man? Yeah. A sharp, piercing scream shattered the suffocating silence. It's that blood-red infant. With the complete collapse of the 100 resentments gathering in formation and the annihilation of Luo Yunfeng, who was connected to it by blood, it lost its last source of energy and its host. This ferocious creature, born from countless resentments and flesh, was now rapidly shrinking, its bluish-purple skin festering and oozing foul-smelling black blood. It seemed to sense an unprecedented crisis. Its remaining instincts drove it to abandon its attack. Its evil, blood-red pupils swept across the entire scene with venom. Then, its entire body suddenly transformed into a thick beam of bloodlight and attempted to escape underground at an incredible speed. Trying to run? Su Chen endured the excruciating pain throbbing in his mind, which felt like countless steel needles piercing him, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. This blood infant is one of the root causes of Ning Xuan's suffering, a huge potential threat to his future children, and irrefutable evidence of the evil of the human path. How could he possibly let it go? Just as the blood-red light was about to touch the ground, Su Chen moved. He staggered, his body swaying, clearly a consequence of his mental exhaustion. But his eyes remained sharp as knives, and his right hand moved with lightning speed, pulling something from his robes, a talisman entirely of crimson gold, its runes flowing like dragons and snakes, radiating a majestic aura of righteousness. It was the genuine soul-suppressing talisman that the system rewarded him with after he performed the ritual to release the spirits bound to Brother Long's family, a talisman that hadn't even had a chance to warm up yet. Suppress! Su Chen gave a low shout and flicked his finger. The soul-suppressing talisman flew out of his hand, but instead of flying towards the blood-red light, it moved even faster, arriving first and landing with perfect precision on the ground where the blood-red light was about to disappear into. Buzz! The moment the talisman landed, golden light burst forth. A cube-shaped cage, woven from countless golden Sanskrit characters and Taoist talismans, rose from the ground and instantly trapped the blood-red light within it. Bang! 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 The blood-red light surged wildly within the golden cage, each impact unleashing a piercing shriek and thick black smoke, causing the entire cage to tremble violently. Yet, the seemingly thin golden rune barrier was incredibly sturdy, remaining unmoved no matter how it rammed against it, and even continuously absorbing its evil energy, slowly refining it. This swift and decisive moment once again stunned the entire audience. Zhao Gang was the first to react. He stared at the blood-red light struggling wildly within the cage, his expression extremely grave. This thing's energy level far exceeded most of the bizarre incidents they had handled. If it escaped, it would undoubtedly cause a catastrophe. Containment team. Level A contingency plan. Zhao Gang made a decisive decision and gave the order in a stern voice. 2 team members, dressed in heavier, specially made combat suits and carrying a silver-white metal briefcase, immediately rushed forward. They opened the briefcase, revealing a strange crystal that spun continuously, resembling a black hole. Activate Void. As the command was given, the crystal emitted a low hum, and a powerful attraction was released from the crystal, aimed at the blood-red light in the golden cage. Bloodlight seemed to sense an even greater threat and struggled even more violently. Mr. Su, please remove your spell, a team member shouted at Su Chen. Su Chen did not respond, but simply snapped his fingers. The golden rune cage instantly disintegrated, turning into specks of golden light that coalesced back into a talisman, flying back into his hand, though its light had dimmed considerably. Freed from its restraints, Bloodlight had no chance to escape before it was suddenly pulled by a powerful suction force, letting out a defiant shriek as it was forcibly dragged into the small suitcase. Snap! The box closed, and all sound and energy fluctuations ceased abruptly. Target Blood Infant has been successfully contained, the team member reported. Zhao Gang finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He turned around and strode towards Su Chen, his expression incredibly complex. He composed himself and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Su, thank you so much this time. You prevented a huge disaster." Su Chen ignored his thanks. He leaned against a cold, reinforced concrete pillar, the intense exertion making it difficult for him to even stand. He raised his eyelids, looked at Zhao Gang, and spoke in a low voice, yet with an undeniable air of authority. "Captain Zhao, no need for formalities. First of all, I helped you catch this thing. Your Xinye division owes me a huge favor. When and how to repay this favor is up to me. Secondly, that old bastard, and everyone alive in the factory, I need the most complete interrogation records, not a single word can be missing." He glanced at Elder Lu, who was trapped in Master Xuani's 7-star soul-locking array and was still cursing wildly. "I need to know everything about the human path. Third, Su Chen's gaze turned deep and cold, regarding everything that happened here tonight, especially how Luo Yunfeng died. I hope your report can be written in a more artistic way. I don't want to see any words that shouldn't be in any official files. This isn't a discussion, it's a command." Zhao Gang's brows furrowed instantly. As the captain of the Xinye division, he had never been coerced like this before. But looking at the man before him, weak yet still exuding an imposing aura, and recalling his unpredictable methods, as well as Luo Yunfeng's empty clothes, he remained silent for a few seconds, and finally nodded solemnly. "Okay. In my capacity as the head of the Jiangqing branch of the Xinye division, I agree to all your conditions. They can't afford to mess with this person. The only option is cooperation. Chapter 90 The Eve of the Storm, Luo Ningxuang's Ambition. The Town Night Division handled the follow-up work efficiently and professionally. The wounded were quickly lifted onto specially designed medical hovering stretchers. Those who had been used as sacrifices had suffered severe damage to their vital energy, but at least their lives were saved. Elder Lu and the rest of the ghost-raising sect were fitted with energy shackles that flickered with eerie blue electricity. The moment the 7-star soul-locking array was removed, they were firmly suppressed by the elite members of the Night Town Guard and escorted onto armored vehicles. The entire abandoned factory was cordoned off with the highest level of security, and all traces were to be erased, so that a flawless explanation could be given to the outside world. The eye of the storm, seemingly calmed temporarily by the strong intervention of the state apparatus, appears to have been calmed down. Master Xuanyi stroked his beard and strode over to Su Chen, who was leaning against a pillar to meditate. He looked Su Chen up and down, his cloudy old eyes gleaming with a sharp light, and clicked his tongue in amazement. "Boy, you have truly opened my eyes." Forcibly building a bridge between yin and yang, letting the living soul judge the living soul, and then invoking karmic forces to erase the physical body and soul on the spot. This method goes against the laws of nature and will bring karmic retribution. His tone carried a hint of warning, but more than that, it revealed his undisguised excitement and admiration. Su Chen didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, and said indifferently, "Karma? My wife and children almost died, I don't care about heaven and earth harmony." "Well said." Master Xuanyi clapped his hands and laughed, his previous air of otherworldly elegance completely gone, looking like a swordsmith who had just seen a peerless sword. To deal with those cowardly and inhuman heretics of the human path, we should use such thunderous methods. Damn, that's satisfying. After laughing, he lowered his voice and his expression became serious. "But don't be too happy yet, kid. The mess you've made is no small one." Elder Lu is just a minor branch leader of the ghost-raising sect in the Jiangcheng area. Above him are hall masters, branch leaders, and even sect leaders. The human path is far more than just the ghost-raising sect. It's a loose alliance composed of many evil and heretical sects, and the waters behind it run very deep. Their goal is to weaken the world's barrier through various bloody sacrifices, ultimately leading to the descent of the inner world. You ruined their rituals, killed their people, and stole the blood infant, putting you on their kill list. Su Chen finally opened his eyes, his gaze devoid of any fear, only an unfathomable indifference. "They'd better not mess with me." Master Xuanyi looked at him and nodded in satisfaction. He took out a warm, smooth jade pendant from his robes and placed it in his hand. "Take this. I personally blessed it. It can help shield you from heavenly secrets and suppress your karma, so you won't get struck by lightning when you go out. As for the favor, I'll remember it. If you need anything in the future, bring this jade pendant to Longhu Mountain to find me. You're safe, kid." After saying this, the old Taoist priest laughed heartily, picked up his peachwood sword, and turned to leave with a flourish. 4 o'clock in the morning, VIP ward. Su Chen dragged his exhausted body back here, the faint sandalwood scent of Xianyi's talisman still lingering in the air. He didn't turn on the light, but walked to the bedside using the faint moonlight seeping in from the window. Luo Ningxuan lay quietly, her breathing steady, the electrocardiogram curve regular and strong, as if the thrilling soul expedition she had just experienced was nothing but a dream. Su Chen sat down on the edge of her bed, took her slightly cool hand in his, and felt the familiar warmth. Only then did the murderous intent and exhaustion surging in his heart slowly subside. He gently pressed his face against the back of her hand, closed his eyes, and savored the tranquility of surviving the ordeal. Just then, a clear, slightly hoarse, yet incredibly real voice rang in his ears. "Your mental energy is greatly depleted." Su Chen's body suddenly stiffened. He suddenly looked up and met a pair of eyes that shone brightly in the darkness, clear and deep. Luo Ningxuang is awake. She was no longer in a semi-awake state, but was truly, completely awake. Their eyes met, and Su Chen felt a surge of joy, but before he could speak, Luo Ningxuang's next words and gaze poured cold water on his excitement. Her eyes held no excitement of a long-awaited reunion, no girlish charm, and not even much warmth. What they held was scrutiny, inquiry, and a primal longing for something. When Luo Yunfeng turned to ashes, she began slowly, her voice hoarse from not speaking for a long time, but her logic was crystal clear. "I felt it in your consciousness connection." What was that feeling? Words becoming law, deciding a person's life or death in an instant, that is true power. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. This wasn't the Luo Ningxuan he knew, the one who would act coquettishly and depend on him. By personally judging her enemies and experiencing that supreme rule-level power, it seemed that deep within her soul, a long-dormant ambition and sharpness belonging to the proud daughter of heaven, Luoning Xuan, was awakened. She was not a princess who was rescued. She is a queen who has returned from the edge of the abyss and developed a deep interest in the abyss itself. Before Su Chen could answer, she changed the subject, her gaze sharp as a knife. Luo Yunfeng is dead, but the way of humanity still exists. The fact that he could move funds freely within the Luo group and empty overseas accounts proves that he is not the only mole in the Luo family. She spoke slowly, but every word carried an undeniable decisiveness. During the time I was in a coma, how many senior executives and shareholders in the company, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, sided with him? Who are the people we can win over, and who are the people we must uproot completely? I need this list. She looked at Su Chen and made her first request after waking up. It wasn't a hug, nor a sweet word, but a purge list that would determine the life or death of her business empire. Su Chen looked at the flame of ambition that had reignited in her eyes, and instead of feeling uncomfortable or offended, he smiled. This was the Luo Ningxuan he knew, the one who dominated the business world. He liked her this way far more than the weak, clinging vine that only knew how to hide under his wings. He reached out and gently stroked her cheek, his fingertips able to feel the vibrant life force emanating from beneath her skin. Welcome back, Mr. Luo. His voice carried a hint of doting, but more so a sense of appreciation and recognition, like that of a worthy opponent. None of your enemies will escape. Chapter 91 The Queen's Pledge of Allegiance. The first strike is against her own people. Su Chen's body stiffened abruptly. He suddenly looked up. In the darkness, those eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, like the purest obsidian, reflecting a sliver of light from outside the window. Clarity, profundity, and a calm understanding of everything. Luo Ningxuan is awake. It wasn't the semi-awakening state that required a mental connection for brief communication, as it was before. It is a true return of consciousness and a complete restoration of the soul. Overwhelmed with joy, like a volcanic eruption, he rushed into Su Chen's mind. He opened his mouth, 1,000 words stuck in his throat, but in the end, all he wanted to do was give him the tightest hug. But his outstretched hand stopped in mid-air. Luo Ningxuan's gaze calmed him down. In those eyes, there was no excitement of a long-awaited reunion, no naive dependence of a young daughter, and even the tenderness was only a shallow layer. More than anything, it's a form of examination and exploration. And a kind of primal longing and reminiscence for some supreme power. When Luo Yunfeng turned to ashes, she began slowly, her voice carrying a peculiar hoarseness from long silence, yet each word was clear and logical. I sensed it in your consciousness connection. What does that feel like? She seemed to be asking Su Chen, but also seemed to be asking herself. Words become law in a single thought, one can decide a person's life or death. That is true power. Su Chen's heart tightened for a moment for no apparent reason. The girl in front of me and the girl who would get so scared when he told ghost stories that her heart would race and who would fall asleep relying on his voice seemed like two different people. By personally judging her enemy and briefly touching upon that rule-level power of annihilation, it seemed to awaken, deep within her soul, a long-dormant ambition and sharpness truly belonging to the chosen one, Luo Ningxuan. She was not a princess rescued from the abyss. She was a queen who gazed long at the edge of the abyss, developed a deep interest in the abyss itself, and ultimately returned unscathed. Su Chen suddenly smiled. He likes her this way. He was far superior to that weak, parasitic plant that could only hide under his wings and needed his constant protection. He withdrew his hand that was about to embrace her, and instead, quite naturally, walked behind her, using a pillow to elevate her back so that she could sit up more comfortably. Your mental energy is greatly depleted. Luo Ningxuan's gaze returned from the void to Su Chen's slightly pale face. This was the first genuine expression of concern she uttered after she regained consciousness. It's all right, I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Su Chen shrugged indifferently. Luo Ningxuan did not respond to this topic. Her gaze was sharp as a scalpel, as if it had pierced through the ward and seen the Luo group in dire straits. Luo Yunfeng is dead, but the human path still exists. His ability to move funds freely within the Luo group and empty overseas accounts proves that he is not the only mole in the Luo family. She spoke slowly, each word sounding meticulously calculated, carrying an undeniable decisiveness. During the 6 months I've been in a coma, I'm about to see the company's financial reports, all the records of personnel changes at the senior management level, and the transaction details of every overseas-related account. Her body was still very weak, and she needed external support even to sit up. Yet the tone of her voice when issuing commands made it seem as if she were sitting behind that desk on the top floor of the Luo group, a symbol of absolute power. No problem. Without the slightest hesitation, Suchen took out his phone. He didn't contact anyone from the Luo family, but instead dialed Zhao Gang's private number directly. The call was answered almost instantly. Mr. Su. Zhao Gang's voice was tinged with weariness, but more so with solemnity. Captain Zhao, let's get straight to the point, Suchen said. As I said before, Yerzhinya Division owes me a favor. Now, I'm going to use it. Zhao Gang on the other end of the phone was clearly stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting Suchen to fulfill his promise so quickly. You say. I want Elder Lu's most complete interrogation record, especially all the details of how he infiltrated the Luo Group's financial chain through Luo Yunfeng, and the list of all the Luo Group personnel who had contact with him, word for word. I want it now. Suchen's tone was equally forceful. I know you have rules, but this is a favor I'm doing for you. You can give it to me or not. Zhao Gang remained silent for a full 5 seconds. Leaking interrogation records of a Class A containment target constitutes a serious violation of the Night Watch Division's confidentiality regulations. But when I think of Luo Yunfeng's strange dust and his unpredictable methods, the encrypted file will be sent to your secure email address in 10 minutes, Zhao Gang decided. After hanging up the phone, Suchen looked up and met Luo Ningxuan's eyes, which held a hint of approval. She didn't ask Suchen why he could command the people of the Night Guard. It all seemed perfectly natural. She took Suchen's other phone and dialed a number from memory. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. A middle-aged man's voice, sounding very sleepy and a little impatient, came through. Who is it? So late. Uncle Zhou, it's me. Luo Ningxuan only said 4 words. There was an instant silence on the other end of the phone. After several seconds, the man called Uncle Zhou spoke in a trembling voice, almost incoherent, filled with unbelievable ecstasy. Young miss? Is that you? You're awake? I'm awake. Luo Ningxuan's voice remained calm. Listen to me, before dawn, I want access to the personnel files of all deputy directors and above in the Luo Group for the past 6 months, as well as the highest level of access to all accounts in the finance department and overseas investment department. Don't alert anyone, including my dad. The man on the other end of the phone, Zhou Mingyuan, the executive vice president of the Luo Group, had calmed down from his initial euphoria. He didn't ask why, but answered decisively, almost in a vow-like tone. Yes, miss. Mission accomplished. With just a few words, this queen, who had been in a coma for half a year, once again grasped the sharpest sword in her business empire. Bite. Zhao Gang's encrypted file has arrived. Suchen clicked on it, and a long list of interrogation records and names appeared before his eyes. He didn't examine the text closely, but instead activated the Eye of the Netherworld. In his vision, those words and names were imbued with a faint aura. Most of them were normal white, but a few of the names were entwined with wisps of faint but clear, cold black energy that shared the same origin as Luo Yunfeng. Chief Financial Officer, Chen Hai. Sun Li, Head of Overseas Projects Department 1. The other 2 are collateral relatives of the Luo family. They hold sinecure positions within the group but have extensive authority over fund allocation. These people are either deeply corrupted by the human way or are rotten apples who have actively sought refuge with it. Suchen circled the names and handed the phone to Luo Ningxuan. Luo Ningxuan took the list, looked at it, and then pulled up the executive information that Zhou Mingqiao had just sent. As she compared the two, her eyes grew colder and colder. Chen Hai was promoted by my father. I never expected him to betray me. Sun Li is Luo Yunfeng's college classmate, that's not surprising. Those 2 useless relatives, humph, they should have been gotten rid of long ago. She noted down the diehards that Suchen had circled using metaphysics, and then lightly traced over a few other names with her finger. These guys are opportunists who change sides with the wind. They thought I wasn't coming back, so they rushed aside with Luo Yunfeng. And this her finger stopped at the name of a high-ranking vice president in the group. He is a smart man. He take sides, but he lets Luo Yunfeng do whatever he wants, hoping to reap the benefits after we finished fighting. Suchen used his divine power to precisely lock onto his mortal enemy. Luo Ningxuan, with her keen insight honed over years of experience in the business world, dissected everyone's stance and culpability. A perfect kill list was quietly created in this small hospital room. After doing all this, Luo Ningxuan finally showed a trace of fatigue on her face. But her spirits were higher than ever before. She leaned on Su Chen's shoulder, her movements natural and dependent. I'm going to sleep for a while. Wake me up when it's light. Okay. Su Chen gently stroked her long hair. At this moment, she finally became the girl who would depend on him again. After an unknown amount of time, the first hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. Luo Ningxuan opened her eyes, all the weariness in them vanished, leaving only a cold determination. She took the phone with Luo Tianxian's number stored in Su Chen's hand. Then, in front of Su Chen, he personally dialed that number. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. Chener, so early? How is Ning Shuang? Luo Tianxian's voice was as steady as ever, with a hint of barely perceptible concern. Luo Ningxuan glanced at Su Chen beside her, a very faint smile curving her lips. Speaking into the microphone, in an extremely calm yet undeniably powerful tone, she slowly said, Dad, it's me. I'm awake. Now, convene an emergency board meeting at the highest level in my name immediately. I need to clean house. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. You could hear a pin drop. A few seconds later, a roar, as loud as a bell, burst forth from the receiver, filled with suppressed excitement, shock, ecstasy, and raging fury. What did you say? Chapter 92 The Queen's Chess Game, using the Luo plan as bait to lure the evil dragon. On the other end of the phone, Luo Tianxian's voice fell into a deathly silence after an extreme roar. Su Chen could even imagine how that tycoon, who had dominated the business world for half his life, was now struggling to control his trembling body. After a full 10 seconds, the voice came through the receiver again. All the emotions, ecstasy, shock, anger had been compressed into a cold, hard piece of steel. I see. Luo Tianxian's voice was terrifyingly low, each word sounding as if squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a heavy, bloody stench. In half an hour, the highest-level emergency board meeting of the Luo's group will be held. All directors, no matter where they are, whether via video or in person, must be present. Those who fail to attend will be considered to have automatically forfeited their shares. Before the words were even finished, the call was disconnected. A storm of revenge was already brewing at the top of the Luo group. Inside the hospital room, Su Chen looked at Luo Ningxuan beside him, her eyes sharp, already mentally calculating a chess game. The feeling that welled up within him wasn't the disappointment of having his limelight stolen, but rather boundless pride in love. This was his woman, not a canary to be kept in a cage, but a falcon that could soar alongside him through the heavens. He didn't disturb her thoughts, but silently picked up his phone and dialed Fatty Wang's number. The phone was answered after only one ring, and Wang Pengzi's signature sleepy yawn came through. Brother Chen? Holy crap, what time is it? It's not even dawn yet. Are you putting on a concert by your wife's bedside again? Stop joking around and get to work. Su Chen lowered his voice. You have 10 minutes. I need you to use your highest privileges to take over all network ports in the Luo Group headquarters building, including security, communications, and conferencing systems. There's a big show coming up, and I need you to be the director. Make sure all the shots are captured accurately, and when necessary, switch the signal to the entire network. Wang Pengzi's sleepiness vanished instantly, replaced by the excitement of a geek sensing a major event. Holy crap! Brother Chen, what are you up to? Are you taking your wife to seize power? Exciting! Don't worry, I can hack into the Pentagon's network for you, let alone the Luo Group. I guarantee everything will be perfectly arranged. Stop bragging and get to work. As Su Chen hung up the phone, Luo Ningxuan also snapped out of her reverie. She turned her head and leaned on Su Chen's shoulder. This subtle movement transformed her from a strategist and queen into a submissive woman who depended on him. Are you tired? Su Chen asked softly. Not tired. Luo Ningxuan shook her head, but the sharpness in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. I was just thinking, if a piece of trash like Luo Yunfeng can get a position in the human path, then how many pieces has the hall master behind him actually played in the Luo family's game? Today, I want to see if I, this newly resurrected pawn, can force all those rats hiding in the shadows to come out. Half an hour later, in the huge boardroom on the top floor of the Luo Group, a room that symbolized the pinnacle of power, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like water could be squeezed out of it. Luo Tianxiang sat in the main seat with a grim expression. Behind him, the huge screen was divided into more than a dozen small windows, each displaying a face filled with surprise and uncertainty. Some were in ancient castles in Europe, others were on private yachts in the Americas, but without exception, they had all been forcibly dragged from their dreams by this sudden supreme order. Old Luo, what are you up to? In the middle of the night, a senior director who was on friendly terms with Luo Tianxiong couldn't help but complain. Luo Tianxiong ignored him, only glancing at his watch with a cold voice. "Time's up." As soon as he finished speaking, the main screen behind him flashed, and all the smaller windows were pushed to the side. A face that was aloof and stunningly beautiful, slightly pale, yet with eyes as sharp as a hawk, filled everyone's field of vision. "Hello everyone, it's been a long time." Luo Ningxuan's voice resonated clearly in every corner of the conference room through the top-of-the-line audio equipment. Boom! The entire conference room, along with the dozen or so video windows, instantly erupted in chaos. "Frostbite? Young miss? You're awake? My God! Is this real?" Exclamations, gasps, and the thud of chairs being knocked over filled the air. The board members, who had been drowsy moments before, were now wide awake, their expressions a complex mix of shock, elation, disbelief, and deep-seated fear. Especially those traders who were targeted by Su Chen with his Eye of the Netherworld, their faces turned ashen in an instant, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Luo Ningxuan gave them no time to process their emotions. Her gaze, like a physical searchlight, slowly swept across every face on the screen. "During my coma, I am very grateful to all the uncles and elders for their strong support for my father." Her words were devoid of warmth. Immediately, documents were projected onto the screen. "Uncle Zhou, read aloud what I asked you to prepare to the board members." Zhou Mingyuan, the executive vice president who had been waiting nearby and a trusted confidant of the Luo family, was flushed with excitement. He nodded vigorously, picked up a document, and began to read it aloud in a loud voice. 6 months ago, the Luo Group's overseas investment department, through the offshore company Kaiman Global, transferred funds in batches to an unnamed overseas account, totaling 3.74 billion. One by one, the chain of evidence was revealed, each piece like a heavy hammer blow, striking everyone's hearts. Luo Ningxuan's gaze finally settled on a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a refined appearance. "Director Chen, as the CFO of Luo's group and a trusted confidant promoted by my father, are you really completely unaware of the flow of these 3.7 billion yuan?" CFO Chen Hai adjusted his glasses, trying to appear calm. "Miss, you've just woken up, so you might not be familiar with the company's situation. These are all normal overseas investments led by Vice President Luo Yunfeng before his death, and all procedures are compliant." "Compliance?" Luo Ningxuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Then, is the extra $30 million in your secret account at UBS with the last 3 digits being 7749 also a compliant return on investment?" Chen Hai's face drained of all color in an instant. Luo Ningxuan didn't stop, turning her gaze to another man on the screen. "And manager son, that shell company you and Luo Yunfeng registered in Panama, it's quite clean. It's a pity you forgot, Luo Yunfeng's college graduation photo is still hanging in my family's photo album. You were standing next to him at the time, smiling so brightly." On the other end of the video call, Sun Li swayed suddenly and almost fell off his chair. As the truth was about to be revealed, Chen Hai's eyes began to turn crazed. Luo Ningxuan turned her gaze to an inconspicuous relative from a collateral branch of the Luo family in the corner of the conference room, and her voice suddenly turned cold. "Seventh uncle, I've always been curious, what benefits did Luo Yunfeng promise you that would make you betray the Luo family that gave you birth and raised you?" She paused, then clearly uttered 3 words, one by one. "Is it the position of protector of the human path?" The 3 words human path seemed like a death warrant from the deepest hell. Chen Hai, Sun Li, and the distant relative known as Seventh Uncle all looked as if they had been struck by lightning. The last trace of color disappeared from their faces, replaced by an extreme fear that came from the depths of their souls. Their biggest secret, their last resort, was revealed so casually by Luo Ningxuan. How could she have known? It's over. Everything is over. Despair breeds madness. Chen Hai abruptly stood up from his seat, his refined mask shattered, revealing a ferocious and twisted maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha ha. Too late. Luo Ningxuan. So what if you're awake? Do you think we wouldn't have a backup plan if we dared to do this?" He stared venomously at Luo Ningxuan on the screen, then glanced around at all the horrified directors in the conference room. "Our master foresaw this day. He has planted the 7 fiends' soul-locking curse on each of us. This curse is linked to our lives. If we die, the curse will activate immediately. Today, every single one of you on the board will be buried with us." As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely cold black aura suddenly erupted from behind Chen Hai, Sun Li, and that 7th uncle without warning. It's not just them. In the conference room, on the other end of the video conference, no matter where they were, behind all the attending directors, the same black aura simultaneously appeared. The black aura quickly condensed, transforming into hideous ghost faces contorted in pain, bleeding from their mouths and noses, opening their pitch-black mouths, carrying a chilling aura, and viciously biting down at the back of their necks. Ah! Help! What is this thing? Panic erupted instantly. The alarm system throughout the entire Luos Group headquarters building emitted a piercing scream, and the lights began to flash wildly, alternating between light and dark, like a chaotic dance of demons. Amidst this apocalyptic chaos, an unusually calm voice rang out clearly through everyone's cell phones, computers, and conference room speakers. Don't rush, everyone. The images on all screens were forcibly switched at this moment. In the video, Su Chen is sitting leisurely by the hospital bed, peeling an apple. His livestream, thanks to Wang Pengzi's masterful manipulation, has forcibly taken over all platforms and been pushed to every corner of the internet. Countless netizens who were scrolling through their phones late at night suddenly found their screens occupied by an unfamiliar livestream, the scene of which resembled the boardroom of the Luos Group, a scene straight out of a horror movie. Facing the camera, Su Chen spoke slowly and deliberately, like a teacher giving a lesson. It's nothing more than the seven fiends soul-locking curse of the ghost-raising sect, a low-level spell that leads to mutual destruction. Today, Teacher Su will give you a free lesson and teach you a simple way to break it. He cleared his throat, and his magnetic voice, with its calming magic, began to speak. Legend has it that there once lived a divine being in the world, with a leopard's head, piercing eyes, an iron face, and a bushy beard, dressed in official robes and wielding a sharp sword, named Zhong Kuei. This god feared neither ghosts nor evil spirits, and was dedicated to vanquishing all injustices in the world. A demonic Taoist used the resentment of the seven fiends to concoct an evil curse, intending to wreak havoc on the world. Upon hearing this, Zhong Kuei's eyes widened in fury, and he performed a series of ritualistic steps, uttering the true words. As Su Chen narrated, an invisible yet real aura of righteousness arose out of nowhere. All the attendees felt a warm current surge from the bottom of their hearts, dispelling the biting chill. The hideous ghost faces behind them, upon contact with this aura, instantly writhed, evaporated, and vanished like snow splashed with sulfuric acid, emitting shrill, inhuman screams. Puff! In the conference room, Chen Hai and the others were struck dumb, their bodies convulsing violently. They all coughed up a mouthful of black blood, collapsed to the ground, and lost consciousness. A dark and damp underground stronghold thousands of miles away. A man dressed in black robes, who was performing a ritual by forming hand seals, suddenly shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it all over the altar in front of him. The water mirror in front of him clearly reflected Su Chen's calm and collected face. Su Chen. The man in black robes was the Jiangqing Hall master of the ghost-raising sect, his eyes filled with such venomous resentment that they seemed to drip blood. You've ruined my plans. You've ruined my plans, he roared hoarsely. Issue my decree. Immediately activate the divine retribution plan. At all costs. Target the child in Luo Ningxuan's womb. After the storm subsided, the boardroom of the Luos Group was a complete mess. Luo Tianxiong stared at his son-in-law on the screen, who was still slowly peeling an apple, his expression incredibly complex. This young man had once again shattered his expectations. Just then, Su Chen's private phone rang. It was Zhao Gang. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Gang's unprecedentedly sullen voice came through. Mr. Su, you've stirred up a huge hornet's nest. We just detected that Human Path has issued its highest level kill order, codenamed Divine Retribution, but... Zhao Gang took a deep breath, his tone becoming extremely solemn. Now, the situation has escalated. The nation needs your strength. On behalf of the Nighttown headquarters, I formally invite you to become the Nighttown's special advisor. Permissions, unlimited. Chapter 93. The day my son was born was the day of the final trial. Time flies like an arrow. Several months have passed in the blink of an eye. In autumn, the city of Jiangcheng is filled with the fragrance of osmanthus. In the past few months, the world has appeared as usual to ordinary people, but beneath the surface, turbulent waves have been surging. Su Chen's status as a special advisor is more than just a title. It signifies that a portion of the nation's vast resources are now at his personal disposal. The Xinye Division's nationwide intelligence network, the millennia-old heritage of Longhu Mountain behind Master Xuani, and Brother Long's immense wealth and connections, all three, under Su Chen's integration, have transformed into an invisible net, launching a frenzied crackdown on the human path. Hidden strongholds deep in the mountains and forests were wiped out, and evil cultivators disguised as entrepreneurs and artists were secretly arrested. Su Chen didn't even need to be on the scene. He only needed to sit in Luo Ningxuang's hospital room, now his private office, and examine the various intelligence reports through the eye of the netherworld, to accurately point out the fatal weaknesses of each target and the intricate connections behind them. Within the human path, his name has replaced Night Guardian and become synonymous with the Grim Reaper. However, the most crucial black-robed man and the sect leader level being behind him remained hidden like ghosts, shrouded in the deepest mist, their whereabouts unknown. Luo Ningxuan's belly grew bigger day by day. She no longer needed to lie in bed all day, but to avoid unnecessary speculation, she continued to stay in the VIP ward under the guise of recuperation. This place had completely become the second power center of the Luo group. Every day, Zhou Mingyuan would bring his core team to report on their work. Luo Ningxuan leaned back on her specially made sofa, enjoying the various nutritious meals that Su Chen had carefully prepared for her, while simultaneously carrying out a thorough and radical purge of the vast business empire. Those who wavered in the wind were marginalized, those clever people who sat on the sidelines watching the tigers fight were warned, and the forces that once belonged to Luo Yunfeng were uprooted. Her methods were more ruthless and decisive than before, yet they also had a touch of Su Chen's unconventional thinking. Sometimes, a seemingly absurd decision could precisely strike at the opponent's Achilles heel at the most crucial moment. Only when the night is deep and quiet, and the two are alone, will this decisive and ruthless queen shed all her pretenses, curl up in Su Chen's arms like a lazy cat, feel the pulse of the new life in her womb, and reveal maternal radiance and satisfaction on her face. "Do you think the baby will look like you or me?" she asked softly, stroking her pregnant belly. "It's best if he doesn't end up like me." Su Chen was holding a copy of the Classic of Mountains and Seas and seriously conducting prenatal education. "If he can understand what I'm saying when he's born, that won't be fun." Luo Ningxuan was amused by him and leaned even closer. Beneath the warm exterior, Su Chen's heart never relaxed for a moment. Through the interrogation of those arrested high-ranking members of humanity and the system's analysis and deduction of massive amounts of information, he gradually pieced together a vague yet terrifying truth. The ultimate goal of the human path is not simply to create chaos. They are carrying out an ancient and evil ritual, the Heavenly Gate Sacrifice. The key to this ritual is an infant born at a specific time and place, possessing a pure soul, to serve as a coordinate and a sacrifice. Once the sacrifice is successful, the baby's soul will become a key, completely tearing open the barrier between the outer world and the inner world, bringing about a comprehensive and irreversible invasion. The chosen pure soul, the anchor of the world foretold in the prophecy, all the clues, after peeling back the layers, ultimately point to a single answer: his unborn child with Luo Ningxuan. The divine retribution plan is not about hunting down the enemy, but rather, waiting. Wait for his child to be born, then steal it. On the day of the due date, the entire city of Wuhan changed its atmosphere. Despite the clear weather forecast predicting sunny skies, thick, leaden clouds gathered without warning, darkening the sky and looming over the city. No rain fell, only muffled, unsettling thunder rumbled from the depths of the clouds. A strange, pungent odor, a mixture of sulfur and decay, filled the air. The top floor of Jiangcheng First People's Hospital has long been completely emptied. Zhao Gang personally led the elite dawn squad of the Nighttown Division, setting up 3 lines of defense around the hospital. Master Xuani even brought out his most treasured possessions, a Heavenly Gang Pure Yang sword formation composed of 108 magic swords, which enveloped the entire inpatient building in a faint golden light. Luo Tianxiang and Lu Ruyu paced anxiously outside the delivery room. Although they did not fully understand what was about to happen, the apocalyptic celestial phenomena and the tense atmosphere made them realize that today was the day that would determine the life and death of the Luo family and even more people. The atmosphere inside the delivery room was extremely tense. Su Chen held Luo Ningxuang's hand tightly. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and the intense pain had made her face pale, but her eyes remained resolute. "Su Chen. I'm fine." She gasped for breath, and instead comforted Su Chen. Su Chen nodded, transforming his spiritual power into the gentlest energy, and slowly channeling it into her body to alleviate her pain. Time passed by, second by second. Wow! At 6:06 p.m., accompanied by an extremely loud cry, Su Chen's son was born safely. The moment the baby let out its first cry, a pure and indescribable surge of spiritual energy rose from the delivery room and soared into the sky. This surge of energy is pure, clean, and full of the joy of new life and curiosity about the world. It seems to be the condensation of the world's most primal goodwill. However, it is precisely this fluctuation that, like the most brilliant lighthouse in the night, points out the final coordinates for a certain existence. Above the hospital, the thick, dark clouds were instantly stirred into a huge vortex. Space, like fragile glass, was instantly torn apart by an unparalleled force. A gigantic hand, composed entirely of endless, viscous black mist, emerged from the pitch-black crack. It ignored Master Xuani's heavenly gang Pyongyang sword formation, ignored the layers of defense of the Nighttown Guard, and even ignored the reinforced concrete ceiling, as if these things were merely illusory phantoms. A giant hand pierced through everything, carrying an aura of annihilation, and appeared directly inside the delivery room, grabbing fiercely at the baby that the nurse had just wrapped up and placed in the cradle. The man in black robes. He has personally descended upon us. You dare! Su Chen's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and his blood seemed to burn at that moment. The energy of the Terror Emotion Collection System transformed into a huge wheel behind him, composed of countless terrified faces. He activated it without reservation, forming a gray barrier that stood before the cradle. Having just given birth and being extremely weak, Luo Ningxuang unleashed an astonishing will at this moment. Her mental energy was no longer as gentle as before, but transformed into the sharpest, invisible shield of will, merging with Su Chen's barrier. The couple joined forces to face the most terrifying enemy of their lives the moment their child was born. However, their resistance seemed so futile in the face of absolute power. Boom! The gray barrier and the invisible shield of will only made the giant black mist hand pause for less than 3 seconds before it was easily crushed like paper. Su Chen and Luo Ningxuang both groaned as if struck by a heavy blow, but their eyes remained fixed on the giant hand that continued to grab their child, their eyes filled with resentment and a desperate madness. At that critical moment, when all hope seemed about to be crushed. In the cradle, a tiny, golden vortex suddenly appeared between the eyebrows of the newborn baby. An indescribable power, both gentle and majestic, both ancient and new, seemingly transcending all rules, slowly emanated from the golden vortex. The moment the giant black mist hand came into contact with this power, it was as if it had met its nemesis, emitting a sizzling melting sound. Its forward momentum was forcibly stopped, and it was even slowly forced back by that seemingly gentle power. This is the self-protection of the world's origin. It is the inherent power of rules of the anchor of the world. A muffled groan filled with surprise and uncertainty came from behind the spatial rift. The giant black mist hand slowly retracted, and the crack began to close. A cold, ruthless voice, devoid of any emotion, resounded directly in Su Chen's mind. The anchor of the world. So that's how it is. Mortal, you cannot protect him. When I have gathered my strength, my next descent will be the end of this world. As soon as he finished speaking, the spatial rift closed completely, and the dark clouds in the sky quickly dispersed as if they had never existed, revealing a sky full of stars. The crisis has been temporarily averted. Su Chen rushed to the cradle and looked at his unharmed son, who was even giggling at him. Only then did his heart, which had been in his throat, finally settle down. He turned around and exchanged a glance with Luo Ningxuang, who was also on the hospital bed, who was also breathing a sigh of relief. They both saw the lingering fear of surviving a disaster in each other's eyes, as well as an even more determined resolve. At that very moment, the system's voice rang out in Su Chen's mind once again. This time, it was no longer the mechanical, cold electronic synthesized sound of the past, but an incomparably grand, ancient will that seemed to resonate with the entire world. The birth of the world anchor has been detected. Final mission issued: protect the anchor point, repair the world. System privileges unlocked, truth revealed. This system, codenamed Prometheus, is a self-rescue stabilizer created by the world's primordial will to counter the erosion of the inner world. Executor Su Chen, due to your deepest causal bond with the anchor of the world, you have been chosen as the firebearer of this era. Fear is one of humanity's most powerful and fundamental emotions, and also the most effective adhesive for repairing the world's barriers. Warning: the final invasion is inevitable. The black-robed man and the source of chaos behind him require a single, overwhelming surge of terrifying energy to completely seal them away. Su Chen held his son in his arms. This tiny, soft life was the anchor of the world. He walked out of the delivery room and looked at Zhao Gang, Master Xuani, Luo Tianxiong, and the others outside, whose expressions were solemn and relieved. His eyes became more determined than ever before. I'm going to do one last live stream. Su Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, carrying an undeniable decisiveness. A live broadcast, to the whole world. Use a story to fight for a future for this world. Chapter 94, The Final Lecture, I Tell Myths in the Human World. The global thriller livestream project was launched with unimaginable efficiency. When Zhao Gang submitted a top-secret document containing an image of a giant hand in black robes through special channels, the reply from the highest levels of government in Beijing was just one word: approved. The nation's power began to operate at full capacity. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in an unprecedented move, urgently informed the world of the deeper meaning of this global cultural exchange activity, a collective spiritual ceremony to address an unknown global threat. Meanwhile, Longji's conglomerate mobilized its global media resources, the giant screen in Times Square, billboards along the Thames, the Shibuya intersection. Suchen's calm yet resolute face appeared in every corner of the world. Tonight, let's listen to his story, for our tomorrow. This slogan, shrouded in mystery, sparked a global tsunami of discussion and anticipation. The United Nations even issued a vaguely worded emergency notice, urging people worldwide to remain calm and pay attention to this unprecedented personal livestream. In an instant, Suchen, the underworld anchor from the East, became the focus of attention for billions of people around the world. That night of the live broadcast, Suchen did not choose any grand studio. He returned alone to where it all began, the underground of that abandoned factory. This is the place where Luo Yunfeng and the ghost-raising sect were destroyed. It is also the location of the largest world rift that, even after being suppressed by Master Xuani and the Jinya division, continues to writhe and exude an ominous aura. Before the abyss-like fissure, there was only a simple chair and a camera. Fatty Wang was stationed at the command center of the Town Night Division, with hundreds of top-notch technicians behind him responsible for ensuring the stable transmission of signals from here to every corner of the world. In a small bar in New York, people put down their glasses and stared intently at the television on the wall. In a typical Tokyo family, the members sit around the fireplace, solemnly watching a tablet computer. At an Antarctic research station, a group of scientists of different skin colors interrupted all experiments and gathered in front of a screen in the common lounge. Billions of eyes around the world, across countless screens, transcending time zones and national borders, focused on the man who faced the abyss alone. The live stream signal was connected, and the picture was clearly presented to the world. Suchen, dressed in simple black casual clothes, sat calmly in a chair. Unlike before, he didn't try to be mysterious or give any opening remarks. He simply looked quietly at the camera, as if making eye contact with everyone watching. Then he spoke. "Today, I'm going to tell my last story." His voice, enhanced by the system, possessed a peculiar magic, as if it could penetrate eardrums and resonate deep within everyone's soul. The name of this story is The Forsaken Land. Long, long ago, when the world was still in chaos and ignorance, the first ancient gods were born. They were the embodiment of human faith, the embodiment of order and hope. Among them was a god who taught humankind how to use fire to ward off the cold and wild beasts. People revered him as the god of fire. He was once the most dazzling being in the world, with temples all over the earth and hundreds of millions of followers. He enjoyed the faith and fulfilled his duty of protection. But as time went by and technology advanced, humanity no longer needed to rely on the fire of the gods for warmth. The light of neon lights was far more dazzling than that of a campfire. People gradually forgot about this ancient god of fire. His temples collapsed one by one, and his name was buried in the dust of ancient books. To be forgotten is a more terrible torture than death for the gods. Suchen's story, without any scary sound effects or jump scares, sent a chill down the spines of audiences worldwide. Because this story, through the power of the system, resonated strongly with the origin of the inner world. Around the world, in places where strange events once occurred, wisps of black mist began to dissipate uncontrollably. People seemed to witness a glorious god, in forgotten solitude, slowly losing its radiance, its divinity twisted by resentment and unwillingness, its golden divine blood turning into pitch-black venom. Finally, after the last believer died of old age, the god of fire fell completely. He was no longer the guardian of light. He had become the very thing he hated most, the source of chaos, fear, and destruction. He gave himself a new name, a mark that signified his abandonment by the world, the man in black robes. He hates this world that no longer needs him, and he wants to destroy everything he once created and protected with his own hands. He bewitches mortals whose hearts are filled with greed and desire, establishes the human way, promises them immortality and power, and makes them his henchmen to destroy the world, trying to make everything return to the era he knows, an era of only darkness and chaos. At this point in the story, audiences around the world were gripped by an unprecedented collective shock. This is not a fictional story. This is the truth. The ultimate answer to all the bizarre events in this world. Fear of the unknown, fear of the world being destroyed, fear of one's own insignificance and powerlessness, the purest and most intense fear of billions of people, like a flood bursting its banks, converged from all over the world and surged wildly into the system within Suchen's body. The system's energy bar instantly filled up at an unprecedented speed, and continued to surge at an incredible rate, even breaking through the upper limit. Ah! Beneath the abandoned factory, the suppressed rift in the world suddenly burst open. The man in black robes was forcibly dragged out from the deepest part of the rift by this immense power of the story, powerful enough to define the rules. It was no longer the giant black mist hand from before, but manifested as a blurry human figure, shrouded in a constantly churning black robe, with only a pair of blood-red pupils burning with resentment and madness visible. Mortal! He roared in shock and rage, his voice distorted and shrill, as if countless wronged souls were screaming at the same time. How dare you steal my authority? Define my existence with my own story. Suchen slowly stood up from his chair, facing the demon who had fallen from God, and smiled. His eyes gleamed with an unprecedented, all-knowing wisdom. I'm not defining you. I am writing the ending for you. He opened his arms as if to embrace the whole world. That immense energy, like a vast ocean embodying the beliefs and fears of billions of people worldwide, was unleashed by him without reservation. The system's ultimate ability, words become law, is activated. At this moment, Suchen was no longer the narrator of the story. He is the story itself. I said. His voice, broadcast live, resounded throughout the world like a divine pronouncement. Let there be light. The moment the words fell, an extremely dazzling holy light burst forth from the rift in the world. This light was not light in the physical sense, but rather the conceptual first ray of light, representing order, hope, and the beginning. Holy light cascaded down on the black-robed man like a waterfall. His body, composed of resentment and chaos, was like ice and snow under the scorching sun, emitting a shrill scream. Large swaths of black mist were instantly purified and evaporated. No! The man in black struggled frantically, trying to retreat back into the crevice. But Suchen's voice rang out again. I said. Chains of order. The conviction of billions of viewers worldwide materialized at this moment. Countless chains of law, shimmering with golden light, appeared out of thin air. On each chain, countless human faces emerged, each and every one of the people watching the livestream at this very moment. The chains roared in like a dragon, binding the man in black robes tightly and dragging him out of the crack, leaving him suspended in mid-air. This battle, broadcast live, shocked the world. What people saw was not a bloody fight, but a mythical duel. A mortal man uses words as his weapon to fight against an evil god who represents chaos and end. Suchen walked step by step toward the bound man in black robes. His voice became grand and compassionate, as if he were chanting the final chapter of an ancient epic. You were born of light, yet you fell into darkness. You were once loved by the world, yet you harbor resentment because you were forgotten. Today, in the name of the world, I grant you new life. I said. Suchen stretched out his finger and pointed it at the man in black robes. You will no longer be the embodiment of destruction, but will become the cornerstone that suppresses the world. You will use your eternal solitude to atone for the sins you have committed and to protect the world you once betrayed. Your fate is not annihilation, but an eternal seal. He merged his own image with that of the guardian in the story who ultimately suppressed the evil god, using himself as an anchor point to detonate all the gathered energy. Welcome to the ending of the story I've prepared for you. Under the black-robed man's utterly terrified gaze, he, along with the countless chains of laws binding him, was dragged away by an irresistible force of story logic and slammed back into the deepest part of that world rift. The footage from the global live broadcast finally came to a close. Suchen stood at the edge of the crack and slowly turned around. Behind him, the wound that had torn the world apart for countless years began to heal inch by inch in the dazzling holy light. He walked towards the light, forever locking the darkness away in the storybook.